Chapter 100, Overlord of Star Moon. In front of a temple lined with pillars, a team of 20 players was currently resting atop the stone steps. A short distance away from these players was a two-headed bear over 10 meters in height. If one paid close attention to the bear, one would discover it to be a level 60 Grand Lord. Even a 100-man elite team of the same level would be no match for something like this. Yet this 20-man team actually defeated it. The highest leveled player in this team was already level 42, with the majority being level 41. As for the equipment they wore, even the most inferior piece was level 40 dark gold equipment. This was a team that could rank at the top even in super guilds. However, every one of these people was an independent player. None of them belonged to a guild. Big Sis Endless, what happened? A level 41 female cleric asked when she noticed a surprised expression suddenly appearing on Ling Jingxuan's face. It's nothing. I just read an interesting message, that's all, Ling Jingxuan replied, smiling. An interesting message? What is it? The female cleric could not help but ask curiously. Very few things could catch the interest of Ling Jingxuan. Generally, anything that could do so was a considerably amazing matter. Blackwater has just been annihilated by Zero Wing. Most likely, news of this matter will quickly spread throughout God's domain, Ling Jingxuan answered. The way she spoke made it seem as if this matter was none of her business. Annihilated? At this time, a level 42 Guardian Knight carrying a snow-white round shield on his back joined in on the conversation. Surprised, he continued, there must be a mistake, right? I heard that the Blackwater Guild is considerably powerful. It even has the Blackwater Corporation backing it. How can it possibly lose so miserably? The term annihilated was very rarely used for guild wars. After all, with so many players participating in the war, not to mention annihilation, even trying to wipe out 70% or 80% of the enemy's forces was an extremely difficult proposition. Meanwhile, annihilated was generally used only when more than 95% of a belligerent's forces had been eliminated. In order to obtain such an outcome, one of the two sides in the conflict usually had to be many times stronger than the other. Shaking her head, Ling Jingxuan asserted, Blackwater has indeed suffered total annihilation. And it was not only Blackwater, but also the armies dispatched by Heaven's Burial and Pantheon. Not a single player from those three guilds managed to leave Stone Forest Town alive. Upon hearing Ling Jingxuan's words, everyone on the team was stupefied. As Blackwater was merely an upstart guild, annihilation was certainly a possibility. However, what about Pantheon? That was a super guild. When had it ever suffered annihilation? Just how powerful is Zero Wing? They are simply too amazing. Even other super guilds have never managed to annihilate Pantheon's armies. Just how did Zero Wing manage to do it? With this, Zero Wing is set for life. They will definitely cause a storm in God's domain. However, I'm guessing that Pantheon won't take this lying down. After all, Zero Wing has used them as a stepping stone. Pantheon definitely will not let Zero Wing off the hook in the future. I wonder what rank Zero Wing will get during this year's Virtual Gaming Guild annual evaluation. It is very likely that Zero Wing will be evaluated as a first-rate guild. However, after this incident, I can't say for sure. I heard that 2 super first-rate guilds have been going downhill recently. They might even get replaced at this rate. I don't think it will be possible for Zero Wing to become a super first-rate guild. However, its position in this year's top 5 rookie guilds should be secure. Right, Endless, seeing as you are paying such close attention to Zero Wing, do you have a friend in Zero Wing, perhaps? Although everyone present was an independent player, their understanding of the inner workings of the virtual gaming world was not one bit lacking in comparison to that of members of large guilds. They knew just how powerful super guilds were. It was truly rare to see an upstart guild capable of such results. Friend? After giving the question some thought, Ling Jingxuan answered seriously, something like that. In any case, I am certainly concerned about Zero Wing. Due to Abandoned Wave's defeat, the entire Blackwater Guild was in an uproar. Even the upper echelon of the Blackwater Corporation had asked for her to attend a meeting to plan how to quickly redeem this humiliation in the near term. After all, this was the Blackwater Guild's first major war. It would have been fine if they had merely suffered defeat. The crucial point was that they had been annihilated. Even if they managed to destroy Stone Forest Town and inflicted immense damages on Zero Wing, this was still not an outcome to be proud of. In the public's view, the only reason for Blackwater's destruction of Stone Forest Town was its inability to obtain the town for itself. Apocalypse Empire, the Imperial Capital's Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence. They wiped out Blackwater? Phoenix Rain felt somewhat skeptical when she read the message she just received. Zero Wing's opponents this time had included 200,000 monsters, over 100,000 Blackwater Elite members, 50,000 Heaven's Burial Elite members, and 3 core legions of Pantheon, one of which was even the famous Red Jade Legion. In the end, however, Zero Wing still managed to come out on top. No matter how she looked at it, this outcome was somewhat unrealistic. For Zero Wing to have achieved precisely this result was simply unbelievable. Big Sis Rain, should we still make a visit to White River City? Blue Phoenix asked. The competition for Thunder Island this time was considerably intense. let alone the power of just the Phoenix Pavilion. Even if they used the full power of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, their chances of obtaining the rights to the island would still be slim. Moreover, compared to the Town of Beginnings, which they controlled, Thunder Island was much more important. Of course, we're going. The more Phoenix Rain read the report in her hands, the more joyous she felt. Originally, she had not been that confident about the matter of Thunder Island. However, after seeing Zero Wing's information, they might have a chance at victory after all. Meanwhile, in Star Moon Kingdom, all the official forums had long since exploded. Practically every player in the kingdom was discussing the war. Blackwater and Heaven's Burial had lost miserably this time. This was especially true for Blackwater. Many guild members were already expressing their dissatisfaction with the leadership in the war. Within just 10 minutes of the war's end, over 10,000 players had withdrawn from the guild, many of them elite players. In addition, the fall of Blackwater and Heaven's Burial allowed the Star Alliance, which had been suppressed all this time, to rise up once again. Meanwhile, on Zero Wing's side, due to its massive victory, many large guilds that initially had designs on the guild gave up entirely. Overwhelming Smile in particular had already begun shifting its focus to other countries and no longer tried to develop in the cities around White River City. For a time, no guild in Star Moon Kingdom dared make an enemy out of Zero Wing. This situation allowed Zero Wing to become the uncontested overlord of Star Moon Kingdom. The only fly in the ointment was the loss of Stone Forest Town. This loss greatly depressed the effects of the Zero Wing's hard-earned victory. However, just as the various large guilds in Star Moon Kingdom were secretly celebrating Zero Wing's loss, a surprising situation occurred in Stone Forest Town. The evil energy polluting the town was actually starting to weaken and dissipate gradually. 1101 Benefits After a Great War. Chapter 10101. Benefits After a Great War. The dissipation of the evil energy quickly attracted the attention of the independent players outside Stone Forest Town. What? Didn't they say that evil energy won't ever dissipate? Based on the information I found, in order to remove evil energy, one needs to sever the source. Could Zero Wing have secretly dealt with the source already? That's not right. The evil energy this time should have originated from Black Ridge Town. However, Black Ridge Town is still the same right now. How did Zero Wing do it then? Everyone was discussing this development. Very quickly, word of this situation spread throughout the entire Star Moon Kingdom. Star Moon City, Blackwater's residents, impossible. How did they manage to remove the evil energy? Abandoned Wave practically screamed when he read the report he just received shortly after resurrecting. Zero Wing must be faking this information. I can guarantee that the evil energy is impossible to remove. Unlike curses, evil energy could not be cleansed. It was a kind of chaotic energy. Like a contagious virus, it would automatically transform other forms of energy into evil energy. Without eliminating the source, removing the evil energy polluting Stone Forest Town was simply impossible. However, removing the source was easier said than done. Even he did not know the source's exact location. If it was really located in Black Ridge Town, the monster-infested town was not a place current players could approach. Moreover, evil energy was extremely harmful to players. If players immersed themselves in evil energy for long periods, they would get infected and fall into a weakened state. Players exposed to evil energy for too long would even turn into monsters. If that happened, they would be barred from logging into God's domain for a considerable amount of time. Due to these dire consequences, cleaning out the monsters in Black Ridge Town was extremely difficult. Hence, he firmly believed that Zero Wing could not remove the evil energy polluting Stone Forest Town. The only possibility was that Zero Wing was releasing fake news. After all, Zero Wing had previously registered plenty of members at the battle arena they constructed, collecting a hefty sum in membership fees. If the battle arena was gone, those members could seek compensation for their losses. Therefore, the intention behind the release of this fake news was undoubtedly the appeasement of those members. Guild leader, it's true. Our spies in Zero Wing have already confirmed this fact. The evil energy inside the town is indeed gradually dissipating. At this rate, it will take less than 5 days for all the evil energy in the town to disappear completely. By then, Stone Forest Town will be able to resume its operations, Chin Muyun said, an ugly expression on her face as she took out another document. Not only had the Blackwater Guild lost a considerable number of elite members, but the guild's prestige in Star Moon Kingdom had also fallen to rock bottom. Members were withdrawing from the guild every minute. Most likely, they would have to recuperate for a long time in order to return to their previous state. Originally, with Zero Wing having lost Stone Forest Town, Blackwater would have been able to leverage its funds and background to quickly surpass Zero Wing. However, now that Stone Forest Town was all right, whether Blackwater could even surpass Zero Wing's development speed was in question. This was not an outcome that the upper echelon of the Blackwater Corporation was willing to see. This won't do. I cannot let Stone Forest Town continue existing in this world. Although Abandoned Wave was unwilling to accept the truth of this matter, the facts were already before him. In that case, he needed to take action right away. Notify that man immediately. Tell him I'll try to provide him with the players he needs. However, I want him to have his monster army thoroughly obliterate Stone Forest Town within 5 days. Ch1100 could not help but frown at these words. She never imagined that Abandoned Wave had already lost his prudence to such a degree. Nurturing all those monsters was not easy. Any player sacrificed to them would be unable to log into God's domain for several days. Blackwater's elite and expert players had already lost a level from this war. If they were sacrificed again, what are you still standing there for? Abandoned Wave glared at Ch1100. Don't forget that I am still the guild leader right now. Helpless to do anything about the situation, Ch1100 had no choice but to contact the bandaged man. Black Flame, just you wait. This time, I will definitely make you pay a heavy price. Abandoned Wave laughed coldly as he looked out his window, his eyes staring in Stone Forest Town's direction. Inside Stone Forest Town, Zero Wing had also begun cleaning up the battlefield. This war had been considerably intense. Over half of Stone Forest Town's buildings lay in ruins. The guild residence was an irreparable mess. Even the battle arena had received significant damages and would take a considerable sum of money to repair. However, their gains far exceeded their losses. Although the army of 200,000 monsters had not dropped any weapons or equipment, they had dropped plenty of monster materials. The drops from Lord Rank monsters were rare materials that could be used to make weapons and equipment. In addition, monsters at the chieftain rank or above had a fixed chance of dropping a kind of gray crystal called the Evil Energy Crystal. To ordinary players, this item would be garbage that they would sell to NPC merchants for spare change. However, Shi Feng knew the real use of the Evil Energy Crystals. This was something a master forger had discovered in the past. If one added Evil Energy Crystals or Magic Crystals during the forging of weapons or equipment, there was a certain probability these crystals would give rise to magic patterns on the items produced. However, the enhancement effect was random. The enhancement might be to the item's basic attributes, its attack power or defense, or even its hidden attributes or additional skills. Hence, the Evil Energy Crystal was highly sought after by forgers in the past. In Shi Feng's previous life, there was even a case where a dark gold weapon produced using Evil Energy Crystals received attributes nearly rivaling that of epic weapons. Compared to epic items, dark gold items were much easier to produce. Hence, in the past, a single Evil Energy Crystal could easily sell for 10 gold coins. Even at this price, obtaining one was extremely difficult because after reaching the mid-late stage of the game, many players no longer equipped the weapons and equipment they got from monsters. Instead, they would use items tailor-made for them by forgers. Players would naturally hope that the weapons and equipment produced would be strong. Consequently, players swarmed to whichever kingdom the evil god's temple appeared in. Meanwhile, among the 200,000 monsters that assaulted Stone Forest Town, many were at chieftain rank or above. As a result, Zero Wing raked in a hefty profit, gathering 2,428 Evil Energy Crystals in all. That was 24,280 gold coins at the very least. After including the other materials dropped by the monsters, they had earned more than enough money to repair Stone Forest Town. Not to mention, even after taking into account the weapons and equipment Zero Wing's members lost in the war, they had netted an additional 114,633 pieces of weapons and equipment from the combined army of Blackwater, Heaven's Burial, and Pantheon. The most inferior items were level 35 bronze equipment with even level 40 dark gold equipment in the mix. Even after giving out spoils as compensation and rewards to guild members, the amount left was still staggering. After Shi Feng read the statistics reports Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow gave him, he fell into a daze for a long time. Although he had experienced plenty of large wars in the past, none of them had been as profitable as this one. Guild leader, people from the secret pavilion are asking to meet you. 1002. Constructing a Holy Land. Chapter 1102. Constructing a Holy Land. They're looking for me? Shi Feng could not help but recall the offer Yuan Tiexin had made him before. He then continued, have them wait at Candlelight's main headquarters for now. I'll head over shortly. This war had damaged Stone Forest Town beyond recognition. Most likely, the town would not be able to resume normal operations for a considerable amount of time. In other words, Zero Wing would lose a major source of income. Meanwhile, reconstruction would cost a lot of coins. However, selling the Evil Energy Crystals would undoubtedly be a very foolish move. Moreover, the function of the crystals was still unknown to everyone but himself. How could he possibly reveal it to others? Yet, just the income from the Candlelight trading firm was not enough to fund the reconstruction. Not to mention, he also required money to build his city. There was indeed a need to have a proper chat with the secret pavilion. Among the superpowers in God's domain, the secret pavilion was undoubtedly the richest. Just the income from the expert lists it released every week was an astronomical amount. There were also the consultation fees it earned from selling information. It would be foolish of him not to take advantage of the situation when such a wealthy client delivered themselves up to his doorstep. Just as Aqua Rose was notifying the secret pavilion about the meeting place, Gentle Snow walked over and reported, Guild leader, many independent players are currently voicing their wishes for us to reopen Stone Forest Town right away, particularly the players that are members of the battle arena. They are asking for us to immediately reopen the town's battle arena. Otherwise, they are going to ask for their magic crystals back. Should we prioritize the repairs of the battle arena first to appease these members? If they continue making a fuss, there will most likely be many players seeking to withdraw their membership. As the vice guild leader of Zero Wing, Gentle Snow had some detailed information regarding Zero Wing. So, she was very clear just how poor Zero Wing currently was. In the past, she had always thought that Zero Wing was definitely the wealthiest guild in Starmoon Kingdom. After all, it had the Candlelight Trading Firm and Stone Forest Town providing it with income. The amount of coins these two places raked in each day could make even the guild leaders of first-rate guilds envious. However, when she took a look at Zero Wing's accounts, they might as well be a blank sheet of paper. It really made her wonder just where the money Zero Wing earned was going. Gentle Snow had no idea that while Zero Wing was indeed earning a lot of coins, it was spending even more. The expenditure of gold coins was in the tens of thousands. Are they in such a hurry? After giving the situation some thought, Shi Feng chuckled and said, "All right then, tell them that they may withdraw if they want to. However, once the town is reconstructed, the membership fee for the battle arena will be increased to 1 ch1100 magic crystals. Moreover, rental for the combat rooms will be doubled. If they wish to withdraw their membership, I very much welcome them to do so." This, Gentle Snow could not help but stare at Shi Feng stunned. They would practically be chasing away their customers if they did so. Previously, the membership they charged was already out of reach for most independent players. Only a fool would be willing to pay 1,1200 magic crystals. Not to mention, if they doubled the rent of the combat rooms, it might even affect business at the battle arena. Relax. Just tell them as is. Shi Feng waved his hand, not bothering with additional explanations. Previously, he had focused on running Stone Forest Town as a small town that even ordinary players could enjoy. Now, however, he had changed his mind. He intended to turn Stone Forest Town into a holy land for PvP. Now that there were 3 magic towers in Stone Forest Town, the ambient mana density was much higher than before. Just the cost of maintaining the 3 towers was extremely high. Retaining the current prices was simply impossible if Zero Wing wished to keep the 3 towers in operation. Most importantly, he now had a town promotion order in his hands. Shi Feng never dreamed that Lancelot would actually drop such an item. Although this town promotion order was only secret silver rank, it was enough to promote a basic town directly into an intermediate town. This was a treasure that many guilds dreamed of obtaining. No guild would be willing to trade it away even for 20 epic items. Getting a town promoted was a challenging proposition in God's domain. It was also very time-consuming. Any slight instability or security problem might cause several days' worth of effort to go to waste. With the town promotion order, however, Shi Feng would be able to promote Stone Forest Town into an intermediate town, bypassing the NPC population requirement altogether. He would also be able to hire up to 2,000 NPC guards. At the same time, he could construct real defensive structures instead of basic ones like the defense turret. The size of the town would also increase by multiple times. With this, Stone Forest Town would be able to accommodate many more players instead of having players squeeze against each other as they walked through the streets. A larger town would definitely attract more players. He was not worried about losing visitors at all. Once Stone Forest Town was promoted, he could also level up all the structures inside it, expanding them significantly. Take the battle arena, for example. Currently, it was only a 5-story building. Once the town was promoted, however, the battle arena could have up to 8 floors. After including the underground level, the battle arena would have 9 floors in total. With this, the number of customers they could receive each day would increase substantially. By then, Stone Forest Town would become a true money-making machine. However, there was a prerequisite to all of this, and that was money. Moreover, it had to be a considerable sum. Upon hearing Shi Feng's response, Gentle Snow helplessly informed everyone of the new rules in Stone Forest Town. As for Shi Feng himself, he used a return scroll to travel to White River City. The new rules immediately enraged many independent players. Zero Wing is simply going overboard. Who would be willing to pay a membership fee of 1,200 magic crystals? They are even doubling the rent now. Do they think our money grows on trees? I'm going to get a refund. Only a fool would visit Stone Forest Town in the future. If I had that kind of money, I might as well spend it at the Divine Colosseum. The spies Blackwater planted in Stone Forest Town began making a ruckus over the new rules, though many independent players did find their words reasonable. Although the mana density in Stone Forest Town had indeed increased slightly and would be beneficial for improving their strength, the new prices were simply beyond the reach of ordinary players. Even elite players would not be able to afford to train in the battle arena for long periods. For a time, many battle arena members requested refunds, feeling that Zero Wing was trying to cheat them out of their money. While Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow were grappling with this matter, Shi Feng was seated on a sofa inside a VIP room on the second floor of White River City's Adventurers Association, leisurely browsing through the designs of intermediate towns. Players had many templates of intermediate towns to choose from, and each template had their strong points. Likewise, different templates had different prices. Some templates were more suited to economic development through NPCs. Such templates allowed the town's popularity to increase much more rapidly. Similarly, there were templates geared towards economic development through players. In addition, some templates facilitated the hiring of powerful NPC guards. In any case, many kinds of templates were available depending on the kind of a town that players wished to construct. Unlike capturing a town, promoting a town cost much less. Moreover, as Shi Feng was using a promotion order, the expense was even lower. He only needed to spend 3,000 gold to promote Stone Forest Town to intermediate town status. After applying his identity as a city protector, he would receive a 20% discount and need to pay only 2,400 gold in total. This savings freed up more money, which would allow him to choose better templates. Sure enough, the templates available here are quite inferior when compared to the one dropped by Lancelot. Taking a careful look, Shi Feng noticed some templates that were only made available to him due to his city protector title. Even so, none of them could match the town design dropped by Lancelot. Shi Feng then turned to the NPC beauty standing at a side and took out an ancient design from his bag. Softly, he asked, "If I wish to use this design here, how much will it cost?" 1103, Grandmaster Design. Chapter 1103, Grandmaster Design. Taking a look at the design Shi Feng revealed, the NPC beauty's eyes widened as the design demanded her full attention. Only after some time did she open her mouth and say, "Lord Protector, the quality of these construction materials and level of skill required are extremely high for this design. I cannot provide an immediate answer. I will have to ask the association leader to appraise the design. Would my lord be willing to wait here for a short moment?" "Even you can't give an exact price?" Shi Feng asked the female senior administrator. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. In the Adventurers Association, NPCs were categorized into ordinary staff member, administrator, senior administrator, vice association master, and association master, each catering to adventurers from 1-star to 5-star status. Anyone capable of becoming a senior administrator even had the insight and knowledge to rival NPC lifestyle masters. Although this design is tattered, I am certain that a Grandmaster produced it. A Grandmaster's town design is outside of the scope of my appraising abilities. In our branch, only the Association Master can appraise this, the Senior Administrator explained, smiling bitterly. "All right, let the Association Master appraise it then," Shi Feng nodded. When promoting a town in God's domain, choosing the design was only one part of the process, while using the design to construct the town was another. The promotion process was not as simple as capturing a basic town. One could say that a town only truly began its operation after becoming an intermediate town. The Adventurers Association normally provided players with many template designs to choose from, their prices usually ranging from 1,000 to 3,000 gold. The Adventurers Association would only offer several master designs to someone who enjoyed the status of a 4-star adventurer, such as himself. These templates could cost anywhere from 4,000 to 5,000 gold. Master designs were roughly 15% better than those of normal designs. Although 15% seemed like a small difference, it would be massively effective in an intermediate town. For example, when that bonus was used to increase the town's popularity among NPCs, a town which could originally gain 100 popularity points each day would gain 115 points with a master design. Normally, a lot of manpower and resources were required to gain that additional 15 points. In addition, master designs attracted more quests and events that would raise the town's popularity, allowing the town to reach the next rank far more quickly. Of course, players could opt to produce their own town designs. Only, the majority of players' designs wouldn't come close to the Adventurers Association's ordinary templates. Extremely few lucky players or genius designers could draft a town design better than the available templates. If a player created such a design, the various large guilds in God's domain would fight over purchasing it, offering roughly 3,000 gold. If the design reached the master standard, the minimum price would be 5,000 gold. However, extremely few players could create designs of such standards. These people were even rarer than master forgers. Among the 28 items Lancelot had dropped, 20 were epic materials. Of the remaining 8, 3 were epic weapons and pieces of equipment, a cloth armor headdress, a staff, and a pair of plate armor bracers. The bracers were the best among them in Shi Feng's opinion. Angry Tyrant plate armor, bracers, epic rank, level 40, level 100 equipment requirement, strength 1200, defense plus 755, level 40. Strength plus 60, agility plus 32, endurance plus 35, ignore levels plus 5. Ignore 20% of the target's defense. Increase the effective strength by 15%. Additional passive skill 1, Blood Frenzy. When the wielder's HP falls below 50%, strength increases by 20%, attack speed increases by 30%, and damage received increases by 20%. Additional passive skill 2, Angry Blow. When attacking, there is a certain chance to increase strength by 100%. The bracers were a collection of violence. The increase to the effective strength in particular was rare even on epic weapons and equipment. Without hesitation, Shi Feng took the bracers for himself. With this, he had a total of 5 epic items and 1 fragmented legendary item on his person. After including the level 50 magic light set equipment, his strength was even higher than a tier 2 berserker of the same level. Only his physique and skills were still somewhat inferior. As for the 5 remaining items, 2 were Tier 4 magic scrolls, 2 were designs, and the last one was the town promotion order. When Shi Feng had discovered that one of the 2 designs was a town design, he had been ecstatic. Normally, town designs dropped in the field came from masters. That was the equivalent of saving 5,000 gold. Moreover, Shi Feng very much preferred this town design's heavy emphasis on transportation. Transportation might not seem very important, but it had a considerably special town effect. Once the town was complete, as long as the town spent a sufficient amount of money, it would unlock the transport carriages between towns. Not only could these carriages transport players, but they could also allow NPC merchants to reach the town more quickly. It was a design capable of enhancing the town's popularity among both players and NPCs. Now that he had confirmed that this was a Grandmaster design, Shi Feng felt the Holy Land for players beckoning him. A Grandmaster design was 30% stronger than normal templates. In the past, even an ordinary Grandmaster design could sell for tens of thousands of gold, much less these designs at this stage of the game. Right now, Shi Feng wouldn't sell the design even if he were offered 1 million gold. When Shi Feng thought about the carriages that would soon travel back and forth from Stone Forest Town, his heart beat madly. At this stage of the game, mounts were extremely rare. The carriages could save players a lot of time when traveling to Stone Forest Town. Players would be far more willing to stay in Stone Forest Town. Even when mounts became popular in the future, how could a common mount compete with a carriage? Moreover, the carriage's speed was not always the same. Once Stone Forest Town became an advanced town, the carriages would upgrade to advanced carriages. Only with a mysterious iron mount could one match the speed of an advanced carriage. Once transportation was no longer a barrier, what player wouldn't want to visit Stone Forest Town? Setting aside the battle arena, now that Stone Forest Town had 3 magic towers, independent players could enjoy double the benefit of resting in a hotel. Right now, the town's hotels were only slightly less effective than private rooms in a guild residence. Normally, independent players could only dream of having this effect. With these 3 major conditions, Stone Forest Town would undoubtedly become a holy land for players. After Shi Feng waited in the room for a short while, the NPC administrator returned to the room with his town design. Lord Protector, our association master, has appraised your design and confirmed it to be a Grandmaster design. However, as the requirements for this Grandmaster design are extremely high, the construction fee will be many times more expensive than usual. Including all of the required materials, it will cost 30,000 gold. Moreover, this price cannot be discounted. May I know if Lord Protector still wishes to use this design to construct your town? 30,000 gold? Shi Feng frowned. He had thought the price might be quite high, but he hadn't expected it to be this high. That was 30,000 gold. He could build 5 towns with a master design with that kind of money. 1104 Intermediate Town, Chapter 1104, Intermediate Town. Shi Feng felt his head ache when he heard the administrator's price. In reality, this was considered cheap. An intermediate town shouldn't have appeared at this stage of the game. In the past, the first intermediate town had only appeared after mainstream players had reached level 60. During that time, Tier 2 expert players were commonplace. Right now, however, mainstream players weren't even level 40. Guild mainstream players could earn money far more quickly at level 60 than level 40. Following which, Shi Feng gave up on constructing his town and stored his Grandmaster town design before leaving the VIP room. Town reconstruction was only one of the benefits of an intermediate town. Reconstructing the town was not necessary to reopen it to the public. Currently, Shi Feng lacked coins. Hence, he could set this matter aside for now. In any case, Stone Forest Town had already been successfully promoted to an intermediate town. The Grandmaster design wasn't going anywhere. He could simply operate Stone Forest Town as usual. It would not be too late to reconstruct the town after a few more days of earning money. In the Candlelight Trading Firm's second-floor lounge, Yuan Tiexin and Purple Jade both sat quietly inside the lounge. Uncle Yuan, I'm afraid that we'll have trouble completing this trade. For some reason, the evil energy in Stone Forest Town is gradually dissipating. It is only a matter of time before Stone Forest Town recovers. Zero Wing won't be interested in our conditions, Purple Jade said after she finished reading the information the secret pavilion had sent her. Smiling, she said, Blackwater, Heaven's Burial, and Pantheon have suffered greatly. Not only have they failed to obtain Stone Forest Town, but they have also lost all of the members that they had dispatched. This is the first time Pantheon has suffered such a massive loss since joining God's domain. They definitely have a mess to clean up. The relationship between the virtual gaming world's superpowers was not as peaceful as everyone thought. If given the opportunity, these powers would be more than willing to choke their rivals to death. After all, every game's resources were finite. If they had one less competitor, they could claim far more resources for themselves. Pantheon had lost 1 Trump Card Legion and 2 Core Legions in this war. That was a total of 3,000 experts. This would be a significant blow to any super guild. The loss of the Trump Card Legion was particularly severe. Any player capable of joining a super guild's Trump Card Legion could reach the Trial Tower's 6th floor at the very minimum. Such experts were considerably rare in first-rate guilds. In the eyes of ordinary players, those who reached the 5th floor were already considered experts, much less the 6th floor. Zero Wing is truly unpredictable. Yuan Tiexin shook his head and laughed. No wonder they aren't afraid of mutual destruction with Blackwater. However, this doesn't affect our plans in any way. Even if Stone Forest Town recovers, it will take a considerable amount of time and resources. Meanwhile, Candlelight Trading Firm cannot wait that long. It is even more so for Zero Wing. He had not talked through his hat. Currently, both the Blackwater and Heavenly Trading Firms were pressuring the Candlelight Trading Firm. Although Candlelight still held considerable influence in Starmoon Kingdom's market and maintained its daily traffic, how long would that last? Both the Blackwater and Heavenly Trading Firms were marking down their prices and selling their items at a loss. They could also keep this up for a considerable amount of time due to their abundant funds and powerful connections. However, what about the Candlelight Trading Firm? The Candlelight Trading Firm had neither abundant funds nor powerful connections. Its only capital was Stone Forest Town. There was no way Candlelight could win a price war against the Blackwater and Heavenly Trading Firms. Moreover, without sufficient coins, Zero Wing could not continue to develop. Now that Zero Wing was in the limelight, this was the perfect opportunity for the guild to develop and widen the gap between itself and Blackwater. If Zero Wing only continued its development after Blackwater recovered, the guild would be in big trouble. If Blackwater decided to take action against Zero Wing again, it would take more precautions and would not be caught off guard as it had been in this war. Furthermore, Zero Wing currently had an agreement with the Secret Pavilion to hand over the bronze mounts and strengthening devices. These items were considerably expensive. Obtaining them would not be that easy. If Zero Wing wished to earn more coins, working with the Secret Pavilion was undoubtedly the best decision. Just as Yuan Tiexin and Purple Jade were quietly discussing Zero Wing's situation, Shi Feng, currently disguised as Black Flame, entered the lounge. What a powerful mental oppression. Yuan Tiexin was shocked when he laid eyes on Shi Feng. Meeting the man in person felt massively different than watching Shi Feng on the screen. Although Shi Feng had hidden his weapons and equipment's glow effects and sheathed his aura, Yuan Tiexin, with his bountiful experience, immediately sensed the dangerous atmosphere coming from Shi Feng. This swordsman felt like a dragon lurking in the water. 6 epic items? Upon closer inspection, Yuan Tiexin's lips involuntarily twitched. In God's domain, the difference between epic items and dark gold items wasn't limited to their aura effects. There was also a huge difference in the materials used to produce them. Even if Shi Feng tried to hide his item's glow effects, players who were familiar with the materials could easily recognize the item's quality. Yuan Tiexin had researched the various materials available in God's domain precisely to gauge others' strength. After all, there were too many experts who preferred to keep a low profile in God's domain. If he knew how to determine equipment quality, should he come across an independent expert, he might be able to recruit them into the Secret Pavilion. As for his enemies, he could use this knowledge to gauge their strength and respond appropriately. Uncle Yuan, are you sure? Purple Jade was slightly doubtful when she heard Yuan Tiexin's words. Even their guild leader did not have as many as 6 epic items on him. At most, he had around 3. Epic items were simply too rare. Even Grand Lords rarely dropped them. Hence, even now, she only had 2 epic items. Even so, many of the guild's upper echelons were incredibly jealous of her. Of the 2 epic items, one was a weapon while the other was a pair of shoes. She had obtained the shoes during a fortuitous encounter. However, that encounter had cost her a level and plenty of effort. As for the weapon, the guild had given it to her due to her status as the guild's top genius. Even a genius like Cold Autumn had not received an epic item. Yet Shi Feng had 6 epic items. Anyone would question this matter. Do you doubt this old man's judgment? Yuan Tiexin could not help but roll his eyes at Purple Jade. Although he was no match for the little girl in terms of potential, he could rank among the top 5 in the guild when it came to judging item quality. 6 epic items. Is this the secret to Black Flame's strength? As Purple Jade quietly watched Shi Feng approach, her will to challenge the man to a fight was immediately extinguished. Only those who used epic items knew their strength. If 2 combatants had roughly equal combat standards, the one with 6 epic items would trample over the one with only 2. Furthermore, her standards were weaker than Shi Feng's. By challenging him right now, she'd only ask for a beating. After Shi Feng took his seat and before Yuan Tiexin spoke, he received a message from his guild. Stone Forest Town has been promoted to an intermediate town. 1105 Golden Cities. Chapter 105, Golden Cities. Yuan Tiexin fell into a daze after he read the message. An intermediate town. Although the Secret Pavilion had captured many towns, they were all still far from becoming intermediate towns. Uncle Yuan, what happened? Purple Jade asked curiously when she noticed Yuan Tiexin's long stretch of silence despite Shi Feng's arrival. Yuan Tiexin finally reacted, returning his gaze to Shi Feng with a perplexed look. Just when he thought that he had uncovered all of Zero Wing's secrets, he felt as if he knew nothing about the guild once again. Did Zero Wing truly lack a background as he had thought? Yuan Tiexin did not respond to Purple Jade's question. Instead, he smiled at Shi Feng and said, I really must congratulate you, Guild Leader Black Flame. Not only did you defeat Blackwater, but you've also promoted Stone Forest Town to an intermediate town. Although Yuan Tiexin smiled, inwardly he was extremely frustrated. Now that Zero Wing ruled over an intermediate town, he had no choice but to place greater importance on the guild. An intermediate town occupied far more land than a basic town. It also had more features. If one called Stone Forest Town a mountain of gold when it had been a basic town, then as an intermediate town, it was a diamond mountain. Setting aside Stone Forest Town's proximity to the Stone Claw Mountains, its battle arena alone could earn Zero Wing a fortune. Furthermore, plenty of companies would want to open their own virtual shops in the town. Previously, Stone Forest Town was as valuable as 4 or 5 basic towns. The town attracted many companies. Unfortunately, Zero Wing's asking price had been too high, causing many of these companies to shy away. However, now that Stone Forest Town had become an intermediate town, even a fool could see its value. Most likely, Zero Wing's previous conditions would no longer deter companies' investments. Tons of companies would definitely be willing to invest in the town regardless of the cost. Right now, Zero Wing did not lack coins, credits, or players. It had even earned its prestige. Zero Wing's future was limitless at this point. The conditions he had prepared to offer Zero Wing would most likely be of little interest to the guild now. "Thank you," Shi Feng replied politely. He then smiled and continued. "If you have come to purchase the Magic Tower design, I'm sorry to say that Zero Wing has no intentions of selling it." Guild leader Black Flame, you jest. The secret pavilion has already given up on purchasing the design. Instead, in exchange for constructing one magic tower for us, we would like to offer you high-potential lands in 5 major cities, each with player populations in the millions. How about it? Yuan Tiexin asked. After giving the situation some thought, rather than trying to obtain the magic tower design, he would opt for the next best thing. However, when Purple Jade heard this, she was shocked. How valuable were major cities' high-potential lands exactly? The various large guilds had already bought out these lands. They were impossible to purchase for a reasonable price, yet Yuan Tiexin had just offered 5 of the lands for 1 magic tower. Your offer is quite tempting. However, I have to refuse, Shi Feng responded, shaking his head. These 5 plots of land were easily worth 30 or 40,000 gold in total at the moment. Moreover, their value would undoubtedly rise as time passed. Even if he rented these lands out, rather than use them himself, he could earn a hefty sum. However, his magic tower design only had 2 uses left. Among them, he had agreed to reserve one for the Town of Beginnings. Even if he traded the remaining magic tower for 5 high-potential lands, the trade wouldn't profit the candlelight trading firm overmuch. Shi Feng's straightforward rejection stunned both Yuan Tiexin and Purple Jade. Obtaining these 5 plots of land was the equivalent of gaining an additional 5 million customers. Even a super guild's guild leader would pause to consider such an offer, yet Shi Feng had rejected it without blinking. Purple Jade even began to wonder if Shi Feng truly understood these lands' value. Why else would he refuse the offer so decisively? "May I know how much guild leader Black Flame wants for a tower?" Yuan Tiexin asked, gritting his teeth. The secret pavilion was determined to obtain the magic tower. The guild leader had specifically reiterated this in their conversations. "I want lands in these cities. There are a total of 20 locations. I believe the secret pavilion should be capable of obtaining them." Shi Feng then revealed a list of several minor NPC cities. Most of these cities had populations below 100,000, with some as low as 30,000. These cities were also spread out, covering 11 kingdoms and 2 empires. When Yuan Tiexin heard that Shi Feng wanted 20 plots of land, he nearly cursed at the man. However, when he read the list and noticed that all of the names belonged to minor cities, he was stupefied. Even if he added all of the city's player populations, the total was less than 2 million. Moreover, the lands in these locations did not have much potential. He could not fathom what was going through Shi Feng's mind. However, this was good news for the secret pavilion. Guild leader Black Flame, is this all that you want? Yuan Tiexin asked. He doubted that Shi Feng was so generous. Of course not. I still want a 20,000 gold construction fee. Seeing Yuan Tiexin's skepticism, Shi Feng had no choice but to state a more reasonable price. Truthfully, his price was quite high. Even Shi Feng thought that he was ripping off the secret pavilion. Although these 20 plots of land were not particularly expensive, they served a great purpose. However, even if he wanted to buy these lands himself, he could not. Other large and small guilds already occupied them. These guilds would only part with the lands at a reasonable price if an existence like the secret pavilion took action. In the past, these land cities had been known as Golden Cities. These cities had earned that name due to their proximity to high-level maps that provided diamond wood. Diamond wood was a rare type of wood in God's domain. It was specifically used to produce high-ranking boats. Even if diamond wood were used to produce a common speedboat, that boat's standards would almost be on the same level as bronze speedboats. Hence, diamond wood had been incredibly popular among the various large guilds and seafaring adventurer teams. Unfortunately, diamond wood was extremely rare. Many kingdoms and empires lacked maps that provided the wood, including Starmoon Kingdom. Now that he had his own medium shipyard, he had to prepare. In the past, he hadn't had this opportunity. Now that the chance was before him, how could he miss it? Lands in these cities had sold for astronomical prices during his previous life. Back then, 50,000 gold had been the bare minimum to purchase one plot of land. Unlike ordinary materials, players could not store the wood meant for crafting boats in their bag space. Rather, players had to transport the wood at its full size. Moreover, even when the wood reached an NPC town or city, it was still considerably troublesome to transport the wood to its final destination. Of course, players could utilize teleportation arrays to transport the wood. Only, the price of teleporting a single log was far higher than teleporting a player. In the past, the most common transportation method had been transport carriages. However, it would be foolish to transport a single log each trip. Hence, players usually stockpiled the wood before hauling it all at once. However, NPC towns and cities did not permit players to leave piles of items on the streets. If anyone dared to do so, their items would be confiscated immediately. Due to this, the various large guilds had needed warehouses to store the materials. To put it simply, guilds in the past had spent 50,000 gold to purchase warehouses for their diamond wood. 1106 Advanced Transport Carriage. Chapter 106 Advanced Transport Carriage. An additional 20,000 gold? For a moment, Yuan Tiexin fell into deep thought. Fine. However, once we make the payment, you need to begin the magic tower's construction immediately. Although the minor city's 20 plots of land and the 20,000 gold was slightly more expensive than the 5 high-potential lands in major cities, the latter's value had far more space to grow. That's fine. When the deeds for those 20 plots of land and the 20,000 gold arrive, we will begin the tower's construction. Shi Feng hadn't expected Yuan Tiexin to agree to his demands so quickly. Although obtaining those lands was a simple task for a super guild, collecting the 20,000 gold was not. Yuan Tiexin's ability to agree so readily showed that 20,000 gold was nothing to the secret pavilion right now. This caused Shi Feng some regret. If he had known, he would have asked for 30,000 gold. After all, super guilds would undoubtedly invest more than 20,000 gold into a town's defenses. A single defense turret already cost 7,000 gold, roughly the same price of constructing a magic tower if it were built by a master lifestyle player. Meanwhile, a guild would need at least 4 defense turrets to defend a town adequately. Unfortunately, 4 defense turrets weren't as capable as a single magic tower. Following which, Shi Feng and Yuan Tiexin signed an agreement stating that the secret pavilion would complete its part of the deal within 2 days. At that point, Zero Wing would be required to construct a magic tower in Ice Crystal Town within 2 days. Shi Feng was surprised when he saw Ice Crystal Town's name. He had never imagined that the secret pavilion would capture the town. Ice Crystal Town was a border town in the Firewing Empire's southwestern region. The town had originally belonged to a dark force, and the majority of the town's NPCs were Tier 2. There were even several Tier 3 NPCs in charge of the town. Even the Firewing Empire had to consider actions against the town carefully. However, this town was precisely the reason that the Firewing Empire had given up on evicting the dark forces in the area. One could just imagine how difficult it would be for players to raid the town. Although Ice Crystal Town appeared ordinary, it was the closest town to the neutral map, Sunset Mountain Range. As a neutral map, the Sunset Mountain Range did not fall under the influence of any kingdom or empire. The map was also roughly half the size of a kingdom. As no kingdom or empire had ever developed the map, it had far more resources than the various kingdoms and empires. Moreover, many races lived in that map. Without the many restrictions that were usually found in kingdoms and empires, many dark forces often operated in the map. Players could also find items there that were not available in kingdoms and empires. Aidly, players couldn't teleport there. They could only travel to the map on their own power. Ice Crystal Town's popularity among players would undoubtedly surpass Stone Forest Town if someone could obtain it. Pioneering the Sunset Mountain Range would be considerably convenient for a guild, as expected of the secret pavilion. It actually managed to secure Ice Crystal Town so early in the game, Shi Feng was fairly envious. The Firewing Empire's player population exceeded Starmoon Kingdom's by many times. For players, Stone Forest Town's sole attraction was the Stoneclaw Mountains. However, the regional dungeon had a level 50 limit. Once mainstream players exceeded that limit, the town would lose its appeal. On the other hand, the Sunset Mountain Range's limit ranged between level 50 and 120. Ice Crystal Town would be popular in the Firewing Empire for a long time. If a magic tower were built in the town, it could easily garner 3 to 5 times more players than Stone Forest Town. However, Shi Feng gave the matter little thought. Zero Wing was only starting to get on the right track. How could it possibly compete with a well-established guild like the Secret Pavilion? Moreover, he had earned a fortune through this transaction. Only, he wouldn't see the profits immediately. Once his shipyard officially opened for business, those 20 plots of land would begin to show their true value. The high-level maps near those minor cities had yet to be developed. No one had noticed the benefit of constructing boats with rare wood yet either. Now was the perfect time to purchase diamond wood in bulk. Once he had trained enough lifestyle players, he would have collected enough diamond wood to mass-produce boats. Following which, Shi Feng bade Yuan Tiexin and Purple Jade farewell. White River City's teleportation hall, a constant stream of independent players teleported into White River City. Among them, many immediately set out to inquire about Zero Wing's residence, all of them wishing to join the popular guild. Big Sis Rain, is this really White River City? Blue Phoenix, who wore a black cloak, asked as she observed her surroundings. Elite players wandered throughout the teleportation hall. There were also the members of many large guilds. Among them, there was no lack of level 39 and level 40 experts. Meanwhile, outside the teleportation hall, many players hawked their goods, and their items were just as astonishing. Selling a level 35 secret silver plate armor chest piece, find me for a private chat if interested. Selling a level 40 mysterious iron weapon. Only magic crystals accepted as payment. Watching the players sell weapons and equipment on the street, Blue Phoenix wondered if they had teleported to the wrong place. At this stage of the game, both level 35 secret silver equipment and level 40 mysterious iron weapons were considered high-quality items. Even in Empires, very few players would willingly sell them, yet so many players did just that in White River City. It was simply inconceivable. Meanwhile, the various adventurer teams present were the most shocking. Many adventurer teams recruited members to head to the Twin Towers Kingdom. The minimum requirements to join these teams were to be level 39 and a full set of level 35 secret silver equipment. Applicants also had to be capable of reaching the Trial Tower's 4th floor. Players who met these criteria would be considered experts in a large guild. Phoenix Rain was also somewhat surprised. Even in Star Moon City, she hadn't encountered such a busy scene. This was the first time she had heard or seen one of a kingdom's major cities surpass the capital. After leaving the teleportation hall, Phoenix Rain quickly noticed a large number of advanced carriages moving about the streets. Hailing a carriage wasn't easy due to so many players fighting for their own. Why is Yuan Tiexin here? Just as Phoenix Rain was about to climb into an advanced carriage and head to the Candlelight Trading Firm, she discovered 2 players atop mounts stopped before the teleportation hall's entrance. Both the man and the woman wore black cloaks. Although the cloaks prevented others from seeing their IDs and levels, as the two did not hide their appearances, those who knew them could recognize them easily. This was especially true for Phoenix Rain. When Phoenix Rain saw Yuan Tiexin enter the teleportation hall in such a hurry, her expression shifted. Yuan Tiexin was one of the secret pavilion's upper echelons. He was even one of the guild leader's closest confidants. Very few matters warranted a personal visit from him. The only reason she could think of that would demand Yuan Tiexin's attention was Zero Wing. How many secrets does Zero Wing have? Phoenix Rain could not help but reveal a bitter smile. Following which, Phoenix Rain dispelled the thought as she made her way to the Candlelight Trading Firm. Shortly after Yuan Tiexin left, Shi Feng called Melancholic Smile to meet him. Of the 2 designs Lancelot had dropped, one was a town design, while the other was for a transport carriage design. 1107 New Product Launch. Chapter 1007, New Product Launch. Over 20 advanced forgers and engineers stood inside one of Candlelight's special forging rooms. These advanced lifestyle players had come at Shi Feng's call. As advanced lifestyle players, they were highly valued and had high statuses in any guild. However, when these 20-plus advanced lifestyle players entered the room, they all fell silent, fully focused on the ancient designs spread out on the table. Guild leader, this is, Melancholic Smile rubbed her eyes, not daring to believe what she saw. The advanced transport carriage. Ordinary players might not have much use for this item, but to a manager of a trading firm, it was incredibly important. To her, the advanced transport carriage was worth far more than the bronze engineering locomotive. Not only could the advanced transport carriage transport a large group of players, but it could also transport more goods than the ordinary carriages that NPCs sold. Many important items in God's domain couldn't be stored in a player's bag space. Players were required to carry such items by themselves. The carriages NPCs sold or rented out could only support a few players. Even a bronze carriage could only carry 5 people at a time. And while a bronze carriage could carry plenty of items in its bag space, it could only carry a maximum of 10 items that couldn't be stored in a bag space. Most importantly, these carriages could only travel on official trade routes, which greatly limited their uses. Transport carriages, however, were different. As player-crafted items, they did not have many road restrictions. The basic transport carriage could already hold up to 10 players. In addition, its bag space was larger than NPC bronze carriages, and it could carry up to 30 non-bag items. It was also faster. Normally, non-bag items were very valuable, regardless of whether the items were for an NPC or to sell to other players elsewhere. Delivering such goods was the easiest way to make a profit. Merchant players would even fight over basic transport carriages if they were available on the market, much less advanced transport carriages. The advanced transport carriage could carry up to 20 people. Needless to say, its bag space was leaps and bounds larger than the bronze carriage. It could also carry up to 60 non-bag items. As for its speed, it could compete with Mysteria's iron mounts. If the Candlelight Trading Firm could use advanced transport carriages, even if they didn't sell products and focused on logistics, they could make a fortune. Hence, how could Melancholic Smile contain her excitement? You've seen the design for yourselves. I hope that you start producing them quickly. As for the key material, I'll try to think of a way to obtain what you need. For now, start producing whichever parts you can, Shi Feng instructed, chuckling at everyone's dumbfounded expressions. While the advanced transport carriage was amazing, its required materials were extremely rare. The Candlelight trading firm might be able to procure most of the required materials, but the main material, green ebony, was extremely difficult to acquire. Even Shi Feng could only think of a few places that produced this wood. Moreover, these locations were all very high-level maps. Even the lowest leveled location was a level 60 map called Crying Ghost Ridge. Unfortunately, it was a neutral map, a forbidden land for current players. Only Tier 2 players would dare to grind there. However, for the advanced transport carriages, Shi Feng intended to make the trip. If he had transport carriages, he could open trade routes from Stone Forest Town to other NPC towns sooner than he had planned. Following which, Shi Feng had the advanced lifestyle players research the advanced transport carriages components, while he instructed Melancholic Smile to stay behind. After the others left, Shi Feng looked to Melancholic Smile and asked, "What's the situation with the Blackwater and Heavenly trading firms?" Before the war, both the Blackwater and Heavenly trading firms had waged a crazy price war with the Candlelight, hoping to push Candlelight out of Starmoon Kingdom's market while they whittled down Zero Wing's financial strength. Now that Blackwater and Heaven's Burial had suffered such a massive defeat, the two guilds would take some sort of action. This was especially true since Zero Wing urgently needed money. As you guessed, they have reduced their prices again. They've dropped their Lightstone's prices in particular. Right now, they're selling each Lightstone for only 30 copper. They aren't even trying to cover their production costs now, Melancholic Smile slowly reported. For current players, Lightstones were a must-have item. They were also the Candlelight trading firm's most competitive product. Now that the Blackwater and Heavenly trading firms have lowered their prices to 30 copper, one could see how much the two trading firms hated Candlelight. At 30 copper, Blackwater and Heavenly couldn't even cover their production costs. Candlelight trading firm, however, could still make a profit due to their many advanced forgers. In addition, due to the special forging rooms, powerful flames, and other support tools, Candlelight's production cost for Lightstones was only 20 copper. Since they want to play, let's humor them until the end. Sell the Lightstones for 25 copper each. We'll also start selling the exotic stamina potions. Shi Feng did not feel anything in particular about this situation. He had long since prepared for the day when the Lightstones would no longer be profitable. After all, the Lightstones were a common product in God's domain. He was satisfied with the fortune he had already made off of them. Meanwhile, the exotic stamina potion he was about to launch was different. Candlelight had exclusive rights over the exotic stamina potion's recipe. Its price was also within ordinary players' budgets. This was definitely a must-have potion. Most importantly, this potion would become popular among gathering players. One of players' main sources of income in God's domain was gathering raw materials. However, players consumed far more stamina when gathering materials than in boss battles. Moreover, the rarer a material was, the more stamina players would consume. This resulted in frequent forced breaks and limited gathering times. Once they released the exotic stamina potion, Shi Feng refused to believe that players who preferred to gather materials rather than fight monsters would pass this new product by. "I'll get it done right away." Melancholic Smile nodded excitedly. The Blackwater and Heavenly trading firm's actions had irritated her. Now that they were about to launch the exotic stamina potion, she wanted to see how those two trading firms planned to compete with Candlelight. Following which, Melancholic Smile reorganized the layout of the Candlelight trading firm's first-floor hall, setting up a counter specifically for the exotic stamina potion. The new counter immediately garnered the attention of many players. "Leader, look over there. Candlelight seems to have launched a new product. Let's head over and take a look." Immediately, a large crowd gathered around the first floor's new counter. "Crap, isn't this potion a little too amazing? It can actually recover stamina." 11-8-10 people. Chapter 11-8-10 people. When the crowd read the exotic stamina potion's description, excitement shone in their eyes. As one of the major hidden attributes, stamina played a massive large role in players' everyday lives. However, it was very limited. "Leader, we hit the jackpot this time. This stamina potion is perfect for the Silent Swamp. With this potion, we won't have any problems reaching the swamp's core," a level 38 berserker exclaimed through his team chat. "Why are you in such a hurry?" "Let's take a look at the price first. If it's too expensive, I'd rather stick to grinding in the swamp's outer region," a level 39 shield warrior replied. However, although his tone was indifferent, anticipation flashed in his eyes. Inwardly, he hoped that the exotic stamina potion was too expensive. The Silent Swamp was a level 40 to level 50 high resource map. However, as this map was a swamp, players consumed a lot of stamina while moving through it. Moreover, the deeper one ventured into the swamp, the more stamina they consumed. Hence, the various large guilds had avoided sending members there to level up. This provided an excellent opportunity for independent players like themselves to make money and level up quickly. Previously, on their team's first trip to the Silent Swamp, they discovered that the map was a land of treasures. They frequently came across rare minerals and herbs. Although there were a lot of monsters there, if one were careful, they could walk away with a significant harvest. Unfortunately, during this period, more players headed to the Silent Swamp, causing their income from the swamp's outer area to plummet, yet they couldn't venture into the inner and core regions as their stamina consumption would be too severe. If they encountered monsters with nearly depleted stamina, they would undoubtedly suffer a team wipe. However, if they took too many breaks, they wouldn't get far, and their harvest would be quite small. If they could use this exotic stamina potion, they could reach the swamp's core and its abundant resources. At that time, their daily income would skyrocket. Their team would also be able to gather enough money to equip everyone with mounts. By then, they would earn the other adventurer team's envy. As this level 39 shield warrior was occupied with his thoughts, the other independent players surrounding the counter calculated their own potential gains and losses. Quickly look, the pre-sale price is out. Did Candlelight list the wrong price? There must be a mistake. How can the exotic stamina potion be this cheap? The players in the hall cried out in shock when they saw the pre-sale price. The mana mixture the Blackwater and Heavenly trading firm sold only had a duration of 2 hours. The exotic stamina potion, on the other hand, lasted 10 hours. Moreover, unlike the mana mixture, which only increased the user's maximum mana by 10%, the exotic stamina potion increased the user's maximum stamina by 10% and increased stamina recovery rate by 80%. One exotic stamina potion was roughly the equivalent of 5 mana mixtures, yet it only cost 10 silver coins per bottle. It was much cheaper than the mana mixture. How could they believe this? However, even after some time, the NPC manning the counter did not change the price. This situation drove everyone crazy as they panted and stared at the exotic stamina potion sales timer. There were 30 minutes until the exotic stamina potion went on sale. However, none of these players showed any indication of stepping away from the counter. They lined up and waited for the potion's sale. They also contacted their party and team members in secret to gather more money. As players continued to notify others about the exotic stamina potion, news of the potion quickly spread like wildfire. Immediately, it caused a commotion in White River City. To gathering players and players who spent a long time in the fields adventuring, the exotic stamina potion was a godsend. The exotic stamina potion? I never expected Candlelight to sell something like this. With this, we won't have any problems in the ancient ruins in the Twin Towers Kingdom. Send someone to buy the potions immediately. Buy as many as you can. The various guild elite teams preparing to head to the Twin Towers Kingdom promptly made their way to the Candlelight trading firm after receiving the news. The relatively calm Candlelight trading firm instantly boomed with business. Meanwhile, sitting in the Candlelight trading firm's second-floor lounge, Phoenix Rain and Blue Phoenix were shocked over this situation. Big Sis Rain, Zero Wing is amazing. Despite all the effort we've put into gathering information, we have yet to find any items capable of stamina recovery, yet Zero Wing is about to put one up for sale. Moreover, it's so cheap. With this, Blackwater and Heaven's Burial must be growling in frustration, Blue Phoenix said, giggling as she watched the players line up in the first-floor hall. One could purchase an exotic stamina potion that lasted for 10 hours for just 10 silver coins. That was the equivalent of paying 1 silver per hour. Even ordinary players could afford this. Ordinary players earned a limited income. Aside from spending their money on necessary items, if ordinary players wished to level up quickly or gather more herbs and minerals, they could buy the exotic stamina potion. However, if these players bought the exotic stamina potion, they wouldn't have any money to spend elsewhere for a while. With this, Blackwater and Heaven's Burial's price reductions to attract more customers were now useless. Nodding in agreement, Phoenix Rain said, Zero Wing has indeed grown a lot stronger. It's a pity that we don't have much time left. Otherwise, they could help me win the battle on Thunder Island. She had 2 matters to discuss with Zero Wing this time. The first regarded the Dark Arena. The Asura Battle Team's next match had been decided, and it would be held tomorrow afternoon. Once the match was over, the Dark Arena would host a large-scale auction. Based on what she had heard so far, all sorts of precious and valuable items would be up for sale. The second matter regarded Thunder Island. Currently, the competition over Thunder Island grew more intense with each passing day. More guilds were starting to reach for Thunder Island. In fact, Nine Dragons Emperor had even employed his family's influence for this matter. Although she, too, had used her family's influence, she still faced many difficulties regarding the island. Hence, she planned to borrow some of Zero Wing's members to assist her. As Phoenix Rain and Blue Phoenix conversed, Shi Feng entered the lounge. What a powerful mental oppression. Blue Phoenix was shocked when Shi Feng joined them. She had always been curious about the strength of Zero Wing's guild leader. Now that she was meeting the man in person, it would seem that the rumors about him were true. The powerful mental oppression she felt from Shi Feng made her feel somewhat strangled. Rather than a player, Shi Feng felt like a humanoid monster. Phoenix Rain, however, was not particularly surprised. She had watched the video of Shi Feng's battle in Stone Forest Town. Otherwise, she wouldn't have bothered with a personal trip to the Candlelight trading firm. May I know why the Phoenix Pavilion Master suddenly requests my attention? Have they announced the competition's official date? Shi Feng asked after taking his seat, smiling at Phoenix Rain. Although the Asura battle team's opponents had been decided some time ago, the competition's date had been a mystery. This competition in the Dark Arena was incredibly important to him. As more major corporations took part in the Dark Arena, the bets on each match would increase. At this point, it shouldn't be difficult for a winning team to walk away with 20 or 30,000 gold. To Zero Wing, which urgently needed funds, the Dark Arena was an invaluable source of income. You're half correct. The competition will take place at 10 p.m. tomorrow in the Flame Dragon Empire's imperial capital, Phoenix Rain said, chuckling. I'm also here to borrow 10 players from Zero Wing. 1109 Holy Land at Sea, Chapter 1109 Holy Land at Sea, borrow some of our players. Shi Feng gave Phoenix Rain. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was a super first-rate guild. The pavilion recruited a large number of members each year, and they had tons of guild-nurtured experts. Yet, that same Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had sought him out to borrow manpower. This was inconceivable. That's right, I wish to borrow 10 people to help me with a task. Once the task is complete, I will pay you 5,000 magic crystals. If the task fails, I will pay 1,000 crystals. Of course, I will offer additional compensation should any deaths occur during my loan, Phoenix Rain said, smiling as she nodded. May I know what guild leader Black Flame thinks of this? Normally, when hiring experts to help with a quest, payment was in the form of either credits or coins. An ordinary expert would only cost several gold to hire, while even Apex experts only cost around 100 gold. Meanwhile, she had offered magic crystals as payment. Magic crystals were far more valuable than coins. It was a hard currency. The various large guilds already treated magic crystals as a strategic resource. They might be able to purchase 10 or 20 magic crystals from independent adventurer teams or small workshops, but when the numbers climbed into the triple digits, it was practically impossible to find enough on the market. 5,000 magic crystals was a considerable sum for any large guild. Some large guilds didn't even have so many magic crystals in their warehouses. Now, by loaning 10 of its experts, Zero Wing could potentially earn 5,000 magic crystals. This was definitely a tempting offer. Phoenix Pavilion Master, can you reveal the details of the task? Shi Feng was indeed tempted after listening to the offer. Aside from running a guild, his goal in establishing the Zero Wing workshop was to accept commissions. However, requests like Phoenix Rain's were rare. That's fine. The task is very simple. I just need Zero Wing's members to defend an ancient tower on Thunder Island, preventing anyone else from capturing it. As Thunder Island is a very special place, only a very limited number of players can be there at a time. When the time comes, our enemies won't be able to dispatch much manpower. It would be a miracle if they could send 20 or 30 players. As long as Zero Wing's members defend their assigned tower until the pavilion's main force captures a monster encampment, the task will be a success, Phoenix Rain explained after giving the matter some thought. News of Thunder Island had long since been spread among God's Domain superpowers. It was no big secret. Currently, to secure a larger share of Thunder Island, the various superpowers were recruiting helpers from all over the place. Some had even hired extremely powerful independent players. This was all due to the unique conditions to capture Thunder Island. It was not an issue that could be resolved with a large army. Rather than quantity, one needed quality. Hence, she was asking for Zero Wing's help. Zero Wing had performed magnificently in the Dark Arena. Its members definitely qualified to take part in the battle on Thunder Island. In addition, she had found plenty of Apex experts elsewhere. Although she might not occupy Thunder Island exclusively, she should have no problems taking control of a small portion. When the initial skirmish was over, her next step would be to fight the other super guilds slowly. Thunder Island? Information about Thunder Island immediately surfaced in Shi Feng's mind. Thunder Island was in an extremely dangerous sea zone. That zone was known as the Sea of Death. One could find plenty of treasures and fortuitous encounters in the Sea of Death. There were even numerous ancient ruins in the zone. The abundant resources in the sea zone surpassed imagination. Thus, many maritime adventurer teams often explored the Sea of Death. Meanwhile, the only location in the Sea of Death that players could reside in was Thunder Island. As for the other islands in the sea zone, players couldn't survive on them for long periods. Once the night sky covered the Sea of Death, a large number of underwater monsters appeared. There were simply too many of these monsters for players to contend with. Thunder Island was only an exception because the island received thunder and lightning all year round. Even after night arrived, sea monsters couldn't reach the island. Thunder Island became a safe haven of sorts in the Sea of Death. As a result, bloodbaths had been a constant on Thunder Island in the past. The various superpowers in God's Domain all wanted Thunder Island for themselves. However, it was not that easy to occupy Thunder Island. In the past, not one of these superpowers had controlled the entire island. In the end, various superpowers jointly operated the Holy Land at sea. Shi Feng had visited the island many times in the past. Unfortunately, as his guild had been too weak, they had never qualified to establish a small base in this Holy Land. He had been forced to travel to Thunder Island by boat each time he visited. Shi Feng had not expected the war over Thunder Island to begin so soon in this life. This task won't last very long. It'll be over in a day or so, Phoenix Rain added after Shi Feng had remained silent. Capturing Thunder Island was different from ordinary towns where things would end once the target town was captured. In order to gain authority over the town on Thunder Island, one needed to capture monster encampments. The more encampments one captured, the more authority one could utilize. If one captured all of the monster encampments on Thunder Island, they would obtain the highest authority on the island. Meanwhile, this authority contest occurred once a month, with each contest lasting 8 hours. Moreover, during the day of the contest, Thunder Island would be enveloped in an ancient magic array. If one wished to set foot on the island during that time, they needed an entry pass. Without the entry pass, players would be automatically transported off of Thunder Island. Each entry pass allowed up to 10 people to enter the island and could be obtained by killing bosses in the Sea of Death. The Sea of Death was already an extremely dangerous sea zone. It was home to plenty of sea monsters, and these monsters were much stronger than the monsters found on land. The chances of a team wipe were even highly likely when sailing through the Sea of Death, not to mention when hunting bosses in the zone. Currently, the various superpowers were doing their best to find and kill bosses. They had suffered immense losses as a result. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was no exception. Thus, the entry passes were exceedingly precious. These superpowers could not invite ordinary experts to take part in the contest. They would take as many Apex experts to the island as they could. Only by doing so could they utilize the entry passes to their fullest potential. After pondering the situation for some time, Shi Feng looked at Phoenix Rain and asked, "May I know how many entry passes Phoenix Pavilion Master has right now?" Hearing Shi Feng's question, both Phoenix Rain and Blue Phoenix were stunned. The various superpowers were keeping a tight lid on the entry passes. They had never imagined that Zero Wing would know about this as well. However, when Phoenix Rain thought back to her encounter with Yuan Tiexin, she understood. Although the secret pavilion was not one of the superpowers contesting over Thunder Island, the latter possessed a powerful information network. It was not all that surprising that Shi Feng knew about the entry passes. Your information network cannot be underestimated. I won't hide it from you. I currently have slightly over 20 passes. In other words, I can bring over 200 people to compete for prominence on the island, Phoenix Rain said, smiling. Are you interested in a piece of this pie as well? Although she would not underestimate Zero Wing, those involved were God's Domain superpowers. They were on an entirely different level compared to Zero Wing. With how few experts Zero Wing employed, the guild would not survive long on Thunder Island. 1110. Contesting over monster encampments. Chapter 1110. Contesting over monster encampments. Shi Feng shook his head when he heard Phoenix Rain's question. Contrary to Phoenix Rain's assumption, he was not particularly interested in Thunder Island. Phoenix Rain found Shi Feng's response reasonable. If Shi Feng truly understood the situation on Thunder Island, then he knew how fierce the upcoming contest would be. There were already 3 super guilds participating in the contest, not to mention super first-rate guilds. Moreover, the upcoming fights wouldn't be minor. These guilds were dispatching all of their top players. Every one of these existences wanted authority over Thunder Island. This way, they could temporarily establish a guild transfer point and set up a foundation to explore the Sea of Death. After all, the Sea of Death was quite far from the main continent. Even if players traveled from the nearest coastal town on a speedboat, they would have to sail for over a day to reach the Sea of Death. On their way to Thunder Island, players would also have to venture through a dangerous sea zone. One also needed a sufficiently powerful naval fleet to participate in the contest. Sea monsters were more powerful than land monsters, not to mention boss-ranked sea monsters. Even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had to sacrifice a large number of elites and experts to kill one such boss. They could easily lose up to 30 ships during one of these raids. Even first-rate guilds could not afford such a loss, yet even after so many sacrifices, they would only obtain 1 or 2 entry passes. To Zero Wing, which didn't have a naval foundation, it would likely lose far more than the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion if it tried to join this contest. Give me 20 slots. I can help you defend 2 ancient towers. My price is 20,000 magic crystals and 1 temporary transfer point. If we fail, I won't charge a single coin. I also won't require any compensation for deaths, Shi Feng said after giving the matter some thought. It was very difficult to occupy the monster encampments on Thunder Island. The monsters in these encampments depended on the players on the island. These monsters were generally chieftain rank and above. Before players reached Tier 2, the bosses defending these encampments would be fixed as Grand Lords. Including the risk of ambushes by other guilds, the difficulty of capturing an encampment was obvious at a glance. Most importantly, the monsters in these encampments had extremely high defense and magic resistance. It was not possible to raid these encampments normally. One needed the ancient towers buffs to lower the difficulty. Meanwhile, the more ancient towers one occupied, the easier it would become to deal with these monsters. However, Thunder Island had a limited number of ancient towers. The various large guilds would definitely dispatch their men to take these towers over, although they would only send a small number of players to do so. After all, the monster encampments were the most important targets. To secure an ancient tower, one would generally dispatch 15 to 20 players, and these guilds usually attempted to occupy 3 or 4 towers. Once they did, with their expert strength, they could take down a monster encampment with roughly 100 players. His offer to defend 2 ancient towers would undoubtedly relieve some of the burden on Phoenix Rain. She would have an additional 10 players to help her occupy a monster encampment. You'll secure 2 ancient towers? Phoenix Rain fell into deep thought. To solidify their hold on the ancient towers, she had previously decided to dispatch 20 players to each tower. Her plan was to send 60 players to capture 3 ancient towers. The other 100-plus players she had would be more than enough to capture an encampment. This was her most conservative plan. Ideally, she wanted to capture 2 encampments. However, this was simply too difficult. If what Shi Feng said was true and he could maintain 2 ancient towers with just 20 players, she could save an additional 20 players for herself. If she put more efforts into expanding her fleet, she might even obtain 2 or 3 more entry passes before the day of the contest. By then, she would have a chance of obtaining 2 monster encampments. Only, Shi Feng's transfer point condition was somewhat difficult to agree to. For each monster encampment one captured on Thunder Island, they would earn 2 temporary guild transfer points in the town. She had already promised 1 transfer point to another large guild that had agreed to assist her. If not for said large guild, she would not have obtained so many entry passes in the first place. If she accepted Shi Feng's offer, she had to secure 2 monster encampments. However, there were too many uncertainties. Moreover, Phoenix Rain found it hard to believe that Zero Wing had so many powerful experts capable of defending 2 ancient towers with just a team of 20. Is there some issue? Shi Feng could not help but ask as he watched Phoenix Rain ponder his offer. Guild leader Black Flame, to tell you the truth, each captured monster encampment only provides 2 temporary guild transfer points. Among them, I have already promised 1 to the Firmament Guild. Although Firmament is only a first-rate guild, the guild has been developing its maritime strength. Currently, its navy is even stronger than many super first-rate guilds. If not for them, I wouldn't have obtained so many entry passes to begin with, Phoenix Rain explained. Firmament? Shi Feng recalled the guild from his past. The Firmament Guild was indeed an overlord at sea. Firmament had occupied 2 coastal NPC cities, which had populations in the millions, very early in the game. These 2 cities served as the foundation for the guild to develop its maritime strength. In addition, Firmament had focused on developing its navy. Although overall it was significantly weaker than super first-rate guilds, battles at sea did not rely on guild experts. The quantity and quality of the guild's ships also played a major role. In the past, even some super guilds had not been a match for Firmament's combat power at sea. It was no wonder why the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had managed to obtain so many entry passes, despite having recently begun its naval development. When will Thunder Island's contest begin? Shi Feng asked. The contest will begin in 7 days. However, traveling to the island takes a full day, so we only have 6 days to prepare, Phoenix Rain replied as she gave Shi Feng a quizzical look. She didn't understand why Shi Feng had asked such a question. 7 days should be enough, Shi Feng said, laughing. Phoenix Pavilion Master, how about I make you another offer? Give me 60 slots. As long as your side can hold 3 ancient towers, my side will capture a monster encampment for you. In return, I want 100,000 magic crystals or lands of equivalent value in addition to 1 temporary transfer point. What do you think? When Phoenix Rain and Blue Phoenix heard Shi Feng's new proposal, they stared at him in shock. They both believed that Shi Feng was insane. While 100,000 magic crystals was not a problem for them, they simply did not understand where Shi Feng found his confidence to make such a bold claim. Based on her estimation, under the assumption that they could capture 3 ancient towers as planned, capturing a monster encampment required at least 100 apex experts. Although the guild seemed full of experts to ordinary players, in the eyes of superpowers, Zero Wing only had around 10 truly capable experts. How was Shi Feng going to fill the 50 remaining slots? Even if he could dispatch another 50 capable experts, it was impossible to capture a monster encampment with just 60 players. Phoenix Pavilion Master, you originally planned to capture only 1 encampment, right? You should know that the likelihood of capturing a second is quite low. Even if you allow Zero Wing to fight for the second encampment, I'm sure you won't suffer much loss. If you are still not sure, I can sign an agreement. If Zero Wing fails to secure the second encampment, we will pay 100,000 magic crystals. How about it? 11 Well, Improving Strength, Chapter 111, Improving Strength. Shi Feng's words stunned Phoenix Rain and Blue Phoenix. 100,000 magic crystals was not a small amount. Even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would not casually play with such a large amount. They never thought that Shi Feng would be so confident of capturing a monster encampment. However, even after watching Shi Feng for a long moment, neither of them saw any signs of anxiety. Shi Feng had remained extremely calm the entire time. After giving the matter some thought, Phoenix Rain said, "Since Guild Leader Black Flame is so confident, I will agree to your conditions." Big Sis Rain? Blue Phoenix could not help but turn to Phoenix Rain in shock. Setting aside Zero Wing's confidence in capturing a monster encampment, losing 60 slots would be a major problem for the Phoenix Pavilion. They only had 21 entry passes. After deducting Zero Wing's 60 players and the 60 players required to defend the ancient towers, they only had 90 remaining slots. Even if they were lucky and obtained another 3 passes in the next few days, attempting to capture a monster encampment with only 120 experts was risky. In the off chance that Zero Wing failed and their side was targeted by other guilds, it was possible that they might end up with nothing at all. If they followed their original plan, however, they could gain at least 1 monster encampment. Don't worry. I understand the risks. Phoenix Rain did not bother to explain herself to Blue Phoenix. She signed an agreement with Shi Feng. As long as Zero Wing captured a monster encampment and secured it until the end of the contest, Phoenix Rain would pay 100,000 magic crystals and 1 temporary guild transfer point on Thunder Island. After both sides signed the contract, Phoenix Rain left the lounge with Blue Phoenix. As they climbed into the advanced carriage, Blue Phoenix couldn't hold it in any longer. Big Sis Rain, isn't this move a little too risky? 9 Dragons Emperor's group is capable of taking at least 1 monster encampment down. If we end up with nothing, we won't have leverage against 9 Dragons Emperor. Phoenix Rain was clearly able to reach a draw with 9 Dragons Emperor, yet she had intentionally chosen a more dangerous path. This was completely different from how Phoenix Rain normally operated. Blue, what you're saying is correct. If we follow according to the original plan, we could end in a draw, Phoenix Rain said, chuckling. However, even if Black Flame hadn't suggested such a risky endeavor, when the time came, I would have split our forces to capture 2 monster encampments. I wonder if Black Flame suggested such a crazy plan because he predicted my intentions. In any case, I won't lose anything by agreeing to his proposal. On the contrary, Zero Wing will share the price of failure with us, but that price is more severe for them. Moreover, I am also very curious as to why Black Flame is so confident of taking down a monster encampment with just 60 Zero Wing members. Phoenix Rain's words rendered Blue Phoenix speechless. Phoenix Rain had made such a risky decision simply to sate her curiosity. How was she any different from Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame? In the quiet second-floor lounge in the Candlelight Trading Firm, shortly after Phoenix Rain left, 2 unparalleled beauties entered the room, confusion and helplessness filling their eyes as they gazed at Shi Feng. Guild leader, this is a battle between God's domain superpowers. Their strength is on an entirely different level. Aren't we taking too large of a risk for 100,000 magic crystals? Aqua Rose asked, her head aching. Before encountering the Secret Pavilion's simulation training system, she had assumed that there was only a small difference between first-rate guilds and super guilds. However, after training in the system for some time, she finally realized that super guilds were in an entirely different world. Of the Secret Pavilion's trainees currently in the simulation training system, a large number were already in the refinement realm. One could just imagine how many refinement realm experts the Secret Pavilion had, much less other super guilds. In comparison, excluding Shi Feng, Zero Wing only had 3 people in the refinement realm, Fire Dance, Violet Cloud, and Gentle Snow. While this might be a powerful force in first-rate guilds, this was a paltry amount in the eyes of super guilds. Of course, aside from combat standards, other factors also affected battles with other players such as combat experience, weapons, equipment, skills, and various tools. Why would super guilds' apex experts lack any of these? In the end, the battles would come down to combat standards. Gentle Snow nodded in agreement with Aqua Rose's views. Initially, she had been astonished. She had never imagined that not only did Zero Wing possess a close relationship with the Secret Pavilion, but even the dragon, Phoenix Pavilion's Pavilion Master, had traveled so far to seek the guild's aid. Superpowers upper echelons like these even looked down on the guild leaders of first-rate guilds. Although only a single rank separated the 2 guilds, interactions between them were unheard of. Someone of Phoenix Rain's rank making a personal visit to anything less than a super first-rate guild was practically a dream. Don't we have 7 days? Shi Feng shrugged nonchalantly. I just so happen to be free for the moment. I'll help you all train for a bit. Train? Really? Guild leader, you must keep your word, all right? Gentle Snow was confused. Aqua Rose, who stood beside her, however, rejoiced when she heard this. Every time Shi Feng took them out to grind monsters, not only would their levels rise rapidly, but if they were lucky, they would also get to upgrade their already excellent weapons and equipment. The guild's core members always hoped that Shi Feng would lead them. However, we can't have too many people this time. It is very dangerous where we are going. We'll take a team of 20 at most. I understand. Upon hearing Shi Feng's instructions, Aqua Rose immediately began to contact the other members. Since Shi Feng's goal was to help improve the guild's top combatants, she only contacted the top-ranking players within the guild. Among them were the 10 Asura Battle Team members and the top players from Gentle Snow's team, as well as Alluring Summer. Once they formed the 20-man team, Shi Feng led the team to White River City's teleportation hall, teleporting to the closest town to Ghost Forest Town near the Crying Ghost Ridge. Crying Ghost Ridge was a neutral map between the Black Dragon Empire and Star Moon Kingdom. Although Ghost Forest Town was a border town, it was void of players. The nearby maps were all level 60 and above. The monsters here were simply too high-leveled for current players. If one did not wield weapons or equipment that had the ignore level attribute, grinding here was impossible. Furthermore, monsters past level 50 underwent a qualitative transformation. Even level 50 common monsters were significantly stronger than level 45 elite monsters, much less level 60 monsters. It also took nearly 14 hours to reach the Crying Ghost Ridge from Ghost Forest Town on foot. Players simply had no reason to visit the town. However, when Shi Feng's team arrived in the town's teleportation hall, they discovered another team of players. Moreover, every player within this team was very high-leveled. They were all level 40 and above. Their weapons and equipment were also off the charts. Most frighteningly, these people were all independent players. The instant Shi Feng's group appeared, these players all shifted their gaze towards Shi Feng and his team. Their cold killing intent could be felt from over 100 yards away. 1112 Midnight Tea Party, Chapter 1112, Midnight Tea Party. Why would anyone else come here? A robust guardian knight carrying a round white shield on his back frowned when Shi Feng's group appeared in the teleportation array. Leader, could they be here for the Fallen Ark as well? A female cleric asked worriedly. A beautiful woman wearing luxurious purple robes looked towards Shi Feng's group of cloaked players and said nonchalantly, they shouldn't be. We rushed over here as soon as we received the message. Moreover, without the key, going there is useless. If they have any ill intentions, we can simply wipe them out. I guess you're right. If they wish to take action, we can use the opportunity to test our new weapons and equipment, another member said, laughing. Shi Feng was also surprised when he noticed the team a short distance away, chatting merrily. He hadn't expected to find other players here at this stage of the game. Guild leader, those players are really strong, Firedance commented when she saw the independent players, a hint of caution flashing in her eyes. Although the other party only had 20 players, from their movements and auras, Firedance could tell that these people's combat standards were very high. These players were no weaker than the apex experts she had previously encountered. And this team had 20 such experts. Normally, only super guilds were capable of forming such a team, yet these players were all independent. With such strength, why have I never heard these people's names before? Gentle Snow was similarly shocked. She had previously been a first-rate guild leader. Naturally, her information network was vast. She had also memorized most of the apex experts in God's domain. However, she had never seen such a powerful independent adventurer team. The most laughable part was that she didn't recognize a single player on that team. From what I can remember, the only adventurer team with this level of strength has to be Owl, the team that joined us in Titan City. When Aqua Rose saw this 20-man team, she could not help but recall Owl. In her opinion, Owl was one of the most powerful adventurer teams in God's domain. She had never imagined that she would encounter another team of such caliber. Guild leader, should we make their acquaintance? Independent teams were different from guilds. They might be able to recruit this adventurer team to Zero Wing. Even if they failed to do so, it wouldn't hurt to know such a powerful adventurer team. In the event that they needed more manpower in the future, they could request these independent players' help. After all, Apex experts were extremely rare in God's domain. Gentle Snow nodded in agreement. If they could recruit these players to Zero Wing, it would undoubtedly push the guild to a whole new level. They would also have more confidence in the contest on Thunder Island. Forget it. We have more important matters to deal with right now. We'll get acquainted with them if there is a chance in the future, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. While this adventurer team might be foreign to Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow, Shi Feng could not be more familiar with them. This adventurer team was the famous Midnight Tea Party. The team maintained a member count of 20 players. In terms of combat power, even super guilds feared them. However, as the Midnight Tea Party did not bother to claim territory of their own and refused to operate under anyone, the various super guilds had tried to recruit the team in the past. Unfortunately, no one ever succeeded. However, what surprised Shi Feng was that he found a familiar face among the group. Endless Scars. Shi Feng had never imagined that the once mythical existence would be a member of the Midnight Tea Party during God's domain's early stages. If the public had learned of this in the past, everyone would have been shocked. Although members that left the Midnight Tea Party had gone on to their own great achievements in the past, none of them had ever been as successful as Endless Scars. Ranking as the #1 player on the God's Domain experts list meant that Endless Scars had stood at the peak of God's Domain. Yet, when Shi Feng thought about how Endless Scars' status as one of the Blackwater Corporation's representatives, his head started to ache. The Blackwater Corporation's background was extraordinary. If Endless Scars joined Blackwater and became one of its leaders, he did not dare to imagine what kind of future awaited the guild. However, Shi Feng had never heard of Endless Scars joining Blackwater in the past. She had gone solo throughout her entire career in God's Domain, following which Shi Feng led his team into an NPC shop to stock up on food and beverages. He also had everyone check their inventory for potions and magic scrolls, and he handed these items out to anyone who needed them. After everyone rested, they rode their mounts to the neutral map Crying Ghost Ridge. The journey that typically required 14 hours only took Shi Feng and the others 4. Moreover, the group didn't encounter a single monster attack on their way, surprising them all. There were level 60+ monsters all over the place, and they were only level 40+ players. The massive level difference would allow monsters to detect them easily, yet none of the monsters attacked them during their journey. What these players did not know was that Shi Feng knew this terrain like the back of his hand. He knew which paths were safe and which were not. In reality, the 14-hour journey included the time players wasted in fights against the local monsters. If one did not have to fight, they could reach the Crying Ghost Ridge in 10 hours if they ran straight there. Stop for a minute. Before us lay the neutral map, Crying Ghost Ridge. As the team was about to enter the mountain path before them, Shi Feng halted his team. He then took a Tier 1 group invisibility scroll from his bag and said, "We'll complete the remaining journey on foot. Remember to follow me closely. The monsters here aren't like any you have encountered before. Even the level 60 common monsters here could reach the Trial Tower's 3rd floor. They have the combat standards to reach the Trial Tower's 3rd floor? Are they even monsters?" Blackie could not help his astonishment. When recruiting ordinary members, most large guilds only required players to reach the Trial Tower's 2nd floor. Though Zero Wing standards were slightly higher, with ordinary members needing to reach the 3rd floor, while elite members needed to reach the 4th floor. In other words, any random monster in the Crying Ghost Ridge was as strong as Zero Wing's elite members. However, monsters had much higher attributes than players. If both sides had the same combat standards, monsters could easily kill players. Everyone's relaxed expressions immediately vanished, and they began to move cautiously. At the same time, they were very curious about why Shi Feng had led them to such a dangerous location. Following which, Shi Feng activated the group invisibility scroll. As long as they did not attack or receive any attacks, they would remain invisible. The group invisibility scroll's only drawback was that it would reduce the affected player's movement speed to 80%, and its duration was only 10 minutes. Shortly after Shi Feng's team entered the Crying Ghost Ridge, another group of players arrived before the ridge on their horses. "There are too many monsters on the way here. We really are lucky that leader has the Beastmaster's breath as a deterrent. If that other team came this way, they would be stuck fighting those level 60 monsters for hours. By the time they got here, we'd already have the Fallen Ark." The Midnight Tea Party's members could not help but laugh. They had only braved the journey here because their team leader had the Beastmaster's breath. Otherwise, they would have waited until they reached level 50. Huh? Something's not right. Look at those hoofprints. When one of the rangers used his investigation skill, he discovered hoofprints around the mountain path's entrance. He was shocked. The prints look quite fresh, and there are a lot of them. What? Could it be the team we saw in town? Impossible. 1113. Foreign Races. Chapter 1113. Foreign Races. When the Midnight Tea Party's members noticed the hoofprints, their expressions grew tense. The Crying Ghost Ridge was a level 60 to level 75 map. To current players, this place was a forbidden land. If not for their interest in the Fallen Ark inside the ridge, they would not have bothered coming here at all. Even if they were trying to avoid contact with large guilds, they would only level and quest in level 55 or so maps. Why wouldn't they be surprised to find hoofprints from other mounted players? Breezewine, the Midnight Tea Party's leader, turned to T, a delicate, pretty assassin in white clothes, and ordered, "Wave, scout ahead, and see how many people they have and how far ahead they are." The assassin class was not only skilled in the art of assassination, these players were also talented trackers. If an assassin's tracking skill were a high enough level, they could even determine general information of the other party through their footprints. For example, the white-clothed assassin had leveled her tracking to Tier 1, level 9. At this stage of the game, an assassin with the skill at Tier 1, level 2 was already impressive. After all, it was not a commonly used skill, leave it to me. The pretty assassin called Netherworld Wave nodded. She then jumped off her massive avian mount and checked the hoofprints. As for the rest of the team, they also dismounted and sat to rest. Although they had ridden their mounts the whole way here, several hours of riding was a burden on their stamina. By sitting to rest, they could recover some of the lost stamina. There are 20 sets of prints. It should be a team of level 40 and above players. The prints are less than half an hour old. However, the team's trail disappears after reaching the path's entrance, Netherworld Wave reported. Even after searching for other clues, she could not find a reason for the sudden disappearance. Normally, only invisibility-type skills such as stealth produce such effects. However, why would a group of 20 assassins venture to the Crying Ghost Ridge? Although we don't know why these players are here, we should be careful. As a neutral map, there are plenty of foreign races in Crying Ghost Ridge. If the natives discover us, kill them immediately. If we can't kill them, run. Do not engage in a drawn-out battle, Breezewine instructed. Low-ranking mounts cannot hide their tracks, and my Beastmaster's breath is only effective against low-intelligence monsters. It won't be nearly as effective against the races here. From this point on, we'll advance on foot. Following which, the Midnight Tea Party stealthily entered the Crying Ghost Ridge. However, as the team traveled down the narrow mountain path leading into the Crying Ghost Ridge, they discovered a bewildering scene. The area, which had originally been covered with gravel, now looked like the surface of the moon. Craters and corpses of various races littered the ground. There were at least 300 dead scattered in the rubble. It looked like some Great War's forlorn battlefield. What happened here? The female cleric Cloud Yarn's jaw dropped, shock filling her gaze as she stared at 3 ogre corpses that were over 10 meters tall, their bodies bisected. Surrounding these 3 were hundreds of 3 and 5 meter tall ogres. Ogre Gladiator High Lord level 62, HP Your 119 200,000. Ogre Warrior, Special Elite, level 60 HP Your 119 Teaching, 16. Level 61 HP 03 million HP million OS 1000 liter. These ogres seem to have been here to ambush players. However, from the looks of it, the players who passed by earlier must have killed them, Netherworld Wave said as she handed some simple traps she had picked up to Breeze Wine. In God's domain, players weren't the only ones capable of setting traps. Monsters could do so as well. As for foreign races that had higher intelligence than monsters, setting traps was common. Though there were differences between the traps the various races set. For example, simple-minded races like ogres were only capable of setting very primitive traps. Perceptive players could easily avoid them. Just who are those players? Breezewine could not help his joy when he saw the ogre corpses. Among the hundreds of ogres, there were 3 level 62 ogre gladiators and over 30 ogre shamans, which were healers. Even their adventurer team would suffer casualties if they fought such a powerful force. However, he could not find a single trace of a player's resurrection on the battlefield. Thank goodness we arrived after those people. Otherwise, we would have had a hard battle, Cloud Yarn said, sighing in relief. Leader, I found the team's tracks. It seems like they're heading towards the Fallen Ark as well. Dark War, a ranger wielding a short bow, said as he pointed towards the dead forest ahead of them. This is interesting. Endless Scars smiled faintly as she examined the sword marks on the ogre gladiators. Leader, let's move out. If we waste too much time here, the monsters might respawn. All right, let's go, Breezewind said as he gestured with a hand. The team then followed the tracks. Meanwhile, deep in the Crying Ghost Ridge's dead forest, Shi Feng and the others faced off against an army of trolls. Wave after wave assaulted the team. Meanwhile, the troll shamans standing in the rear continuously healed the troll warriors and chieftain fighting on the front lines. Troll Warrior Elite, level 61, HP 60-50,000, 60-50,000 Troll Chieftain, Great Lord, level 63, HP 42,000, 1,000 Troll Shaman, Chieftain, level 62 HP 1,000 Troll Shaman, 1,000 Guild Leader. If they continue calling for reinforcements, we won't be able to hold them back. Kola, who held back the Troll Chieftain, shouted. The pressure was intense as he fought the Great Lord. He was only level 43. With a 20-level gap, even though he had an epic shield and the support skills of the demonic flame tiger, he felt as if his life were on a roller coaster. Every one of the Troll Chieftain's normal attacks dealt over 19,000 damage, while a skill would deal over 26,000. Meanwhile, he only had slightly over 35,000 HP. If not for the Cleric's Truth Shield and Oracle's protection on him, the Great Lord's skills would have killed him instantly. Wait a little longer. Turtledove and Wumian, try to lure as many troll warriors away from the chieftain as possible, Shi Feng unhurriedly instructed. Guild leader, there are too many trolls here. If any more join the fray, I'm afraid that we won't be able to deal with them. Gentle Snow felt her chest tighten as she watched more troll warriors join the battle. They could deal with their foes if the monsters were simply level 40 plus elites. However, these were level 60 plus elite monsters. Furthermore, aside from the abundant EXP, killing these monsters wasn't particularly profitable. The elite and chieftain ranked trolls they had already killed had only dropped silver coins and some materials. They hadn't even dropped a piece of mysterious iron equipment. Almost. Just hold on for a little while longer. Shi Feng did not bother to explain. God's Domain's neutral maps were home to various foreign races. Unlike humans, foreign races were very talented. Some were good with magic, some possessed unmeasured strength, some had acute 5 senses, and some were natural-born warriors. To put it simply, foreign races were much stronger than humans. During ancient times, humans had consistently ranked at the very bottom among the races in God's domain. Humans did not have an edge in combat. However, humans' intelligence was unmatched. The human race had only achieved the prosperity it enjoyed today by accumulating and passing on their knowledge from one generation to the next. Although humans were still no match for archaic species, they had become the 2 race on the continent of God's domain and occupied most of the continent's territories. There were 2 foreign races in Ghost Crying Ridge, ogres and trolls. While ogres wielded boundless strength, they lacked the intelligence to produce weapons that could maximize that strength. Trolls, on the other hand, were very smart. Normally, they would gather wood and stone to forge weapons for battle. Green ebony was among the wood these trolls harvested. Hence, when killing these trolls, there was a chance that green ebony would drop. Of course, players could also search the Crying Ghost Ridge for harvestable green ebony. However, the process was troublesome. Moreover, to Shi Feng and the others, Crying Ghost Ridge was still too dangerous to explore casually. There were many places that they couldn't reach yet. Thus, Shi Feng settled on killing trolls for the wood. In fact, he was specifically waiting for the Troll Chieftain to call for reinforcements so that he would have more troll warriors to kill. Troll warriors were only elite monsters. Their chances of dropping a rare material like green ebony were quite low. At the very least, they needed to kill chieftain-ranked trolls for a decent chance of obtaining green ebony. Guild leader, more trolls have arrived, Minor Wind reported, his expression twisting. Among the newcomers were 3 Lord-ranked trolls. 1114. Advanced Technique, Chapter 1114, Advanced Technique. As soon as Minor Wind finished his report, the team heard crashing from the nearby forest as one tree after another fell to the ground. Suddenly, 3 3-meter-tall figures jumped into the clearing. These 3 figures were black-skinned trolls clad in broken armor, each wielding a silver spear. Their blood-red eyes radiated an intense bloodlust. Roar! The instant the 3 black trolls noticed Shi Feng's group, they bellowed in rage. One of them even swung their spear at a nearby tree, felling the massive tree with a single attack. Even Shi Feng couldn't underestimate their incredible strength. Petrified Troll, Lord. Level 62 HP 8T200,000, 8 Neil Bowsen. Everyone on the team felt an immense pressure from the petrified trolls. If the trolls were merely level 40 lords, they could hold the monsters back. However, a level 62 lord was many times more powerful than a level 40. On their team, only their MTs could withstand an assault from one of these monsters. No one else could endure their attacks, much less pin them down. These level 62 lords possessed combat standards at the Trial Tower's 4th floor. These petrified trolls' attributes also dwarfed theirs. The same held true for speed. In addition, Lord-ranked monsters were generally resistant to control skills. If they could neither outrun nor control these monsters, just how were they supposed to fight against the petrified trolls? Shi Feng's expression was just as serious as the rest of his team. What rotten luck! It's even capable of summoning petrified trolls. The troll chieftain surprised Shi Feng. Unlike ordinary trolls, petrified trolls had petrification runes carved all over their bodies, which made their skin harder than even steel. They were also monstrously strong. They were famous for being difficult enemies. In the past, players that encountered these petrified trolls generally turned and fled. The 3 petrified trolls didn't give Shi Feng's team much time to react. Without hesitation, they pounced on Kola, who currently held back the troll chieftain. Why are they always targeting me? Glancing at the approaching petrified trolls, Kola activated his Tier 1 Protection Blessing in Last Stand, reducing all incoming damage by 50%, weakening any impact he received, and increasing his maximum HP by 40%. Instantly, his maximum HP rose to 49,530. Pung! Pung! 3 silver spears struck Kola's dragon scale shield one after another. For 6,707. First double years teen, 6,807. Following which, the troll chieftain brandished its massive red greatsword and slashed at Kola. Tier 3 skill, Storm Rage. Quickly adjusting his footwork, Kola lifted his shield just in time to block the attack coming from his side. Meanwhile, the distant violet cloud quickly cast a truth shield on the guardian knight. Boom. When the troll chieftain's greatsword crashed into the dragon scale shield, dazzling sparks flew as a loud boom resounded through the dead forest. Everyone felt the shockwave from the impact. As for Kola, numerous deep cuts ripped apart the ground around him. The truth shield on Kola shattered as the guardian knight was thrown, only stopping when he crashed into a large tree. The wood splintered upon impact. 119,678. What a powerful move. Everyone gasped at the power of the troll chieftain's attack. If not for Kola activating Protection Blessing and Last Stand beforehand, he would have died instantly. After witnessing this assault, the team finally understood that these trolls were far from ordinary. The trolls could actually coordinate their attacks. It was also obvious that the troll chieftain had already planned this, saving its ultimate move to deal a final blow. Unfortunately for the trolls, Kola was Zero Wing's #1 MT. He wore a Tier 1 set equipment and wielded the epic-ranked Dragon Scale Shield. In addition, he had 3 advanced mana armor kits equipped. After activating his life-saving skills, he was not that easy to instant kill. However, after receiving the 4 trolls combination attack, Kola had less than 10,000 HP remaining. Shi Feng took a Tier 2 magic scroll from his bag, unfurling it and reading the incantation within. Immediately, the dark blue magic scroll began to activate. 18 ice spears appeared around Shi Feng. He then controlled the frozen spears to attack the troll chieftain and the 3 petrified trolls. Tier 2 spell, Ice Wheel. Every one of the 18 ice spears was powerful. If they all hit their mark, even a great lord would suffer severe wounds. Go. However, Shi Feng did not simply use the 18 spears to attack the trolls. Instead, he executed Sword's Orbit with the spears. The 18 spears formed a beautiful star of ice and struck at the 4 trolls. Boom, 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 boom. The instant the spears met the trolls, a series of crashes echoed throughout the clearing. The trolls cried in agony. Guild leader, you're too good to me. You used a Tier 3 magic scroll to save me. Kola released a sigh of relief when he saw the 4 trolls being pushed back. The team's 4 healers hadn't recovered half of his HP yet. If he received another round of attacks, he would have no choice but to activate his final life-saving skill. Now that the 4 trolls had been forced back, he had room to breathe. Who are these people? A 20-man team is actually grinding monsters here. This is insane. That attack should have been from a tier 3 magic scroll, right? That is simply extravagant. While Shi Feng's team fought the trolls, the Midnight Tea Party watched the battle from above the distant forest. They were curious as they observed Shi Feng's team of 20 cloaked players in battle. No, that should have been an elementalist's tier 2 spell, Ice Wheel, Endless Scars said, shaking her head. She glanced at the petrified trolls, which had been forced back by over 20 yards, and the troll chieftain, which had taken 6 steps back, and said, "However, the magic scroll's user is very powerful. He managed to incorporate the spell with some kind of special technique, allowing the tier 2 Ice Wheel to display the might of a tier 3 spell. We're talking about a magic scroll. It is already extremely difficult to incorporate skills with combat techniques, not to mention enhancing a skill's power to such a degree. The assassin, Netherworld Wave, could not bring himself to believe Endless Scars. However, the latter was an elementalist and far more familiar with magic-type skills than himself. Moreover, in terms of combat techniques, Endless Scars was unmatched in their adventurer team. That person did incorporate a combat technique into Ice Wheel. However, his technique is so advanced that even I can't discern any clues on how he achieved it. Breeze Wine, the team's leader, said, confirming Endless Scars' claim. Among the experts I've encountered, that player can rank in the top 3. What? Is he even human? Cloudyarn could not help but blink as she stared at the distant Shi Feng. This was the first time she had heard their team leader praise someone to such a degree. At this moment, the ranger, Dark War, who had been paying attention to the battle, recaptured his teammates' attention. Look, that player is about to make a move. The Midnight Tea Party's players immediately returned their gazes to Shi Feng. Fire, coordinate with snow, and lure one of the petrified trolls away. Leave the remaining 2 to me, Shi Feng commanded. 11:15. Violent Team, Chapter 1115. Violent Team. As soon as Shi Feng finished speaking, Fire Dance and Gentle Snow exploded into action. Fire Dance immediately used shadow steps to appear behind one of the petrified trolls, which was over 20 yards away. With a 360-degree spin, she thrust 1,000 transformations through the petrified troll's armor, penetrating the lord's back. Backstab. A damage of 9,216 appeared above the petrified troll's head, and it screamed in agony. The troll spat a mouthful of fresh blood. Although the petrified troll tried to retaliate, Fire Dance quickly followed up with a light slash at its back, the sharp 1,000 transformations easily cutting through the petrified troll's body like a hot knife through butter. Not only did Fire Dance's Bisect inflict a 30-second bleeding debuff, but the Lord was also paralyzed, unable to fight for a short time. Following which, Fire Dance executed Absolute Strike, transforming into a streak of black light that lanced through the petrified troll. The instant she reformed on the other side of the troll, she thrust 1,000 transformations at the Lord's heart. 5-star Eviscerate. Immediately, the impact sent the petrified troll falling backward, 2 damages over 10,000 appearing above the Lord's head. The petrified troll had no defense against Fire Dance's assault whatsoever. The team was momentarily stunned by this scene. That was a level 62 Lord. Yet, Fire Dance had rendered it helpless. Moreover, she dealt such awe-inspiring damages to the Lord. Initially, the team had assumed that Shi Feng was pushing his luck when he had only sent Fire Dance and Gentle Snow to deal with the petrified troll. Now, however, it would seem that Fire Dance alone was more than enough for the job. Roar. As the heavily injured petrified troll got to its feet, it bellowed with rage. It swept its silver spear horizontally, covering a range of 10 yards. The powerful strength of its attack ripped apart the air, causing an explosion of force. In response, Gentle Snow executed charge and appeared before the petrified troll, protecting Fire Dance. Although the petrified troll was immune to her charge's fainted effect, the skill increased her attack speed and movement speed. She followed up by meeting the troll's spear with a cross slash. As an explosion shook the air, Gentle Snow was forced to take 3 steps back, a damage of over 2,000 appearing above her head, but she had driven back the petrified troll's spear. She blocked it? Everyone was stunned. She blocked it? No matter how I look at it, that monster's strength should be as high as a High Lord's of the same level, yet a single berserker blocked its attack and received so little damage in return? One of the Midnight Tea Party's muscular berserkers stared at Gentle Snow in shock. He was one of the top berserkers in the Midnight Tea Party, and even he did not think he could endure the petrified troll's attack as easily as Gentle Snow had. He even wore the complete Violent Will set, a level 45 dark gold set equipment for berserkers. What's so surprising? Rather, look at how powerful that assassin is. Although her attack seemed ordinary, she achieved a 90% or higher completion rate with every skill she used. Her Bisect and Eviscerate's completion rates should be nearly 95%, Netherworld Wave said. Although Gentle Snow's ability to withstand the petrified troll's attack had surprised him as well, as an assassin, he understood exactly how powerful Fire Dance was. Big Sis Endless, who do you think these people are? They're all as strong as monsters, the female cleric Cloudyarn asked Endless Scars curiously. Among their team members, Endless Scars had the most powerful information network. They're all wearing black cloaks. With their information hidden, even I have no way of determining their identities. However, there are not many experts at this level in God's domain. Although I know of a few, none of their actions or behavior match these people, Endless Scars said, shaking her head. However, what the members of the Midnight Tea Party did not know was that while level 62 lords might be difficult to deal with for other experts, Fire Dance and Gentle Snow were not among them. After all, one of them wielded the fragmented legendary ranked 1000 transformations, while the other wore the fragmented legendary ranked 7 luminaries battle armor. With these godly items, how could they not be capable of injuring a level 62 lord? As the Midnight Tea Party conversed quietly, Shi Feng launched his own assault. He activated Dragon's Authority, inflicting the fear debuff on all enemies within a 50-yard radius and reducing their attack power, attack speed, and movement speed by 40% for 1 minute. Although the skill couldn't reduce the petrified troll's movement speed, it could slightly reduce their attack power and attack speed. Moreover, the skill affected all nearby trolls, making it much easier for his other team members to fight these monsters. Shi Feng then activated the Aura of Wind, increasing his movement speed and attack speed significantly. He executed Windblade and appeared before the 2 petrified trolls before executing Sword's Orbit, blue starlight wrapping around his body. As the starlight bloomed, not only did he force the 2 petrified trolls back, but a bloody gash also appeared across their bodies as a frightening damage appeared above both of their heads. First 13,489. 27,444. Shi Feng didn't receive any damage. Angry Tyrant's effects sure are frightening. As expected from excellent epic equipment, Shi Feng was quite satisfied as he looked at the delicate bracers around his wrists. Dark red runes faintly shone on the bracers. The Angry Tyrant's strength bonus was above average even among epic items. When its passive skill, Angry Blow, took effect, it pushed his combat power to a whole new level. If not for these epic bracers, he would not have decided to confront the 2 lords directly, opting for a safer approach instead. Although the petrified trolls possessed high defense and strength, they were slower than ordinary lords of the same level. Even a tier 2, level 50 assassin could easily outmaneuver a petrified troll, not to mention Shi Feng, an expert with 5 epic items and a fragmented legendary item. Infuriated, the 2 petrified trolls howled. A blood-red haze then appeared around their spears. This move was none other than the petrified troll's tier 2 skill, Blood Sacrificial Sphere. It was a weapon-enhancing skill that doubled their weapon's attack power for 10 seconds and increased their attack speed by 30%. As numerous streaks of red light stabbed at Shi Feng, the latter activated Flame Burst. The Abyssal Blade and Killing Ray both released blinding lights, illuminating the gloomy forest. Sword's Orbit, boom, 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 a series of clangs rang out. Pained screams followed. The 3-meter-tall petrified trolls transformed into 2 massive fireballs as the attack sent them flying. They crashed through numerous trees before they finally fell to the ground. Everyone involuntarily shivered when they saw the 2 monsters' bodies. Meanwhile, the 2 lords' HP bars shrank by a small chunk. 134,858. Firsting 5,047. 35,047. If not for Fire Dance and Gentle Snow still struggling with the other petrified troll, they would have doubted that the 2 monsters on the ground were actually petrified trolls. Prioritize killing the other petrified troll. Blackie, Aqua, Summer, prepare your large-scale destruction spells, Shi Feng commanded immediately after throwing his 2 opponents. Now that no more trolls had joined the battle, they no longer needed to hold back. After clearing out the elite-ranked trolls, they could deal with the petrified trolls more quickly. Blackie and the others nodded and began chanting their spells' incantations. Time flew by. When the 3 of them finished chanting, gather the monsters around the troll chieftain. Blackie, use Guardian of Light on Kola. Under Shi Feng's command, the team gathered around the troll chieftain. Kola activated Dragon Scale Body, increasing his defense by 200%, HP by 300%, and recovery by 500% for 30 seconds. With Guardian of Light's effects, it was practically impossible for the trolls to kill him. Seal. When Shi Feng saw that most of the monsters had been herded, he activated Skywheel Sword and limited the monsters' movement. Attack. Immediately, 3 large-scale destruction spells descended on the trolls. As for Shi Feng, he switched the Aura of Wind for the Aura of Fire and activated Firestorm. Thunder and fire bombarded the monsters. By the time the spells ended, all elite-ranked trolls were dead. Even the chieftain-ranked troll shamans had less than half their HPs remaining. 11-6 Quadruple Jackbow, Chapter 11-16, Quadruple Jackpot. There had been over 500 elite-ranked trolls on the battlefield. When they all died, a golden glow enveloped everyone on the team as they all leveled up. What astonishing leveling speed! Gentle Snow was flabbergasted as she watched her experience bar rise. When she had left White River City, she was only at 74% of level 41. To bridge the gap and reach level 42, she needed to grind for at least another full day or so, yet she had risen to level 40 shortly after entering the Crying Ghost Ridge. With this leveling speed, it was definitely possible to reach level 43 by the next day. After players reached level 40, it was practically impossible to level up once a day. No one would believe this. However, although the team had killed plenty of troll warriors, the loot was pitiful to say the least. Aside from some copper and silver coins, the 500 or so elite monsters only dropped some raw materials. Only 5 weapons and pieces of equipment dropped. Among them, 4 were level 60 common items, while the last was a piece of level 60 bronze equipment. However, Shi Feng was not surprised. After reaching level 50, the drop rate for weapons and equipment decreased drastically. Only chieftain or above-ranked monsters had a slightly higher chance of dropping such items. This drop rate reduction occurred because players could begin challenging their Tier 2 class promotions after reaching level 50. After obtaining their Tier 2 class, killing elite monsters was as easy as taking candy from a baby. Tier 2 experts could solo chieftains and even give lords a run for their money. Generally, 2 or 3 Tier 2 experts working together could easily take down a lord of the same level. Naturally, the system wouldn't give players high-level weapons and equipment so easily. Hence, past level 50, 6-man party dungeons, even in normal mode, usually had lords as the final boss. Moreover, these bosses had extremely powerful AoE skills. One mistake could easily lead to a party wipe. The same held true for Tier 2 experts. Adventurer teams and workshops that wanted to make money by selling weapons and equipment generally needed to deal with chieftains of the same level. If they wished to grind for mysterious iron equipment, at the very least, they had to deal with lord-ranked monsters. This resulted in the rise in popularity for lifestyle classes capable of producing weapons and equipment. Of course, the system also restricted such lifestyle classes by significantly increasing the production costs of weapons and equipment that were level 50 and above. As a result, even bronze weapons and equipment required many rare materials. This greatly limited the number of weapons and equipment lifestyle players could produce and protected the market from oversaturation. This team is simply ridiculous. They have 4 people capable of using large-scale destruction. Spells in a 20-man team. Even our adventurer team only has 2 people with such spells. Is that swordsman an NPC? He can actually overwhelm 2 level 62 lords. Shi Feng's performance had astonished the Midnight Tea Party's members. However, they weren't shocked because Shi Feng had fought 2 level 60+ lords by himself. After all, they were capable of that themselves. What truly shocked them was the overwhelming strength Shi Feng had displayed. The swordsman had managed to suppress the petrified trolls through brute force. Turtledove helped tank the petrified troll on Fire's side. Wumian, lure one away from me. Everyone else, prioritize killing the troll shamans, Shi Feng ordered after sweeping a glance over the troll shamans who had less than half their HPs remaining. Kola, start running. Lure the troll chieftain as far away from here as possible. Don't give the shamans any chance to heal the chieftain. Understood. Kola immediately dashed in the opposite direction of the troll shamans. Seeing this, the troll chieftain chased after the escaping guardian knight. When the troll chieftain moved, the troll shamans had no choice but to follow their leader. However, they couldn't cast their heals while moving. As a result, the troll shamans couldn't heal the troll chieftain. Meanwhile, the other members on Shi Feng's team begun to bombard the troll shamans. After a few moments, the troll shamans collapsed one after another, becoming EXP for Shi Feng's team. Without the shamans' heals, the petrified trolls became a lot easier to deal with. Don't kill the petrified trolls, leave them at 5% HP. Shi Feng warned his teammates when he noticed Turtledove's petrified troll only had 10% of its HP remaining. The petrified trolls were lords. Although the chances of them dropping green ebony were high, simply killing them would be a waste. After all, he had Icarus's heart on him. If he killed the lords, the chances of them dropping green ebony would be a lot higher. Although no one understood what Shi Feng intended to do, they followed his commands. When Turtledove's petrified troll had 5% HP remaining, the team halted their attacks and shifted their focus to Ye Wumian's troll. Under the violent bombardment, it only took 5 minutes for all 3 petrified trolls to reach 5% of their total HP. Guild leader, can we kill them now? Aqua Rose asked. While their team's firepower was indeed fierce, keeping all 3 petrified trolls alive placed an extremely heavy burden on their team's healers. Moreover, after such a long battle, their healers only had 30% of their mana remaining. On the other hand, the troll chieftain had most of its HP remaining. If they delayed the petrified trolls' deaths, their healers would not last. 30% mana remaining, we could give it a try. Shi Feng calculated some factors as he glanced at the troll chieftain's HP and the healer's mana. He then said through the team chat, healers, use your intermediate mana recovery potions. Fire, take this petrified troll over for me. Remember, keep the petrified trolls at least 50 yards away from the troll chieftain. Everyone else, focus your fire on the chieftain. Saying so, Shi Feng activated Silent Steps and appeared behind the troll chieftain. He then executed Thundering Flash. 5 blue lightning streaks devoured the Great Lord, causing damages of around 7,000 to appear above its head. In terms of defense, the troll chieftain was even stronger than the petrified trolls. However, after receiving the damage amplification debuff from Thundering Flash, the team's damage was slightly higher. Divine Providence had a 30-minute cooldown. Shi Feng did not want to waste it. Although the Troll Chieftain was a great lord, it only had 40 million HP. It also had only 3 main damage skills. Among them, one was the Tier 3 skill, Storm Rage. The second one was Death Curse. It was a spell that was guaranteed to kill one player if it landed. However, this spell could be dodged, and players would be fine so long as the spell missed them. The last was an AoE skill called Whirlwind of Death. When activated, this skill would decrease the attack speed and movement speed of all enemies within 100 yards by 50%. Moreover, players would receive one death debuff every 10 seconds, each debuff increasing the damage they received by 10%. The Troll Chieftain would only activate this skill when its HP fell to 30%. Many teams had fallen under the Troll Chieftain's greatsword in the past due to Whirlwind of Death. To put it simply, once Whirlwind of Death activated, it would become a competition of damage against the Troll Chieftain. However, Shi Feng was not worried. After all, their team's firepower was off the charts. As the battle with the Troll Chieftain continued, Cola's HP continuously increased and decreased. Every time the Troll Chieftain used Storm Rage, Shi Feng landed a full-powered blow to one of the Great Lord's joints, disrupting Storm Rage's trajectory slightly. This small deviation provided Cola with enough space to dodge the attack, preventing his HP from dropping to a critical level and increasing the burden on the healers. As for the Troll Chieftain's Death Curse, Shi Feng warned his teammates to avoid the Great Lord's front when he noticed the boss activating the spell. As the Troll Chieftain channeled Death Curse through its eyes, one simply needed to avoid standing before the Great Lord and wait out the spell's 5-second duration. Ordinary players might find it difficult to avoid this spell, but these players were experts. As long as Shi Feng notified them in time, they could dodge the spell with little to no trouble. When the Troll Chieftain only had 30% HP remaining, it roared with fury. "Despicable humans, know our wrath," the Troll Chieftain shouted. It then spun its greatsword at the sky. A black storm instantly formed, covering the battlefield and enveloping Zero Wings players. Finally, Shi Feng had long since grown impatient. He activated Phantom Kill and 9 Dragons Slash. Don't hold back, throw everything you've got at it. With the addition of Shi Feng's doppelganger and the 12 Abyssal Blade Phantoms, the team's damage output instantly soared. The other team members similarly activated their Sure Kill skills. The Troll Chieftain's HP rapidly decreased. It lost over 200,000 HP every second. In the end, when it only had 1% HP remaining, Shi Feng activated Divine Providence and Thunder God's Descent. Both he and his doppelganger then activated Flame Burst and went on to attack the Troll Chieftain before assaulting the 3 petrified trolls. As the 4 trolls died, 4 golden balls of light lifted from their corpses and flew into the air. Following which, the golden balls burst and transformed into streams of light that rained on the battlefield. Everyone was rendered speechless. These players had seen something like this before. This scene occurred when they triggered a jackpot. The Midnight Tea Party's members were also dumbfounded. Quadruple jackpots. This was utterly ridiculous. 11.117, Godly Skill, Chapter 11.17, Godly Skill after the Troll Chieftain and 3 petrified trolls died. A golden glow once again encased several players on the team. Killing lords and great lords of a higher level definitely yielded far more EXP than killing elite monsters of a higher level. Among those who leveled up, Aqua Rose, Fire Dance, and Violet Cloud finally reached level 45, while Cola, Turtledove, Ye Wumian, Minor Wind, and Shadow Sword rose to level 44. In the Black Dragon Empire, they could all rank within the top 10 on the Empire's ranking list. Currently, the Empire's number 1 player was only level 42, and still quite a distance away from level 43. However, the team was more concerned with the loot before them. This was the first time any of them had seen 4 bosses simultaneously drop jackpots. There were too many items on the ground for them to keep count. This is insane. There should be at least 100 items here. Blackie gaped at the items on the ground. Previously, despite killing so many elite monsters, they had only obtained a few decent items. However, practically every item among the 4 bosses' drops looked decent or better. Guild Leader, your luck is simply amazing. In the future, you must join us during the large-scale team dungeon raids. We'll probably get more during a single trip with you than 5 or 6 trips by ourselves. Aqua Rose could not help but look at Shi Feng, her eyes shining. It was fairly obvious that, by the look on her face, she wanted to drag Shi Feng into a dungeon raid every day. The rest of the team expressed their agreement. With that kind of ridiculous luck, it would be a waste not to have Shi Feng raid dungeons. Alright, tidy up the loot first. We'll have plenty of opportunities to raid large-scale team dungeons afterward. Shi Feng could not help but chuckle and shake his head in response to everyone's expectant gazes. He had no choice but to offer an empty promise. For now, he had no intentions of revealing Icarus's heart. After all, this godly tool was simply too important to a guild. The necklace could even upgrade a lifestyle player to master rank. Following which, everyone began to collect the loot. They had an extraordinarily abundant harvest this time. The 4 bosses had dropped a total of 115 items, with 96 raw materials. Among the raw materials, 22 were green ebony, which surprised Shi Feng. Generally, Lord Rank Trolls only dropped 1 green ebony when killed, or 2 logs if one were lucky. As for Great Lords, they usually dropped 3 logs. Crafting a single advanced transport carriage only required 15 logs. If they obtained another 8 logs, they could produce a second transport carriage. If they had 2 advanced transport carriages, he would have the foundation to start new trade routes to Stone Forest Town. Although the 2 carriages couldn't carry a lot of players, they could increase Stoneforest Town's popularity among NPCs. He could also earn quite a sum in transportation fees. After organizing the materials, Shi Feng began to appraise the remaining items. In God's Domain, after reaching level 50, players would have to appraise the items monsters dropped if they wanted to know exactly what they had obtained. This added yet another expenditure for many players. Because of this, many players in the past had pursued the appraiser lifestyle class. This way, they could save money on appraisal fees. Of course, players who picked up the appraiser class for this reason could only appraise low-rank items such as bronze or mysterious, iron rank. For secret silver rank, one needed to become an intermediate appraiser. However, becoming an intermediate appraiser was extremely difficult. One generally needed a guild support to do so. Without the full support of a large guild, it was practically impossible to become an advanced appraiser. To become an intermediate appraiser, one needed to appraise 20,000 mysterious iron items. As items of mysterious iron rank were not extremely rare, some workshops or adventurer teams could afford to nurture one. Unfortunately, they had no hope of nurturing an advanced appraiser. This was due to the basic requirement of appraising 50,000 fine gold items. Even top-tier workshops and adventurer teams could not obtain so many fine gold items above level 50. Only large guilds had any chance of achieving this. Meanwhile, nurturing advanced appraisers was a benefit to a guild. In the past, guilds had normally only charged their members a quarter of NPCs' appraisal fees, while non-guild members paid 3/4 of NPC prices. By doing so, guilds could make a fortune. NPC price for appraising a dark gold item was around 10 gold. For excellent dark gold items, the price was even higher. Even if guilds charged a lower appraisal fee, with how many players there were in a guild, it would not be unusual to appraise several thousand items. Including the appraisal fees from non-guild players, a guild could easily make 200 or 300 gold a day. In the past, small guilds with only thousands of members dreamed of this kind of pure profit. Although Zero Wing still did not have any advanced appraisers, Shi Feng possessed the omniscient eyes. Not only was the skill a very advanced identification skill, but it also served as an advanced appraisal skill. After a short moment, Shi Feng finished appraising the remaining 19 items. What? Basic soul return actually dropped? Shi Feng shouted in surprise after appraising the ordinary-looking skill book. Basic soul return? Doesn't that skill allow one to resurrect other players while in battle? Gentle Snow asked in shock. What? Guild leader, did it really drop? Aqua Rose looked at Shi Feng excitedly, afraid that Shi Feng was joking. Resurrection during combat would be a godly skill in dungeons. In dungeons, it wasn't uncommon for bosses to instant kill MTs due to mistakes. When such situations occurred, the entire team would die with the MT. However, if a team had basic soul return, they could resurrect the MT and continue the raid. This skill would undoubtedly reduce the unnecessary team wipes in dungeons. Take a look yourself, Shi Feng said, nodding. He then shared the skill's information in the team chat. Basic soul return resurrects one player while in combat. Player resurrected will only recover 30% HP and 20% mana. Their death penalty will be halved. Cooldown, 30 minutes class restriction, cleric, druid, and oracle. After everyone read the skill's introduction, excitement illuminated their expressions. What a godly skill. Previously, these players had only heard of skills that could resurrect players during battle. Now, not only was one such skill before them, but it could also reduce the death penalty. It was very common for players to die and lose a level when fighting a field boss. If they could reduce their death penalty by half and only lose 50% EXP, they could save plenty of time. What a pity. It would be great if the death penalty reduction were slightly higher, Cola said. Whether it was raiding dungeons or killing field bosses, MTs were the most susceptible to death, following which Shi Feng shared the information for the remaining loot. The items were mostly level 60 weapons and equipment, with the best being secret silver rank. However, none of them could compare to basic soul return skill. Guild leader, should we search for another troll encampment? Minor Wind asked. Even after observing their surroundings for some time, he did not notice any signs of incoming monsters. It was likely that they had cleared out all of the nearby trolls. If they wanted to kill more, they would have to grind elsewhere. First, we need to greet our friends hiding in the distance, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. He then turned to the dead forest on his left, shouting, "You've been watching for quite some time now. Why don't you come out and meet us?" 11:18. Reuniting with the Tea Party. Chapter 1118. Reuniting with the Tea Party. Due to the quiet of the surrounding forest, the Midnight Tea Party's members heard Shi Feng loud and clear. "Leader, we've been discovered. What should we do?" Cloud Yarn asked somewhat anxiously. It wasn't unusual to encounter other players in the fields. However, this situation was somewhat different. This was because they bore the suspicion of banditry. Shi Feng's team had just finished killing multiple bosses. Although they had already obtained the loot, the items would remain ownerless for the next 2 hours. As long as they were killed, the loot was guaranteed to drop. Cloud Yarn did not doubt that Shi Feng's team would be merciless to anyone who attempted to rob them. It wouldn't have been a major issue if Shi Feng's team were only comprised of ordinary experts. However, based on the miraculous feats she had witnessed, Shi Feng's team was most likely just as strong as theirs. If it really came down to a fight, the outcome wouldn't be pretty. Guild leader, could that guy be trying to trick us into revealing ourselves? We're so far away, how could he possibly discover us? Moreover, we're using isolation scrolls right now. If I were in his shoes, I wouldn't be able to discover us even with detection. How could a swordsman like him detect us? The Ranger, Dark War, said. Among the many classes in God's domain, the Ranger had the strongest perception abilities, with both active and passive skills. Rangers were usually a team's eyes. Although the swordsman class was also an agility-type class, it was not even a match for assassins, much less rangers. The rest of the adventurer team agreed with Dark War's words. Not only were their teams separated by such a massive distance, but the player that had called them out wasn't even a ranger. Moreover, they were also under an isolation scroll's effects. Shi Feng might have shouted to see whether or not there were nearby players waiting to ambush his team. I don't think so. He's looking directly at us. Moreover, this is the Crying Ghost Ridge. This area is too dangerous for ordinary players, Endless Scars said confidently as she watched Shi Feng, who stared straight at them. Big sis Endless, what should we do? Should we just go over there? Cloud Yarn asked. What if those people misunderstand our intentions? Yarn, what are you afraid of? At most, we'll have to fight them. We'll see who regrets their actions in the end, Netherworld said, wearing an eager expression. As an independent adventurer, his favorite hobby was to push his limits. Watching Fire Dance's performance had excited his will to fight. Wave is right. We're the Midnight Tea Party. Since when have we feared other players? Also, they've just finished an intense battle. They must have exhausted most of their abilities. If it really came down to a fight, they would be the suffering team. The other team members shared similar thoughts. All right, enough. Let's go over and introduce ourselves. As for a fight breaking out, I don't believe that it's likely. Those players aren't fools. They should have noticed our presence long ago. Since we didn't try to attack them during a crucial moment, they should realize that we carry no ill will, Breeze Wine, the team's leader, explained. He then approached Shi Feng's team. Giving the matter some thought, the Midnight Tea Party's members saw the reason in their leader's words. They then followed Breeze Wine. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng announced the other team's presence, the rest of Zero Wing's members followed his gaze. However, none of them noticed the silhouette or presence of other players. Snow, do you think the guild leader is being overly sensitive? Zhao Yuru asked softly after failing to find anybody in the forest ahead. Overly sensitive? Gentle Snow considered the possibility. After all, they had just finished a difficult battle. Even the best failed sometimes. They were also in a dangerous neutral map. A mistake wouldn't be unusual. However, as such thoughts began to sweep through the team, a blurry figure appeared from the dark forest ahead. Shortly after, more figures appeared. Zhao Yuru's jaw dropped as she turned to Shi Feng in astonishment. Not only was the other party so far away, but they had also used isolation scrolls, yet Shi Feng still noticed them. Did he have the eyes of a hawk or something? However, the team did not know that Shi Feng's agility attribute had long since broken past the threshold of Tier 1 players, 1,500 points, and reached the realm of Tier 2 players. As a result, he gained the passive skill, Basic Perception. The passive skill greatly enhanced his 5 senses. As a result, he could see and hear further and clearer. To Shi Feng, an ordinary magic scroll like the isolation scroll was useless. He had noticed them when the Midnight Tea Party had hidden among the trees. However, the team didn't have much time to spend in a daze. The new arrivals were none other than the powerful independent adventurer team they had encountered in Ghost Forest Town. If they were not careful, they would suffer. Hello, I am Breeze Wine, the leader of the adventurer team Midnight Tea Party. We have no ill intentions. We just happened to come across your team as we were passing by. Breeze Wine took the initiative to explain. I understand. If you guys had any hostile will, you would have taken action as we were about to kill the bosses, Shi Feng calmly stated. Moreover, we've already met in Ghost Forest Town. Ghost Forest Town? Are you guys that masked team? Breeze Wine stared at Shi Feng in shock. In God's domain, many adventurer teams wore black cloaks to hide their identities. Hence, he hadn't humored the thought that Shi Feng and the others could be the team he had come across in Ghost Forest Town. After all, his team had the Beastmaster's breath, which had allowed them to reach Crying Ghost Ridge unhindered. Any other team would have been harassed by the level 60 monsters and wouldn't be a match for their adventurer team's speed, yet now, not only had Shi Feng's team reached the ridge ahead of them, but they had also killed 2 groups of foreign races. Breezewine could not begin to fathom how Shi Feng and the others managed this. The other Midnight Tea Party members were similarly surprised. A serious curiosity filled Breezewine's expression as he looked at Shi Feng and the other Zero Wing members. Are you guys also here for a quest? Shi Feng asked without hesitation. Players generally kept quiet about their high-level quests. This was especially true for quests in neutral maps. On the off chance that one attracts unwanted attention, they could suffer significant losses. Hence, when encountering strangers in the fields, one usually avoided mentioning quests to avoid suspicion. In Shi Feng's opinion, however, such wariness was unnecessary here. Only a fool would believe that players in a neutral map weren't pursuing some quest. Moreover, by taking the initiative to admit that they were also here for a quest, he could avoid appearing suspicious himself and hide the fact that they were here to grind green ebony. Upon hearing Shi Feng's straightforward question, Breezewine could not help but laugh and admitted, "That's right, our adventurer team is here to complete a quest. Are you, perhaps, interested? If you help us complete the quest, we will give you 3 pieces of level 45 dark gold equipment as a thank you gift. Leader?" Dark War and the others turned to Breezewine in confusion. They had spent over half a month to obtain this quest, yet Breezewine had just invited a bunch of strangers to help them. Moreover, these strangers were experts whose strength could rival their own. This was simply too risky. 1119, Fallen Ark. Chapter 1119, Fallen Ark. Just as the Midnight Tea Party's members waited for their leader's answer, Breezewine's offer had also stunned Shi Feng's team. The man had actually offered 3 pieces of level 45 dark gold equipment right off the bat. At this stage of the game, even first-rate guilds' top-tier experts only wore level 40 dark gold equipment. Level 45 dark gold equipment was simply too difficult to obtain. Normally, one only encountered such items by killing field bosses or completing quests. After all, the various large guilds were still amassing equipment from level 40 large-scale team dungeons. They still did not have good enough equipment to raid level 45 large-scale team dungeons. If put up for auction, level 45 dark gold equipment could sell for at least 200 gold. If it were an excellent piece of dark gold equipment, selling for even 500 gold wouldn't be surprising. 3 pieces of dark gold equipment was easily worth 1,000 gold. Presented with such an offer, even large guilds would be willing to give everything they had to help. "Thank you for the offer, Team Leader Breeze, but we have other matters that we need to attend to, so we cannot accept your offer." Shi Feng rejected the offer without so much as a thought. Although 3 pieces of level 45 dark gold equipment were quite valuable, it wasn't what Zero Wing needed the most right now. The green ebony they were after would affect Stone Forest Town's prosperity. The wood was arguably their top priority. Shi Feng's outright rejection stunned the Midnight Tea Party. Even super guilds wouldn't casually reject a 1,000 gold offer, yet Shi Feng hadn't hesitated in the least. Dark War and the others, who had been opposed to the idea of Shi Feng's team joining them, were somewhat annoyed. Their Midnight Tea Party had never asked for help before, yet in their first attempt, their offer had been tossed aside like garbage. Why wouldn't they be frustrated? Meanwhile, Endless Scars, who stood to a side, looked at Shi Feng. Smiling, she said, "Truthfully, we don't need much help with our quest. We simply hope that you will help us fend off any monsters while we activate a magic array. We won't take up much of your time. 1 hour should be more than enough. If you feel that 3 pieces of level 45 dark gold equipment aren't enough, we can pay 4,000 magic crystals instead. What do you think?" Big Sis Endless? Cloud Yarn's pretty eyes widened as she stared at Endless Scars in astonishment. Their leader's invitation was understandable as the man wanted to befriend Shi Feng's team. However, she had never imagined that Endless Scars would also make an offer. Moreover, Endless Scars was offering magic crystals. Magic crystal was the current mainstream currency among God's Domain's experts because magic crystals allowed players to enter the Divine Colosseum's trial tower. There were many other uses for magic crystals as well. It was easy to trade magic crystals for coins, but the same was not true for the reverse. As for weapons and equipment, if an expert had no need for them, they didn't have much value to said expert. Hence, Apex experts were more willing to act for magic crystals than anything else. 1 hour for 4,000 magic crystals? Miss Endless, your proposal is impossible to refuse. Endless Scars' wealth momentarily stunned Shi Feng. Not long ago, Phoenix Rain had offered to hire 10 of Zero Wing's players for an entire day for 5,000 magic crystals. Even then, he was impressed by the woman's wealth. If it were up to him, he'd never pay such a high price. Only now did he understood that there was always someone better in this world. However, when he thought about how the Blackwater Corporation backed Endless Scars, spending 4,000 magic crystals wouldn't be much of an issue for her. Let's sign a contract right away then. The smile on Endless Scars' face grew even more charming when she heard Shi Feng's answer, following which Shi Feng signed a contract with Breezewine. The system contract was assurance for both parties involved. Aside from players who were unwilling to spend 5 silver coins on the contract, players at this stage of the game generally signed one when working together. After signing the contract, Shi Feng and his team followed Midnight Tea Party's members as they carefully proceeded down a gravel path through the dead forest. Leader, Endless, what are you two thinking? The quest is dangerous enough already, yet you just invited a team that we know nothing about. What if they harbor some hostility once we complete the quest? Wouldn't we suffer a massive loss? Dark War asked, displeased as he eyed Shi Feng and the others. This quest was extraordinary. It was the most difficult quest the Midnight Tea Party had ever undertaken. Although it was not a legendary quest, it could be considered a pseudo-legendary quest. It was very likely that they could acquire a fragmented legendary item during this quest. Not even super guilds had a fragmented legendary item. If Shi Feng and his team discovered this, it would be a miracle if they did not outright betray them. The other Midnight Tea Party members supported Dark War's opinions. They could not understand why these two people, who were usually the most level-headed on their team, would make such an irrational decision about something so important. Ignoring the complaints, Endless Scars turned to Breeze Wine. Smiling, she asked, "Leader, do you want to say it, or should I? Fine, I'll say it then." Breeze Wine shook his head and laughed. "Although you know that our quest is incredibly difficult, you guys don't know exactly how difficult. Based on Endless's and my estimates, our chances of success is less than 30%. Opening the entrance will be the most difficult part of our quest." Opening the entrance? The team was confused. That's right. Although we have the key to unlock the Fallen Ark, when we begin the process, it will alert the Ark's guards. Based on the information Endless and I uncovered, there should be 5 guards, one of which is a Grand Lord, while the remaining 4 are Great Lords. With our current manpower, it will be too difficult to maintain the magic array while dealing with 1 Grand Lord and 4 Great Lords. Originally, Endless and I had planned to use 2 of the Tier 3 summoning scrolls our team obtained. Now, however, plans have changed. With these experts' help, our chances of success will rise to 50%, Breezewine explained. Moreover, befriending these experts isn't necessarily a bad thing. We might even get to cooperate with them during high-difficulty quests in the future. Realization dawned when these players heard Breezewine's explanation. It was no wonder why Endless Scars had offered such an exorbitant price to Shi Feng's team. As everyone conversed in hushed tones, Breezewine had led them to a large canyon dotted with green hills and blue water. The canyon looked as if some giant sword had split the large mountain in half. Each side of the canyon radiated a powerful pressure that scared the monsters in Crying Ghost Ridge away. "Isn't this the Fallen Ark's location?" Shock colored Shi Feng's face when he saw this scene. Is the Midnight Tea Party's quest related to the Fallen Ark? In his previous life, the Fallen Ark had been extremely famous in God's domain. It was also the Crying Ghost Ridge's greatest secret. It was rumored that the Fallen Ark had been one of the ultimate weapons in the Great Ancient War. Even gods would perish under one of the Ark's attacks. However, the Ark had been destroyed during the war and had fallen in Crying Ghost Ridge. Because of the Ark's magic, the mana flow in the ridge was quite abnormal, making the area inhospitable for humans. Hence, various foreign races had occupied the Crying Ghost Ridge instead. 1120 Special Lifeform, Chapter 120 Special Lifeform. Special Lifeform. As Shi Feng recalled information on the Fallen Ark, Breezewine slowly approached the canyon's entrance and carefully took a 16-sided orange crystal from his bag. As soon as he revealed the orange crystal, an invisible aura pulsed from the item. Moreover, each pulse was stronger than the last. What is that? Why does my whole body suddenly feel like lead? Gentle Snow could not help but shift her gaze to the orange crystal. The more she looked at the crystal, the more she feared it. It was as if this crystal were purgatory itself. Even her soul shuddered with fear. Gentle Snow wasn't the only one shocked by Breezewine's crystal. Alluring Summer and the others were similarly afraid. Only the Midnight Tea Party's members, Shi Feng, and several Zero-Wing Corps members remained unperturbed. Shi Feng and the Corps members had experienced this pressure before. It was divine might. There was a qualitative difference between the life rating of gods and ordinary people. Gods had created this orange crystal, and naturally, their aura had tainted it. Ordinary people wouldn't be comfortable around this aura. Around this energy, ordinary humans would feel like they had been submerged in liquid metal. Not only would they find it extremely difficult to move, but their breathing would also become labored. As the orange crystal released one pulse after another, the canyon began to shake. A purple-gold, 5-fold magic array appeared in the sky. Sure enough, their quest is related to the Fallen Ark. Have they lost their minds? They dare risk opening it at this stage of the game. Shi Feng's expression darkened as he watched Breezewine lift the orange crystal above his head while chanting an incantation. Hurriedly, he shouted, "Everyone, retreat! Retreat!" Zero-Wing's members looked to Shi Feng in confusion. "What are you guys doing?" Dark War and the other Midnight Tea Party members asked, enraged when they heard Shi Feng's command to his teammates. Their teams had already signed a contract with each other. Although there were no penalties for breaking the contract, no matter how they looked at it, Shi Feng was breaking his promise. Moreover, now that they had exposed the contents of their quest, how could they possibly allow Shi Feng and the others to leave? No time for explanations. Either run or die. Shi Feng turned and fled. Shi Feng hadn't expected that. While he assumed that the Midnight Tea Party's quest was related to it, their goal was to activate the slumbering Fallen Ark. Activating the Fallen Ark had shaken God's domain in the past. When the Ark woke, it also roused the sleeping abyssal monsters within. Although these abyssal monsters had been gravely injured during the Great Ancient War, they were still immensely powerful. The old monsters that had woken inside the Ark were mythic rank. Moreover, as more time passed and these monsters recovered, they grew more powerful. These monsters' emergence had turned Crying Ghost Ridge into a forbidden land for players. In the past, to explore the Fallen Ark's secrets, a few super guilds had dispatched an army of over 100,000 players. This army only consisted of Tier 2 players, and the lowest level was level 60. Many Apex experts had marched with the army as well. Such a force was normally more than enough to deal with 5 or 6 mythic monsters, yet the army had been annihilated in the end. Not one player had made it out of the Fallen Ark alive. To make matters worse, these players had boosted the old abyssal monster's strength. 38 was suicidal to activate the Fallen Ark with just their 2 teams of Tier 1 players. Big Sis Endless, they're running away. What should we do? Do we stop them? Netherworld Wave hurriedly asked Endless Scars. No need. We're fleeing too, Endless Scars said, shaking her head as she watched Shi Feng. She ran. But our leader is still here, Cloud Yarn exclaimed anxiously as she shifted her gaze between Endless Scars and Breeze Wine. Once the unlocking process has begun, it cannot be stopped. The situation has changed. We have no choice but to sacrifice him, Endless Scars said without hesitation. However, this isn't a complete loss. At the very least, we can hide and watch what happens when the magic array activates from a distance. Although Endless Scars' words were casual, the Midnight Tea Party's members felt chills crawl down their backs. These players were all companions and had fought through many life-or-death battles together. Their team leader was one of them, yet Endless Scars spoke of sacrificing Breezewind as if she were talking about the weather. Unfortunately, as their team leader couldn't do anything, they had to listen to Endless Scars as she was the Midnight Tea Party's second-in-command. Shortly after the Midnight Tea Party members escaped from the magic array's range, 5 steel giants pulled themselves from the ground. Fallen Garrison Captain, Special Lifeform, Grand Lord, Level 65, HP 110 120,000, Nalzin 110 110 110 110 120,000, 1,000 150,000, 1,057,000 157,000. And Kenshin 1 turn 110 57,000. Upon seeing these monsters, both Endless Scars and Shi Feng's teams gaped in shock. What are these monsters? Their HP is so high. The pressure from them is so strong too. Aqua Rose felt her scalp tingle as she stared at these monsters. Despite standing several hundred yards away, she still felt an intense pressure radiating from the monsters. It would certainly affect the combat power they could exert in close combat. Based on her estimates, they'd be lucky to display 70% of their usual combat powers. If it came down to a fight, they would team wipe. The Midnight Tea Party also understood how powerful the Guardian monsters were. These monsters' life rating was definitely higher than theirs. The Fallen Garrison Captain, in particular, was at least 2 or 3 ratings higher than the Grand Lords they've previously faced. It could practically rival a mythic monster's strength. In front of these monsters, their preparations were rubbish. While the Midnight Tea Party members were frozen in shock, Endless Scars shifted her gaze towards Shi Feng. Did he know these monsters would show up? Endless Scars came to her own conclusions as she recalled Shi Feng's decisive order to retreat. Although the Fallen Ark was a secret, based on the team's performance and Shi Feng's statement that they, too, were here for a quest, it was likely that the man knew something about the Fallen Ark. Otherwise, how could she explain Shi Feng's decision to flee the moment he saw them activate the magic array? What Endless Scars did not know was that Shi Feng wasn't worried about the steel giant's sudden appearance at all. Rather, he was afraid of the abyssal monsters inside the Fallen Ark itself. If those monsters were released, it would disrupt his plans to grind for green ebony. If that was their goal, he wouldn't help the Midnight Tea Party. As the steel giants appeared, the Fallen Garrison Captain instantly killed Breeze Wine as he maintained the magic array. When Breeze Wine died, the magic array began to dissipate gradually, as did the steel giants shortly after. Peace soon returned to the canyon. When the area returned to normal, Endless Scars stopped her team before the Midnight Tea Party members could give Shi Feng a piece of their minds. She approached Shi Feng's team herself. 1121 Inferior Legendary Treasure Chest, Chapter 1121, Inferior Legendary Treasure Chest. As Endless Scars slowly walked up to Shi Feng, she sized up the man carefully. Although she couldn't see Shi Feng's appearance due to the black cloak, curiosity filled her eyes. Shi Feng similarly observed Endless Scars, one of God's Domain's legendary figures in the past. The woman had clear, bright eyes, curved eyebrows, and thick eyelashes. A hint of pink colored her pristine white jade skin. Her thin, soft lips were as mesmerizing as a ruby. As she revealed a hint of a smile, she could captivate any player. Shi Feng had to admit that even Gentle Snow, who everyone called a goddess, fell short compared to Endless Scars. Guild leader, that beauty seems interested in you, Blackie said, snickering softly. Instead of responding, Shi Feng rolled his eyes. Although others might strive for a beauty like Endless Scars' attention, Shi Feng knew how costly it was. He knew all too well what kind of person Endless Scars was. Although she wore an interested expression, looking like a little girl who had just found a new toy, her thoughts were as pure as everyone assumed. It was no different than her attitude towards Breeze Wine. If Miss Endless wants to ask why we changed our plans so abruptly, I believe you have already figured that out after seeing those 5 special life forms. It's not that we want to back out of our transaction, we're just powerless to help. If Miss Endless doesn't have any other matters to discuss, we will take our leave. Shi Feng took the initiative to bid the woman farewell. Although he did not know what lay inside the Fallen Ark that could tempt the Midnight Tea Party, he no longer wanted to associate with the adventurer team. Please, wait. I wish to represent the Midnight Tea Party in thanking you. If not for your command to flee, we would be dead by now. Here are 1,000 magic crystals. Take them as a thank you gift, and let's part as friends, Endless Scars said. She then retrieved a gray gemstone bag and handed it to Shi Feng. Every Midnight Tea Party member was stunned. What was going on here? Not only hadn't Endless Scars questioned Shi Feng's intentions, but she also gave him 1,000 magic crystals as a sign of gratitude. She was insane. This beautiful big sister is simply too rich. When Violet Cloud saw the cloth bag of 1,000 magic crystals, even she wanted to volunteer to become Endless Scars' little sister. Even large guilds would hesitate before giving away 1,000 magic crystals, yet Endless Scars did so without blinking. Although Shi Feng wanted to say something, Endless Scars quickly followed up by saying softly, "Although our transaction has failed, I'd like to conduct another trade. We'll enter the Fallen Ark together and split the items 30-70. How about it?" Endless Scars' offer shocked every player present. "Miss Endless, you saw the monsters guarding the entrance. At this stage of the game, we have no chance against them." Shi Feng could not understand what was going through Endless Scars' mind. Those 5 special life forms were no laughing matter. Even he was not confident in taking them down. Special life forms were extremely rare in God's domain. They were weapons the gods had specifically crafted for war. Like puppets, they possessed eternal life. They also had the power of immortality. Even if players killed them, they would resurrect. Moreover, they would revive slightly stronger than before. Generally, it only took these special life forms 10 minutes to resurrect, with some of the more powerful monsters taking up to an hour or so. In addition, these monsters did not drop any loot. Hence, players usually kept their distance. One had to admit that these special life forms were excellent guardians. "What if I tell you that there's an inferior legendary treasure chest inside?" Endless Scars asked when she saw Shi Feng's lack of interest. Smiling faintly, she continued, "Based on what I've uncovered, there should be more than one inferior legendary treasure chest inside. In addition, there are plenty of epic treasure chests. My map can lead us to these treasure chests and allow us to bypass the traps. Are you sure you're not interested?" The Fallen Ark had been one of the final weapons in the Great Ancient War. The items inside had been left behind by the gods before they had died. NPCs would consider even the most ordinary item a treasure, let alone players. "You have a map?" Shi Feng stared at Endless Scars, flabbergasted. He would be lying if he said he wasn't interested in the Fallen Ark. However, obtaining these treasures wasn't that easy. To current players, triggering any of the traps inside would result in death. Hence, even after clearing out the monsters in the Fallen Ark, very few players had been willing to explore it in the past. In fact, after the abyssal monsters had been cleared out, a large number of players and guilds had rushed into the Fallen Ark. In the end, however, only a few had escaped with their lives. Practically 99.9% of the players that entered the Ark had died in the outer region. Even if one managed to reach the Ark's inner region, they would have to deal with even more powerful traps. As a result, very few were capable of leaving the Ark with any of its treasures. Players had come to both love and despise the Fallen Ark. However, it would be a different story if they had a map. Aside from the awakened abyssal monsters and a few special life forms, the Fallen Ark was void of life. The traps would be their main problem after entering the Ark. A map of the Ark's various traps was the equivalent of a free pass to its treasures. As long as they were careful to avoid the abyssal monsters and special life forms, they could obtain the Ark's treasures unhindered. Shi Feng finally understood Breeze Wine and Endless Scars' attraction to the Fallen Ark, and why they'd be willing to spend 4,000 magic crystals to hire his team for an hour. That's right. If you don't believe me, take a look. Although it is only a fragment, can lead us to the Fallen Ark's inner region, Endless Scars said. She then took out a broken map with only 2/5 of the original and showed it to Shi Feng. The item's name was Fallen Ark Map. However, if Shi Feng wished to look at it in detail, he needed the owner's permission. "I can help you get inside. However, I have a condition." After giving the matter some thought, Shi Feng eventually chose to take the risk. In the past, even the most inferior item players secured from the Fallen Ark's inner area was an epic item. If one were lucky, they could even obtain a fragmented legendary item. A fragmented legendary item. With one such item, a player's combat power would skyrocket. If he could obtain one, the item would greatly enhance his chances of success, both in the Dark Arena and in the contest for Thunder Island. As for the abyssal monsters that would be released, they would mostly roam the Crying Ghost Ridge's inner regions. His team could still grind trolls in the outer region. The only drawback was a slightly lower drop rate for Green Ebony. Endless Scars had only wanted to test Shi Feng with her offer. However, upon hearing Shi Feng's confident reply, a small glimmer of hope shone in her flawless eyes. "As long as your conditions aren't too outrageous, I can agree to them on behalf of our team leader," Endless Scars straightforwardly replied, smiling faintly. It was as if she had long since guessed Shi Feng's thoughts. Pointing at the map in Endless Scars' hand, Shi Feng said in a non-negotiable tone, "Give me a copy of the Fallen Ark map. Once we're inside, we'll go our separate ways and agree to a non-aggression pact. What we each walk away with will depend on our abilities." 1122 Foundation Magic Array, Chapter 1122, Foundation Magic Array. Endless Scars' conversation with Shi Feng had been private. The other players hadn't heard their discussion. However, when the Midnight Tea Party members saw Endless Scars' frown, they were shocked. Endless Scars had never revealed such an expression throughout her time on the team. Even when monsters nearly wiped their team out, nothing close to a frown had appeared on her face. Propose another. Our team cannot agree to that condition, Endless Scars said after giving the matter some thought. Looking straight at Shi Feng, she said seriously, the map itself is a pass to the Fallen Ark. If you have it, you can enter the Ark more than once. This will undoubtedly increase our competition over the Ark's treasure. With how important the Fallen Ark is, I believe that no sane person would agree to your proposal. Moreover, even if our adventurer team can't enter the Fallen Ark right now, we can simply return when we're strong enough. In any case, the key is ours. If we don't activate the Ark, no one will be able to enter it. What you're saying is true. However, you don't seem to know the Fallen Ark's true secret, Shi Feng said, chuckling. He had long since guessed Endless Scars' reply. The Fallen Ark map was priceless. Naturally, he didn't expect the Midnight Tea Party to just make a copy for him. However, the adventurer team's understanding of the Fallen Ark was no match for his. What are you trying to say? Although Endless Scars had her suspicions, after hearing Shi Feng's confident comments, she was even more certain that Shi Feng knew plenty of information about the Fallen Ark. Well, it doesn't really matter even if I tell you this. Although you have the key and the map, it is still impossible to obtain the items inside the Fallen Ark, Shi Feng explained as he pointed to where the 5 special life forms had disappeared. You've seen for yourselves how powerful those guards are. However, the monsters inside are even more formidable. If you open the Ark, those monsters will escape. Moreover, those monsters will, slowly but surely, grow stronger. If you don't deal with them properly, even the map won't help you. Meanwhile, I have a way to deal with those monsters. If we work together, we can reach the Ark's inner region quickly. Even if you don't want to cooperate with us, once you open the Ark, we can still go in ourselves. Once the Ark is open, it won't ever close. Anyone will be able to enter. Endless Scars hesitated after listening to Shi Feng's explanation. Although she wasn't sure if Shi Feng were telling the truth, if he was, then her side had no way of dealing with those monsters. Their map might as well be a blank piece of paper. On the other hand, Shi Feng had a way of combating this problem. Once Shi Feng's team entered the Ark, although their progress would be slow without the map, the Midnight Tea Party would suffer a massive loss if they came across any treasure. Most importantly, her team did not have a lot of time. After all, their quest had a time limit. Based on her estimates, even if they focused on grinding and completing their class promotions, the furthest they could reach was Tier 2, level 55, before the quest's time limit was up. At that tier and level, their team might have a chance of defeating the 5 entrance guards. Unfortunately, she was not certain that they could deal with the Ark's monsters, which Shi Feng claimed were far stronger. She had to admit that Shi Feng's knowledge on those monsters was invaluable. Alright, I'll agree to your conditions. However, you need to tell me what you know about those monsters. You also have to tell me how to deal with them. If what you say is true, I'll make a copy of the map once we're in the Ark. If you lie to me, you won't get anything. Endless Scars glared at Shi Feng. This was the first time she hadn't had the upper hand in a negotiation since she had joined God's domain. She was even more frustrated that she still didn't know Shi Feng and his team members' identities. That won't be a problem. Once you see for yourself, you'll know the truth, Shi Feng laughed. After the various super guilds' army had suffered annihilation, Crying Ghost Ridge had become a forbidden land for players in the past. Even then, however, many players had sought the Fallen Ark's treasure. To deal with the incomparably powerful abyssal monsters, these players had formed a multitude of plans. Unfortunately, none of those plans had succeeded. The most ridiculous part was that players had only discovered a proper method of dealing with the monsters after they had been defeated. That method involved utilizing mana stones. Due to the special mana phenomenon inside the Fallen Ark, the slumbering abyssal monsters couldn't absorb mana to recover. However, once the Fallen Ark was unlocked, this mana disturbance would vanish. To recover their strength, these abyssal monsters urgently needed large amounts of mana. Ordinary magic crystals would not do. To those ancient abyssal monsters, mana of such quality did little to aid in their recovery. Only mana stones were suitable. When the time came, he simply needed to construct a foundation magic array to display the mana stones. The mana stones would lure the abyssal monsters, and once they left, these abyssal monsters wouldn't be able to return to the Ark for a short time. Their teams could then search the Ark relatively safely, following which Shi Feng and Endless Scars signed a contract. After ensuring that there were no issues, Shi Feng had Violet Cloud use basic soul return on Breeze Wine. This way, Breeze Wine would not lose a level, and his combat power would be unaffected. Wait here for now. I still need to prepare, Shi Feng said before entering the Dead Forest by himself and setting up a teleportation point with the Abyss Pendant. He then used a return scroll and teleported to White River City. As soon as Shi Feng returned to White River City, he passed the green ebony he had obtained to Melancholic Smile. Although they only had enough for one advanced transport carriage, it took a considerable amount of time to manufacture one. Even if they had a master engineer and a master forger, they would need close to a day. Hence, the sooner they began production, the better. Inside one of the Candlelight Trading Firm's special forging room, Shi Feng retrieved the Philosopher's Stone, which he had picked up from his private warehouse on his way back, and began to synthesize magic crystals into mana stones. He could synthesize one mana stone from 50 magic crystals. Without hesitation, he used all 1,000 magic crystals he had obtained from Endless Scars and ended up with 20 mana stones. That was enough to lure the abyssal monsters from the Ark twice. Following which, Shi Feng made 9 magic array scrolls for the 9-star polar domain. Once those were complete, he used the Abyss Pendant to return to Crying Ghost Ridge. Upon returning to the ridge, Shi Feng used 10 mana stones to set up a foundation magic array far from the canyon where the fallen Ark resided. With this foundation magic array, he could lure all the abyssal monsters from inside the Ark. After finishing that task, Shi Feng returned to his team. "You've finished your tasks already?" Endless Scars asked Shi Feng with a suspicious tone. Only 1 hour or so had passed since Shi Feng had left. That wasn't even enough time to make a round trip to a town or city. What could he possibly do in 1 hour? Originally, she had thought that Shi Feng had left to gather reinforcements. After all, with their current strength, defeating the 5 guardian monsters was impossible. At the very least, they needed a team of 100 experts. Yet, Shi Feng hadn't brought even 1 player back with him. "Endless, is this brat toying with us?" Dark War asked through the team chat, infuriated. After Shi Feng left, Endless Scars had told her team everything about her agreement with Shi Feng. They all thought that Shi Feng's demands were outrageous. They also thought that Shi Feng was lying about how powerful the monsters inside the Ark were, and that he simply wanted to trick them for their map. Shi Feng's speedy return only justified their assumptions. Before Endless Scars could reply, however, Shi Feng beat her to it and said, "I've completed my preparations. However, during the battle, everyone needs to follow my commands." 1123 Monsters Domain. Chapter 1123 Monsters Domain, You'll Take Command? The Midnight Tea Party members shot Shi Feng scornful looks. To ordinary players, a team commander's role was not particularly important. Ordinary players wouldn't have any choice in the matter if an expert like Shi Feng wanted to guide them. However, they weren't ordinary players. Moreover, even the slightest mistake could result in death in the upcoming battle. If they died and lost the fight, they would have wasted several days of effort. If they were not absolutely confident in their commander, how could Apex experts risk listening to him? Having only met him recently, Shi Feng was just a stranger. They could let Shi Feng's request for the Fallen Ark map slide. However, if he thought that they would listen to his commands, he was simply dreaming. Breezewine nodded in agreement with his teammates' responses. He didn't think that it would be suitable for Shi Feng to take command of the Midnight Tea Party either. However, this was not because he looked down on Shi Feng's abilities. Rather, for one to qualify as a commander, one needed to familiarize themselves with every player on the team. This included their various basic attributes, skills, habits, and many other details. Only by knowing this information could one effectively lead and allow everyone in the team to display their fullest potential. Shi Feng knew nothing about the Midnight Tea Party members. Although it wouldn't be a major issue if they were raiding a simple dungeon or boss monster, they intended to take on a level 65 Grand Lord and 4 level 63 Great Lords. Any mistakes would definitely result in casualties. "It's fine if you don't want me in command. I'll just tell you our raid strategy. When the time comes, work with us," Shi Feng said, not minding the hostile looks he received. "Only, I will not be responsible for any casualties." 5 special life forms working together was no laughing matter. Based on Shi Feng's understanding, every one of those 5 special life forms possessed their own ultimate moves. Alone, those ultimate moves might not be that powerful, but combined, their might increased exponentially. If those 5 special life forms cooperated with each other, they could annihilate a team of Apex experts effortlessly. Players needed an accurate grasp on the timing of the boss's skills. Even a slight error could result in a team wipe. Hence, he had asked to take command. "That won't be a problem," Breezewine confidently replied. "If a team wipe occurs due to a mistake on our side, we'll compensate you correspondingly." The rest of the team members agreed with the arrangement as well. At the very least, this was far better than taking orders from a stranger. Following which, Shi Feng began to assign tasks. In reality, there was very little the Midnight Tea Party needed to do. As Breezewine had assumed, Shi Feng was not very familiar with the Midnight Tea Party's members. Thus, he hadn't assigned them any particularly important tasks. The adventurer team mainly had to supply 9 magical classes to maintain the 9-star polar domain magic array. Shi Feng told the other 9 players to distract 2 of the fallen patrols. They did not even need to focus on damaging the Great Lords. As for Breezewine, he had to unlock the Ark, of course. Zero Wing would deal with the fallen garrison captain and the remaining 2 fallen patrols. After Shi Feng finished assigning tasks, both teams began to inspect their weapons, equipment, potions, and scrolls. Later, while leader is maintaining the magic array, I'll take over command. "You guys better not embarrass our team," Endless Scars said seriously as she glanced at her teammates. "Endless, rest assured, you know our standards better than anyone else. When the time comes, even if their side is annihilated, we won't have any issues." The Ranger, Dark War, sneered as he shot a glare at Shi Feng's team. Facing 2 level 63 Great Lords might be a problem for ordinary experts. To their adventurer team, however, it was simply a somewhat strenuous task. Moreover, they only had to serve as distractions. They were not even required to fight the two bosses head-on. On the other hand, Shi Feng's side, which needed to confront a Grand Lord and two Great Lords directly, was the largest concern. After everyone confirmed that there were no issues, Shi Feng signaled Breezewine with a wave of his hand, having the latter start the unlocking process. Seeing this, Breezewine raised the orange crystal above his head and began to chant once more, following which the canyon shook as 5 massive figures rose from the ground. They were none other than the fallen garrison captain and the 4 fallen patrols. "Activate the magic array," Shi Feng hurriedly shouted. Endless Scars gave the same command practically at the same time. Suddenly, a massive purple-gold magic array appeared and enveloped the 5 boss monsters. As an intermediate magic array, the 9-star polar domain could even suppress mythic monsters. Naturally, the garrison captain and patrols were no exception. Immediately, the 5 bosses' attributes began to fall rapidly. How is this intermediate magic array so powerful? The Midnight Tea Party was momentarily stunned. In the blink of an eye, the fallen garrison captain's HP fell from 120,000 to 96 million, whereas the fallen patrol's HPs fell from 57,000 to 41,000. The magic array's effects even stunned Endless Scars. While they, the Midnight Tea Party, had seen intermediate magic arrays before and had even collected a complete set themselves, that intermediate magic array was only capable of reducing a Grand Lord's basic attributes by 10%. Even then, it was already considerably powerful for an intermediate magic array. Yet, the 9-star polar domain had weakened the fallen garrison captain by 20% and the fallen patrols by 30%. This was simply inconceivable. Of course, Shi Feng's team didn't even stop to notice the Midnight Tea Party members' reactions. Go. Under Shi Feng's command, Kola, Ye Wumian, and Turtledove charged at own targets. As the lead MT, Kola would deal with the Grand Lord, while Turtledove and Ye Wumian would each tank the 2 Great Lords. Special Life Form's life rating was slightly higher than ordinary monsters, though they were undoubtedly inferior to archaic species. With their attributes suppressed, Kola and the others should be able to handle them. However, before Kola could reach the fallen garrison captain, the latter swung its massive 10-meter-long greatsword at the ground. Boom! A massive fissure ripped through the ground, extending straight towards Kola. "Kola, activate Protection Blessing," Shi Feng shouted upon seeing the attack. Kola activated Protection Blessing without hesitation. He then positioned his shield before his body and gripped it with both hands. Pung! Kola was thrown 10 yards away on the spot. The truth shield and protection on him shattered into oblivion. Meanwhile, Kola's HP fell by over 25,000. The Troll Chieftain's ultimate move paled tremendously in comparison Captain's attack. The fissure only stopped after 50 yards. The garrison captain's attack range made everyone shudder. Had Kola not activated Protection Blessing in time, he would be dead. The garrison captain's attack stunned every player in the battle. Unfortunately, this wasn't the end. In the next moment, the 4 fallen patrols moved simultaneously, abruptly raising their battle axes and slamming them to the ground violently. Boom, boom, boom. The ground began to tremble. Golden jets began to spray from the ground in a 30-yard radius around the 4 fallen patrols. When the 4 domains were superimposed over each other, it was practically impossible to avoid them. Meanwhile, any player that these jets struck would receive anywhere from 5,000 to 8,000 damage. These golden jets appeared without any signs or fixed patterns. The overlapping domains doubled the attack's density. Although they tried their best to dodge the attacks, players occasionally slipped up and got hit, their HPs decreasing rapidly. One level 41 from the Midnight Tea Party, unfortunately, got caught in 2 overlapping domains. Without any time to respond, numerous jets struck the Berserker and he died on the spot. 1124 Tier 4 Superspell, Chapter 124 Tier 4 Superspell. Everyone, avoid the overlapping domains. What kind of skill is that? Why is it still going on even after so long? The battle had just begun, yet one person had already died. Both Shi Feng's team and the Midnight Tea Party grew anxious. Everyone had seen how the Berserker had died. The golden jets appeared suddenly and silently. Moreover, the attacks could not be blocked, only dodged. Even if they were only near one domain, they would have to dodge 3 to 5 jets. Near 2 overlapping domains, one would face 7 to 10 attacks simultaneously. The Berserker's paths of retreat had been cut off. In the end, he had died before the team's healers could help him. The Midnight Tea Party members no longer wore their previous complacent expressions. Lure the patrols to 4 corners. Do not let them near the garrison captain, Shi Feng commanded. Shi Feng was not particularly familiar with the Guardian boss's skills. After all, he had only learned about the Fallen Arc after it had been activated in the past. He did not even know who had activated the Arc. All he knew was that these special life forms had their own ultimate moves, and that those ultimate moves would become exponentially stronger when combined. However, he hadn't expected these ultimate moves to be domain skills. Among the various skills in God's domain, those that posed the greatest danger were none other than large-scale destruction, spells, and domain skills. Attacks from large-scale destruction. Spells usually only lasted 1 or several waves. If players could endure the spell's duration, they would live. However, domain skills could stay in effect much longer. Domain skill would gradually whittle players down until they died. Endless Scars now realized how severe the situation was. Immediately, she took a Tier 3 summoning scroll from her bag and shouted through the team chat, "Wave, use your summoning scroll with mine. We'll use them to lure away the patrols. Melee players, stay away from the bosses. Use only ranged attacks." After all was said and done, the Midnight Tea Party's members were still experts. Very quickly, they began to move. The team's melee players promptly distanced themselves from the fallen patrol's domains. Meanwhile, Endless Scars and Netherworld Wave each summoned a Tier 3 creature and instructed them to pounce on the fallen patrols. Both Endless Scars and Netherworld Wave were incredibly proficient with controlling their summoned creatures. Although they couldn't dodge all of the golden jets, they could dodge the majority of them. With relative ease, the summoned creatures arrived before the fallen patrols and swiped their claws at the enemies. Peng, when the Tier 3 summoned creature's claws struck the stationary fallen patrols, the clang of metal rang out. The summoned creature's claws had only scratched the patrol's armor. They did not even manage to push the patrols back despite both being at the Great Lord rank. The fallen patrols had only lost around 4,000 HP from the attacks. Why are their defenses so high? Even a Grand Lord doesn't have this much defense. When the Midnight Tea Party's members saw the damage the Tier 3, level 60 summoned creatures had dealt with their normal attacks, their expressions grew gloomy. When they had used Tier 3 summoned creatures to fight Tier 3 Great Lords in the past, the former's normal attacks usually dealt 20 to 30,000 damage. Even against Grand Lords, their attacks dealt nearly 8,000 points, yet against these bosses, their summoned creatures had only dealt around 4,000 damage. The Fallen Patrol's defense was ridiculous. If even a Tier 3 summoned creature dealt so little damage, then players like themselves would deal, at most, 1,500 damage to the Fallen Patrols. Meanwhile, the Fallen Patrols each had 41,000 HP. With their battle recovery, they could regenerate over 410,000 HP every 5 seconds. In other words, they would recover 82,000 HP every second. If their damage couldn't exceed 82,000 every second, then the Fallen Patrols were invincible against them. "Big Sis Endless, how are we supposed to fight these things?" Cloud Yarn asked anxiously. She could not help but turn to the Grand Lord Shi Feng's team fought. If the Fallen Patrols were already so difficult to deal with, wouldn't the Fallen Garrison Captain be even more overbearing? Forget about that for now. Lure the bosses away. Endless Scars ordered, shaking her head as she also glanced at Shi Feng's team. The 5 Guardian bosses were far more powerful than she had thought. Initially, she had believed that the Midnight Tea Party could deal with these monsters after they reached Tier 2, level 55. Now, however, it would seem that even after reaching that level, they had less than a 40% chance of beating these monsters. After the Midnight Tea Party lured 2 of the Fallen Patrols away, Turtledove and Yewumian activated their life-saving skills and began to lure their patrols away from the Fallen Garrison Captain. Once the 4 patrols were in 4 separate corners, Kola, who stood in the middle, had a much easier time dealing with the Garrison Captain. However, even after activating Protection Blessing, he still took over 10,000 damage from one of the Grand Lord's normal attacks. Without Protection Blessing, a single attack would devour over 20,000 of Kola's HP. Kola couldn't imagine standing against the Garrison Captain without the 9-star Polar Domain. Moreover, when everyone's attacks struck the Garrison Captain, every one of them dealt less than 100,000 damage. Only Fire Dance and Gentle Snow's normal attacks could deal over 100 damage to the Grand Lord, while their skills dealt up to 5,000 damage. However, to the Garrison Captain, which had 96 mils in HP, that damage was negligible. "Guild Leader, we won't even scratch its HP at this rate. Sooner or later, it will wear us down. Why don't we retreat and have the guild's main force meet us here?" Gentle Snow advised through the team chat. Facing a Great Lord with a 20-man team was already pushing their luck, not to mention a Grand Lord that was 20 levels above them. If not for their excellent weapons and equipment and their exceptionally high combat standards, they would have team-wiped with the first wave of attacks. No need. Kola, keep hold of the boss. 3 seconds is long enough. The current situation didn't surprise Shi Feng overmuch. He was fully aware of how powerful special life forms functioned. They were only inferior to archaic species. Knowing this, he had prepared a method to deal with them. In the next moment, Shi Feng took a blood-red magic scroll from his bag. The instant the magic scroll appeared, a powerful mana fluctuation occurred within the 9-star Polar Domain. Everyone's gazes instantly shifted to Shi Feng. "What is that magic scroll?" Endless Scars muttered, shocked when she noticed the rampant mana inside the barrier. This magic scroll was one of the 2 Tier 4 magic scrolls Shi Feng had obtained from killing the awakened NPC, Lancelot. Meanwhile, the Garrison Captain noticed the mana fluctuations immediately, the Grand Lord's eyes similarly shifting towards the blood-red scroll in Shi Feng's hands. It shifted to attack the swordsman. "Don't even think about getting away from me that easily." Kola raised his shield and slammed it into the Garrison Captain's foot. He then activated the Tier 1 Skill Justice Roar, his body releasing a dazzling golden glow. He instantly regained the boss's attention and aggro. At the same time, his strength would double if the boss didn't attack him. However, even after Cola activated Justice Roar, the garrison captain was still focused on Shi Feng. Guild leader, what did you just take out? With no other choice, Cola activated Power of Darkness, his attributes soaring once more. He then executed the Tier 1 skill, Righteous Punishment. Boom. With a single strike, he forced the garrison captain's right foot back, causing over 10,000 damage to appear above the Grand Lord's head. The attack had nearly forced the garrison captain to kneel. Yet, the fallen garrison captain did not return its attention to Cola. Rather, it advanced on Shi Feng, one step after another. Seeing this, Cola continued to execute several powerful moves, everyone dealing over 10,000 damage, yet the result did not change. Guild leader, this monster has gone nuts. Cola was dumbfounded. As the garrison captain arrived before Shi Feng, before it slashed its greatsword down on Shi Feng finally finished chanting the magic scroll's incantation, Disillusionment. Shi Feng's eyes flew open. Two extremely complex and refined, blood-red magic arrays then emerged from his eyes. The other players were astonished. Tier 4 Superspell, Disillusioned Space. 1125 Unexpected Evolution. Chapter 1125 Unexpected Evolution. The instant the magic scroll activated, it seemed as if space had frozen as the garrison captain's descending greatsword came to an abrupt halt. Immediately after, the space within the 9-star polar domain began to change, a blood-red color coating the surrounding scenery. What's going on? Why does my body feel so light? Wait, our basic attributes have risen. It's true, my basic attributes have increased by 100%. Guys, look, the boss seems to have slowed to a crawl. As everyone looked at the garrison captain's greatsword again, they found that they could see the weapon clearly. Before, they had only seen afterimages. As the greatsword descended, the earth shattered. Over 30-meter-long fissures broke through the ground. However, the garrison captain had only hit the afterimage Shi Feng had left behind. The swordsman himself had long since moved 10 yards away. So fast! When did he start moving? Endless Scars was flabbergasted. Unlike the rest of the players, she had focused on Shi Feng. However, during the brief moment when she glanced at the garrison captain's greatsword, which had suddenly and significantly slowed, Shi Feng had moved 10 yards away. She found the matter unbelievable. Look, those patrols have slowed down as well. Even the golden jets are slower. With this speed, even I can dodge them easily. The players finally noticed that fallen garrison captain hadn't been the only one whose speed had been affected. The fallen patrols in the four corners had also suffered a speed reduction. Even their domain skills were affected. Zero Wings members and the Midnight Tea Party could now dodge the golden jets easily. Just who is he? The Midnight Tea Party members couldn't help but glance at Shi Feng. They usually boasted their vast understand of God's domain. However, even with their bountiful knowledge and experiences, they had never encountered a situation like this. Without a doubt, this phenomenon had something to do with Shi Feng's blood-red magic scroll. There was no other way to explain it. Now that everyone's basic attributes had been boosted while the 5 bosses' reaction speeds and attack speeds had decreased, the Midnight Tea Party's members, who had previously begun to despair, brimmed with hope. Currently, the 5 bosses had only landed 1 out of 3 or 4 attacks against their respective MTs. However, due to the significant attribute increase, the boss's damage had decreased. Take the fallen garrison Captain Cola tanked, for example. Originally, Cola withstood over 20,000 damage from the Grand Lord's normal attacks. Now, however, the Grand Lord's normal attacks only dealt around 13,000 to the Guardian Knight. In addition, due to Cola having activated Power of Darkness, his HP had risen to more than 56,000. Including Disillusion Space's effects, his HP had risen to more than 112,000. He was practically a humanoid monster at this point. Right now, Cola wouldn't even have issues tanking 3 fallen garrison captains, much less 1. As for Cola's damage, due to the strength bonus from Justice Roar, just his normal attacks dealt nearly 10,000 damage, while his skills dealt close to 30,000 damage. Meanwhile, Violet Cloud, who stood among the healers at the rear, had similarly grown more powerful. Every one of her heals restored over 10,000 HP to Cola. If she double cast her spells, she could heal over 20,000 HP every time. If she were lucky and triggered a double critical, she could instantly heal over 40,000 HP. Not only was Violet Cloud capable of keeping Cola alive by herself, but she could also handle healing Turtle Dove and Ye Wu Mian. Guild leader, what kind of magic scroll did you use? I feel like we can even deal with a mythic monster right now, Cola exclaimed through the team chat. The rest of the team nodded in agreement. Aside from their frightening damage, the most troublesome aspect about boss monsters were their attack speeds and reaction speeds. Now that the fallen garrison captain had been suppressed in all 3 aspects, it was only as difficult as a High Lord. It only dealt slightly more damage. However, their increased attributes made up for that, further decreasing the raid's difficulty. Right now, they felt like they were simply fighting a powerful lord. Alright, enough idling around. Use your berserk skills and throw everything you've got. We only have 15 minutes until this space disappears. Shi Feng felt a sting in his chest. Lancelot had only dropped 2 Tier 4 magic scrolls. He had just used the more precious of the two, the Tier 4 super spell, Disillusioned Space. Unlike Tier 4 curses, super spells had been created during ancient times. They were ridiculously powerful, capable of transforming the environment. They were many times more powerful and mystical than the spells of the current era. Even the current NPCs in God's domain couldn't analyze these spells. Thus, they were called super spells. After activating Disillusioned Space, it would transform the area within 200 yards of the caster into a custom world. All enemies within this world would be suppressed, decreasing their movement speed, attack speed, and reaction speed by 2/3 of their totals. At the same time, this world would also enhance the caster and his allies, decreasing the boss's difficulty by 1 tier. Take the Fallen Garrison Captain, for example. It had originally been a Tier 3 upper rank existence. Now that its raid difficulty had reduced, it was only as strong as a Tier 2 upper rank. Unfortunately, Disillusioned Space's duration was considerably short. Even so, in the past, everyone had called it the rarest magic scroll in God's domain, second to none. In the past, a Tier 4 super magic scroll had been worth at least 3 epic items. If a team of Tier 2 players used the scroll, they could even kill Tier 4 mythic monsters. However, Shi Feng couldn't care less right now. The garrison captain and patrols were far stronger than he had imagined. If he hadn't used the magic scroll, they would have undoubtedly team-wiped. Moreover, trading a Tier 4 super magic scroll for a map to the Fallen Ark was a sure profit transaction. Upon hearing Shi Feng's warning, everyone promptly began to activate their berserk skills. Although the Fallen Garrison Captain and Fallen Patrols still possessed very high HPs, their reduced speed made them living targets. After activating their berserk skills, everyone easily dealt over 10,000 damage with their attacks, while Fire Dance and Gentle Snow could deal over 20,000 damage. Shi Feng didn't hold back either as he activated Power of Darkness. He then used Silent Steps and appeared behind the garrison captain before activating Phantom Kill. Both he and his doppelganger activated Flame Burst simultaneously. Miniature suns appeared on both Shi Feng's and his doppelganger's swords. Every strike they landed on the garrison captain dealt over 60,000 damage, while critical hits dealt over 130,000 damage. By the time Shi Feng and his doppelganger dropped to the ground, both had landed a total of 30 consecutive attacks. The fallen garrison captain lost over 2 million HP on the spot. The damages that appeared above the Grand Lord's head stupefied everyone. With such high damage, Shi Feng could instantly kill a chieftain of the same level. Time passed quickly. Under the player's crazed bombardment, it took roughly 6 minutes for the garrison captain's 96 million HP to hit 0. Boom. When the fallen garrison captain collapsed, although it did not drop any loot, Gentle Snow, Alluring Summer, and the other members of Zero Wing rose from level 42 to level 43. The abundant EXP exceeded everyone's expectations. The Midnight Tea Party's members also leveled up from 41 to level 42. However, no one stopped to celebrate as they still had to deal with 4 fallen patrols. They had less than 10 minutes left before Disillusioned Space's duration ran out. If they could not kill these bosses within this period, it would be much harder to do so afterward. Moreover, Shi Feng had already told everyone that special life forms were immortal existences. Until they opened the Fallen Ark's entrance, these special life forms would continue to resurrect. Moreover, special life forms generally revived in around 10 minutes. They couldn't afford to waste any time. However, the fallen patrols were much easier to deal with than the fallen garrison captain. Even without their berserk skills, the two teams could deal a lot of damage to these bosses. In addition, they still had the support of the Midnight Tea Party's 2 Tier 3 summoned creatures. Finally, 14 minutes since Disillusioned Space had been activated, the 4 fallen patrols collapsed, transforming into piles of rubble and gifting a large amount of EXP. The Midnight Tea Party members even leveled up once more, reaching level 43. This leveling speed astonished these players. They had actually gained nearly 2 full levels EXP in just 15 minutes. Zero Wing's members were already high-leveled. Although they had also obtained plenty of EXP, it was not enough to reach the next level. However, the abundant EXP had helped Shi Feng reach 82% of level 47. If he grinded trolls, he could reach level 48 in only half a day. As the Guardian bosses died, the canyon began to tremble violently. Suddenly, the canyon's center collapsed. A towering, aqua-blue temple then emerged from the ground. At the same time, the familiar sound of a system notification reached everyone's ears. God's Domain System Announcement. Players have successfully activated a new expansion pack in God's Domain. The system will undergo an upgrade. All players, please prepare to log out of the game. 1126, Revealing Identity. Chapter 126, Revealing Identity. The notification about God's Domain's system update echoed in every player's ears. The notification immediately earned various reactions. Who's the bastard that triggered a new expansion pack? I'm only halfway through a dungeon here. Crap, I just bought a helmet and joined God's Domain. Many players began voicing their dissent on the official forums. However, although many people were outraged about this update, even more people were curious about its contents. For a time, everyone made their own guesses. Meanwhile, before the Temple of the Fallen Ark, the sudden system notification caught Shi Feng and the others by surprise. They had only activated the entrance of the Fallen Ark after much difficulty, yet even before they had the chance to enter the Ark, the system announced an update. This was ridiculous. By now, practically everybody playing God's Domain knew that a system update signified a major upgrade. Meanwhile, the more God's Domain improved, the more difficult the game would become. Guild leader, should we log off here? Aqua Rose and the others turned to Shi Feng. The game had given them 20 minutes to log off. It wasn't exactly a lot of time, but it was more than nothing. If they strived hard enough, they might reach the Fallen Ark's inner region. If they entered the Ark after the system update completed, who knew how difficult the Ark would become? After all, this system was definitely related to the Fallen Ark's activation. After giving the matter some thought, Shi Feng looked to Breeze Wine and Endless Scars and said seriously, "We have decided to enter the Ark right away. Do you want to enter first, or wait until after the update?" Shi Feng hadn't expected the system update this time. However, this helped Shi Feng recall the system's update after the Fallen Ark had emerged in the past. The update back then had ruined many players. This was because this update would improve God's Domain's traps. Not only would removing the traps become twice as difficult, but the trap's power and concealment effect also increased significantly. This situation caused many players, who enjoyed adventuring in the fields, many hardships. The higher difficulty of obtaining weapons and equipment for adventure-seeking independent players was also due to this update. In God's Domain, there were three major sources for weapons and equipment. The first was dungeons, the second was field adventures, and the third was quest rewards. In the past, due to this system update, the weapons and equipment on the market had decreased significantly. As a result, players that produced weapons and equipment became even more important in God's Domain. The gods from the ancient era had left behind the traps inside the Fallen Ark. These traps were incredibly difficult to remove to start with. If these traps were improved, exploring the Fallen Ark would become far more difficult. However, Shi Feng had no intentions of informing the Midnight Tea Party about this. Instead of answering Shi Feng's question, Endless Scars turned to ask Breeze Wine, "Leader, what are your thoughts?" They had already cleared the most difficult part of their quest. However, Shi Feng had previously stated that shortly after the Fallen Ark activated, monsters even more powerful than the 5 Guardian bosses would appear. According to their original plan, they had intended to wait until the monsters had been lured away from the Fallen Ark before they dove in to explore. However, they had less than 20 minutes before they had to log off. If they entered the Ark now, they would have to risk encountering those monsters. Let's not enter the Ark for now. The monsters inside have yet to leave. If we die because we rushed into the Ark, it will do us more harm than good. In the end, Breezewine chose the safer approach instead. In his opinion, as long as he had the Fallen Ark map, both the Fallen Ark's treasures and quest were within their grasp. There was no need to risk their lives. "What about our map?" Blackie could not help but ask. Their previous agreement hinged on the Midnight Tea Party confirming these monsters' existence and their safe entry into the Fallen Ark. Only after these conditions were met would the Midnight Tea Party give them a copy of the map, yet the adventurer team now intended to wait until the monsters had been lured away from the Ark. "Here is your copy of the Fallen Ark map. Take it," Endless Scars said as she took a map from her bag and handed it to Shi Feng. Endless Scars stunned the other Midnight Tea Party members. They had neither the existence of the monsters Shi Feng had warned them about, nor had they confirmed the validity of Shi Feng's method to lure the monsters away. It was simply too risky to hand over the copy right now. "Thanks." Shi Feng expressed his gratitude as he received the map. Endless Scars didn't respond to her team's questions. Instead, she evaluated Shi Feng carefully before revealing an intimate smile and said, "This is what we've agreed upon after all. However, this is our second transaction with each other, yet I still do not know your identity. I wonder if I can have the good fortune of a true introduction?" "Certainly," Shi Feng replied before taking off the black cloak that hid his identity and appearance. He then introduced himself. "I am Black Flame, Zero Wings guild leader." His first reason for hiding his and his team's identities was that he didn't want others to know what Zero Wings' main force was up to. His second, he simply didn't want Endless Scars to know who they were. After all, Endless Scars was a Blackwater Corporation representative. Even if Endless Scars did not show any particular interest in Blackwater, at the end of the day, Zero Wing and Blackwater were enemies. It never hurt to be careful. However, the Fallen Ark map was more important. If Endless Scars found out that they were from Zero Wing, she might sever their agreement for the Fallen Ark map then and there. However, now that the map was in their hands, there was no reason to continue hiding their identities. Moreover, Endless Scars spoke on behalf of the Midnight Tea Party. It would only create an unnecessary rift between their teams if they refused to reveal themselves. In addition, the Midnight Tea Party and Blackwater were utterly unrelated. "It's you?" Endless Scars' eyes widened in shock. She had never imagined the group of experts before her to be Zero Wing members. Moreover, the team's leader was even Zero Wing's guild leader himself. Thanks for the map. Hopefully, we'll find more chances to work together in the future. Shi Feng chuckled. He then led his team and dashed into the fallen ark. Meanwhile, Endless Scars was utterly dumbfounded as she stared at Shi Feng's departing back. Big Sis Endless, what's wrong? Cloud Yarn asked curiously when she saw Endless Scars' astonishment. Although it was indeed surprising that the other team's leader was Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame, this wasn't the reason for Endless Scars' shock. In the past, their team had encountered many surprises. However, none of them had ever earned such a reaction from Endless Scars. This was her first time seeing such an expression on Endless Scars' face. Before today, she hadn't even thought that Endless Scars was capable of such an expression. 1127, Ark's Armory, Chapter 1127, Ark's Armory Star, Moon City, Blackwater's residence. Blackwater wasn't as prosperous as it had been. Very few players waited in front of the guild residence's entrance, eager to join. If not for the Blackwater Corporation's backing, not even these few players would be willing to join Blackwater. Not only had the Blackwater elite members that had died in the war in Stone Forest Town lost one level, but they had also lost a weapon or a piece of equipment. To make up for this loss, the elite players wouldn't have any time to help other guild members for some time. One of the main reasons that independent players willingly joined guilds for the guild experts' help in leveling and raiding dungeons to upgrade weapons and equipment. Practically every guild in God's domain provided this benefit. Players wouldn't want to join a guild that did not provide such a benefit. As a result, Blackwater's ordinary members had stagnated. They were now only capable of raiding party dungeons and small-scale team dungeons. They had no choice but to stay as far away as possible from 50-man or above team dungeons. Meanwhile, Qin Muyun, Laughing Drunkard, and Lethal Gale entered the guild leader's office one after another. Guild leader, here is the latest guild report you asked for, Qin Muyun said as she placed a report on the table. At this moment, she wore a grave expression. The report clearly stated that over 20,000 elite members had already withdrawn from the guild, as many as a second-rate guild's total count. As for the ordinary members that withdrew from the guild, there were more than 100,000. However, when Abandoned Wave looked at these numbers, he maintained a relatively nonchalant attitude. Instead, he shifted his gaze towards Lethal Gale and asked, "How is the Blackwater trading firm coming along?" The Candlelight Trading Firm's latest product, the Exotic Stamina Potion, has been well received. Despite having already reduced the mana mixture's price to 10 silver per bottle, ordinary players are buying the Exotic Stamina Potion instead. Right now, our shops are only seeing 1/3 of our past traffic, Lethal Gale said, shaking his head dejectedly. Although our spies have already poked around in Candlelight, looking for information about the Exotic Stamina Potion, it seems that only a select few of the trading firm's upper echelon know about the potion. As of now, we still do not know where to find the recipe. The Exotic Stamina Potion had massively impacted the market. Setting aside how cheap it was, the mana mixture could not compare to its 10-hour duration. In addition, the mana mixture was only useful in dungeons, whereas the Exotic Stamina Potion was useful in dungeons in the fields. At this moment, many ordinary players had given up on the regeneration potions and mana recovery potions in order to buy the Exotic Stamina Potion. With the Exotic Stamina Potion, players could grind monsters for longer periods. With the potion's effects, they did not even need to rest when traveling long distances, which allowed them to save plenty of time. Even Lethal Gale could not resist the temptation and had purchased 3 bottles for himself. After using the potion, he had to admit that it was a miracle potion. The potion had improved his leveling speed by roughly 20% to 30%. It was no wonder why many players were even willing to empty their coffers to buy the Exotic Stamina Potion. Based on what he knew, the Candlelight Light Trading Firm had long since run out of the Exotic Stamina Potion. As soon as Candlelight restocked, players would rip them from the shelves. Many large guild upper echelons had specifically visited the Candlelight Trading Firm to negotiate a deal for the potions. Right now, be it the guild's development or the trading firm's, Zero Wing was unstoppable. Excellent. Contrary to expectations, Abandoned Wave didn't seem enraged. Rather, he began to laugh. Guild leader, Qin Muyun, and Lethal Gale were utterly confused. Young Master Jing was greatly displeased with them. Most likely, they would receive instructions from their superiors in the next few days. At that time, none of them would escape punishment. This was especially true for Abandoned Wave, yet the man that was supposed to be worried and angry was actually laughing. Was the shock too much for him to handle? However, instead of responding to Qin Muyun and Lethal Gale's question, Abandoned Wave turned towards Laughing Drunkard and asked softly, "Drunkard, did you finish what I asked of you? Guild leader, don't you trust me?" Laughing Drunkard chuckled. Confidently, he continued, "I've already sent details regarding Zero Wing's experts to the Miracle Guild. Miracle has confirmed that they will not give Zero Wing any chances of victory in tomorrow's match in the Dark Arena. Originally, he was not particularly optimistic of Zero Wing's loss in the Dark Arena tomorrow. However, after making a trip to the Miracle Guild and the detailed report he had provided the guild, his confidence that Zero Wing would lose in tomorrow's competition had grown. The odds for the upcoming competition had already been released. The odds were 1 to 3, with the majority of the bets on the Asura battle team. However, this was simply because only a few people knew that the evil dragon battle team was backed by the Miracle Guild. They had only discovered this due to the Blackwater Corporation's relationship with one of Miracle's upper echelons. It was extremely rare for the odds in the Dark Arena to be as high as 1 to 3. Normally, the odds were around 1 to 1.5. Seeing such a high payout rate, the Miracle Guild intended to go all out. Moreover, the guild aimed for a complete victory. The payout for a complete victory was 1 to 7. That was even high enough to tempt super guilds. A super first-rate guild like Miracle couldn't afford to miss this opportunity. Miracle's apex experts could even rival those of super guilds. Moreover, to guarantee their win in the competition, Miracle had secretly borrowed epic items from other large guilds. Even Zero Wing's apex experts, who were famed for their heaven-defying attributes, would be no match for the experts the Miracle intended to dispatch. Zero Wing's members were so powerful mostly because of their basic attributes. As for the experts that had reached the refinement realm or higher, there were only 5 in the guild. Among them, Black Flame would not participate in the Dark Arena. After all, the man was Zero Wing's guild leader. That left Shi Feng, Fire Dance, Gentle Snow, and Violet Cloud. Among them, Fire Dance, Gentle Snow, and Violet Cloud had only recently reached the refinement realm. Without the attribute advantage, the only true fighting force on the Ashura battle team was Shi Feng. However, the competition in the Dark Arena was a 10-man team match. Good. Afterward, you 3 go and gather our guild's resources. When the time comes, we'll have to watch the competition as well. Abandoned Wave had not been as affected by the previous loss as Qin Muyun and Lethal Gale had thought. On the contrary, he had calmly thought of a way to turn the situation around. The first thing he needed to do was recover the guild's foundations, earning back the weapons, equipment, coins, and other items that the guild had lost in the war. The Dark Arena served as the perfect platform to do exactly that. Moreover, Blackwater's defeat was not without meaning. At the very least, their defeat had shown exactly how powerful Zero Wing's various experts were, and this information would help Miracle deal with Zero Wing. Meanwhile, after entering the towering temple, Shi Feng had everyone use isolation scrolls before dashing through the labyrinth of empty corridors. As they had less than 20 minutes remaining, they would be hard-pressed to reach the Ark's inner region in time. The abyssal monsters had just woken and hadn't left the Ark yet. In the outer region's corridors, Shi Feng's team occasionally encountered wandering fallen patrols. However, as Shi Feng now had a map, these fallen patrols meant nothing to the team with his acute senses. Not only could Shi Feng avoid the patrols, but he could also avoid any traps. So this is the armory. After nearly 10 minutes, Shi Feng discovered a tightly shut door. The words, War Armory, had been carved on the stone above the massive door. Upon seeing these words, Shi Feng's heartbeat accelerated. The War Armory stored weapons of war specifically, and no other player had ever opened this War Armory. 1128 Difference Between Mythic Monsters. Chapter 1128 Difference Between Mythic Monsters. As Shi Feng stopped to look at the War Armory, Minor Wind noticed red dots appear on his system map and reported, Guild Leader, distant patrols are approaching our location. If we don't move now, I'm afraid that we'll be discovered. After Zero Wing's team had entered the Fallen Ark, Minor Wind had activated his scouting skill as he kept a lookout for any movement in their area. Although his scouting search area was reduced inside the Ark, he could sense for enemies within a 300-yard radius. That was enough for the team to respond before enemies reached them. How many? Shi Feng asked. Moreover, they're moving relatively quickly. They'll reach our location in 15 seconds at most, Minor Wind reported. 15 seconds? We'll be cutting it quite close, Shi Feng frowned. Based on his estimates, even an assassin with their locksmith class at master rank would need roughly 20 seconds to open a room like the War Armory. Unfortunately, their team didn't have a master locksmith. He also fully believed Minor Wind's estimate. A qualified ranger was not just a ranged damage dealer. Rangers' constant awareness of their surroundings and their judgment of various situations were their most important aspects. Although Minor Wind's combat standards were slightly lower than Zero Wing's other core members, his observation skills and judgment were top-notch. Guild Leader, we don't have much time left, Gentle Snow urged, as they had less than 8 seconds to prepare. Based on their location on the map, they were only 2/3 of the way to the Fallen Ark's inner region. If they couldn't reach the inner region before the system update began, when they logged back into the game, reaching that area would be far more difficult. They also needed to select a treasury and deal with the traps inside. Shi Feng hesitated. In the past, the Fallen Ark had been a famous treasure trove in God's domain. However, as the inner region's traps were extremely dangerous, very few players were capable of obtaining any treasures whatsoever. This situation had also resulted in the various large guilds in giving up on the Ark. However, Shi Feng never thought that he would actually come across an armory in the outer region. An armory might not mean much to an ordinary player, but to a guild, some of the more advanced weapons of war were even more valuable than fragmented legendary items. Forget it. We're giving up on the inner region. Let's take this armory for now. After giving the matter some thought, Shi Feng settled for the armory. Right now, Zero Wing still lacked overall strength. It likely did not even have the power to defend a single city. However, if they could find a few advanced weapons of war here, they might make up for Zero Wing's lack of combat power. As long as they could construct and defend a city properly, the city's value would easily exceed that of 2 or 3 fragmented legendary items. Cola, you, and Turtledove will tank the patrols. Don't let them near us. Everyone else, look for any nearby traps. Fire Dance, you'll be responsible for unlocking the door, Shi Feng hurriedly commanded. Understood. Hearing this, everyone exploded into action. The 2 fallen patrols were similar to those they had encountered at the entrance. They were both level 63 Great Lords with 57 mils in HP. However, Cola and Turtledove had long since familiarized themselves with the patrol's attack patterns. Even without the 9-star polar domain, they were capable of dealing with the Great Lords. At the same time, Fire Dance began to unlock the door to the armory. As one of the Fallen Ark's secret rooms, the time it took to unlock the armory was secondary. The crucial issue was that the extremely complex unlocking method. One would have to start the process all over again if they made a single mistake. Only after removing the various locks could one finally open the secret room. Time passed quickly. After 1 minute, Fire Dance was only halfway through the door's locks. Guild leader, 2 more patrols are approaching, Minor Wind announced anxiously. If there were only 3 fallen patrols, their team could, more or less, manage. 4, however, would be a problem. As for trying to kill the patrols, that would be considerably foolish. Special life forms were immortal existences. Even after expending a lot of time and effort, the most they would get out of the endeavor was some EXP. After 10 minutes, the fallen patrols would be back on their feet and ready to fight once again. Moreover, with each resurrection, the fallen patrols would become stronger. Only a lunatic would try to kill them. Wumian, you'll come with me. Once Fire finishes unlocking the door, rush into the room. Remember, do not touch anything inside, Shi Feng commanded. He then dashed towards the 2 new fallen patrols with Ye Wumian. Shi Feng wouldn't try to take on one of the fallen patrols directly. Instead, he activated Aura of Earth while deflecting the patrol's attacks. This way, not only could he reduce the damage he received, but he could also alleviate the burden on the team's healers. However, as time passed, a loud roar echoed from a distant corridor. The angry roar reverberated through the spacious corridor. Already? Shi Feng's expression darkened. The abyssal monsters had awakened far sooner than he had anticipated. If these monsters discovered his teams, none of them would get out of here alive. Shi Feng's team wasn't the only one who had heard the roar. The Midnight Tea Party's members, who waited outside the Fallen Ark quietly, heard the deafening roar as well. Black Flame really didn't lie. Breezewine could not help but inwardly celebrate when he heard this roar. The fact that this roar is so deep and can reach all the way out here means that this monster should be mythic rank at the very least. Fortunately, they had made the trade with Shi Feng. Otherwise, even if they had activated the Fallen Ark by themselves after obtaining their Tier 2 classes, they'd have no way of completing their quest. The difference between Mythic Monster's strength and Grand Lord's was simply too massive. Even if their entire team reached Tier 2, it wasn't likely that they could defeat a Mythic Monster of the same level, much less a Mythic Monster of a higher level. The other team members nodded in agreement. Despite Dark War and several other people's opinions about Shi Feng, they had to admit that Shi Feng had helped them enormously. Meanwhile, before the Fallen Ark's armory, Fire Dance finally unlocked the door to the secret room. Guild leader, the door's open. Good, you guys go in first. Cola, start slowly moving towards armory. Opening the tightly shut door was undoubtedly good news to Shi Feng. Immediately, he had everyone retreat towards the armory. As Shi Feng and the others reached the armory's entrance, Shi Feng, Cola, and the other MTs felt their bodies become heavy. It was as if they had been submerged in mud. It was extremely difficult to move. Not good. Those monsters have arrived. Get inside, quickly. Shi Feng panicked. Immediately, he activated Heavenly Dragon's power and recovered his ability to move. He then took an aqua-blue magic scroll from his bag. This magic scroll was none other than his sole remaining Tier 4 magic scroll. The area they were in was not particularly large, but he understood how powerful those monsters were. Any players the abyssal monsters killed would not get off with just a lost level. If that were the case, players in the past wouldn't have given up on the Fallen Ark's treasures that easily. Rather, those abyssal monsters would extract the immortal souls from the players they killed. Not only would players lose 2 or 3 levels, but they also wouldn't be able to log into the game for over 10 days. Humans, those souls, heaven-blessed individuals, wonderful. It's been so long since I've tasted an immortal soul. As Cola and the others rushed into the armory, a cold voice reached their ears, making them shudder with fear. Suddenly, as if the fallen patrols had been struck, the team watched the Great Lords fly into the corridor's walls, their powerful metallic bodies flattening like a specimen under a microscope. Aside from Shi Feng, none of the players could move. Why is such a powerful monster her? The abyssal monster's might far exceeded Gentle Snow and the rest of the team's expectations. Before the monster had even shown itself, it had already flattened the 4 fallen patrols into pancakes. They had become fish on a cutting board. 1129, Ransacking. The Armory, Chapter 129, Ransacking the Armory. Sure enough, a complete domain is really powerful. Shi Feng was slightly stunned. The Fallen Ark's abyssal monsters were much stronger than he had imagined. It was no wonder why God's domain's various superpowers hadn't been a match for these monsters in the past. This was definitely the first time Shi Feng had encountered a mythic monster that wielded a complete domain. Generally, only Tier 4 NPCs could use one. This was also the factor that provided Tier 4 NPCs the power to face Tier 4 mythic monsters. Right now, despite him having activated Heavenly Dragon's power, he could barely move his body. His joints even creaked as he moved. Oh, someone can still move? As Shi Feng moved, a cold, deep voice reverberated through everyone's minds. When the team members lifted their heads, they discovered that a humanoid creature, which was roughly 4 meters tall and covered in scales, had suddenly appeared before them. The creature had 2 blade-like arms and crimson eyes that were as large as an ordinary human's fist. 2 sets of jet-black wings also stretched from the creature's back. Soul Eater Lord Dark Creature, Mythic Weakened, Level 67, HP 200 million 200 million tellion dillion 200 million tellion, million dillion dillion dillion. Despite being weakened, the creature was still a mythic monster. Moreover, the team despaired upon seeing his HP. Even a team of 1,000 experts would be cannon fodder against this monster, much less a 20-man team. We're doomed. As Aqua Rose watched the Soul Eater Lord gradually approach them, she could already see her and her teammates' instant death in her mind. However, Aqua Rose still did not know that any player the Fallen Ark's ancient abyssal monsters killed would not get away with losing a single level. What an interesting little fellow. It's a pity that your struggling is useless. Just become my soul's nourishment obediently, the Soul Eater Lord said as he widened his ferocious mouth. He could no longer wait to devour these players. When 30 yards separated the team from the Soul Eater Lord, Shi Feng finally finished chanting the last verse of the incantation in his heart. He abruptly unfurled the dark blue magic scroll in his hands. Pointless resistance will only add to your pain and despair. The Soul Eater Lord had already noticed the Tier 4 magic scroll in Shi Feng's hands. However, he disregarded the object because he was fully capable of dealing with any Tier 4 spells. If it were a Tier 5 magic scroll, he might be nervous. However, such magic scrolls had even been extremely rare during the ancient era, not to mention the present era. Oh really? Shi Feng smiled faintly. Immediately, an aqua blue magic array formed beneath Shi Feng's feet, following which, with Shi Feng as the center, a faint blue barrier expanded outward. Tier 4 curse, Water Boundary. Water Boundary was not an attack-type curse. Rather, it was a defensive curse. The curse was even capable of blocking Tier 5 attacks. It was a kind of absolute defense. The curse had a radius of 20 yards and a duration of 30 seconds. After Water Boundary formed, Zero Wings members immediate felt the pressure dissipate as they regained their freedom of movement. Damn it! The Soul Eater Lord's expression twisted as the Water Boundary formed. It then began to assault the barrier. Boom, 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 boom. The Soul Eater Lord was so fast that even Shi Feng could barely see its movements. Everyone's hearts pounded as a series of expressions echoed throughout the Fallen Ark. They were terrified that the Soul Eater Lord would break through the seemingly flimsy light blue barrier. After glancing at the fluctuating blue barrier, Shi Feng shifted his attention away from the Soul Eater Lord as he commanded. All right, get moving. We don't have much time left. As a Tier 4 defensive curse, Water Boundary could withstand the Soul Eater Lord's attacks even if he were at his peak. The Soul Eater tribe's king, though, would have no problem shattering the barrier. Unfortunately, that kind of existence, which was as powerful as God's, was not in the current arc, following which the Soul Eater Lord could only watch helplessly as Shi Feng led his team into the armory. After entering the armory, Shi Feng turned around and shut the door, immediately locking it. Guild leader, that monster can't break in here, right? Violet Cloud asked worriedly as she recalled how powerful the Soul Eater was. Relax. This is the Fallen Ark, one of the final weapons the gods created. Divine runes strengthen the Ark's interior. Even a Soul Eater king would have a hard time destroying the interior of the Ark, not to mention a Soul Eater Lord, Shi Feng said nonchalantly. His companions could not help but release a sigh of relief when they heard Shi Feng's reassurance. Now that the danger has been dealt with, Fire, you, and Flying will disable the traps inside the armory. Everyone else, move carefully, Shi Feng ordered. Looking at the time, he found that they had around 6 minutes before they had to log out of the game. If they could not remove the traps within the armory during these 6 minutes, by the time they logged back into the game, these traps would become much harder to disable. Hearing this, Fire Dance and Flying Shadow immediately went into action. As for the rest of the team, they let their gazes wander the armory. For a moment, they were stupefied. The armory was a massive treasure trove. There was a variety of tools on display, and everyone was extremely tempting. Guild leader, look over there, monopulse cannons. They're even intermediate rank. During the war against the Star Alliance, Shi Feng had spent 20,000 gold to purchase a basic monopulse cannon. A single attack from the cannon could rival the might of a Tier 4 large-scale destruction spell. Moreover, the cannon had a range of 15,000 yards and a radius of 200 yards. Unfortunately, the cannon was very costly to use, with each shot requiring 1,000 magic crystals. Moreover, it had a long cooldown of around 3 to 4 minutes. Meanwhile, upon reading the intermediate mana pulse cannon's information, the team discovered that it was even more impressive than they had thought. Although its attack was roughly as powerful as a Tier 4 destruction spell, it had a range of 20,000 yards and a radius of 500 yards. It cost 2,000 magic crystals to fire a single round and similarly had a cooldown of around 3 to 4 minutes. The difference between a radius of 200 yards and 500 yards was simply outrageous. Furthermore, this armory actually had 2 intermediate mana pulse cannons. If Zero Wing had had these 2 cannons and a sufficient number of magic crystals during its battle against Blackwater, winning the war would have been far easier. However, rather than the mana pulse cannon, Shi Feng's gaze stopped on a magical steel car. He was quite familiar with this item, Movement-type Defensive Magic Array. Although it was only a basic defensive magic array, it could be moved freely even after being activated. In the past, large guilds treated it like a mobile fortress. As long as this magic array had enough mana, it could block all Tier 3 attacks and lower. Meanwhile, its maximum radius could cover an entire basic town. Aside from the mana pulse cannons and movement-type defensive magic array, there were a large number of basic mana pulse bombs. Every bomb possessed the might of a Tier 3 spell and had a radius of 25 yards. They could be thrown up to a maximum of 50 yards. They were incredibly suited for individual players. To current players, these mana pulse bombs were godly weapons in group battles, as a single bomb could obliterate all players in a 25-yard radius. There were actually over 1,000 of such bombs. Shi Feng had never imagined that a single armory would contain such a large harvest. With these items, the issue of his future city's defense was practically settled. Seconds passed, then minutes. When there were only 2 minutes before the system update began, Fire Dance and Flying Shadow had disabled 90% of the armory's traps. Only one trap set up around a stone altar was left. Guild leader, this trap is too complex. Even I can't disable it, Fire Dance exclaimed as she examined the trap before her. Even you can't disable it, Shi Feng was surprised. They were still in the Ark's outer region. With Fire Dance being an advanced trap disabler, she should be able to deal with every trap here. It was only a matter of time. However, the fact that Fire Dance was unable to disable the trap spoke volumes about the stone altar's value. Since time was running out, Shi Feng immediately removed Icarus's heart from his neck and passed it to Fire Dance. Fire Dance was momentarily dazed when she saw Icarus's heart. She had never expected such a powerful epic item to exist. Hurry, use this to disable the trap, Shi Feng instructed. Trap Disabler was a similar lifestyle class to the Appraiser class. However, it was not a particularly popular class. The Assassin class possessed a talent bonus that allowed them to level lifestyle classes like Locksmith and Trap Disabler far more easily. With Shi Feng's command, Fire Dance recovered her wits and activated God's Blessing, upgrading her Trap Disabler class to the Master rank. Immediately, Fire Dance began to disable the trap on the stone altar. However, this trap would require a considerably long time to disable. Quick, we don't have much time left. Shi Feng's anxiety grew when he saw only 30 seconds remaining. If Fire Dance failed, the next time they logged into the game, the consequence would not be limited to some lost time. Fire Dance also grew desperate. Her mind focused like never before as she frantically disabled the trap's mechanisms, one after another. There were only 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds. 3 seconds. It's disabled. Fire Dance finally disabled the trap with only 2 seconds remaining, and she could not help but sigh in relief at her success. Following which, everyone's vision faded to black as they were sent to their individual God's Domain offline rest spaces. 1130, Talon. Chapter 1130, Talent inside the offline rest space. Shi Feng slowly opened his eyes. With this, all we need to do is wait for the system update to end and log back into the game. Shi Feng could not help his growing excitement when he thought about the stone altar. Even the intermediate mana pulse cannons had only been protected by advanced traps. Whatever master traps protected definitely stored far more valuable treasures. Shi Feng shifted his gaze to the system interface displayed before him. The interface showed 14 hours and 40 minutes before the system update completed. From this, Shi Feng could tell that significant changes would shake God's Domain. A nearly 15-hour-long system update, it's roughly the same duration as when the Fallen Ark had been activated in the past. Shi Feng could not help but recall detailed information about the system update in the past. Every time God's Domain underwent a system update, it, more or less, changed Guild's path of development. For example, the previous few system updates had gradually increased the importance of lifestyle classes in the various large guilds' eyes. Guild had even begun to invest a significant amount of resources to nurture their lifestyle classes. Similarly, the system update this time would change God's Domain once more. There were many lifestyle classes in God's Domain. They weren't limited to forgers, engineers, alchemists, enchanters, leatherworkers, tailors, chefs, and such. There were many other lifestyle classes that players did not pay much attention to, such as diviners, architects, appraisers, fraudsters, cultivators, tamers, scholars, magicians, locksmiths, and other minor subclasses. This latest update would gradually increase the importance of these minor subclasses in the game. Before the trap mechanisms in God's domain had been perfected, adventurer players who explored the fields could get by financially in the game relatively easily. In the fields, their main problem when they found treasure was the guardian monsters. Rarely would any player pay attention to the traps protecting the treasure. This was because of the only two possibilities when one tried to disable a trap. The first was that the trap could be disabled, although the time required depended on the player. The other possibility was that the trap could not be disabled. One wouldn't receive any kind of punishment for failing to disable a trap. As a result, players rarely paid much attention to the trap disabler class. However, after this system update, a third outcome would occur. A trap could be disabled, but failure came with a risk. If one failed to disable a trap, they would trigger the trap itself. Trap strengths varied. If players triggered a weaker trap, they might retain their lives. Even in the event of death, players would only suffer the normal death penalties. For stronger traps, however, players might have to pay more than a single level for their failure. Another example was the Magician subclass, one of the minor subclasses Shi Feng had learned. A magician's role was to produce items such as magic scrolls and magic arrays. Although the Magician subclass was not as important as the Forger subclass, it was one of the essential subclasses in God's domain. Moreover, as the subclass increased its rank, it would serve a greater purpose. Due to the increased importance of the various minor subclasses, the large guilds began to nurture these subclasses to aid their guild's development. It seems that I'll have to get melancholic to start collecting purple dew and 5-colored flowers once I log back in. After some thought, Shi Feng decided to start nurturing a batch of players with minor subclasses. Minor subclasses were not as difficult to improve as major subclasses. There was no need to expend a large stock of materials for trial and error. One simply needed to achieve a certain technical standard to rise through the ranks. Take the Magician subclass, for example. If a player produced a basic magic array, they would become a basic magician. If they produced an intermediate magic array, they would become intermediate magicians. There was no need to accumulate a large number of proficiency points. Promotion solely depended on a player's technical skills. However, while there were no restrictions on learning minor subclasses, with players being allowed to learn over 10 minor subclasses, due to personal talent, not everyone could level a subclass to intermediate or advanced rank, much less master rank. Due to this, players should learn only the minor subclasses they were proficient at if they wish to advance to higher stages in the game. However, how was a player supposed to determine which minor subclass they were proficient at? In the past, the most popular way to test their abilities was the talent potion. As long as players drank the talent potion, the system would provide a series of tests. After completing these tests, the system would notify players about the subclass they were most suited for. This way, players would not have to waste their time researching whether they were suitable for a certain subclass or not. Of course, if players liked a particular subclass, they could learn it regardless of whether they had the talent. They just wouldn't be able to advance quickly. Meanwhile, the main materials for crafting the talent potion was purple dew and 5-colored flower. Shi Feng also knew where to find the recipe. As long as he went there to grind, he should have no problems obtaining a few copies. After Shi Feng finished planning his development, he decided to rest in the virtual space. Only at 7 in the morning did he exit his virtual gaming cabin. After Shi Feng finished breakfast and did some light exercises, before he left to check on Zero Wing's new internal members in the dojo, he noticed his female assistant, who currently wore black working attire, waiting for him by the lounge's entrance. Head instructor, Chairman Xiao has an extremely important matter he wishes to discuss with you. He is waiting in the chairman's office right now, Liang Jing reported as she walked up to Shi Feng, who wore blue sportswear. Got it. Shi Feng nodded. In reality, even if Xiao Yu hadn't come looking for him, he would have likely sought the man out himself within the next few days. During his previous expansion of the Zero Wing workshop, he had recruited plenty of talented people. These people were all much stronger than the independent players he had recruited in God's domain. Although their levels in the game were still quite low, their combat standards were already higher ordinary elite players. In addition, he and Lei Bao normally trained these new recruits. It was only a matter of time before they could clear the trial tower's 4th floor. Once these people reached the 5th floor, they would become experts in the eyes of ordinary players. If they could reach the 5th floor's late stage, even large guilds would treat them like experts. However, Shi Feng wasn't looking for ordinary experts. He wanted apex experts capable of turning the tides of war by themselves. It was extremely difficult to nurture such apex experts. First, he needed a sufficient amount of resources such as the S-rank nutrient fluid. However, Shi Feng didn't have the connections he needed to gain a large quantity. Fortunately, Xiao Yu did. The Big Dipper Tower's 51st floor, this floor was specifically reserved for the chairman of the Big Dipper group. It was also the Big Dipper Tower's highest floor. From in the corridor, they could see the entirety of Jinhai City through the glass walls. Very few people in Jinhai City were ever invited to this floor. Even Liang Jing, Chairman Xiao's senior assistant, had never set foot on this floor. Generally, she waited for the chairman on the 50th floor. As Liang Jing followed Shi Feng to the chairman's office, she sighed ruefully as she stared at Shi Feng's back. If not for Director Xiao allowing her to bring Shi Feng here, she would never have had the opportunity to see this floor. When Liang Jing opened the doors to the chairman's office, an office the size of a basketball court appeared before her eyes. 3 people sat before the room's French windows. Shi Feng was familiar with all 3. One of them was Xiao Yu, another was Gan Xingting, the bald man who Fire Dance had thoroughly defeated, and the last Xiao Qiwen, the handsome youth with a body as robust as Lei Bao's, known as the White Tiger Dojo's fighting genius. 1131. An invitation that cannot be refused. Chapter 1131. An invitation that cannot be refused. Shi Feng frowned slightly as he eyed Xie Qiwen and Gan Xingtung, who sat on a sofa and chatted merrily with Xiao Yu. The White Tiger Dojo was currently Big Dipper's rival. As Shi Feng walked up to the 3 people, Xiao Yu took the initiative to welcome him. Instructor Shi, you're finally here. Let me introduce you. This is White Tiger Dojo's rising star, Xie Qiwen. As for our other guest, I believe that you've already met. Gan Xingtung has already been appointed the acting head instructor of the White Tiger Dojo's branch in Jinhai City. Xiao Yu introduced the men to Shi Feng. As Xiao Yu completed the introductions, Xiao Qiwen stared at Shi Feng. Shi Feng currently wore dark blue sportswear. He appeared extremely young for someone in his position. No matter how Xie Qiwen looked at Shi Feng, the latter looked like any ordinary youth. Shi Feng did not exude the aura that was usually found on martial arts experts. If not for Gan Xingtung providing him with information about Big Dipper beforehand, he would have assumed that Shi Feng was a new student who had recently enrolled to the Big Dipper dojo. Hello, head instructor Shi. Xie Qiwen greeted Shi Feng without getting up from his seat. He simply looked at Shi Feng, nodding slightly as he spoke with a courteous tone. I have heard of head instructor Shi's fame. Sure enough, the rumors were true. Hello. Shi Feng gave with a brief but polite response. As for Gan Xingtung, he did not bother saying anything to Shi Feng. In Gan Xingtung's opinion, Shi Feng was simply one of the Big Dipper group's puppets and did not possess any true ability. The dojo's true master must be the woman he had fought before, Fire Dance. In both strength and reaction capabilities, Fire Dance far surpassed him. He wouldn't even be surprised if she turned out to be the internal force expert the Big Dipper group had invited. Xie Qiwen stood up and turned to look at Xiao Yu before saying, Chairman Xiao, since we've already told you why we are here, we'll take our leave now. When the time comes, I will welcome your arrival. Initially, he had waited here to catch a glimpse of Shi Feng. Now that he had met the man in question and discovered that Shi Feng was exactly as Gan Xingtung had mentioned, he had no reason to stay. Following which, Xiao Yu sent both Xiao Qiwen and Gan Xingtung to the door. He then had Liang Jing send them on their way. After the duo left, Shi Feng asked, Chairman Xiao, may I know what business you wish to discuss? The White Tiger Dojo will be holding an opening ceremony in 4 days, and they have invited you and me to participate. At the same time, the White Tiger Dojo plans to hold a friendly competition during the ceremony and has invited the various training centers and dojos to participate as well. The match will involve teams of 3, and participants must be below the age of 20. The competition's champion will win 1 million credits and an invitation card to the Green God Company's annual auction. An invitation card to the Green God auction? Sure enough, the White Tiger Dojo is impressive. The White Tiger Dojo's wealth and influence surprised Shi Feng. Practically everybody in the world knew about the Green God Company. The Green God Company was the sole producer of nutrient fluids, which was sold in practically every town and city around the world. It was an absolute giant. In this current era, who did not pay attention to their bodies? Who didn't want to live longer? Particularly, the S-rank nutrient fluid produced miraculous effects. However, as its production volume was low, it was extremely difficult to obtain. The Green God Company also held an auction once every year. In this auction, the company sold plenty of S-rank nutrient fluids. In addition, the company would introduce new products that were not available on the market. Only, it was extraordinarily difficult to gain an invitation. A company like the Big Dipper Group did not qualify to receive an invitation. However, this wasn't surprising. After all, not a single person or company in Jinhai City qualified. Most likely, only an existence like the White Tiger Dojo, which nurtured international-level fighters consistently, qualified. After all, in this era where everyone paid attention to their physical fitness, the various international training centers and dojos were the Green God Company's main customers. I know, right? In previous years, we've offered 5 million to purchase an invitation card. However, we have never actually managed to buy one. Hence, head instructor Shi, I was wondering if you could select a few members from the Big Dipper Dojo to participate in this friendly competition, Xiao Yu asked anxiously. Although he knew that the White Tiger Dojo wanted to flaunt its might through this friendly competition and solidify its position in Jinhai City, the invitation card to the Green God auction was simply too tempting to give up. This invitation card was a pass that allowed one to purchase S-rank nutrient fluids. At the same time, one would encounter people of high social standing. If he could form some kind of relationship with some of these influential people, it might help the company's development in the future. Hence, even if he knew it was a trap, he couldn't refuse it. Chairman Xiao, you should know that the dojo's members have only recently joined. Even the powerful fighters are no match for the White Tiger Dojo's elite geniuses, Shi Feng replied as he shook his head. Since the White Tiger Dojo dared to put up such a tempting prize, it was obvious that the dojo was confident in claiming the prize for itself. During the competition, the dojo would definitely send geniuses from its main branch to participate and teach the various dojos and training centers in Jinhai City a lesson that they would never forget. I heard that head instructor Shi has several experts in your workshop. What if they participate instead? Xiaoyu asked eagerly. He had long since learned about the Zero Wing workshop from Liang Jing. According to Liang Jing, the workshop members were powerful fighting experts. The woman named Fire Dance, in particular, had even defeated Gan Xingtong in a single move. Chairman Xiao, I understand what you were trying to say, but unfortunately they are all over 20 years old, Shi Feng said, smiling bitterly. Of course he wanted Cola and the others take part in the competition. However, they were all over the age limit. Only Violet Cloud met this requirement. However, the competition was a group match. If he could not fill the 2 remaining spots, they wouldn't be able to take part anyway. As for the members that had recently joined the Zero Wing workshop, although they had improved significantly, they were no match for the White Tiger Dojo's elite members. The White Tiger Dojo really is crafty. I never thought that they would have accounted for this as well. A disappointed expression dominated Xiaoyu's face. Despite the valuable opportunity to develop the company, he had no way of grasping it. We still have 4 days. It isn't entirely impossible to find suitable experts. However, it won't be easy. Shi Feng suddenly recalled several core members in the guild that were younger than 20. Only, none of them had come to Jinhai City to participate in Zero Wing's special training. Xiaoyu's eyes shone at Shi Feng's words. Immediately he said, if head instructor Shi has any requirements, please don't hold back. Since Chairman Xiao has offered, things will be easier on my side. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's assurance, Shi Feng said, if we wish to defeat the White Tiger Dojo, I'll need roughly 10 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids. Although those several core members possessed a wealth of combat experience, their physical attributes were simply too low. Meanwhile, unlike virtual combat, real-life combat relied heavily on a person's physical attributes. If he wanted to improve their combat power in the real world quickly, the only way to do so was by pushing them past their brain's limits and utilizing the S-rank nutrient fluids to recover. Only this method would rapidly improve their body's overall strength. He could also nurture the guild's experts, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. 1132, Butterfly Effect, Chapter 1132, Butterfly Effect, 10 bottles. Xiaoyu's heart skipped a beat when he heard Shi Feng's request. S-rank nutrient fluids were not cabbages that one could purchase easily. It was difficult to buy a bottle even if one could afford it. People around the world referred to the S-rank nutrient fluid as the water of life. A bottle of S-rank nutrient fluid could easily go for 1 million credits. Even Xiaoyu himself was only willing to drink 1 bottle per year to repair the damaged cells in his body, significantly slowing the aging process. The S-rank nutrient fluid was a treasure to well-known international fighters. Normally, they would only consume a bottle if they were heavily injured. Even drinking A-rank nutrient fluids during normal training was considered a luxury. Previously, to recruit Shi Feng into Big Dipper, he had utilized his connections and spent a significant sum to obtain a batch. No matter how he looked at it, buying another 10 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids to obtain the Green God Company's invitation was not a worthwhile transaction. After all, his main goal in obtaining the invitation card was to purchase S-rank nutrient fluid and other new products the Green God Company intended to offer. He was still uncertain about how many bottles he could purchase in the auction. It was simply too risky to invest 10 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid right off the bat. That's right, I'll need 10 bottles at the very minimum. Shi Feng wasn't lying. Void steps placed a huge burden on the human brain. Without the in-depth healing the S-rank nutrient fluid provided, one would risk their life by using the technique. Hence, whenever he trained the guild's core members, he warned them that if they did not have any S-rank nutrient fluids on hand, they were absolutely not allowed to practice void steps excessively. If it is money you are worried about, I can pay half the cost. However, I want a spot on the Green God Company's invitation card. You'll pay half of it? After giving the matter some thought, Xiaoyu agreed and said, all right, I'll try to find a way to get the 10 bottles. However, they will cost slightly above market price. Every invitation card allowed 2 people to attend the auction. It did not matter if he shared one with Shi Feng. To further develop itself, the Big Dipper Group had already invested a large sum into the new dojo. They had also spent a lot on advertising, hence the company was somewhat tight on funds. If Shi Feng were willing to cover half of the S-rank nutrient fluid's cost, investing in Shi Feng's group was no different than their previous attempt of purchasing the Green God auction invitation card for 5 million credits. Only, unlike Shi Feng, that plan hadn't succeeded. As for whether Shi Feng had the money to pay up, he had long since ordered Liang Jing to investigate the man's finances. Recently, God's domain had become increasingly popular around the world. Many industry giants had already invested in the game. It was definitely possible to earn a lot of money through God's domain. Moreover, based on what he had heard from Liang Jing, Shi Feng's workshop was considerably large. Moreover, more companies had invested in the workshop. At this point, the workshop had begun mass recruiting full-time gamers. It was obvious that Shi Feng earned quite an income from the game. He shouldn't have any issues spending several million credits at a moment's notice. Now that God's Domain was so popular, even Xiao Yu had considered establishing a workshop. Based on what he had heard from his connections, he learned that gaming workshops focused on God's Domain earned far more than they had in past virtual reality games. God's Domain also had far more players. However, expanding the Big Dipper group took priority. Once the Big Dipper group had grown, it would become far more profitable than any gaming workshop or guild. After all, more people had begun to take their physical training more seriously after discovering God's Domain. Unfortunately, what Xiao Yu did not know was that Shi Feng's workshop was more profitable than he imagined. After Shi Feng finalized his arrangements with Xiao Yu, he returned to Zero Wing's training room. Only the workshop's official members had access to this room. Shi Feng had specifically instructed Liang Jing to stock the room with various training equipment. These machines would help strengthen a person's reaction speed and evasive maneuvers. Blackie, contact Shadow Sword and Turtledove, have them come to Jinhai City as quickly as possible. Report the travel expenses as a workshop expenditure, Shi Feng instructed Blackie, who was currently occupied with basic training. Shadow Sword and Turtledove had been members of a certain dojo before they had joined Zero Wing. They were both younger than 20. However, after officially becoming Zero Wing core members, Shi Feng had both of them leave their dojos. After all, becoming a Zero Wing core member was basically a formal job. They had to make God's Domain their main priority. After they left their previous dojos, aside from playing God's Domain, they normally exercised at a local gym. All of their attention had shifted to God's Domain. However, as Zero Wing had yet to establish its own company officially and the purchasing agreement for Ouroboros' training center wasn't finalized, Shi Feng hadn't invited them to take part in special training with the others. We're having them here now? Blackie shot Shi Feng a curious look. Suddenly, his expression shifted to one of excitement as he asked, "Is the training center ready?" He had already heard about the matter from Shi Feng. Ouroboros' training center specialized in nurturing gaming experts. Setting aside its numerous facilities, it had an advanced virtual system in which players could train. Of course, Ouroboros' training center wasn't as advanced as the Secret Pavilion's simulated training system. However, it was far more efficient than a ton of people competing for the 10 black cards. Most importantly, with the acquisition of Ouroboros' training center, Zero Wing would finally have its own headquarters. They would no longer have to borrow someone else's facilities. Like the core members of those first-rate guilds, they could then walk into their luxurious training centers in the city center every day. "No," Shi Feng said, shaking his head. "Qingshui 1 is still negotiating the price for the training center. I want them here for another matter." Although the Blackwater's defeat had indeed dealt a major blow to the several companies backing Ouroboros, it was not an easy task to buy the training center's remaining shares. If they discovered Zero Wing's true goal, they might demand a far higher price than what Zero Wing had planned on. Unless something forced these companies were forced to sell the shares in a hurry, Shi Feng had to let Bai Qingshui find a way to obtain the shares cheaply. His reply disappointed Blackie. However, he suddenly thought of something else as he said, "Brother Feng, when you went to your meeting, someone came to the workshop asking for you. However, I told him that you're in a meeting, so he's been waiting in the lounge. Do you want to meet him right now? Who is it?" "It's that youth that Big Sis Fire flattened. I think his name is Yu Ziping," Blackie responded, somewhat uncertain. "He came on his own volition? Interesting. I just so happen to be free, so I might as well meet with him." Shi Feng thought back to the bait he cast. He hadn't expected to hook Yu Ziping so quickly. However, after giving the matter some thought, he found it reasonable. Now that Jie Qiwen was in Jinhai City as Yu Ziping's greatest romantic rival, how could the boy sit by and do nothing? If Yu Ziping remained passive, Jie Qiwen would definitely take the girl he loved. This was his last chance to do something. Only, this development had occurred sooner than Shi Feng had anticipated. The current timeline was deviating further away from the one he remembered, following which, Shi Feng entered the training room's lounge. Yu Ziping sat on the lounge's sofa, his legs shaking slightly. He looked quite nervous. "What business do you have with me?" Shi Feng asked slowly as he examined the fighter before him. Seeing Shi Feng, Yu Ziping stood up abruptly, anxiety flashing in his eyes as he asked, "Didn't you say that, as long as I join Zero Wing's workshop, you'll tell me how to become stronger? Is that offer still valid?" Hallmaster Jiang had already announced his intentions of driving his daughter Jiang Lingyu closer to Xie Qiwen. If he did not achieve some sort of feat quickly, he would be too late. 1133. The difference brought about by time. Chapter 1133. The difference brought about by time. Of course, it's still valid. Shi Feng provided a definitive answer. However, didn't your White Tiger Dojo bar you from joining any gaming workshops? Yu Ziping fell silent upon Shi Feng's question. He had been determined not to join Zero Wing's workshop. After all, he was recognized as an elite member in the White Tiger Dojo. If given enough time, he would gain Hallmaster Jiang's recognition. However, Xia Qiwen's sudden appearance in Jinhai City significantly reduced the time he had to make any notable achievements. Xia Qiwen was already a well-known national fighter. Now, the White Tiger Dojo's main branch had decided to cultivate Xia Qiwen and prepare him for the international stage. On the other hand, he hadn't even reached the national threshold. With Hallmaster Jiang's personality, he definitely had no hopes of furthering his relationship with Jiang Lingyu. Right now, his only way of getting Hallmaster Jiang's recognition was to grow a lot stronger within a short time. At the very least, he needed to become a fighter on the national level. Only then would Hallmaster Jiang even consider handing his daughter over to him. To build his strength quickly, the only way he could think of was by joining Zero Wing's workshop. There wasn't actually a rule or regulation in the White Tiger Dojo that disallowed joining a gaming workshop, and growing stronger was far more important than violating Gan Jingteng's rules. If I join Zero Wing's workshop, how much stronger can I become within a month? Yu Zipping was desperate to grow stronger. However, he was suspicious about how much stronger the Zero Wing workshop could help him become. I knew you would ask something like this. Since you're curious, how about you spar with one of our workshop's new members? Shi Feng suggested, chuckling. Fortunately, you're already familiar with this person. Someone I am familiar with? Yu Zipping gave Shi Feng a skeptical look. Follow me. Shi Feng did not bother to explain as he left the lounge. Yu Zipping promptly followed him, curious about his opponent. In the White Tiger Dojo, his status was relatively high. Not only had he become an intermediate disciple at the young age of 18, but he even ranked near the top among intermediate disciples. He was only a short time from becoming an advanced disciple. If he became an advanced disciple in the White Tiger Dojo at his age, he would definitely qualify to participate in the National Youth Fighting Competition. Inside Zero Wing's training room, many of Zero Wing Workshop's new members were preoccupied with their basic training. When they noticed Shi Feng lead an indifferent youth into the room, they stopped and looked at Yu Zipping curiously. Who's that? A new member? No, I know that guy. He was one of the fighters that came to the dojo to make trouble, but got a beating from Big Sis Fire instead. What unfortunate fools. Big Sis Fire never shows mercy in a fight. She is exactly like Instructor Lei in this aspect. Do you think that guy is looking to challenge Big Sis Fire again? Everyone in the training room had their assumptions about Yu Zipping's intentions. As for whether Yu Zipping had any chance of actually defeating Fire Dance, the thought never even entered their minds. In their eyes, Yu Zipping would need a miracle to survive against the woman for longer than 5 seconds. As for the youth defeating Fire Dance, had anyone ever seen an ordinary human win against a monster before? After Shi Feng entered the training room, he turned to a slim youth that looked to be roughly 20 years old and said, Lu Shu, come over here for a second. We'll be testing your strength today. Understood. Lu Shu hurriedly responded. Lu Shu. When Yu Zipping saw Lu Shu walking over, the youth wore a strange expression. Previously, when they had shown up to make trouble for the Big Dipper Dojo, Lu Shu had chosen to leave the White Tiger Dojo and take part in the Zero Wing Workshop's test. As an intermediate disciple of the White Tiger Dojo, Yu Zipping was very familiar with Lu Shu's standards. The latter was just barely as strong as an intermediate disciple. Hence, he had been happy about Lu Shu's decision to leave the dojo. After all, not everyone could succeed in the world of fighting. Lu Shu might have a better future if he joined a gaming workshop instead. However, when he realized that Shi Feng had selected Lu Shu to be his opponent, he found the matter laughable. Just how much did Shi Feng underestimate him? All right, you two, get in the arena. Your time limit is 3 minutes, Shi Feng instructed, not explaining further. Shi Feng's words instantly attracted everyone's attention. Blackie merrily shouted, We have a good show coming up. I'll be the bookkeeper. The betting ratio is 1-5. Whoever bets on Yu Zipping will get 5 times their wager if he wins. Don't miss this opportunity. All right, I'll bet on Lu Shu. I'll bet on Lu Shu as well. I'll bet 1 bottle of 100-berry wine on Lu Shu's win. In the end, nobody bet on Yu Zipping. Blackie's expression twisted. However, among those present, Yu Zipping had the ugliest expression. He was only a step away from becoming an advanced disciple in the White Tiger Dojo. Yet in the eyes of these gamers, he seemed to be some random passerby not worth their attention. Lu Shu felt an immense pressure on his shoulders. Similar to Yu Zipping's familiarity with his strengths, he too understood Yu Zipping's power. He had never imagined that Shi Feng and Zero Wing Workshop's core members expected him to win. No matter how he thought about it, that was impossible. Upon seeing both fighters in their positions, Shi Feng shouted, Begin. Lu Shu, don't hold back and show me everything you've got. I'm curious to see what you've accomplished in the Zero Wing Workshop since you've joined, Yu Zipping told Lu Shu seriously. Lu Shu nodded and charged at Yu Zipping. Lu Shu launched a straight punch towards Yu Zipping, his fist pushing a strong gust of wind into the latter's face. Lu Shu's punch was so fast that Yu Zipping barely caught a glimpse of it. So fast! Yu Zipping could not help his surprise. Lu Shu's punch was far faster and more accurate than it had been in the past. However, Yu Zipping was no ordinary fighter. Diverting the approaching fist with one hand, Yu Zipping sidestepped and rushed forward, slamming his body into Lu Shu. As if Lu Shu had expected the move, he quickly adjusted his footwork as his fist was redirected. Twisting his body, he circled to Yu Zipping's back, avoiding the latter's body slam. He dodged it? Yu Zipping was slightly surprised. Yu Ziping regained his composure as he turned and continued his fierce assault against Lu Shu. Every one of Yu Ziping's moves contained both deadly speed and precision, making them extremely difficult to parry. However, contrary to Yu Ziping's expectations, Lu Shu didn't become flustered, and the attacks didn't land. Rather, with nimble movements and footwork, he systematically dodged one attack after another. After Yu Ziping's barrage ended, Lu Shu realized that Yu Ziping was exhausted. Immediately, Lu Shu took advantage of the opportunity and dove in for the kill. Yu Ziping, knowing he was in a bad position, could only throw a punch of his own to deter Lu Shu's assault. However, Lu Shu showed no signs of avoiding the hit. On the contrary, Lu Shu continued straight towards Yu Ziping's punch. As Yu Ziping's fist was about to collide with Lu Shu's face, however, the latter abruptly tilted his head. Yu Ziping's fist brushed past Lu Shu's cheek, leaving a bloodied cut. However, this allowed Lu Shu to move into Yu Ziping's guard. Combining his speed and strength, Lu Shu sent an open palm strike at Yu Ziping's neck. This strike forced Yu Ziping to retreat by 3 steps, feeling a little faint. Meanwhile, Lu Shu took this opportunity to land another palm strike on his opponent's chest. Immediately, the attack sent Yu Ziping sprawling to the ground. The victor of this match, Lu Shu. From the start of the match to Yu Ziping's collapse, Lu Shu felt as if he had been dreaming. He had the weird feeling that Yu Ziping had gone easy on him. Why else would Yu Ziping have had so many holes in his defense? Moreover, in Lu Shu's opinion, Yu Ziping's attack methods had been monotone. It was as if Yu Ziping had begged him to dodge the attacks. However, in Shi Feng's opinion, Lu Shu's win wasn't unexpected. Since joining Zero Wing, Lu Shu had experienced many life-or-death battles. He also frequently attended Lei Bao's training sessions. Both provided plenty of combat experience. Lu Shu also used to be one of the White Tiger Dojo's intermediate disciples. In terms of his physique, he wasn't any weaker than Yu Ziping. Lu Shu had simply lacked combat experience. However, during his time in Zero Wing, Lu Shu had accumulated far more combat experience than Yu Ziping. Yu Ziping's defeat wasn't unusual. The first thing Yu Ziping saw after regaining consciousness was Lu Shu. How did he improve so much so quickly? A bitter feeling swam in his heart as he looked at Lu Shu. He knew why he had been defeated. The fight might have looked like a deadlock, but the difference in their combat experience was simply too vast. Right now, Lu Shu moved like an expert that had lived through hundreds of battles. Lu Shu may even possess more combat experience than the White Tiger Dojo's advanced disciples. Yet, how much time had passed since Lu Shu had joined the Zero Wing workshop? How could he have gained that much combat experience in such a short time span? You've seen how much Lu Shu has improved for yourself. What do you think of my place now? Shi Feng asked, laughing. Will you really teach me everything if I join Zero Wing's workshop? Yu Ziping asked anxiously. He stared at Shi Feng with anticipation. Shi Feng could not help but sigh ruefully at the tense Yu Ziping. No one would ever have imagined that this youth before him would actually become the Tier 5 berserker known as Silent Blade. Yu Ziping was just as talented as Jie Qi-wen. However, Jie Qi-wen was slightly older and had a far stronger family background. If one wanted to improve their physique rapidly, intense training wasn't enough. A fighter also needed to replenish the energy they consumed. Even the most common C-rank nutrient fluid cost 400 credits. Fighters who trained arduously every day needed at least 1 bottle per day. That meant that one would have to spend 12,000 credits on C-rank nutrient fluids in a single month. Ordinary households couldn't afford that expenditure. There was even less need to mention B-rank nutrient fluids, which cost 1,000 credits per bottle. Dojos and training centers were only willing to sign contracts with and nurture people with outstanding talent. Ordinary members wouldn't have access to the privilege. However, even contracted members only received C-rank nutrient fluids. Only those geniuses would be given B-rank nutrient fluids. As for Yu Ziping, the White Tiger Dojo had only offered him an ordinary contract, providing 1 bottle of C-rank nutrient fluid each day. However, Xie Qi-wen was different. Xie Qi-wen did not even need the support of the White Tiger Dojo as his household provided A-rank nutrient fluids to fine-tune his body. A-rank nutrient fluids cost 10,000 credits per bottle. Not only were A-rank nutrient fluids capable of healing injuries that normally went unnoticed, but they could also develop a person's brain cells. Even if Yu Ziping and Xie Qi-wen were equally talented, the difference in their strengths at the end of the day was like the difference between heaven and earth. Furthermore, Jie Qi-wen's household had invited powerful fighters and instructors to help the man gain a plethora of combat experience. Aside from talent, Yu Ziping was weaker than Jie Qi-wen in almost every aspect. How could he possibly be a match for Jie Qi-wen? Meanwhile, Zhang Tianyuan, Zhang Lingyun's father, highly valued strength. It was only a matter of course for him to choose Jie Qi-wen. 1134. Test Evaluation. Chapter 1134. Test Evaluation. Noticing Shi Feng's long moment of silence, Yu Ziping grew nervous. Yu Ziping had already seen how much Lu Shu had improved. Despite having recently joined the Zero Wing workshop, Lu Shu could display strength like never before. If Yu Ziping told the other White Tiger Dojo members about this, nobody would believe him. In any case, he was now sure that, by joining and training in the Zero Wing workshop, he could become strong enough to get a ticket to the National Youth Fighting Competition before this year's qualifiers. If he improved sufficiently, his results might even be quite good. Although he still wouldn't be a match for Xie Qiwen, with the advantage of his age, Hallmaster Jiang would, more or less, consider giving Yu Zipping his daughter instead of outright rejecting him. If you join Zero Wing's workshop, you won't miss out on any training. Before that, however, we have to see whether or not you can pass the workshop's test. Based on your performance, you'll be offered a corresponding contract, Shi Feng explained. Of course, Lu Shu's standards are already quite high. He has already become a Reserve Corps member in our workshop, and we're providing various benefits to nurture him. Above that are the Reserve Main Force member slots. If you achieve that standard, you'll receive even heavier emphasis from the workshop. The resources we'll invest in you at that time will definitely surprise you. To put it simply, what benefits you receive are up to you. However, one thing to note is that the higher your position is, the greater the workshop's restrictions will be. If you become one of the workshop's Reserve Main Force members, you'll need to leave the White Tiger Dojo and focus on the workshop. Yu Zipping nodded in response, not particularly surprised by Shi Feng's explanation. He had no intentions of becoming a Reserve Main Force member. He was fine with becoming a Reserve Corps member. This way, he could continue his development in the White Tiger Dojo. Following which, Shi Feng had Blackie led Yu Zipping to take the foundation tests. The workshop's tests were very simple. They tested for an applicant's reaction speed, observation, and judgment. As long as they performed well in these aspects, even if they had never received training from a gaming guilds before, they could get by fairly well in God's domain. Once Zero Wing nurtured these people, both in the game and in the real world, they could very quickly become fifth-floor experts in the trial tower. Shi Feng had always planned for his guild to walk the path of the elite. Hence, he was very strict when recruiting internal members. Zero Wing's evaluations fell into 5 grades, D, C, B, A, and S. Various large guilds had created these grades in the past during their own internal member recruitment. It was a standard method. Those who earned a D grade were considered ordinary. Generally, large guilds only picked people who earned a C when recruiting internal members. In other words, people who were slightly more than ordinary in the various aspects. This way, these guild investments had a higher likelihood of greater return. To become a super guild's internal member, one generally needed to earn a B in their evaluation. Although the difference was only 1 rank, a B-grade player could easily defeat a C-grade player of the same level. This was similar to the wooden barrel theory. The amount of water a wooden barrel could contain was not determined by the longest plank of wood. Rather, it depended on the shortest plank of wood. This was also why, despite there being countless people applying to join super guilds as internal members each year, very few actually managed it. The internal members Zero Wing recruited were separated into 2 groups. To become a core member, one needed to earn a high C. Meanwhile, main force members needed a B at the very minimum. The guild had very few members who had earned an A. Even super first-rate guilds and super guilds hungered for such talent, much less Zero Wing. After Yu Ziping completed his test, Blackie ran to Shi Feng and handed him Yu Ziping's results. Brother Feng, this Yu Ziping kid is really impressive. His scores are the highest I've ever seen. Based on your tests, he actually managed to score a high A in everything. His observational skills even earned an S, Blackie reported excitedly. It seems that he should be quite talented in God's domain. However, his future achievements will depend on him. Shi Feng chuckled as he read the results the system had provided. This outcome didn't surprise him in the least. After all, Yu Zipping had been a Tier 5 berserker in the past. At his peak, he had even ranked 58th on the God's Domain experts list. Players who had earned such high ranks at that time were of much higher quality than present players. After all, God's Domain had been a second world for people back then. Far more experts had competed with each other in the game. Placing within the top 60 ranks had been dozens of times more difficult than it was now. If not for the fact that Yu Ziping had joined God's Domain later than others, he might have achieved an even higher rank. It's a pity that he only chose to become a core member. If he wanted to join Zero Wing's main force, with his potential, he could reach far greater heights, Blackie sighed. Shi Feng only tested a person's current talent, but talent wasn't a constant. As long as one continued to develop their mind, their talent would rise as well. The fact that Yu Ziping was already so talented meant that his starting point was much higher than others. If he wanted to grow stronger, he still required training and resources. Relax. Now that he has already set foot on Zero Wing's boat, I believe that he will, sooner or later, join our main force. Shi Feng chuckled as he clapped Blackie's shoulder. Following which, according to his daily schedule, Shi Feng proceeded with training his members. As the sun began to set, Shadow Sword and Turtle Dove arrived at Zero Wing's workshop. When Shi Feng met the two for the first time, he discovered that they both looked much younger than in God's Domain. Moreover, they were only 19 years old, only 1 year older than Yu Ziping. However, although the two's combat experience trampled over Yu Ziping's, they were physically much weaker than Yu Ziping. According to the White Tiger Dojo's evaluation standards, they were not even fit to become basic disciples. However, this wasn't unusual. Neither Shadow Sword nor Turtle Dove had received much attention from their previous dojo. Their dojo hadn't wanted to contract either of them. After the two arrived, Shi Feng split the 10 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids, which Xiaoyu had Liangjing deliver some time ago, between Shadow Sword and Turtle Dove. These S-rank nutrient fluids should be enough for them to train void steps for a considerable amount of time. S-rank nutrient fluids? Yu Ziping gaped in shock when he saw the exquisite coolers Shadow Sword and Turtle Dove were carrying. He had seen the coolers used to store S-rank nutrient fluids many times. After all, when the White Tiger Dojo's advanced disciples performed exceptionally well, the dojo rewarded them with S-rank nutrient fluids. As far as he could remember, the last time the dojo awarded S-rank nutrient fluids was when one of the geniuses at the main headquarters got 10th place in the National Youth Fighting Competition. The dojo had boasted about this achievement, so much so that it had rewarded that youth 2 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids. That youth had treated those bottles like family treasures, only using them when he was severely injured. Yet, Shi Feng had given Shadow Sword and Turtle Dove 5 bottles each without hesitation. What was this? Could the Green God Company be backing the Zero Wing workshop? The thought hovered in the back of Yu Ziping's mind. There was no other explanation. A gaming workshop like Zero Wing had actually given 10 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids to 2 people? This was far beyond extravagant. This was simply being a spendthrift. If he had received them, those 10 bottles would last him 10 years. After Shi Feng finished instructing Shadow Sword and Turtle Dove on what they needed to do, he returned to his own room. There were less than 10 minutes before God's Domain's system update completed. After drinking a bottle of A-rank nutrient fluid, Shi Feng entered his gaming cabin and logged into God's Domain. 1135 Resource Competition. Chapter 1135, Resource Competition. The interface changed? When Shi Feng logged back into his rest space, he suddenly discovered that plenty of changes had occurred. Originally, the rest space was an empty space with only a massive interface display and nothing else. Now, however, the dimly lit rest space had a set of stone doors 10 meters tall with ancient runes carved on each door, lending them an ancient ambiance. Meanwhile, at a corner of the doors was a system interface. Mind Space System. Owner, Ye Feng Mind Space. Inactive activation conditions. Own a private space under your own name. Private space must also be located in a city at the very minimum. Space size, unknown system. Scan discovers that you own a private space in White River City. Do you wish to activate your mind space? The system has already been updated to such a degree. Shi Feng could not help but sigh as he looked at the familiar set of stone doors. The previous system update had introduced the mind space system but had not actually applied it to God's Domain. Only the related files had been added into the game so that the main God system could gradually phase it into the game. At the same time, the addition could also attract the attention of the various international corporations and let them know about God's Domain's uniqueness. However, after the update this time, the Mindspace system could be said to have truly been activated. From now on, as long as players had a private space of their own in the game, they would be able to activate their Mindspace. With a sufficient number of 7 Luminaries crystals, they could also expand and perfect their mind spaces. The mind space was different from God's Domain. In God's Domain, players could connect to the official forums to search for relevant information there but nowhere else. However, inside the mind space, players could connect directly to the internet. Whether it was for work or shopping, players could do all that through their mind space. Players could even contact mobile phones in the real world and engage in conversation. In addition, players could change the environment in the mind space to their liking, creating their own virtual world. Most importantly, the mind space shared the same flow of time as God's Domain. In the mind space, one could enjoy twice the amount of time they had in the real world. Moreover, the flow of time in the mind space could also be sped up further, though at a very huge cost. In a limited life, who did not want to live longer? The official activation of the mind space system meant that the competition for resources in God's Domain had also officially begun. In the future, competition in God's Domain definitely would not be as peaceful as before. It would even become normal for everyone to fight over the 7 Luminaries crystal while disregarding all costs. And to contest for more 7 Luminaries crystals, everyone would definitely continuously strengthen themselves, which would intensify the competition over weapons, equipment, and tools in turn. Hai Feng grew worried just thinking about what was about to come. Nevertheless, now that the era of resource competition had begun, he had no choice but to get his hands on some of the 7 Luminaries crystals that he knew the whereabouts of as soon as possible. However, it was also not that easy to get these 7 Luminaries crystals. 7 Luminaries crystals were exceedingly rare in God's Domain. Even an entire kingdom would have only a limited amount. Most importantly, unlike magic crystals, 7 Luminaries crystals could not be stored in a player's bag space, nor could they be transported via teleportation arrays. Players could only carry them by hand or by transport carriages. However, many variables could occur when one was conveying 7 Luminaries crystals over long distances. Robbery by incomparably powerful NPCs would not be surprising. After all, 7 Luminaries crystals were equally important items to NPCs. However, in Shi Feng's opinion, the most criminal setting placed by the main god system would still have to be the fact that 7 Luminaries crystals could not be disguised. The 7 Luminaries crystal contained mana of extremely high purity and density. Just its presence alone could cause a change to the ambient mana, which allowed players and NPCs to discover it readily. Without a sufficiently powerful transport team, even if one managed to obtain some 7 Luminaries crystals, the crystals would not reach their intended destination. Many of the transport teams Shi Feng led in the past, which carried 7 Luminaries crystals, had been robbed by Tier 4 and Tier 5 NPCs. He had to admit that this was the pitiful aspect of small guilds. This was also precisely the reason why Apex experts had gained importance in the past, and why nurturing Apex experts became essential for the various large guilds. Following which, Shi Feng chose to activate his mindspace. The instant he activated his mindspace, the massive stone doors began shattering. Chunks of stone fell one after another, revealing bronze metal behind them. When all the stone was gone, a set of bronze doors had replaced the set of stone doors. Meanwhile, the divine runes carved on the doors began radiating a faint golden glow. Immediately after, a change occurred to the system interface. Owner, Ye Feng Mindspace, active space level, bronze 3000 units of 7 Luminaries crystals will be required to upgrade to secret silver rank. Space size, 0. Every additional cubic meter will require 1 unit of 7 Luminaries crystals. 7 Luminaries crystals, 0. After scanning, it is discovered that you have no 7 Luminaries crystals in your private space. After taking a glance at the interface, Shi Feng promptly chose to enter God's domain. Although his mind space was already active, without any 7 Luminaries crystals, it was equivalent to non-existent. Currently, what he needed to do was gather 7 Luminaries crystals and deliver it to his private space. In God's domain, aside from lacking powerful experts, another aspect where small guilds were inferior to large guilds was the amount of land they owned. As 7 Luminaries crystals could be stored only in one's private space, the more land one possessed, the easier it would be to transport the crystals. However, the main god system had also implemented a corresponding restriction to this matter. For bronze spaces, the private spaces they were bound to in God's domain could be changed only once every 20 days. This prevented guilds that possessed a large number of lands from gaining too great an advantage. When Shi Feng entered the game, he found himself alone inside the armory. Nobody else had logged back into the game yet. He expected that the others were taking a look at the officially activated mindspace system. With all the traps in the armory disabled, Shi Feng walked straight to the stone altar. Previously, Fire Dance had managed to disable the master trap only at the very last second. Everyone was forcibly logged out of the game before they could even get a glimpse at what was on the stone altar. Shi Feng was very curious to find out what exactly the trap had been protecting. Despite the rarity of master traps even in the inner area of the Fallen Ark, they actually found one in the armory located in the Ark's outer area. Without a doubt, the item on the altar was extraordinary. Walking forward, Shi Feng sent a glance at the altar. Nothing particularly remarkable lay on the altar, only a glass bottle and some scattered designs covered in dust. Following which, Shi Feng blew away the dust and carefully held up the glass bottle and designs. He was immediately stunned by what he saw. A small sailboat? Shi Feng could not believe his eyes right now. In God's domain, speedboats were mainly meant for individual players. A small sailboat, on the other hand, was intended for teams. A bronze small sailboat was even more valuable than the Swift Dragon speedboat. In terms of maritime combat power, the small sailboat was far superior. Meanwhile, the small sailboat before him was Mysterious Iron Rank. 1136 High-End Building. Chapter 1136 High-End Building. Shi Feng was dazed as he stared at the ancient bottle in his hand. He had to admit that time could erode everything. The glass bottle storing the small sailboat was extremely high quality, crafted of epic ranked materials. However, the bottle had been in this armory since the Great Ancient War. After so much time, even epic materials would start to disintegrate. As a result, Shi Feng could only see the small sailboat's information. He couldn't actually use it. Hurricane sailboat, small sailboat, mysterious iron rank, maximum capacity, 150 people, durability 1000 item storage when liberated, 8000 bag space slots and 100 non-bag space slots. Additional active skill 1, triple shield, absorbs up to 1000 damage for 5 minutes. Cooldown, 15 minutes. Additional active skill 2, double destruction cannon, 2000 yard range. Deals divine damage to a radius of 20 yards. Cooldown, 1 minute, 4 cannons are currently equipped. Up to 6 cannons can be equipped. Additional active skill 3, Hurricane Frost Field, reduce the movement speed of all life forms and objects outside of the Hurricane sailboat within a radius of 200 yards for 4 minutes. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Each activation costs 60 magic crystals. Additional active skill 4, Mana Conversion, converts mana into motion, increasing movement speed by 40%. Every 10 magic crystals consumed extends duration by 20 minutes. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Additional passive skill, Braving the Winds and Waves. When sailing with the wind, movement speed increased by 50%. When sailing against the wind, movement speed is unaffected. The hurricane sailboat has been severely damaged and cannot be used. Must repair the boat's divine ruins before use. It seems I'll have to get Burning Abyss to fix it. Shi Feng sighed as he stored the hurricane sailboat. The hurricane sailboat was no less valuable than a fragmented legendary item. It was even more valuable than the Swift Dragon speedboat. The sailboat was especially valuable right now. Sailboats were very large. Not only could they participate in naval combat, but they were also transportation tools. Transporting cargo over sea was much faster and more convenient than on land. More importantly, transportation across the sea was much safer. This was especially true for the current God's Domain. Naval combat was different from combat on land. While players' role in these battles was important, the ship they used was the more so. In God's Domain, a mysterious iron small sailboat combat power made it practically invincible among current guilds. The sailboat could even deal with troublesome sea monsters. After storing the hurricane sailboat, Shi Feng shifted his gaze towards the designs. Although the designs were somewhat damaged due to the passing of time, Shi Feng could discern their information. 4 Towers of Elements. When Shi Feng saw these words, he froze. So, this is the famous 4 Towers of Elements. Shi Feng's eyes glowed with excitement as he examined the designs, nearly losing his grip on the papers. While the 4 Towers of Elements name seemed ordinary, in the various libraries around God's Domain, it was also known as the Elemental Towers. The 4 Towers of Elements was a defensive structure that combined 4 towers that harnessed the power of the 4 major elements, earth, water, wind, and fire. If the Mana Tower was considered a mainstream defensive building, the 4 Towers of Elements was a high-end defensive building. However, in the past, he had only seen these towers in super guilds' main headquarters. He had never heard of a lesser guild owning one. In fact, only super guilds had known where to obtain them. However, looking back at it now, Shi Feng felt that those super guilds might have obtained the designs in the Fallen Ark. Either that, or the Midnight Tea Party had sold the designs to super guilds after obtaining them. Otherwise, the 4 Towers of Elements would not have been so rare in the past. Shi Feng finally understood why the main god system had activated the Mindspace system. It turned out that it was because he was about to obtain the 4 Towers of Elements. As a high-end building, ordinary players could not construct the 4 Towers of Elements. Only those who had learned the relevant subclasses could build them. Moreover, the relevant subclass requirements were exceptionally high. At the very least, one needed to reach the advanced rank. With this, I won't have any issues defending the city. Shi Feng could not help but grin at the designs. There were a total of 4 designs, the complete design for the 4 Towers of Elements. With these designs, in addition to the lifestyle players the Candlelight Trading Firm had already nurtured, he could definitely construct the towers. Thinking up to this point, Shi Feng began reading the list of required construction materials. This way he could prepare. What? These towers require 7 luminaries crystals? Shi Feng grew somewhat faint after glancing through the materials. If the towers simply needed a few 7 luminaries crystals, he could have dealt with that. However, each tower required 10 units of 7 luminaries crystal. Constructing the entire set would cost him 40 units of 7 luminaries crystal. Constructing these 4 towers cost more than constructing an entire city. In God's Domain, 1 unit of 7 luminaries crystal was roughly the size of an adult's fist. Generally, one only came across 0.1 to 0.3 units of a 7 luminaries crystal. 1/10 of a 7 luminaries crystal would sell to NPC merchants for around 300 to 400 gold. If sold to players, some had even offered 1,000 gold in the past. However, even at such a price, nobody had been willing to sell their crystals. If Shi Feng invested 40 units in his own mind space, he could increase it by 40 cubic meters. This was enough space for one person to live in. Even though he knew of many areas where he could collect 7 luminaries crystals right now, collecting so many in such a short time wouldn't be easy. Suddenly, Fire Dance came online. When she noticed Shi Feng's sour expression, she asked curiously, "Guild leader, what's wrong?" "It's nothing," Shi Feng said, shaking his head. He had no intentions of revealing the 4 Towers of Elements. The 4 Towers of Elements were of the utmost importance. There wasn't much benefit in revealing the information. Rather than letting everyone worry about the matter, it was better that they focus on what they needed to do right now. Shortly after, Aqua Rose also logged in. Immediately, she turned to Shi Feng and asked anxiously, "Guild leader, what was on the stone altar?" "A small sailboat," Shi Feng said. He then shared the hurricane sailboat's information in the team chat for everyone to see. Those that had just come online and saw the hurricane sailboat's information were stupefied. Although they weren't very familiar with naval matters, they could, more or less, tell how powerful the hurricane sailboat was by its skills. The hurricane sailboat was practically a moving turret. If the 4 double destruction cannons were lined up and fired together, their killing power would be absolutely terrifying. If the hurricane sailboat could be used on land, it would be invincible, not to mention at sea. "Guild leader, with this sailboat, we can start developing in a coastal city. With this sailboat and our resources, we'll definitely get our own share of the pie," Gentle Snow suggested after reading the hurricane sailboat's details. That's right, guild leader. The various large guilds have already secured most of the available resources on land. We have to waste a lot of time and effort to contest for those resources. We might as well shift a portion of our focus to the sea. There are not many cities out at sea, so the various guilds are slow in developing their maritime strength. There are still a lot of locations free of guilds' control. With this small sailboat, we can definitely compete with the guilds current in coastal cities. Aqua Rose very much agreed with Gentle Snow's proposal. Both Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow were members of the guild's management team. They possessed far more information than others. The two of them had also considered the problem of the guild's future development. There were simply too few resources available on land, and it was time-consuming to contest for more. As for the sea, not only were its resources abundant, but the majority of the various large guilds in God's domain were in the same situation as Zero Wing when it came to competition at sea. Most guilds were just starting to move towards the ocean at this stage of the game. One could say that they were all at the same starting point right now. Zero Wing's acquisition of the mysterious iron small sailboat gave it a significant advantage over the other guilds. Zero Wing could easily suppress their competition's fishing boats and speedboats. 1137. Introducing the Inferior Legendary Treasure Chest. Chapter 1137. Introducing the Inferior Legendary Treasure Chest. In the canyon outside of the Fallen Ark, the Soul Eater Lord, which had previously attacked Zero Wing's team, finally emerged. Immediately, the Soul Eater Lord's powerful domain enveloped a significant portion of the canyon. How is there such a powerful monster? The sight of the Soul Eater Lord instilled fear and insecurity into the Midnight Tea Party's members. They had listened to Shi Feng's instructions and moved 1,000 yards away from the Ark, which put them outside of the Soul Eater Lord's domain. However, as experts, their senses were far superior to ordinary players. In addition, they normally fought high-tiered monsters. As a result, they could roughly gauge a monster's strength based on the pressure it emitted. Meanwhile, right now, from the pressure they felt from the Soul Eater Lord, they could tell that he was the strongest monster they had encountered since joining God's domain. Black Flame really didn't lie. Even if every member in the team has reached Tier 2, level 60, we'll still be cannon fodder against such a powerful monster, Netherworld Wave said, finding it somewhat difficult to breathe. Even Tier 4 NPCs of the same level wouldn't be a match for the Tier 4 level 67 mythic monster with a complete domain. After all, complete domains were what made Tier 4 NPCs so powerful and allowed them to fight mythic monsters which had higher attributes on equal footing. Leader, are we still going to go in? Cloud Yarn asked Breezewine worriedly. With such powerful monsters guarding the Fallen Ark, even sending in an army of tens of thousands of players of the same level would be meaningless. They were significantly underleveled right now. Let's wait for a bit, Breezewine said softly. Black Flame told us his method for luring these monsters away. Let's make our decision after watching the situation. After Breezewine announced his decision, the team fell silent. It would be a pity to simply leave after so much difficulty to open the Fallen Ark. While the Midnight Tea Party members waited quietly, one monster after another exited the Fallen Ark. The weakest among them was a Grand Lord, while most were mythic monsters. The adventurer team counted 20 mythic monsters leaving the Ark. Watching this, the Midnight Tea Party members, who had experienced hundreds of challenging battles, shuddered. If not for the monsters' low levels, they could have easily obliterated numerous major NPC cities if they worked together. Even at level 60, players would be cannon fodder in front of these monsters. It did not matter how many players fought them. Everyone that tried to do so would undoubtedly die. If not for their quest's time limit and severe penalty for failure, the Midnight Tea Party members would have fled. Leader, look. They seem to have discovered something, the Ranger Dark War reported softly. Everyone followed Dark War's gaze, and indeed, one mythic monster in the distant forest sniffed the air as if it had scented something. Suddenly, the mythic monster roared, and the rest gathered to its location. The Midnight Tea Party members began to panic. They couldn't have discovered us, right? Cloud Yarn asked anxiously. If these monsters discovered them, their deaths were certain. That shouldn't be the case. Black Flame had returned from that direction. He should have set up some sort of luring magic array there, Endless Scars calmly explained. As soon as Endless Scars said so, the abyssal monsters began to rush elsewhere. Very quickly, they disappeared from the Midnight Tea Party's sight. They're gone? Everyone could not help but release a sigh of relief. A few of the team members who had expressed their discontent with Shi Feng began to view the swordsman in a new light. Although Shi Feng was ridiculously greedy, they had to admit that if not for him, they would have been unable to enter the Fallen Ark for a long time. We have our chance. Let's hurry and enter the Ark, Breezewine shouted as he stood. Now that the monsters were nowhere to be seen, they could sneak into the Ark undetected. Once they were inside, things would become much easier. It seems that I'll have to learn more about this guild leader of Zero Wing. Endless Scars revealed a faint smile as she looked to where the monsters had flown. Even super guilds knew little about the secret of the Fallen Ark. She had searched everywhere for information, even utilizing the Blackwater Corporation's power to grasp the little she had learned about the Ark. And yet, the guild leader of a newly developed guild knew far more about the Fallen Ark than she did. One could see just how extraordinary Shi Feng was. Zero Wing was definitely not as simple as she had imagined. As the abyssal monsters moved away from the Fallen Ark, Shi Feng led the Zero Wing team to the Ark's inner region. He had finally made it into the Fallen Ark after so much trouble. He could not simply leave after looting a single armory. Furthermore, the Fallen Ark's truly valuable items lay in the inner region. However, as they ventured deeper, they encountered many traps. Even after the traps were disabled, new traps appeared in their place after a certain amount of time. In addition, due to the recent system update, the traps had become far more difficult and risky to disable. Any mistake could trigger the traps. It might be fine if it were weak, as triggering the trap wouldn't result in an instant death. However, if they triggered a stronger trap, it could result in a team wipe. As a result, Shi Feng's group progressed very slowly through the Ark. Fortunately, Shi Feng had the Fallen Ark map. The map depicted which areas within the Ark were riddled with traps and which were not. Not only could they choose the safest path, but they would also know if they were about to walk into one. They didn't need to be on high alert constantly. Finally, after over an hour advancing through the Ark, the team reached the inner region. Following which, Shi Feng had everyone stand by and wait for orders as traps riddled this area. Their only option was to let Fire Dance explore. As Fire Dance still held the Icarus's heart Shi Feng had given her, she could explore the inner region somewhat safely. Anyone else that tried to do so would only be looking to die. Fortunately, we dealt with the traps in the armory before the system update began. Otherwise, the stone altar's trap would have killed us already, Flying Shadow said, his heart fluttering with fear. Previously, when he had disabled an advanced trap, he had very nearly lost his life when he triggered the trap by mistake. Fortunately, Violet Cloud had reacted quickly and immediately cast Truth Shield on him. In the end, the trap had only wounded him, leaving him with only 2,000 HP. That's right, Guild Leader is really amazing. If not for sensing that the system update would affect traps, we wouldn't have obtained the Hurricane Sailboat, Cola said, laughing. Shi Feng hadn't expected to acquire the Hurricane Sailboat either. However, he agreed with Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose's suggestion. Hence, he made some slight adjustments to his plans. Before obtaining the Hurricane Sailboat, Shi Feng had planned to develop an ocean viewing town slowly. He had even intended to let Immortal Light develop in the Apocalypse Empire's coastal towns. After all, Zero Wing was different from the other guilds in coastal cities, where the latter had already begun to build their strength. Trying to compete with these coastal guilds would be foolish. Even if Zero Wing were far stronger than these guilds, naval combat relied on the ship's quality rather than players. Zero Wing would not have much of an advantage by relying on the Swift Dragon speedboat. Coastal cities were very different from coastal towns. Coastal cities possessed large shipyards. They also had plenty of high-ranking rare quests that could help players to obtain powerful ships. Otherwise, Phoenix Rain, the pavilion master of a super first-rate guild, would not have bothered cooperating with a first-rate guild like Firmament. She had done so because Firmament had taken over a major NPC coastal city very early in the game. Even some super guilds feared its strength at sea. Hence, Shi Feng now planned to occupy a major NPC coastal city. Guild leader, I discovered a forging hall. I can see an inferior legendary treasure chest inside the hall, Fire Dance excitedly announced in the team chat. 11388, Chapter 11388, 2 weak points. Chapter 11388, 2 weak points, an inferior legendary treasure chest in the forging hall. Shi Feng's heart began beating rapidly when he heard this. In the past, he had never even seen an epic treasure chest, only ever heard about it through rumors. As for inferior legendary treasure chests, their existence in God's domain was only player speculation. Nobody would say for certain that such treasure chests even existed in the game. After all, as long as one's luck was not extremely bad, they could get a fragmented legendary item from an inferior legendary treasure chest. Without exaggeration, a single fragmented legendary item could change the fate of a player in God's domain. In God's domain, the large guilds were fully capable of obtaining epic items in relatively high quantities. However, not every large guild possessed fragmented legendary items. Even 10 years after God's domain's launch, first-rate guilds only had a handful of such items at most. Meanwhile, guilds would definitely dispatch a lot of players to guard their experts wielding these fragmented legendary items. The reason for this was very simple: fear of an ambush by other Apex experts wielding fragmented legendary items. Although their own experts possessed extremely frightening strength, with appropriate counters, the enemy could still take them out. Hence, these guilds would dispatch expert teams to prevent unexpected incidents from happening. Even so, many such ambushes still occurred in God's domain every day. One could see just how desperate the large guilds were towards fragmented legendary items. Shi Feng never imagined that shortly after entering the inner area of the Fallen Ark, he would actually come across such a harvest. The Fallen Ark was even more amazing than the rumors had made it out to be. However, after giving the matter some thought, he found it reasonable. Back then, some people had already entered the Fallen Ark prior to the public's discovery of it and had definitely cleaned out the treasures inside. Moreover, the super guilds that had cleared out those ancient abyssal monsters must have looted the Ark as well. By the time other players were able to swarm into the Ark, the treasures remaining were extremely few, but still extraordinarily amazing. Now that his team was the first to explore the Fallen Ark, it was not surprising that they came across an inferior legendary treasure chest which he had never seen in the past. When everyone heard Fire Dance say so, flames of passion flared up in their eyes. Even epic items were exceedingly rare right now. If they could obtain a fragmented legendary item, it would truly be a game-changer for Zero Wing. Among those present, aside from Blackie, Aqua Rose, Gentle Snow, Fire Dance, and an extreme few who knew that Zero Wing possessed more than one fragmented legendary item, everyone else believed that the best weapons and equipment Zero Wing possessed were only of epic rank. "What's the situation over there?" Shi Feng asked softly after calming himself. "There's an extremely powerful trap set up around the treasure chest. Furthermore, there are two statues inside the forging hall, and both of them are giving off a very faint pressure. They could be the guardians protecting the treasure chest. I don't dare approach them right now, so I still can't determine whether I can disable the trap." Fire Dance then took a picture of the forging hall and shared it through the team chat. Previously, Shi Feng had warned her that aside from traps, certain parts of the Ark's inner area had guardian monsters. Hence, she had taken notice of the two statues set up in the forging hall. After scrutinizing the picture, Shi Feng nodded and said, "Your judgment is correct. Those two statues are indeed guardians. Moreover, they're not just any normal guardians. They're fossilized Tyrannosauruses, an archaic species." Shi Feng had seen the fossilized Tyrannosaurus in the past. Back then, a super guild had dispatched an army of 10,000 players, in addition to many apex experts, to kill one. In the end, although the super guild managed to finish off the archaic species, it had suffered a casualty rate of over 80%. An archaic species? Isn't that similar to the monster we encountered in Titan City's entrance trial? Aqua Rose asked in shock. She had personally experienced the strength of an archaic species. If not for the powerful magic array suppressing the King of Corrosion back then, they would not have had any chance of defeating it at all. Yet now, there were actually two such monsters in the forging hall. In truth, even Shi Feng was surprised upon seeing this. According to the information he obtained, there should not be any other powerful monsters in the Fallen Ark's inner area, aside from special life forms and those ancient abyssal monsters. The sudden appearance of two archaic species was completely outside of his expectations. No wonder the inferior legendary treasure chest was placed in such an eye-catching location. Shi Feng felt his head start aching. Archaic species were stronger than even special life forms. A Tier 4 archaic species could definitely rival those Tier 4 abyssal monsters inside the Ark in strength. If two of such archaic species worked together to defend an area, they would be practically invincible at this stage of the game. It might be possible to challenge them with a team of Tier 3 experts. Either that, or if they had another water boundary magic scroll to hold the two guardians back, they could use the opportunity to disable the trap and take the treasure chest away. Otherwise, they could only look at the treasure chest from the sides. Guild leader, with our current standards, I'm afraid that we won't be able to get that inferior legendary treasure chest. Why don't we explore other locations first? Gentle Snow suggested. While she wanted to obtain the inferior legendary treasure chest as well, the difficulty of doing so was simply too high. Rather than pointlessly throw away their lives, it would be much better if they first looked for whatever items they could get their hands on. Alright, Fire, send over the safe route to the forging hall first. Afterwards, explore some other locations and take as many items as you can. After giving the matter some thought, Shi Feng decided to first do whatever they could in the inner area before considering other courses of action. Understood. Fire Dance nodded, then shared the route she took to reach the forging hall through the team chat. Shi Feng carefully led everyone towards the forging hall. The inner area of the Fallen Ark was very complex. It was like a highly diversified maze, and one could easily lose their way in here. One might even encounter the same trap several or even dozens of times. It was no wonder the players that actually managed to leave with any treasure numbered extremely few, despite players swarming the Fallen Ark. After wending their way for over an hour, Shi Feng and the others finally arrived at the forging hall. The extremely spacious forging hall was roughly the size of a sports stadium that could fit 50,000 people. There were all sorts of forging tools placed around the room as well as many books on display. However, due to the corrosion of time, none of these things seemed usable. Only the treasure chest and the statues placed in the center of the hall appeared in pristine condition. Flying, find a way to disable the traps protecting the forging tools and books. Everyone else, take whatever you can away from here. Leave nothing behind, Shi Feng instructed after glancing through the hall. Since he had already arrived in the Fallen Ark's inner area, he naturally could not let this trip go to waste. Although the forging tools and books were severely damaged, with so many tools and books here, he refused to believe that not a single one of them was usable. Understood. Everyone promptly spread out and went into action. As for Shi Feng himself, he was carefully observing the inferior legendary treasure chest and the two massive statues standing beside it. Over 2 hours passed very quickly. Aside from where the treasure chest sat, everyone had cleared out all the other areas in the hall. Although everyone was relatively tired from all the looting they did, they managed to end up with a considerable harvest. The items they obtained included dozens of complete books as well as 8 forging tools. Every forging tool was secret silver rank, and if placed in the Candlelight Trading Firm, they would all be top-class tools. While everyone was quietly waiting for Firedance to return, Gentle Snow used the time to flip through some of the books they found in the forging hall. Suddenly, Gentle Snow exclaimed with excitement, "Guild leader, this book seems to have a relevant introduction to the fossilized Tyrannosaurus." "An introduction? Let me see," Shi Feng demanded hurriedly. The book Gentle Snow was reading was titled Archaic Species Material Analysis. The book specifically introduced the various archaic species in existence, as well as the materials that could be gained from their bodies. It also had a section on how those materials could be used to produce specific kinds of weapons, equipment, and other items. Among the archaic species recorded, the fossilized Tyrannosaurus had over a dozen pages dedicated to it. Meanwhile, the information mentioned that the fossilized Tyrannosaurus had 2 weak points. The first one was the monster's hydrophobia. Submersion in water would inhibit the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's reactions, and its defense would decrease significantly. The second weak point was its power core. There was a power core in the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's body. The destruction of this power core would significantly weaken the monster's strength attribute. 1139 Race Against Time. Chapter 1139, Race Against Time. At the outer area of the Fallen Ark, the members of the Midnight Tea Party moved with extreme caution. This was because shortly after their entry, they very nearly got team-wiped due to triggering a trap. Nobody could have imagined that the latest system update would include penalties for failing to disable a trap. With Netherworld Wave's Advanced Trap Disabler class, it was simply impossible for him to succeed in disabling advanced traps all the time. As a result, the team had no choice but to exercise extreme caution while advancing. If I had known something like this would happen, I would have had us enter the Ark before the system update began. Breezewine now felt that he had made the wrong decision before. There were still many fallen patrols roaming about the outer area of the Ark. With their slow progress, it was very easy for them to come across those patrols. If they really got caught by a patrol, they would have no choice but to withdraw immediately. Right now, whether they could even reach the Ark's inner area was still in doubt. Had they utilized the 20 minutes logout preparation time, they might have already reached the inner area by now. Leader, you didn't make the wrong decision. If we entered the Ark before the update began, we would have risked encountering those dangerous abyssal monsters. Our situation at that time wouldn't be much better than right now. Moreover, now that we've grasped the method to lure those abyssal monsters away, should we really fail to complete our quest this time, we can simply come back once everyone has reached level 50 and obtained their tier 2 classes. At that time, even if we come across the fallen patrols, we can still quickly finish them off or fight them as we advance deeper into the Ark, Endless Scars said after noticing Breezewine beating himself up. Let's use this chance to scout out a path in advance. Likewise, everyone else on the team expressed their agreement when they heard Endless Scars' words. Although their quest had a time limit, they still had enough time to make appropriate preparations. Just as everyone was merrily chatting with each other, Endless Scars suddenly received a message. Seeing this message, Endless Scars smiled faintly. Big Sis Endless, did something good happen? Cloud Yarn could not help but ask curiously when she saw Endless Scars suddenly sporting a playful smile. You could say that. Any of you interested in watching a competition at the Dark Arena? I've just received an invitation card, and I can bring 5 people with me, Endless Scars said, chuckling. The Dark Arena? Everyone lost interest when they heard this. Although those participating in the Dark Arena were much stronger than ordinary experts, to experts of their standards, the fights at the Dark Arena possessed no reference value whatsoever. Are you all really not interested in going? I heard that the Dark Arena is even prepared to hold a grand auction this time, which apparently will include even epic items, Endless Scars said, somewhat disappointed when she noticed the disinterest on everyone's faces. Moreover, the battle teams that will be fighting are very interesting. Among them, Zero Wing will be facing off with the Miracle Guild. I heard that Miracle has dispatched quite a few powerful experts this time. Epic items, Zero Wing against Miracle, Big Sis Endless, I want to go. Hold it. I've never been to the Dark Arena even once before. Let me go this time. When everyone heard Endless Scars' words, they immediately grew interested. Setting aside how tempting epic items were, just the fact that Zero Wing was going up against the Miracle Guild already gave them plenty of reason to go spectate at the Dark Arena. Although Miracle was only a super first-rate guild, the number and quality of experts it possessed were by no means inferior to super guilds. If Miracle dispatched its Apex experts to the Dark Arena, then the upcoming match would definitely be an interesting one. Elsewhere, after Shi Feng was done reading through the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's introduction, he fell into deep thought. So these are the methods to raid them? No matter how he looked at it, the 2 archaic species were invincible existences at this stage of the game. If the 2 worked together, even a 100-man team of level 60, tier 2 experts would fall very quickly. However, since the main god system had set the difficulty of this raid as such, it would naturally provide players with some kind of hope to complete the raid. Although Shi Feng did not know how effective these 2 methods would be in weakening the fossilized Tyrannosauruses, it would be a criminal waste if he simply gave up on the inferior legendary treasure chest without even giving it a try. following which Shi Feng had everyone begin making preparations to raid the two monsters. Guild leader, are we really going to raid these two archaic species? Aqua Rose asked worriedly as she looked at the two giant statues in the center of the forging hall. Previously, when they went up against the King of Corrosion, they had had a team of 100 players and even the assistance of an ancient magic array. Right now, not only did they not possess such a magic array, but their team also had only 20 members in all. To make things worse, they had to go up against two archaic species at the same time. No matter how she looked at it, they were simply trying to get themselves killed. The outcome would be the same even if they managed to grasp the weak points of the fossilized Tyrannosauruses. I know what you're worried about. Before we learned of their weak points, I indeed had no idea how we could get the treasure chest. Now, however, things are different. I have around a 30% certainty that we can get that inferior legendary treasure chest, Shi Feng laughed. 30%? So high? Aqua Rose was quite surprised by Shi Feng's response. She had estimated that they had less than a 5% chance of successfully obtaining the treasure chest, but Shi Feng was now saying he was roughly 30% sure he could pull it off. If he really did have such a high probability of success, it was indeed worthwhile to make an attempt. Currently, super guilds were willing to sacrifice thousands of elite members just to obtain one epic item, let alone a fragmented legendary item. If the existence of this inferior legendary treasure chest were made known to super guilds, most likely, they would be more than willing to sacrifice tens of thousands of elite players as well as hundreds of experts, around that percentage. However, our main problem would still be the trap set up around the treasure chest. If it is a Grandmaster trap, we'll most likely have no chance of getting the treasure chest. Only if it is a master trap will we have a 30% chance of succeeding. Shi Feng shrugged, expressing that he was taking a gamble right now. In the past, it was a common sight for the various large guilds to send out tens of thousands of elite players just to contest for one fragmented legendary item. After all, with one fragmented legendary item, a guild could nurture one more apex expert. This way, not only would a guild get another expert to lead it, but they would also have a much easier time defending the transportation of important cargo or locations in the future. Following which, everyone began taking action according to Shi Feng's commands. To take advantage of the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's first weak point, Shi Feng armed everyone, with the exclusion of the team's MTs and healers, with Tier 1 and Tier 2 water-type magic scrolls. As soon as the battle began, they would close the doors to the forging hall, turning it into an enclosed space. After that was done, they could easily create an environment filled with water. As for the archaic species' second weak point, Shi Feng possessed the omniscient eyes. He should have no problems targeting the power cores. Everything else would have to depend on luck. When Fire Dance returned to the forging room, Shi Feng had his team shut the doors to the forging room. Begin. At Shi Feng's command, everyone sprang into action, unfurling their magic scrolls one after another and launching a barrage of water-type spells at the two statues. In the blink of an eye, a lake formed within the forging hall, the height of the water easily surpassing that of a player. At the same time, everyone also activated a water-walking scroll. The water-walking scroll was a commonly used magic scroll in God's domain. As its name suggested, it allowed players to walk on water for 10 minutes. Each scroll sold for 20 silver coins, and it could be said to be one of the tools specialized for maritime combat. As the water-type spells struck the bodies of the fossilized Tyrannosauruses, both monsters immediately awoke. Roar. The fossilized Tyrannosauruses let loose deafening roars, shaking up the forging hall. Meanwhile, the powerful aura that abruptly filled the entire hall struck fear into everyone. Now that the fossilized Tyrannosauruses had awakened, everyone was finally able to get a glimpse at their statistics. Fossilized Tyrannosaurus, inferior dragon, archaic species, mythic, level 65, HP 320,000, 320,000. Just as everyone was feeling shocked by the statistics of the fossilized Tyrannosauruses, Shi Feng shouted, "Fire, use this chance to disable the trap." Shi Feng knew better than anyone else present just how powerful the fossilized Tyrannosauruses were. It was also because of this understanding that he knew how valuable time was right now. If they continued daydreaming, the chances of obtaining the inferior legendary treasure chest would decline. Understood. Fire Dance immediately responded and activated Silent Steps, appearing behind one of the two fossilized Tyrannosauruses. She then dashed straight towards the treasure chest. 1140. Buying time, Chapter 1140, Buying time. When Fire Dance was only 30 yards away from the treasure chest, the two fossilized Tyrannosauruses, which had initially been lured away by the spells attacking them, suddenly shifted their attention to her. As if they had had their tails stepped on, they glared at Fire Dance with single-minded ferocity, as though she were the only person left in the world. Not good. Our aggro is too weak. Shi Feng frowned. Cola, Turtledove, use everything you got to pull aggro. Have the bosses stay as far away from the treasure chest as possible. As guardian bosses, the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's priority was the protection of the inferior legendary treasure chest. To them, aggro was secondary. Only when another player's aggro over the fossilized Tyrannosauruses reached a sufficiently high degree would the bosses stop paying attention to the player attempting to steal the item they protected. This was why Shi Feng previously had everyone use their water-type magic scrolls on the fossilized Tyrannosauruses. Not only could they deal a significant amount of damage to the bosses, but they could also increase their aggro over the bosses. However, the effects of the water-type spells were not as good as Shi Feng expected. Understood. Upon hearing Shi Feng's command, Cola and Turtledove immediately activated Power of Darkness, causing their basic attributes to soar instantly. Both of them then charged straight at the two fossilized Tyrannosauruses and used Justice Roar, trying their best to shift the attention of the bosses to themselves. However, the fossilized Tyrannosauruses still kept the treasure chest as their priority, completely disregarding the two Guardian Knights' Justice Roars and continuing to chase Fire Dance. Both Cola's and Turtledove's Justice Roars were at Tier 1. If the target they used the skill on ignored them, their strength attributes would double for a short time. Their speeds would increase significantly as well. Sure enough, Cola's and Turtledove's strengths immediately doubled. Both of them then followed up with a Shield of Vengeance at their respective fossilized Tyrannosauruses. Boom, boom. The moment their shields collided with the fossilized Tyrannosauruses, sparks flew. Despite the fossilized Tyrannosauruses having had their defenses weakened, Cola's and Turtledove's attacks only left a small scratch on their scales. As for the damage the two Guardian Knights dealt, it was less than 8,000. So this is an archaic species? Gentle Snow revealed a dumbfounded expression when she saw the damage the two MTs dealt. This was her first time encountering an archaic species. Although she already knew their team had no chance whatsoever of winning against the fossilized Tyrannosauruses, when she saw this scene, she still could not help but be shocked. She had a general idea what Cola's and Turtledove's equipment standards were. If she was not wearing the 7 Luminaries battle armor Shi Feng had given to her, her attributes would no doubt be inferior to theirs. Currently, not only had the two Guardian Knights activated their Berserk skills, but they even had the strength boost from Justice Roar. In terms of strength, even a Tier 2, level 60 Berserker would be no match for them. Yet now, the both of them had dealt less than 8,000 damage to their targets. The defense of the fossilized Tyrannosauruses was simply insane. At this moment, she wondered if Cola and Turtledove could even deal any damage to the fossilized Tyrannosauruses, if not for the submerged environment weakening the boss's defenses. Roar. Although Cola's and Turtledove's full-powered attacks had barely dealt any damage, they still managed to get the fossilized Tyrannosauruses to shift their attention to them, which eased up the pressure on Fire Dance. Good, now activate your life-saving skills and slowly lure the bosses away, Shi Feng commanded. Without hesitation, Cola and Turtledove activated Protection Blessing. If they managed to deal only such a small amount of damage, despite the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's weakened defenses, they did not dare to imagine what kind of damage the inferior dragons could deal, seeing as the boss's attack power had not weakened in the slightest. Pung, pung. No sooner had the two Guardian Knights activated Protection Blessing than the tail swipes of the fossilized Tyrannosauruses sent them both flying away. The speed of the attacks was so fast that not a single person present had managed to react. What happened? Minor Wind's eyes widened in shock. He had only seen the tails of the fossilized Tyrannosauruses moving slightly just now. There had been no sign of the tails making their way towards Cola and Turtledove at all. Yet, before he knew it, both Guardian Knights were already in the air, their HPs decreasing by over 36,000, instantly falling below 50%. If not for Cola and Turtledove having activated Power of Darkness and Protection Blessing, which increased their HP to over 50,000 and halved the damage they received, the two of them would be meeting God by now. Aside from Shi Feng, everyone present was stunned by the horrendous amounts of damage dealt by the fossilized Tyrannosauruses. With such speed and strength, even a Tier 2, level 60 MT would not be able to last long against the inferior dragons. All healers, focus on Cola and Turtledove. We need to buy as much time for fire as we can, Shi Feng shouted hurriedly, not feeling any surprise whatsoever at this situation. In the past, when super guilds dealt with Tier 4 archaic species, the teams they sent had been filled with players equal to or higher than the monster's level. Meanwhile, half of the lead MT's equipment had to be epic rank at the very minimum. Moreover, they needed to have 3 MTs simultaneously receiving the monster's attacks. Aside from that, they would also use intermediate magic arrays to suppress the archaic species. Otherwise, they would have had no chance of victory at all. Right now, the only thing they could do was to buy as much time as possible by relying on their berserk skills. As for defeating the fossilized Tyrannosauruses, Shi Feng had never even entertained the possibility. Under Shi Feng's command, Cola and Turtledove carefully lured the fossilized Tyrannosauruses away from the treasure chest, giving Fire Dance the opportunity to remove the trap set up around the treasure chest. However, after Fire Dance looked at the trap, a frown appeared on her face. Guild leader, this trap is indeed master rank. However, its complexity is much greater than the master trap I disabled before. I need time if I want to disable it safely. Fire Dance sent a private message to Shi Feng. Everyone had clearly witnessed for themselves how terrifying the fossilized Tyrannosauruses were. There was simply no chance they could win against these monsters. They could only drag the battle out as long as possible. Hence, Fire Dance was extremely anxious. How long? Shi Feng asked. At least 5 minutes, Firedance replied helplessly. Right now, she hated herself for not training her Trap Disabler class as much as she could. Although she had forcibly increased her rank to Master right now, her technical skills were not actually at the Master rank yet. 5 minutes was more than enough for everyone to die dozens of times. 5 minutes? After giving it some thought, Shi Feng clenched his teeth and said, I got it. I'll try to buy as much time over here as possible. You just relax and disable the trap. This reply stunned Firedance. However, she knew that Shi Feng never joked around. Since he had said so, he definitely had a way to realize his words. Immediately, she nodded and began disabling the trap before her. Meanwhile, Shi Feng had also activated Omniscient Eyes and began searching for the power cores of the 2 fossilized Tyrannosauruses. Their power cores are actually in constant motion? The fossilized Tyrannosauruses could hide no secrets from the Omniscient Eyes. Shi Feng could clearly see a glowing red dot moving about inside the body of each monster. Although the dots were very small, they were extremely eye-catching. However, while Shi Feng had guessed correctly that he could locate the power cores with Omniscient Eyes, he had no way of damaging them. Seeing how Cola and Turtledove had only managed to scratch the scales of the fossilized Tyrannosauruses before, even if Shi Feng relied on the Abyssal Blade and Killing Ray, it would be very difficult for him to shatter those scales, not to mention penetrating deep into the inferior dragon's bodies and striking at their power cores. Nevertheless, Cola's and Turtledove's HPs were rapidly decreasing at this moment. The 2 Guardian Knights could die at any time. If he did not destroy the power cores right now, it would be impossible for them to survive for 5 minutes. When Protection Blessing ended, both of them would die instantly. It seems I have no choice but to use that, Shi Feng muttered to himself before letting out a sigh. In a battle of such level, it was just too risky to use that. However, in order to obtain the inferior legendary treasure chest, he had no choice but to take a gamble. Saying so, Shi Feng took out a Summon Guard scroll and summoned his epic guard, Anna. Players generally would not let their personal guards take part in such a dangerous battle. While personal guards that were killed could be resurrected, the price for doing so was exorbitant. It was definitely not a price that players were willing to accept. Hence, players with powerful personal guards very rarely allowed their personal guards to take part in risky battles. Anna, use Angel Summoning. 1141 Valkyrie vs. Tyrannosauruses. Chapter 141 Valkyrie vs. Tyrannosauruses. Under Shi Feng's command, Anna began to chant an incantation. Instantly, the mana in the forging hall surged towards her. Roar! The 2 fossilized Tyrannosauruses quickly noticed the frightening amount of mana flowing towards Anna. Immediately, their massive golden eyes shifted to the woman, glaring at her as if she were their greatest enemy. Anna needed time to cast her spell. Although the forging room was quite large, a mythic monster could cross it in no time at all. Before Anna finished her chant, the 2 fossilized Tyrannosauruses would reach her. Currently, Anna was a Tier 2 NPC. She had no hope against the 2 Tier 4 archaic species. Seeing this, Shi Feng sighed dejectedly. Hurriedly he shouted, Cola, Turtledove, use the basic Mana Pulse bombs. Previously, they had also obtained over 1,000 basic Mana Pulse bombs from the armory in addition to the intermediate Mana Pulse cannons and movement-type defensive magic array. Every bomb contained the might of a Tier 3 spell. If used properly, these bombs would be frighteningly effective in a guild war. Basic Mana Pulse bomb deals damage equivalent to a Tier 3 destruction spell to a radius of 25 yards. Bomb is 100% effective against monsters and players below level 100, and 50% effective against monsters and players level 100 and above. Cooldown, 2 seconds. Unfortunately, they had a limited number of Mana Pulse bombs. Once they used them, they would be gone. Yet, they were the team's only option to pull aggro. Hearing Shi Feng's instructions, Cola and Turtledove retrieved the fist-sized bombs reluctantly. However, seeing the 2 fossilized Tyrannosauruses charge at Anna, the Guardian's Knights threw the bombs at the 2 bosses. The Mana Pulse bombs looked like specks of dust compared to the fossilized Tyrannosauruses. However, the instant the bombs touched the fossilized Tyrannosaurus' scales, black and white mana surged forth, devouring the Guardian monsters. The forging hall shook with the explosions, and, for a moment, even space itself seemed as if it might shatter. The Mana Pulse bombs might far exceeded everyone's expectations. Meanwhile, Cola and Turtledove, who stood closest to the fossilized Tyrannosauruses, were blown off their feet by the resulting shockwaves. This destructive power is even more amazing than Tier 3 large-scale destruction spells, Cola exclaimed in astonishment. He had seen Tier 3 large-scale destruction spells before. Although their range was greater, the spells couldn't destabilize space. If they attacked a Grand Lord with these basic Mana Pulse bombs, they might even inflict severe injuries. The Mana Pulse bombs had shocked the rest of the team as well, and they all thought it was a huge waste to use them against the fossilized Tyrannosauruses. If they used the bombs to weaken Field Grand Lords instead, the guild could profit greatly. However, as the black and white mana dissipated and these players could see the fossilized Tyrannosauruses once more, their eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. Despite such powerful attacks, the fossilized Tyrannosauruses were unharmed. The Mana Pulse bombs hadn't even left a scratch. All the bombs accomplished was blowing off a layer of dust that had collected on the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's scales over the years, giving the two monsters a fresh, clean appearance. As for the bomb's damage, each had only caused around 200,000 damage. Even if they tossed 1,000 basic mana pulse bombs at the fossilized Tyrannosauruses, they couldn't kill the monsters. If they used the basic mana pulse bombs against Great Lords, each could easily deal over 1,000,000 damage. The bombs would also easily annihilate players below Tier 3. However, the bomb's damage did redirect the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's attention to Cola and Turtledove. Excellent. Shi Feng smiled faintly. The brief moment Cola and Turtledove had bought allowed Anna to finish her incantation. Emerge, Valkyrie, Anna shouted. Immediately, a golden magic array enveloped the forging hall's ceiling, which caused the mana inside the hall to rampage. A Valkyrie with pure white wings, geared in golden divine armor, slowly descended from the magic array. Compared to Anna's previous summoning, the Valkyrie had reached level 70 as Anna had leveled from level 69 to level 70 during the previous war. Every 5 levels was a minor turning point in God's domain. Hence, a level 70 Valkyrie was significantly stronger than a level 69 Valkyrie. This was also why Shi Feng was willing to risk summoning Anna into this battle. The fossilized Tyrannosauruses were level 65. As Tier 4 archaic species, while they might not have complete domains like the ancient abyssal monsters, their attributes were far superior to the abyssal monsters. If given the choice, players would rather fight the fossilized Tyrannosauruses than the ancient abyssal monsters. This was due to the abyssal monsters' powerful domains and their effectiveness against players. After all was said and done, the Tier 4 Valkyrie was only a puppet. The Valkyrie neither possessed high intellect, nor did it have a complete domain like ordinary Tier 4 NPCs. In a sense, the Valkyrie was similar to the fossilized Tyrannosauruses. However, when comparing life ratings, the Valkyrie was far above archaic species. In a head-on collision, the Valkyrie could definitely overwhelm the fossilized Tyrannosauruses. Attack, Shi Feng commanded. The Valkyrie could only remain for 10 seconds and could only be summoned again after 1 full day. Hence, he could not waste a single second. Hearing Shi Feng's command, Anna instructed the Valkyrie to take action. Suddenly, the Valkyrie disappeared as she used the Tier 3 skill spatial transfer to arrive before one of the fossilized Tyrannosauruses. Attack its lower left rib, Shi Feng commanded. After watching the bosses with omniscient eyes, Shi Feng had grasped the power core's basic patterns. Although he couldn't break through the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's scales and substantially damage the power cores, the Valkyrie could. A silver spear appeared in the Valkyrie's hands, arcs of golden lightning dancing around the weapon. The Valkyrie then thrust the spear at the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's lower left rib. Tier 4 skill, Thunder Sanction. The fossilized Tyrannosaurus panicked instantly. The Valkyrie had appeared too suddenly. Even with its high attack speed, the fossilized Tyrannosaurus was still caught off guard as it received Thunder Sanction in full. The golden lightning pierced through its tough scales and exited from its back, reaping nearly 3% of the monster's HP. The team immediately felt the fossilized Tyrannosaurus grow weaker. This scene enraged the other fossilized Tyrannosaurus as it spread its jaws. A large amount of mana began to gather in the monster's mouth. Crap, it's using its breath. Everyone, move, don't stand in front of the boss. Shi Feng hurriedly warned his team as he saw the monster charge its attack. The greatest move of any monster from the dragon race would be its breath attacks. Among them, true dragon's breath attacks were the most powerful. There were even records of how a dragon had obliterated a major city with a single breath attack. Thus, the dragon race represented destruction. Roar. The fossilized Tyrannosaurus's roar echoed throughout the forging hall. Before anyone could react, a dazzling beam of light devoured the Valkyrie. The breath even shattered space itself. Meanwhile, this beam of light struck one of the forging hall's stone walls. If not for having been constructed by ancient gods, no one doubted that the breath attack could have punched a hole straight through the fallen arc. 1142 Power. To annihilate mythics. Chapter 1142, Power to Annihilate Mythics. By the time the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's breath ended, the forging hall was unrecognizable. How is there such a powerful monster? The fossilized Tyrannosaurus's breath attack had stupefied every player on the team. Everything in front of the inferior dragon was gone. Only a bare wall and floor remained. Over half of the accessories around the forging hall had disintegrated. It was not hard to realize that the fossilized Tyrannosaurus hadn't been taking them seriously. Had the two inferior dragons taken them as seriously as they had the Valkyrie, they would have obliterated the entire team. This single blow shouldn't have defeated the Valkyrie, right? Aqua Rose muttered worriedly as she watched the spatial tier gradually disappear. Without a doubt, this breath attack was definitely a Tier 4 skill. Otherwise, it wouldn't have created a spatial tier. The Valkyrie was only a temporarily summoned puppet. She only possessed 1/20th of the HP ordinary summoned creatures had. It wouldn't be surprising in the least if this terrifying breath attack had devoured her entire HP bar. If the Valkyrie were really gone, the consequences would be unimaginable. Against the enraged fossilized Tyrannosauruses, even with their berserk and life-saving skills active, Cola and Turtledove would die instantly, much less the rest of Zero Wing's team. As these thoughts swam through Aqua Rose's mind, the smoke finally started to dissipate. She's unharmed? How is this possible? Aqua Rose stared at the divine angel flapping her wings in amazement. Not only was the Valkyrie unharmed, but not even a speck of dust tainted her body. Even the fossilized Tyrannosaurus, which possessed some intellect, was stunned, fear surfacing in its massive golden eyes as it gazed at the Valkyrie before it. Suddenly, Shi Feng shouted, "Attack its right arm." Although the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's breath was incredibly powerful, Anna's Valkyrie was no pushover either. Even if the Valkyrie were not at her peak due to lacking sufficient intellect, she possessed all of the skills a Tier 4 Valkyrie should. The Valkyrie had used the Tier 4 skill Divine Protection to defend against the inferior dragon's breath, the skill allowing her to negate all attacks below Tier 6 for 3 seconds. Afterward, all of the damage she should have received would be converted into HP. In the past, Divine Protection had been a super rare life-saving skill that many Tier 4 Guardian Knights dreamed of obtaining. Any Guardian Knights that learned it had been highly sought after even by super guilds. As soon as Shi Feng gave the command, Anna once more controlled the Valkyrie to attack the fossilized Tyrannosaurus. Roar. The fossilized Tyrannosaurus was now on full alert, its claws releasing a faint gray glow. The inferior dragon then slashed at the approaching Valkyrie as if it were swatting a fly. Boom. Faster than the naked eye could perceive, the claws struck the Valkyrie. The players in the forging hall nearly lost their balance as the resulting shockwave swept over them. However, when the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's claws landed, the attack stopped as if it had collided with an immovable wall. Not only did it fail to damage the Valkyrie, but its claws had also been forced to a halt. Taking advantage of the inferior dragon's brief pause, the Valkyrie threw her silver spear. The spear transformed into a streak of light that pierced the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's right arm, leaving behind a bloody hole. Good. With this, we shouldn't have any issues. Shi Feng released a sigh of relief when he saw the red dot on the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's body fade. The Valkyrie could only remain in existence for a short period. If they could not exterminate the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's power cores within that time, they would never last 5 minutes. Now that the fossilized Tyrannosauruses had lost their power cores, they were like beasts that had lost their fangs and claws. Their threat levels decreased significantly. Even when Cola and Turtledove received an attack, they only lost around 18,000 HP. The inferior dragons had lost at least half of their strength. With this, even without Protection Blessing, neither of the two Guardian Knights would die instantly. They could last a long time with the aid of Power of Darkness. However, Shi Feng had no intentions of wasting the Valkyrie's power. Immediately, he had the Valkyrie attack the two fossilized Tyrannosauruses frantically, using this opportunity to weaken the two bosses further and reduce the burden on Cola and Turtledove. Unfortunately, 10 seconds was too little time. Despite the Valkyrie doing her best, she was only able to deal some light damage to the two massive bosses, which slowed the monster's attacks slightly. Unfortunately, the attacks weren't so slow that Cola and Turtledove could evade the boss's normal attacks easily. When the two bosses used skills, however, the brief activation time gave the MTs enough time to evade. Time passed quickly. While Fire Dance desperately tried to disable the trap, the pressure on the rest of the team grew. Their fear also grew as they continued to fight. The fossilized Tyrannosauruses had 300 million HP. They could regenerate 3 million HP every 5 seconds. Even if they stood there not defending themselves, they wouldn't die. In contrast, due to the high damages Cola and Turtledove received, Zero Wing's healers were struggling, their mana depleting rapidly. It was impossible to make up for the consumed mana with mana recovery potions. It was only a matter of time before the healers ran out. Fortunately, the team's goal wasn't to exterminate the fossilized Tyrannosauruses. Instead, they were simply buying time. However, both Cola and Turtledove suddenly felt that something was amiss. "Guild leader, I'm sensing that the boss's strength is growing," Cola hurriedly reported. Initially, after Protection Blessing had ended, he had received around 36,000 damage from each of the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's normal attacks. However, with the aid of Protection and Truth Shield, he received less than 30,000. With his current 57,000 HP and the healer's help, he could receive 2 hits without dying. Yet, even with the Oracles and Clerics buffs, he was now receiving more than 30,000 damage from the boss's normal attacks. If the damage continued to rise, he would die in 2 hits if the healers failed to restore his HP in time. I discovered something strange as well. It seems the boss's defense is weakening. Gentle Snow, who was assisting Turtledove from the sides, announced. Hearing Cola and Gentle Snow's words, Shi Feng fell into deep thought. Could they be weakening their physical bodies to generate new power cores? Although extremely few monsters had cores as weak points in God's domain, Shi Feng had encountered a few. A few of these monsters were capable of regenerating their destroyed cores after a certain period. The fossilized Tyrannosauruses were an archaic species. It would not be surprising if they could do so. In fact, Shi Feng had already considered this possibility. However, less than 2 minutes had passed since the inferior dragon's power cores had been destroyed. This regeneration speed surpassed Shi Feng's initial estimates. He had assumed that the bosses would need at least 5 minutes before they could regenerate their power cores. This coincided with how much time Fire Dance needed to disable the trap. Once the trap was disabled, they could simply take the treasure chest and leave. They shouldn't have needed to worry about the fossilized Tyrannosauruses regenerating their power cores. It seems we have no choice but to fight. After considering various options, Shi Feng had only come up with one method that would buy them the necessary time. Clenching his teeth, he said, "Cola, Turtledove, lure the bosses together. Everyone, throw basic mana pulse bombs at the bosses. Don't hold back and use everything you have." Now that the boss's defense had weakened, the mana pulse bombs would deal more damage. Before this, it might have been impossible to annihilate the fossilized Tyrannosauruses with the bombs, but things had changed. Even if they failed to kill the inferior dragons or injure them heavily, they could slow down the recovery speed of the boss's power cores. Guild leader, are we really going to waste the bombs here? Aqua Rose hadn't expected such a crazy move from Shi Feng. They were talking about over 1,000 basic mana pulse bombs. That was equivalent to 1,000 plus magic scrolls that contain tier 3 large-scale destruction spells. Just waste them. Buying time is more important right now, Shi Feng growled determinedly. While the basic mana pulse bombs was indeed extraordinarily valuable, the inferior legendary treasure chest was far more important towards the guild's development. Seeing the determined look on Shi Feng's face, everyone helplessly retrieved the basic mana pulse bombs Shi Feng had previously distributed and threw the bombs at the fossilized Tyrannosauruses. Boom, 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 boom. Immediately black and white mana flooded the forging hall. Just as Shi Feng had expected, not only were the basic mana pulse bombs now dealing around 450,000 damage each, but the bombs had also stopped the recovery of the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's power cores. In fact, the inferior dragons were even growing weaker as they received more attacks. It took several minutes for Zero Wings members to finish tossing all of their bombs. Even archaic species could not withstand the might of over 1,000 basic mana pulse bombs as both fossilized Tyrannosauruses collapsed to the ground, their HPs falling to 0. "We won?" Aqua Rose muttered as she watched the smoke in the hall gradually dissipate. "They're not playing dead, right?" Before anyone could answer, the system replied. Suddenly, one golden flash after another enveloped each team member, illuminating the forging hall. 1143, Dragon Legacy. Chapter 1143, Dragon Legacy. They're dead? What? They're really dead? Excitement bubbled in the players' chests when they noticed the golden glow wrap around their bodies. Many could not help but cheer, with some people losing strength in their legs as they planted their butts on the ground. "We're too amazing. We actually killed 2 mythic bosses. My experience bar is still rising." They had just defeated 2 level 65, mythic-ranked archaic species. Both monsters already gave a lot of EXP, but they also got bonus EXP for killing monsters of a higher level. Most importantly, only 20 players shared it all. In the end, not only had everyone leveled up from level 44 to level 45, but they progressed to level 46 as well. As for Shi Feng, he rose to level 48 on the spot, with his empty experience bar filling once more. Level 48, 30%, 40%, 50%. In less than 2 seconds, his experience bar had reached 90%. Following which, its growth slowed, increasing by 1 percentage after another. 95%, 96%, 97%, just as his experience bar looked as if it would stop at 99%, another golden glow encased Shi Feng's body. Level 49. The awarded EXP is truly extravagant. Shi Feng was surprised. He also found it difficult to suppress his bubbling excitement. He was now only 1 level away from level 50. With his current weapon and equipment standards, he should have no problems passing his Tier 2 class change quest. Once he completed his class change quest, he would qualify to challenge quests he hadn't dared to before. Although there was only 1 tier between Tier 2 and Tier 1 classes, the difference was much greater than the difference between Tier 0 and Tier 1 players. If an ordinary Tier 1 player could go up against elite monsters of the same level, then ordinary Tier 2 players could go up against chieftains. If a chieftain and elite monster of the same level fought each other, that battle would be one-sided. After all, chieftains could serve as the final bosses in party dungeons below level 50. One could just imagine how massive the difference was between Tier 1 and Tier 2 classes. If even Shi Feng had leveled up twice, the rest of the team's leveling was insane. Aside from those with hidden classes, the team had leveled from level 44 all the way to level 48. Moreover, they were only a short distance away from reaching level 49. As for players like Violet Cloud, Gentle Snow, and Zhao Yuuru, who possessed a hidden class, they only rose to level 47. Though, they were not far from level 48. Everyone was stunned for a long moment. Right now, they could easily rank at the very top of the ranking list in any kingdom or empire in God's domain. Moreover, they would be at least 5 levels higher than the second-ranked player. Ha ha ha, my HP is finally over 40,000. After Kola finished allocating his recently acquired free attribute points, he excitedly boasted, "With this, I'll be the highest HPMT in even the Black Dragon Empire." He was already the highest HPMT throughout Starmoon Kingdom. He had nearly 5,000 more HP than the MTs in other guilds. Although he was not particularly certain about the situation in the Black Dragon Empire, he could dare to claim that no MT in the Empire could match his HP. 40,000 HP? Gentle Snow, who was level 47, looked at her own HP bar. Noticing that her HP had broken past the 40,000 threshold as well, Gentle Snow could not help but sigh ruefully as she looked at her own HP bar. She never imagined that one fragmented legendary item would make such a huge difference. Despite wielding a damage-dealing class and slightly weaker equipment than Cola's, the Seven Luminaries battle armor had bridged the gap between her and the Guardian Knight. Not only had the battle armor upgraded her damage output by several levels, but it had also done the same for her defense and HP. It was no wonder why Shi Feng was willing to waste the 1,000-plus basic mana pulse bombs for the inferior legendary treasure chest. As everyone's excitement about their levels died down, they shifted their gazes to the corpses of the two fossilized Tyrannosauruses. Aside from the items inside the inferior legendary treasure chest, the inferior dragon's loot should make up for the losses they suffered. Mythic bosses. Moreover, the fossilized Tyrannosauruses were archaic species. Their loot was definitely extraordinary. Just thinking about it ignited a passionate fire in these players' hearts, their eyes shining. Once the dust settled, the massive fossilized Tyrannosaurus corpses were on full display. However, when the team noticed the few items scattered beside the bodies, disappointment flashed in their eyes. Aside from a few scattered gold coins, one fossilized Tyrannosaurus dropped 8 items, while the other dropped 7. There were far fewer items than they had hoped for. Why are there so few drops? These things are even more stingy than the trolls. Is it because we were unlucky? We should have given Guild Leader the last hit. Everyone's excitement faded when they saw the loot. Among the 15 items, 10 were materials. Alright, get some rest. Violet, make sure fire is safe. Shi Feng chuckled at his crestfallen companions. The number of items the fossilized Tyrannosauruses dropped didn't surprise Shi Feng in the least. After reaching level 50, the quantity and quality of the items monsters dropped decreased drastically. Furthermore, the system had just completed a new update. The system would have definitely lowered the drop rate once again. The main god system did so to stabilize weapon and equipment prices, giving lifestyle classes a better opportunity to develop. As players continued to level, their main source for weapons and equipment would gradually shift from monsters to lifestyle players. In the future, 95% of the weapons and equipment players used would come from monsters and lifestyle players. The remaining 5% would come from quests, miraculous encounters, treasure chests, and other such sources. However, the majority of the weapons and equipment players produced could only satisfy ordinary players and experts. The truly excellent items would still come from killing powerful monsters or completing difficult quests. Of course, players were also capable of producing weapons and equipment of excellent quality. Only, the requirement was extremely high, beyond the majority of God's Domain's lifestyle players. Moreover, producing such items required super rare materials, and these materials came from killing powerful monsters and exploring dangerous locations. Following which, Shi Feng collected the loot and began to appraise each item. Not bad. Shi Feng revealed a joyful expression after appraising the raw materials. Among them was the legendary material, Dragon Origin Crystal. Moreover, 2 Dragon Origin Crystals had dropped. Only creatures of the dragon race could drop these items. Unfortunately, common inferior dragons would drop them. At the very least, the monsters needed to be mythic rank. This was because the Dragon Origin Crystal contained the bloodline of dragons. If one applied the Dragon Origin Crystal when forging weapons or equipment, they could qualitatively change the item. The Dragon Origin Crystal was an excellent production material. The crystal also had an even greater purpose, producing the Dragon Soul Potion. When consuming this potion, players could class change into a hidden class and obtain the Dragon Legacy. 1144 Hidden Class Dragon Slayer. Chapter 1144 Hidden Class Dragon Slayer Shi Feng held the 2 Crimson Dragon Origin Crystals and carefully inspected them. Although both were legendary material, there was a difference between them. Of course, the system wouldn't give away this difference. Instead, players had to discover it after conducting numerous experiments. This was one of the system's hidden attributes. Although there were deviations between players' conclusions, the deviations were usually minor. Different grades of legendary material would yield different bonus success rates when said material was used in crafting an item. According to players' summaries regarding legendary materials, they were generally categorized into basic, middle, intermediate, and peak grades. Basic grade materials could increase production success rate by roughly 2% to 3%. Intermediate grade materials could increase production success rate by 4% to 5%. Advanced grade materials could increase production success rate by 7% to 8%. Peak grade materials could increase production success rate by 10% to 11%. After Shi Feng clicked to open the 2 Dragon Origin Crystals attribute panels, he began to read their introductions carefully. Wonderful! Shi Feng smiled when he finished reading. With this, there shouldn't be any problems producing the Dragon Soul Potions. Legendary materials had different methods of determining their grades. In the Dragon Origin Crystal's case, its grade could be determined by the bloodline density within it. If a crystal's bloodline density fell between 1% and 30%, it was basic grade. Most of the Dragon Origin crystals that dropped were this grade. A crystal with a bloodline density between 31% and 50% was considered intermediate grade. Crystals of this grade had a much lower drop rate. As for crystals with a bloodline density between 51% and 70%, they were advanced grade. It was practically impossible to find advanced Dragon Origin crystals on the market as large guilds cherished like their own children. Lastly, crystals with bloodline density above 71% were peak grade. At this grade, the Dragon Origin crystal was worth much more than an epic item. To produce the Dragon Soul Potion, one usually needed an intermediate Dragon Origin crystal or better. Regardless of how many basic Dragon Origin crystals were used, it was impossible to produce the Dragon Soul Potion with them. Of the 2 Dragon Origin crystals before Shi Feng, one was intermediate grade, while the other was an advanced crystal. Guild leader, did something good drop? Aqua Rose asked when she noticed the smile on Shi Feng's face. She was very familiar with Shi Feng's personality and habits. If the dropped items were not extraordinary, he would not have revealed such a joyous smile. In response, Shi Feng nodded and looked at everyone before calmly stating, "Something good has indeed dropped. Which of you here wants a hidden class?" A hidden class? Did we get a class change tool? Guild leader, which classes are suitable for the hidden class? Shi Feng's question instantly caught his teammates' attention. None of these players were strangers to hidden classes. Various people had already posted a lot of information about hidden classes on the official forums. As a result, they all dreamed of class changing into their own. They'd even be happy with the most common hidden class. Although the most common hidden class would not provide additional basic attributes, the class could provide additional skills that their original classes did not possess. With these skills, they'd have access to more combat methods. They would have advantages in both PvP and dungeons. As for advanced or peak rank hidden classes, they did not even dare to dream of obtaining one. After all, hidden classes of such ranks were simply too rare. Any class is fine. However, the condition is that one does not already have a hidden class, Shi Feng explained. The Dragon Soul Potion's purpose was to give players access to the legacy of the dragon race. Hence, unless one already wielded a hidden class, any player could obtain the dragon legacy. Both magical class and physical class players could eventually become dragon slayers. This was also why both NPCs and players in the past had preferred to kill powerful dragons. While they did so to gain fame and recognition, their primary reason was to obtain the dragon legacy and become stronger. However, the Dragon Origin crystal's drop rate was considerably low. If not for the fossilized dragons being archaic species, it was unlikely that the 2 mythic monsters would have dropped it. When the Zero Wings team heard that any class could obtain the hidden class, they were ecstatic. Don't get too excited just yet. The class change quest is not easy, Shi Feng said, chuckling as he shook his head. Unfortunately, too many of you want the hidden class. I only have 2 slots, so let's hold a team auction using GCPs. This intermediate Dragon Origin crystal starting bid is 200,000 points, while this advanced Dragon Origin crystal starting bid will be 500,000 points. Decide for yourselves if you want to bid on them or not. 200,000 GCPs was the equivalent of 500 gold. This was an extraordinarily low price to pay for the Dragon Slayer class. In the past, the various large guilds had been willing to buy intermediate Dragon Origin crystals for 8,000 gold. As for advanced Dragon Origin crystals, they had been practically impossible to find on the market. However, one player had put his crystal up for auction in the past. The crystal eventually sold for the insane price of 30,000 gold. The advanced version was so much more valuable due to the fact that, depending on the quality of the Dragon Soul Potion produced, one would obtain different levels of the Dragon Legacy. The Dragon Slayer class was somewhat unique. It was not clearly ranked like other hidden classes. If a weak Dragon Soul Potion were consumed, one's Dragon Slayer class would be the equivalent of a basic legacy. Conversely, it was also possible to obtain a peak legacy Dragon Slayer class if one used a strong potion. Of course, it was also possible to upgrade the Dragon Slayer class gradually to peak legacy by consuming several Dragon Soul Potions. Hence, Dragon Origin crystals of different grades had different prices. The prices Shi Feng had announced were definitely low. Even so, the team sent Shi Feng scornful looks, feeling that Shi Feng was trying to rip them off. Although they were the guild's main force members, it was extremely difficult to collect so many GCPs. Eventually, Cola won the Advanced Dragon Origin Crystal, while Alluring Summer won the Intermediate Crystal. Among them, Alluring Summer had borrowed plenty of GCPs from Aqua Rose and Violet Cloud. After all, Alluring Summer had just recently joined the guild and had not participated in many dungeon raids or high-level guild quests yet. Following which, Shi Feng passed the Dragon Soul Potion's production method to Cola and Alluring Summer. It was impossible for players to produce the Dragon Soul Potion. They needed to hire an NPC Grandmaster Alchemist to do it. Unfortunately, it was extremely difficult to find NPC Grandmasters. Fortunately, Shi Feng knew 2 places where they could find such NPCs. The first was Titan City. There, they could easily find a Grandmaster Alchemist. The second location was Blackwing City. However, to convince these NPC Grandmasters to help, they needed to raise their favorability with said NPCs. Once their favorability reached a sufficient level, they could make the Dragon Soul Potion. However, collecting the various required materials was a considerably challenging task as every material was extremely rare. Normally, only large guilds could get their hands on all these materials. It was extremely difficult for lone players or a team to gather what they needed in a short time. After Shi Feng finished distributing the Dragon Origin crystals, the team heard the shattering of glass from the center of the forging hall. Everyone spun to look. Suddenly, an orange pillar of light appeared in the forging hall. Did Fire Dance disable the trap? 1145 Treasure obtained. Chapter 1145, Treasure obtained. When they saw the pillar of orange light, the team grew excited. An inferior legendary treasure chest. They had never even known something like this existed. If they obtained a fragmented legendary item from it, their guild could enable one player's basic attributes to soar. No, the trap hasn't been disabled. Shi Feng realized that something was amiss when he saw the orange magic array on the ceiling, which formed from berserk mana. He had seen many players disable master traps in the past. However, not one of them ever drove mana berserk when successfully disabled. There was only one possibility for this. Disabling the trap had failed. Fire Dance's expression twisted with guilt. However, before she could say anything, Shi Feng shouted, "Everyone use your Tier 1 instantaneous movement magic scrolls and withdraw. Then use your return scrolls to leave the arc." Normally, traps would enclose a certain area when triggered. However, there were also solutions to this problem. Before the trap fully activated, players could use instantaneous movement magic scrolls to get out of range. This had been a common method in the past. Unfortunately, it wasn't effective against traps that activated instantaneously. Fortunately, the trap before them was not an instantaneous type. Unfortunately, divine runes had already sealed the forging hall's doors, and players couldn't leave the hall normally. Using return scrolls to escape was also time-consuming. On the other hand, instantaneous movement magic scrolls didn't have an activation time. They could simply use the scroll to pass beyond the stone doors and leave the trap's effective area. Once they were out of the trap's range, they could use the return scroll to leave the arc safely. As for why Shi Feng had chosen to return to White River City, it was because he was not certain of what after effects triggering the forging hall's trap would have. On the off chance that the trap would also increase the danger outside of the arc, such as alerting the fallen patrols and luring them to the forging hall, the fallen arc's inner region would become extremely dangerous. They could very easily team wipe. Listening to Shi Feng's commands, everyone retrieved the instantaneous movement magic scrolls they had prepared and left the forging hall. Eventually, only Shi Feng remained. This was the perfect opportunity for Shi Feng to steal the inferior legendary treasure chest. Now that the trap had triggered, there was nothing protecting the treasure chest. He could simply stash it in his bag space and leave. Only, he had to deal with the trap's mechanisms while collecting the treasure chest. Once the trap finished its attack, it would return to its original state, and they would have to try disabling it all over again. Shi Feng had considered simply triggering the trap and snatching the treasure chest, but he would have had to deal with the two fossilized Tyrannosauruses at the same time. His chances of success would have been extremely low. Now that the guards were dead, he could easily deal with the remaining challenges. Following which, Shi Feng used Windblade and dashed straight for the treasure chest. As he was about to reach the treasure chest, however, the orange magic array on the ceiling activated. Suddenly, blood-red spears appeared in the air, one after another, every spear radiating a frightening aura. The numerous spears then rained down on the forging hall. A destruction-type trap, Shi Feng released a sigh of relief when he saw the descending spears. Immediately, he activated defensive blades, which allowed him to block over 10 attacks. As a result, Shi Feng knocked the spears to the side before they even reached him. Meanwhile, Shi Feng placed his hand on the inferior legendary treasure chest, trying to see if he could take it. After all, this was the first time he had encountered an inferior legendary treasure chest. Normally, players could simply walk away with a locked dark gold treasure chest. Only a minority of dark gold treasure chests had fixed locations. The instant Shi Feng touched the treasure chest, the system replied. Although the treasure chest could be stored in his bag space, doing so required 8 seconds of channeling. However, defensive blades block counts would, at most, last 2 seconds against the blood-red spears. With absolute defense, which had a 5-second duration, he was 1 second shy of surviving for 8 seconds. Shi Feng had no doubt that even one of these spears could kill him instantly. To hell with it, Shi Feng decided to give it a try as he began the collection process. He refused to give up after coming this far. As the spears descended on Shi Feng, as he anticipated, defensive blade only lasted slightly more than 2 seconds. Immediately after defensive blade's block counts were exhausted, Shi Feng activated the aura of Earth's absolute defense. He then immediately switched to the aura of space. If he sensed that he no longer had hope of getting away with the treasure chest, he would leave instead of pointlessly throwing his life away. After all, he was 1 level away from the level 50 threshold. The seconds passed quickly. The inferior legendary treasure chest's loading bar advanced slowly. Sure enough, it's not enough. When Shi Feng saw that Absolute Defense's duration had 1 second remaining while the loading bar needed at least 3 more seconds to complete, he could not help but sigh deeply. When Absolute Defense shattered and a blood-red spear was about to collide with Shi Feng's head, a figure suddenly appeared above him. Phantom Kill, Defensive Blade. The doppelganger summoned with the Abyssal Blade's Phantom Kill possessed all the player's skills. Hence, the doppelganger had similarly learned Shi Feng's life-saving skills. Pung, pung, pung. As Shi Feng listened to the crashing above him, his anxiety grew. The loading bar was 2 seconds away from completion. Quick, move quickly. Shi Feng was extremely anxious. This was his final hope. Just as the doppelganger's defensive blade block counts were about to expire, Shi Feng heard the sound of a system notification. System. The inferior legendary treasure chest has been stored in your bag space. When Shi Feng heard this sound, for the first time ever, he found the system's cold mechanical voice to be extremely sweet. Shi Feng immediately activated space movement. A spatial tier opened before him. Although his doppelganger's defensive blade block counts had been exhausted, he could still use the doppelganger as a meat shield. Only, the instant one of the blood-red spears struck the doppelganger's HP hit rock bottom. The spears were just as powerful as Shi Feng had guessed. However, the brief moment the doppelganger had bought him allowed Shi Feng to enter the spatial tier and vanish from the forging hall. When the forging hall's trap had activated, the Fallen Ark's inner region had descended into chaos. The Fallen patrols in both the outer and inner regions had rushed towards the forging hall. Fortunately, Shi Feng had instructed his team to use their return scrolls as soon as they got out. Otherwise, none of them would have left the Fallen Ark alive. The Fire Dragon Empire's imperial capital, due to a particular match in the Dark Arena today, players had swarmed into the Empire even before the match began. These players all wore dazzling weapons and equipment. Aside from spectating the upcoming match, many were here to participate in the Dark Arena's upcoming auction. Big Sis Rain, Miracle's people have asked to meet with you, Blue Phoenix softly reported as she entered the VIP room. Judging by their tone and words, it seems that they've discovered our relationship with Zero Wing. Phoenix Rain frowned slightly upon hearing this. Although she knew that she couldn't hide the truth forever, she hadn't expected it to get out so quickly. Sighing, she said, Miracle is really quite fast with their investigations. Since they found us out, let's meet with them. 1146, Purgatory, Nye, Chapter 1146, Purgatory Night Flame Dragon City's underground arena. A group of level 40-plus players surrounded the entrance. These players all wore pitch-black armor with a white cape draped over their shoulders. They looked like well-trained soldiers. When other players noticed these black-armored players, they promptly distanced themselves. Who are these people? They're blocking the underground arena and preventing others from entering. They're being too unreasonable. You've just arrived in the capital, so it's expected that you don't know. Could a super guild have laid claim over this underground arena? Far from that. Take a look at those players guarding the entrance. They're the security teams several super guilds have formed. They are all equipped with the Soul of Darkness, a level 40 fine gold set equipment. They're specifically tasked to guard this underground arena and prevent outsiders from entering. As expected of super guilds, even a casual security team is so impressive. I've just reached level 40 after much difficulty, and I only have a few level 40 weapons and pieces of equipment, yet those guys are actually wearing level 40 fine gold sets. The nearby independent players weren't the only ones in awe. Even the members of the various large guilds invited to the Dark Arena were shocked. God's Domain's mainstream players were around level 37 right now, whereas expert players were at level 39 or level 40. Even large guilds experts were fortunate to obtain a full set of level 40 fine gold weapons and equipment upon reaching level 40. As for a level 40 fine gold set equipment, that was simply a dream. Yet, among the Super Guild security teams, every one of them wore complete level 40 fine gold set equipment. In God's Domain, it was far more difficult to gather a complete fine gold set equipment than it was to gather a set of dark gold equipment. Individual pieces of fine gold set equipment might not be a match for dark gold equipment in terms of basic attributes, but certain set effects were more important than some additional basic attributes. Hence, many players still used the level 30 fine gold set equipment they had collected even after level 40. For example, the level 40 Soul of Darkness set equipment's effects were so good that players could continue using it even after level 50. As players admired the security team's equipment, 2 cloaked women approached the entrance, attracting everyone's attention. Although these female players had hidden their appearance under a black cloak, players could tell by their elegant bodies that they were definitely beautiful. Meanwhile, when the security teams, which oozed with killing intent, saw these women, they immediately bowed and stood to the side, treating the women like queens. Who are those women? They've hidden their appearances and IDs with their black cloaks. Who could possibly recognize them? However, I believe that they are at least upper echelons from first-rate guilds. Otherwise, there's no way those security teams would treat them with so much respect. First-rate guild upper echelons? You sure are overestimating first-rate guilds. We're talking about the elite security teams that super guilds work together to form. Those people wouldn't even bat an eye if a first-rate guild's guild leader showed up. I'm guessing that they're the upper echelons from either super first-rate guilds or super guilds. If I could enter the Dark Arena and get those security teams to treat me that respectfully, how wonderful would it be? Unless you manage to join a super guild and become one of the guild's apex experts, don't even think about getting their respect. As the crowd conversed, the two female players entered the underground arena. The instant these two players entered the establishment, an elegant beauty was there to greet them. This beauty wore a set of exquisite gray mage robes and wielded a black wooden staff. She also exuded a deathly aura. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that this beauty was a level 42 summoner. Greetings, Phoenix Pavilion Master. I am Silent March, the Vice Commander of Miracle's Purgatory Legion, the somewhat evil-looking summoner said, smiling at Phoenix Rain. Our Vice Guild leader is already waiting in a VIP room on the 3rd floor. Allow me to lead the way. Phoenix Rain nodded in response, following which, Silent March led Phoenix Rain and Blue Phoenix to the underground arena's 3rd floor. Big sis Phoenix, that summoner feels odd. The other summoners I've met all exuded a lively aura, yet her aura feels like death, Blue Phoenix whispered to her friend. While she is indeed a summoner, she also possesses the hidden class, Necromancer. She is one of the upstart geniuses Miracle has nurtured internally. Roughly over a year since her debut, she has already become the vice commander of one of Miracle's 3 trump card legions. You should be careful when you encounter her in the future. She might even be participating in the contest over Thunder Island, Phoenix Rain explained as she watched the female summoner before her. Hidden classes were no longer a secret in God's domain. The various large guilds already had a few experts that had hidden classes. While most guilds kept these experts secret, Silent March's hidden class was somewhat special, which made it practically impossible to keep hidden. Hence, the game's various major powers quickly discovered that she wielded the Necromancer hidden class. Although Necromancers were somewhat similar to ordinary summoners, whereby both classes utilized summoned creatures to battle, the Necromancer class could summon far more monsters. As long as a Necromancer had enough mana, even summoning 100 undead would not be difficult. Although the undead were not as powerful as ordinary summoners' creatures, this gap could be made up with numbers. Necromancers were also stronger than ordinary summoners when it came to individual combat power. In addition, undead creatures had extremely high magic resistance. Aside from wholly magical classes, Necromancers were magical classes' natural enemy. While Phoenix Rain and Blue Phoenix chatted quietly, Silent March led the two into a VIP room on the 3rd floor. A valiant man in dark blue armor already sat in the room. 2 other men stood behind him, an assassin and an elementalist. Both were level 42 and exuded extremely dangerous auras. Phoenix Rain blinked in surprise when she saw the assassin and elementalist. These two were Miracle's famous apex experts. The assassin was Starstreak, while the elementalist's name was Cleansed Maple. Both were generals in Miracle. When the Phoenix Pavilion had clashed with the guild, many of the pavilion's experts had died at the hands of these two players. They even nearly killed Martial Dragon. Based on the reports Phoenix Rain had received, these two were only a short distance away from reaching the domain realm. The valiant man in the chair looked at Phoenix Rain and smiled as he welcomed her. Phoenix Pavilion Master, long time no see. This valiant man had no aura whatsoever. On the contrary, he felt calm and harmless. However, Phoenix Rain would not dare to underestimate this man. This man was 1,000 Miles, Miracle's 2nd Vice Guild leader. He was also the Purgatory Legion's commander, titled Purgatory Knight. Spit it out. What business do you have with me? Phoenix Rain felt nothing positive for 1,000 Miles. After all, the two players had secretly clashed many times before. It was no exaggeration to say that they were mortal enemies. Must you be so angry? I simply want to cooperate today. Are you not interested in Thunder Island, Phoenix Pavilion Master? 1,000 Miles smiled, ignoring Phoenix Rain's aggression. Hearing the man mention Thunder Island, Phoenix Rain's interest piqued. Cooperate in what way? 1147. Asura arrives. Chapter 1147. Asura arrives. Phoenix Rain's decisive reply, slightly confused, 1,000 Miles. He had never expected such a straightforward answer from Phoenix Rain. Since joining God's domain, Miracle and the Dragon, Phoenix Pavilion had butted heads numerous times in the Apocalypse Empire. Upon discovering Thunder Island in particular, both sides suffered a ridiculous number of casualties as they faced each other in battle. Based on his estimates, each guild should have lost 200,000 or 300,000 elite players. At this point, it was practically impossible for their guilds to sit down for a proper conversation. He had prepared various arguments to get Phoenix Rain to listen to his proposal. Now, however, it seemed that his preparation had been unnecessary. Immediately, 1,000 Miles revealed an agreement and handed it to Phoenix Raid, saying, "Phoenix Pavilion Master, take a look at this." Receiving the agreement, Phoenix Rain glanced through its contents. The agreement was very simple. As long as the Asura battle team allowed the Evil Dragon battle team to win the match, Miracle would agree to a non-aggression pact with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion during the contest for Thunder Island. Phoenix Pavilion Master, what do you think about these conditions? I believe that you are familiar with the situation on Thunder Island. We are seeing more guilds preparing for the upcoming contest by the day. Both you and I are even struggling to ensure that we secure a single monster encampment. Clashing with each other on Thunder Island wouldn't benefit either of us. To begin with, the Asura battle team has no chance of victory. You might as well head the victory to the Evil Dragon battle team. You can gamble on our win and earn a fortune for yourself. We'll have the best of both worlds this way. What do you think? Currently, in preparation for the upcoming contest on Thunder Island, the various large guilds were tight on resources. In Thousand Miles' opinion, this proposal would benefit both his and Phoenix Rain's sides. While the Asura battle team had performed exceptionally in its previous match, in his opinion, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion must have contributed to the battle team's powerful weapons and equipment. Moreover, although Battle Wolves backed the Glorious Lions battle team, the guild had not placed much importance on the Dark Arena back then. Hence, the Asura battle team eventually defeated the Glorious Lions battle team. However, the Asura battle team's current opponent was the Evil Dragon battle team, which had Miracle's support. The Evil Dragon battle team received more benefits than the Glorious Lions battle team had. Not only were Miracle's apex experts on the team, but Miracle had also supplied a large stock of excellent weapons, equipment, and skill books. The Evil Dragon's battle team far surpassed their current opponents in both number and quality of experts and items. The Asura battle team had no hope of victory. Hence, rather than struggling pointlessly, it was much better if the Asura battle team let the Evil Dragon team win. If Phoenix Rain bet all of her resources on the Evil Dragon battle team winning, she could walk away with a massive fortune. With these resources, she could hire more helpers and increase her chances of obtaining a share of the authority over Thunder Island. The two guilds would also have a non-aggression pact. By agreeing to his proposal, Phoenix Rain could kill two birds with one stone. "This is why you called me here?" Phoenix Rain asked indifferently. "That's right. It is very rare to see such a high payout rate in the Dark Arena. As long as the Evil Dragon battle team achieves a complete victory, you'll get 7 times the return. With this many resources, both our guilds will gain a foothold on Thunder Island," Thousand Miles said confidently. "What if I refuse?" Phoenix Rain said. When she had signed the agreement with Shi Feng, she had agreed that she wouldn't interfere with the Asura battle team. Shi Feng only needed to send her half of the team's profits. Moreover, her main goal in establishing the Asura battle team was to compete for the position of the Dark Arena's host. Although Thousand Miles had presented his offer casually, the consequences of suffering an utter defeat in the Dark Arena included more than just losing a match. Normally, battle teams only needed to win 8 out of 10 competitions to earn the right to challenge the host. However, to prevent guilds from deliberately manipulating a competition's results, any battle teams that suffered utter defeat were barred from the Dark Arena's competitions for a certain period. Moreover, the battle team's previous victories would be reset to 0. For example, after Asura had demolished the Glorious Lions battle team, even now, it was still banned from the competitions. Even after the ban lifted, the team's previous 2 wins would not be counted. However, the Dark Arena grew more intense with each passing day. Everyone wanted the spot of the Dark Arena's host. Moreover, due to the Mind Space system beginning its operation, the various corporations hungered for a share of the pie that was the Dark Arena. If one were only a participant, they could only take part in a competition once every few days or even weeks. Moreover, participants would only profit if they won. On the other hand, the host made a fortune on every competition, regardless of which team won. Although one could also spectate and bet resources on a competition, risks came with each gamble. Moreover, the host was no fool. For competitions with clear winners, the payout rates would be set extraordinarily low. Even if one won in a bet, they would win very little. It was far from what the winning battle team earned from their cuts of the bets. In the end, however, the host earned more than anyone. Recently, the Dark Arena had begun to hold more competitions, and the number would continue to increase. One could just imagine how profitable it would be to become the Dark Arena's host. Hence, no battle team wished to lose. They especially wanted to avoid an utter defeat. "Phoenix Pavilion Master, do you hate money that much?" Thousand Smiles said, the warm smile on his face turning cold. "The Asura battle team's loss is already set in stone. Is it really worth rejecting my offer to protect your reputation? If you refuse, I'll have no choice but to find the Dragon Pavilion Master and negotiate with him. I believe that he would be extremely interested in cooperating with us on Thunder Island. He would also be more than willing to tell the Great Pavilion Master about the Asura battle team. Even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would not be willing to let you act so recklessly." He had already done his investigation and discovered that Nine Dragons Emperor had no relationship whatsoever with the Asura battle team. Phoenix Rain had established the team herself. However, while Nine Dragons Emperor could not interfere with the battle team, he could report Phoenix Rain to the Great Pavilion Master, the true ruler of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. At that time, Phoenix Rain would be forced into an awkward position. "Are you threatening me?" Phoenix Rain asked, her tone lowering slightly. "No, this is just a kind warning," Thousand Miles said, smiling. He was unfazed by Phoenix Rain's angry reaction. "Thank you for your warning then. I have some matters to deal with, so I'll be leaving." Phoenix Rain glanced at Thousand Miles before turning to leave. If the secret of her owning the Asura battle team were exposed, and Heavenly Dragon and Miracle agreed to cooperate, her development in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would suffer. However, the setback wouldn't be so severe that she needed to fear the man's threats. As long as the operation on Thunder Island succeeded, her position in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would be unshakable. She really doesn't know how to appreciate a favor. Wrathful flames burned in Thousand Miles' eyes as he watched Phoenix Rain's departing figure. March, pass on the weapons and equipment we borrowed to Miracle Dragon and the others. Since this plan has failed, we'll proceed with the original plan. Originally, Thousand Miles had intended to secure a complete victory for the Evil Dragon battle team without exposing their true strength. After all, this would benefit them greatly in the upcoming competitions. Now that Phoenix Rain had rejected his proposal, he had no choice but to show her how powerless the Asura battle team was against the Evil Dragon battle team, forcing her to regret her decision. Understood. Silent March nodded and left the room. Time passed quickly. As more people arrived in the Dark Arena, Phoenix Rain desperately worked with her subordinates to learn more about the Evil Dragon battle team. At the same time, she used her connections to obtain some top-tier equipment for the Asura battle team. As the competition was about to begin, Blue Phoenix rushed into the VIP room Phoenix Rain occupied. Big Sis Rain, Zero Wings members have arrived, but what? They've only sent 5 people this time. 5? Do they want to win this competition or not? 1148. Toy Around Chapter 1148. Toy Around in Flame. Dragon City's underground arena, a large number of advanced carriages and high-ranking mounts crowded together outside the establishment. The hundreds of black-armored security members were currently confirming the players' invitations. Isn't that person the guild leader of the first-rate guild, Silver Knights? What is that mount? It's so huge. Crap. It's the epic rank glow effect. Which battle teams are participating in the Dark Arena this time? They have actually attracted so many amazing people. Both the independent players that had come to tour the Imperial capital and the guild players that wanted to take part in the Dark Arena were stunned by the scene in front of the Underground Arena. Normally, it was rare to see players atop high-ranked mounts in Flame Dragon City, yet warhorses, cheetahs, tigers, lions, giant wolves, and various other powerful mounts now packed the street. It was a dazzling sight to behold. Aside from high-ranking mounts, players also saw various upper echelons from many of the large guilds. However, the most popular topic among these independent and guild players was the upper echelon's weapons and equipment. In God's domain, ordinary players even considered dark gold weapons and equipment godly items. However, in this gathering of guild upper echelons, such items were a dime a dozen. It was the epic items that attracted attention. The true reason for the upper echelon's visit was the Dark Arena's first-ever auction. Even the usually uninterested large guilds had shown up, curious about what items the auction had to offer. After all, the Dark Arena's host had organized the auction. The host certainly wouldn't offer inferior goods, as it would soil their reputation. Moreover, the Dark Arena's host had already announced that the auction would include an epic item. Even first-rate guilds had a few epic items at most, with some only having 1 or 2. These guilds treasured every one of their epic items and used them to attract new and independent players. Aside from super guilds and super first-rate guilds, the majority that had been invited were first-rate guilds. There were also a select few second-rate guilds, famous adventurer teams, and famous independent Apex experts. Those who received an invitation card could also bring a few companions. In fact, many of the large guild's upper echelons who had not received an invitation themselves had tagged along with first-rate guild upper echelons. Hence, so many large guilds had come to visit the Dark Arena. The guilds without their own epic items were eager to purchase the epic item in the auction. Among this gathering of experts, a party of 6 suddenly appeared. This party was particularly eye-catching as they stood in the crowd. Wow, which guild do they belong to? They are all wearing epic items. They're even more impressive than the guild leaders from first-rate guilds. Wait, they aren't from a guild. Look, none of them are wearing guild emblems. The players were stunned as they gazed at this party of 6. Even the many upper echelons grew curious about these players' identities. Not only did every member of the party possess epic equipment, but their levels were also astonishing high. All 6 of them were level 43. In the Fire Dragon Empire, these people could definitely rank within the top 10 on the Empire's ranking list. Currently, only the first and second ranked players were level 43. Even if one counted those who had chosen not to display their names on the ranking list, the Empire didn't have more than 5 players who had reached level 43. Big Sis Endless, so many people are staring at us. Should we use our black cloaks? Cloud Yarn asked. She felt that they were attracting too much attention. At this rate, they might be noticed by those with ill will. No need. We're here to build the Midnight Tea Party's fame. With this, we can find more people to conduct business with. Paying no attention to the gazes sent her way, Endless Scars led her companions into the Dark Arena. Today, she had 3 goals for her visit. The first was to watch the match between Zero Wing and Miracle, the second was to take part in the auction, and the third was to find qualified superpowers to discuss business. Obviously, the guild players crowding the underground arena's entrance didn't meet her requirements. There were simply too many people entering the Dark Arena. Hence, the host had created 2 paths to enter the venue. One was a VIP path for the various superpowers, while the other had been prepared for the various large guilds. Very few representatives from the various superpowers would visit the Dark Arena, so there was no need for these people to wait in line to enter the venue. Meanwhile, the normal path for large guilds saw a lot of traffic, so people using that path had to line up. In Endless Scars' opinion, none of the large guilds in line qualified to discuss business opportunities with her. Most importantly, none of them were strong enough. Naturally, she would not waste her time on these guilds. Instead, she led the few Midnight Tea Party members that had joined her to the VIP path. Seeing the path Endless Scars' group took, the various large guild upper echelons who had wanted to introduce themselves to the party revealed bitter smiles. They also dismissed their thoughts of targeting these players' epic items. Those capable of entering via the VIP path had to be closely related to God's Domain's super guilds, regardless of if they were independent players or not. Otherwise, they wouldn't have received a VIP invitation card. Meanwhile, inside a VIP room on the underground arena's third floor, Abandoned Wave sat by a window. As he quietly observed the bet displayed above the arena outside, he could not help but grin. Ha ha ha, wonderful. As long as the Evil Dragon battle team achieves a complete victory, Blackwater will earn back all of its previous losses with interest. Abandoned Wave said before he began to laugh. Although some people had learned that Miracle backed the Evil Dragon's battle team, which decreased the payout rates from 1 to 3 to 1 to 1.5, the payout rate for a complete victory remained 1 to 8. Suddenly, Laughing Drunkard entered the room and reported, "Guild leader, Miss Jingxuan has arrived. Should we greet her? Go, greet her for me. If possible, borrow some precious materials from her. Tell her that I'll pay her back by threefold later," Abandoned Wave instructed after considering the matter. He did not particularly value Ling Jingxuan. After all, she didn't possess any authority in the Blackwater Corporation. There was no need to fawn over her. However, as Ling Jingxuan was still a person of considerably high status, he had to show some respect. "Understood," Laughing Drunkard replied, bowing before taking his leave. Inside another VIP room in the underground arena, Phoenix Rain frowned when she saw Shi Feng's group take their seats below the competition stage. They really only sent 5 people? Phoenix Rain couldn't believe her eyes. Just what is Zero Wing planning? She simply could not figure out what Shi Feng was trying to do. Was the man trying to provoke the Evil Dragon battle team, or was he trying to conserve his team's strength? Although other battle teams had pulled off such a stunt before, those battle teams were extremely powerful. Those battle teams were absolutely confident in defeating their opponents. Hence, they felt that there was no need to expose the identities of their other members. However, the Evil Dragon battle team was no ordinary team. It had the full support of Miracle. Its overall strength was much higher than the Glorious Lions battle team. However, it was too late for Phoenix Rain to do anything. Both teams' rosters had already been submitted. It was impossible to make any changes now. Moreover, the first match was about to begin. Most laughably, the Asura battle team had decided to send Alluring Summer into the first match, someone whom Phoenix Rain had met only once before. Phoenix Rain had no information about the woman. This Phoenix Rain really is interesting. Has she finally realized the gap between our teams? Thousand Miles sneered as he watched the Asura battle team's 5 members. Unfortunately, it is too late now. March, go ahead and join the others. Also, tell Miracle Dragon and the others to toy around with the Asura battle team properly. Teach them how wide the gap is between our team's strengths. Understood, Silent March replied, a hint of excitement flashing in her eyes. 1149 Condition for Opening. The Inferior Legendary Treasure Chest. Chapter 440-49 Condition for Opening the Inferior Legendary Treasure Chest. The massive dark arena was packed with people, and everyone wore astonished expressions as they stared at the stage. For this competition, the Asura battle team had only sent 5 players. What's the Asura battle team trying to do? Could they trying for another complete victory? That shouldn't be the case. Even if the Asura battle team has nothing but fools, they must know that the Evil Dragon battle team is no longer the same as it was. Miracle now leads the team. Although Miracle is only a super first-rate guild, it even has stronger and more experts than some super guilds. I think they're deliberately trying to lose. Now that Miracle has taken over the Evil Dragon battle team, the battle team's strength has transformed tremendously. The Asura battle team must have recognized that they are no match for Evil Dragon and decided to send 5 members to conserve their strength for the next match. However, the majority was of the opinion that the Asura battle team intended to preserve its strength, yet they couldn't just throw away their reputation by handing over a complete victory. Hence, they had sent 5 members. As long as they won one of the first 3 matches, they wouldn't have too many issues. After all, the information they had collected clearly stated that the Asura battle team only a handful of powerful experts. This only gave the team a fighting chance in the first 3 matches. Once the competition proceeded to the final 2 matches, the Asura battle team had no hope of victory. More players began to place their bets on the Evil Dragon battle team's victory. Because of this, the competition's payout ratio changed again. While the payout rate for the Asura battle team's victory was 1 to 2, the payout rate in favor of the Evil Dragon battle team plummeted. However, the payout rate for either team achieving a complete victory remained the same. Meanwhile, in a VIP room on the second floor, Big Sis Endless, who do you think we should bet on? Cloud Yarn asked hesitantly. The other Midnight Tea Party members similarly looked towards Endless Scars in hopes of predicting the victor. In their adventurer team, Endless Scars was the most capable when it came to deducing others' strengths. Oftentimes, when their team members sparred, Endless Scars knew the outcome even before it began. They also intended on participating in the upcoming auction. It was better to have a little more money in their pockets. Stop trying to be devious. We don't have any concrete information about either team right now. It's impossible to judge which team will win. Endless Scars rolled her eyes at her companions. Slowly, she continued. Everyone must assume that Zero Wing has no hope of winning. After all, the gap between both sides is simply too massive. However, Zero Wing is not as simple as they think. Let's just observe this battle. Had she not encountered Zero Wing at the Fallen Ark, she definitely would have assumed that the Evil Dragon battle team would win this competition. After all, Miracle had borrowed plenty of epic items from other guilds to secure victory. In addition, Miracle had dispatched its own Apex experts to support the Evil Dragon battle team. It was simply impossible for Zero Wing to win. While the Asura battle team prepared below the stage, Shi Feng received a call from Phoenix Rain. Team leader Ye Feng, does Zero Wing intend to give up this competition? Phoenix Rain asked grumpily. She had rejected Thousand Miles' offer. She had also put her trust in Zero Wing while shouldering the pressure from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Great Pavilion Master, yet the Asura battle team only had 5 members on the stage. This made her look like a joke before Thousand Miles, 9 Dragons Emperor, and the Great Pavilion Master. If the Asura battle team suffered utter defeat, her plans for Thunder Island would likely be finished as well. Currently, the number of superpowers contesting over Thunder Island increased by the day. Meanwhile, the Great Pavilion Master disagreed with the idea of splitting the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's power in the contest. He believed that the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion and Phoenix Pavilion should work together to increase their chances of taking control of Thunder Island. If her performance in the Dark Arena disappointed the Great Pavilion Master, the latter would hand the Phoenix Pavilion's management rights to 9 Dragons Emperor. She wouldn't be in a favorable position. Give up? Shi Feng chuckled. He more or less understood why Phoenix Rain had asked such a question. Phoenix Pavilion Master, we haven't given up. We just couldn't find enough capable experts, so we had no choice but to send 5 people. Shi Feng wasn't happy with the situation either. However, he had no other choice. When he had obtained the inferior legendary treasure chest, it should have been a cause for celebration. Unfortunately, none of them expected the strict conditions for opening the treasure chest. Even Shi Feng had been surprised. Opening the treasure chest actually required 3,000 players. The condition was very simple. One needed to send 3,000 players into the inferior legendary treasure chest. These players would then have to clear the trials inside. The treasure chest would only open after all 3,000 players cleared their trials. To ensure their success with opening the inferior legendary treasure chest, Shi Feng had gathered every expert in the guild, supplementing the missing numbers with the guild's top elite players. However, he had never thought that, upon entering the chest, the players would be sent to separate trials. Moreover, players inside couldn't contact those in the outside world. They couldn't log out of the game either. There were only 2 ways to leave the treasure chest. The first method was to clear one's trial. The second was to wait for 48 hours. Once the time was up, players would be sent out of the treasure chest automatically. Unfortunately, if even one player failed their trial, they wouldn't be able to open the inferior legendary treasure chest. Among those who entered the treasure chest, Shi Feng had performed the best. Even so, it had taken him over 8 hours to clear his trial. While inside, he had fought many monsters, with each being stronger than the last. It felt as if the trial were pushing players to surpass their limits with each battle. After Shi Feng, Violet Cloud, Fire Dance, Gentle Snow, and Alluring Summer emerged from the treasure chest one after another. However, even Violet Cloud, who had been the fastest among the 4, had needed over 14 hours to clear her trial, whereas Alluring Summer, who had been the slowest, had taken 16 hours. Everyone else was still stuck inside the inferior legendary treasure chest. As the competition in the Dark Arena was about to begin, Shi Feng had no choice but to lead Violet Cloud and the others to the venue first. While Shi Feng had considered looking for substitutes on the way here, he simply couldn't think of anyone suitable for the role. Aside from his group of 5, there wasn't even one level 40+ expert player in the guild. They were all trapped inside the treasure chest. If he brought anyone below level 40 to the Dark Arena, they'd become a laughingstock. Couldn't find enough capable experts? Phoenix Rain was speechless. She even began to wonder if Shi Feng was toying with her. However, seeing Shi Feng's serious expression, the man should not be lying. It was quite possible that Shi Feng knew how powerful the Evil Dragon battle team was. If that were the case, it wasn't unexpected that he couldn't find enough people capable of challenging the battle team. Since they had no hope of winning the final 2-3 versus 3 matches, there was no point in leading the rest of the members here. It was safer to bet everything they had on the first 3 matches. I understand. It will be alright if you don't win this competition. I just hope that you don't allow the Evil Dragon battle team to look down on the Asura battle team, Phoenix Rain softly advised Shi Feng. Although their chances of defeat were high, as long as they won 2 of the first 3 matches, their defeat would be glorious in the eyes of outsiders. At that time, she could better explain herself to the great pavilion master. As for achieving another complete victory, in Phoenix Rain's opinion, that was impossible. There were 2 monster-like experts on the Evil Dragon Battle Team's roster. They even had the Witch of the West holding down the fort. It would be a miracle if the Asura Battle Team weren't utterly annihilated. 1150 Absolute Combat Power Control. Chapter 150 Absolute Combat Power Control. As Phoenix Rain tried to console him, Shi Feng realized that she had definitely misunderstood something. However, he also wasn't in a good position to explain the situation. After all, he could not reveal why he hadn't found any suitable fighters. The inferior legendary treasure chest was of utmost importance. Although it might not make him the enemy of every guild in the game like the city-building order would, super first-rate guilds and super guilds would dispatch a large number of experts to steal the treasure chest. The various superpowers would repeatedly assassinate Zero Wing's upper echelons. This is the latest information I've gathered about the Evil Dragon Battle Team. Take a look, Phoenix Raid said before forwarding the files she had received from Blue Phoenix to Shi Feng. Although they hadn't uncovered much information about the enemy battle team's members due to time constraints, it could still help Shi Feng form a proper strategy for the competition. Hasn't Miracle invested a little too much into this competition? Shi Feng was speechless after looking through the files. It would have been fine if Miracle only sent the sword freak, Miracle Dragon. However, Shi Feng hadn't expected Miracle to dispatch the assassin Starstreak, who wielded the title Speed Star. Both players were bona fide monster-like experts. However, the name on the Evil Dragon Battle Team's roster that confused Shi Feng the most had to be the Witch of the West, Alice. Everyone in the virtual gaming world recognized the title, the Witch of the West. Currently, the Witch ranked 21st on the God's Domain experts list. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's martial dragon was known as an absolute genius that only appeared once a decade. Before even reaching the age of 30, Martial Dragon had grasped a domain. Meanwhile, based on what Shi Feng knew, Alice held the record for the youngest person to grasp a domain. Many super guilds had attempted to recruit Alice. In the end, however, Miracle had paid a high price for her membership. Aside from Miracle's core upper echelons, no one knew exactly what conditions the Witch of the West had demanded. After Alice had joined God's Domain, despite the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion trying its best to uncover information about her, the pavilion had only managed to find minor, irrelevant facts. The only crucial information they discovered was that, shortly after God's Domain had launched, Alice had successfully killed 3 of the secret pavilion's apex experts in a row. After that incident, the secret pavilion had pushed Alice to the 21st position on the God's Domain experts list. The secret pavilion had only provided a brief explanation of the battle that day. The pavilion had not released any concrete information or battle videos. Many apex experts had been displeased and felt that the secret pavilion's judgment had been biased. These experts all rushed to challenge Alice. However, these challenges' outcomes had silenced any objections. Many of these people had even decided to join Miracle afterward. The situation had sparked many super guilds' curiosity. Although Shi Feng did not know what had happened, he knew that the Witch of the West was extremely frightening. In the past, the Witch of the West had been most well known for her absolute combat power control. It was a unique combat technique that had been tailored for Alice. In the past, one had been considered an ordinary expert if they could exert 50% of their total combat power. As for second-rate experts, they were capable of exerting at least 60% of their combat power. First-rate experts could exert 70%, top-tier experts could exert 80%, peak experts could exert over 85%, and apex experts could exert over 90% of their combat power. Meanwhile, the Witch of the West could display 100% of her total combat power. Even Domain Realm experts would struggle to reach such heights. With these 3 great experts on the Evil Dragon Battle Team, it was no wonder why Phoenix Rain doubted that the Asura Battle Team had any chance of victory. While Shi Feng plotted a strategy to deal with the enemy roster, the system announced both teams' rosters to the audience. Crap, the Sword Freak is here. I've been one of his loyal fans for a long time. Is the Evil Dragon Battle Team holding an all-star competition? Sword Freak, Speed Star, Witch of the West? No wonder why the Asura Battle Team only sent 5 people. They must have given up, knowing that they'd lose for sure. What a bunch of cowards. They aren't even putting up a fight. The audience gasped in shock when they saw the Evil Dragon Battle Team's roster. Although they had already heard rumors that Miracle now supported the battle team, they had never imagined that the super first-rate guild would provide so much support. The crowd could not help but shiver with excitement when they saw the names on the Evil Dragon Battle Team's roster. Compared to the Evil Dragon Battle Team, the previous teams were simply weaklings. Uncle Yuan, has Miracle lost its mind? It actually sent so many of its peak experts. Purple Jade frowned when she saw the Evil Dragon Battle Team's roster. The various super guilds were treating the Dark Arena like a playground. They would not take the competitions here seriously and expose their expert strengths. However, the combatants that Miracle had dispatched spoke volumes of how seriously the guild took the Dark Arena. It was likely that only teams with the backing of super first-rate guilds and super guilds had any chance of contending with the Evil Dragon battle team. Other guild and major corporation battle teams shouldn't even consider taking a team like that down. Jade, don't forget that the mind space system has officially activated. Miracle is most likely growing restless and trying to obtain as many resources as it can as quickly as possible. As the Dark Arena takes shape, it's becoming an excellent source of income. Miracle will start taking the competitions here seriously, Yuan Tiexin said. Miracle's actions hadn't surprised him in the least. It's unfortunate that Zero Wing still doesn't have enough experts and can't participate in a competition of this level yet. However, at least we have not wasted our trip since we'll get to watch a few interesting matches and gain a deeper understanding of the Evil Dragon battle team. Meanwhile, inside a VIP room on the second floor, over a dozen people lounged in the VIP room, and every one of them was level 41 or above. Among them, the tall, mighty man in the lead was a level 42 berserker and carried a pitch-black greatsword across his back. If Shi Feng saw this man, he would recognize this level 42 berserker as Everlasting War. Sitting around Everlasting War were the Glorious Lions reserve members. They all gaped as they stared at the roster over the stage. Vice Team Leader, we specifically came all the way here to watch the Asura battle team in action. But at this rate, won't the Evil Dragon battle team annihilate Asura? That's right. If the Evil Dragon battle team secures a complete victory, our Glorious Lion's reputation will plummet since the Asura battle team defeated us. Alright, enough. We're simply here to watch the competition. If the Asura battle team is utterly defeated, this can only mean that they aren't improving fast enough. In that case, we simply need to defeat the Evil Dragon battle team to redeem ourselves. Everlasting War strictly reprimanded his team after hearing the reserve members' concerns. The Glorious Lions had suffered a complete defeat against the Asura battle team. Losing that competition had dealt Everlasting War a massive mental blow. He had never imagined that Shi Feng and the others would be so powerful. Since then, he had finally understood that there was always someone better. In the past, he and his team members were too ignorant and thought of themselves as experts. Henceforth, they had trained desperately and improved themselves. Today, he and his team had come to gain a proper understanding of the Asura battle team. Unfortunately, they hadn't expected the battle team to be so outmatched. Deep down, though, Everlasting War still hoped that the Asura battle team would win. With this, defeating the Asura battle team in a future rematch would have more meaning. Below the stage, in the Evil Dragon battle team's resting area, Miracle Dragon glanced at the Asura battle team's roster before turning to look at the distant Shi Feng. When he noticed the swordsman's calm expression, he could not help his disappointment. And here I thought that he would be a formidable rival. Now, it seems he's just a coward, Miracle Dragon said contemptuously. March, I'll let you arrange the matchups. There's no reason to take an opponent that has already surrendered seriously. Understood. Since they are sending an elementalist into the first match, I'll volunteer to fight, Silent March suggested. Fine. However, I forbid you from messing around too much. Just toy with the opponent a little. Do not expose too much of your strength. We need to ensure that we'll progress towards challenging the host, Miracle Dragon instructed. Silent March nodded in response. She then walked up the stage. Chapter 151, Peak Class. The moment Silent March took to the stage, cheers erupted around the arena. They're starting the first match with the Purgatory Legion's Vice Commander? Miracle really is merciless. I heard that she has the Necromancer class and can summon skeletons with high magic resistance. The Asura battle team's Elementalist is in trouble. Trouble? More like a tragedy. Magical classes fear close range more than anything. Elementalists are no exception. A Necromancer can summon dozens of undead without much trouble. An Elementalist has no chance against an army of undead. The audience was comprised of large guild upper echelons and expert players. They were all familiar with various news and details in God's domain. Hence, they were all familiar with the Purgatory Legion's Silent March. Not only was Silent March the vice commander of one of Miracle's trump card legions, but she also wielded a hidden class. Due to her status, the various large guilds had investigated the woman and had come to understand just how powerful the Necromancer class was. The Necromancer was a peak hidden class that had almost no weaknesses. The class was incredibly powerful in every aspect. A fight between a Necromancer and an ordinary class would simply be one-sided. When Phoenix Rain, who watched from a VIP room, saw the Evil Dragon battle team's representative for the first match, a shade fell over her white, unblemished skin. They're using one of their secret weapons in the first match? 1,000 Miles is really taking this seriously. Phoenix Rain frowned when she saw Silent March's gray gemstone staff. When she had previously met Silent March, the latter had carried a Blackwood staff. Based on her estimates, that Blackwood staff should have only been a top-tier dark gold staff, yet Silent March had changed her equipment, wielding a new staff now. Normally, this was considered a huge PvP taboo. After all, it was impossible to use an unfamiliar weapon to its fullest potential without some practice. Despite knowing this, Silent March had switched weapons. There could only be one possibility for such a decision. Silent March's current staff must be far superior to her prior weapon. Needless to say, the gemstone staff was certainly an epic staff. Moreover, the Necromancer had replaced more than her weapon. She had also switched out 2 pieces of her old equipment. Furthermore, as Silent March was the Purgatory Legion's vice commander, Miracle should have given her at least 1 epic item to begin with. In other words, Silent March had at least 3 epic items on her. Phoenix Rain's frown deepened. As the Phoenix Pavilion's pavilion master, she knew full well that epic items provided more than just a massive attribute boost. Epic items also came with powerful skills and effects. Although Phoenix Rain did not know how strong Alluring Summer was, in terms of equipment, the Elementalist was no match for Silent March. The fact that Silent March had earned the position of vice commander in one of Miracle's 3 trump card legions showed that her combat standard was at the flowing water realm at the very least, which meant she was capable of reading her opponents. Her Necromancer class only further bolstered her combat power. Even against a Void Realm expert with the same quality of weapons and equipment, Silent March had a chance of emerging victorious. As Phoenix Rain despaired over the upcoming fight, Alluring Summer approached the stage. Currently, Alluring Summer wore a black cloak. No one could see her current level or equipment, only her face was visible. However, many among the audience gasped upon seeing her beauty. Alluring Summer's aura was also a stark contrast to Silent March's. If one described Silent March's aura as dark and deathly, then Alluring Summer's was light and vital. Who is this beauty? Why haven't I seen her in the Asura Battle Team's files before? Is she Asura's secret trump card? How can that be possible? I check for any information about this beauty. She doesn't have any battle records at all. She's likely a newcomer that the Asura Battle Team is trying to cultivate. They might have let her tag along to gain experience. When Alluring Summer appeared, the audience's attention shifted to her. Although the Asura Battle Team's defeat was already certain, it was still worth taking note of the team's members. After all, the Asura Battle Team had secured a total victory against the Glorious Lions. The battle team was still quite powerful. It just hadn't been as lucky this time. Since a new face had joined the Asura Battle Team, it was only natural that everyone paid attention to her. Silent March smiled as she watched the Elementalist approach the stage. Giggling, she said, "I'm sure you've already discovered that I'm a necromancer. Rest assured, I won't summon a bunch of undead to fight you. Think of it as adding a little more fun to the match. I have to thank you for that then. However, I advise you to go all out from the very beginning. Otherwise, this fight will be over very quickly," Alluring Summer said, smiling. Her sweet smile could even melt snow. "Is that so? I'll listen to your suggestion then. Very soon, I'll show everyone what despair looks like on your face." Silent March sneered. Originally, she had planned to toy with Alluring Summer for a bit. However, she had just changed her mind. Although the audience couldn't hear the conversation between the 2 women, when they saw the smiles on the women's faces, they somehow felt chills crawl down their spines. The timer above the stage began to count down. 5, 4, 3. Once the countdown began, the audience members focused on the stage, their heart rates increasing. Unlike a duel between ordinary players, experts would descend into a rapid battle as soon as the fight began, pushing their bodies to the limits. If one wanted to view and understand the fight clearly, one needed to pay careful attention. The instant the timer ended, Silent March took action. The necromancer started off by chanting an incantation, her free hand writing one line of runes after another. Her writing was so fast that no one could even see her hand's shadow. Shortly after, a gray magic array formed beside Silent March, stupefying the spectators. Crap, triple casting? Is she even human? As expected of the Purgatory Legion's vice commander, her strength is absurd. Single casting was already difficult for ordinary players. If a spell's incantation and runes were not chanted and written properly, the spell would be significantly weaker. Extremely few experts were capable of double casting. Not only did players need to get the chant and runes of both spells correct when double casting, but players also needed to be fast. Players needed to complete the chants and runes for both spells within a short time. Otherwise, the system would determine the spell's casting time to be too long, and the system would interrupt the cast. All magical class players dreamed of being able to triple cast. It wasn't something that could be achieved through hard work alone. One needed to be talented. Once a magical class player grasped triple casting, their strength would undergo a qualitative transformation. Fighting a triple caster was like fighting 3 players at once. Moreover, these 3 players would cooperate seamlessly. While everyone was shocked by Silent March's triple casting, Alluring Summer revealed that she could double cast. Unfortunately, the difference between them was like the difference between heaven and earth. Cry out in despair. Silent March revealed a sinister expression as she sneered at Alluring Summer. She then raised her staff and pointed it toward the sky. Immediately, a black magic array appeared above the fighters, covering half of the stage. Tier 1, Curse, Call of Death. A magic array had also appeared beneath Alluring Summer's feet, with chains bones sprouting from the magic array to wrap around the Elementalist. Tier 1 spell, Bone Imprisonment. Meanwhile, sharp spears appeared around Silent March, aimed for Alluring Summer. This was the Tier 1 spell, White Bone Spears. What a pity. This match is going to end as soon as it began, Silent March taunted, smiling gleefully. She then swung her staff and shouted, "Disappear." The 6 bone spears shot straight for the immobilized Elementalist. 1152 staff versus staff. Chapter 1152, Staff vs. Staff 1000 Miles, who relaxed in a VIP room on the third floor, frowned as he watched the scene on the stage. In a reprimanding tone, he muttered, "March is taking this too seriously. She should have at least let Alluring Summer struggle. What is the point of an instant win?" The Evil Dragon battle team did not simply want to defeat the Ashura battle team. More importantly, they aimed for a complete victory. If they won the first match so easily, it would likely affect the payout rate for the Evil Dragon battle team's complete victory. He had reminded Silent March to toy with her opponent, creating a misconception for the audience that a complete victory wouldn't be so easy for them. "Maple, notify Miracle Dragon and the others right away. Have them ease up a little during the next 2 matches." "Understood." The Elementalist, cleansed Maple, immediately sent Miracle Dragon a message. When Silent March revealed her ability to triple cast, not only had she stunned the guild upper echelons watching, but she had also shocked the experts from the various superpowers in the third floor VIP rooms. Is this Silent March a spellcasting genius? Blue Phoenix couldn't believe her eyes. Although she too knew how to triple cast, doing so was far more difficult than ordinary people could imagine. The higher a spell's tier was, the more incantations and runes its casting required. After training arduously, she could only cast 2 Tier 1 spells and 1 Tier 0 spell simultaneously, yet Silent March had cast a Tier 1 curse and 2 Tier 2 spells at the same time. While both were capable of triple casting, the difference between them was massive. Tier 0 spells were no threat to a Tier 1 player. Normally, these spells were only used as a distraction. In other words, one of her 3 attacks was negligible. Ordinary experts could generally complete 2 tasks at once. Thus, defending against 2 attacks wasn't difficult. Her opponents only needed to defend against her Tier 1 spells, ignoring her Tier 0 spell altogether. The most a Tier 0 spell could do was deal some minor damage. If an ordinary expert fought her, as long as they were careful, they could even find an opportunity to counterattack and turn the tables. However, of the 3 spells Silent March used, 2 were significant threats, while 1 could deal a killing blow. While ordinary experts could survive against her for some time, Silent March would kill them instantly. Big Sis Endless, Silent March is amazing. "Her triple casting can almost rival yours," Cloudyarn stated, surprised as she watched the stage. She had never imagined that anyone else could reach Endless Scar's standards. She is indeed, however, she is nowhere near as powerful as Endless yet, the team leader, Breezewine, said as he rolled his eyes at Cloudyarn. Slowly, he explained, Endless relies on her own abilities to cast 3 Tier 1 spells. That woman, on the other hand, is relying on her staff. Her staff? Cloudyarn grew confused. That's right. That staff is the Crimson Emperor Guild's treasured staff, the Magician's Scepter. This staff has a special effect that provides a 20% error adjustment when spellcasting, Breezewine explained as he gazed at the gemstone staff in Silent March's hand. Enviously, he said, Magician's Scepter can improve a magical class's spellcasting tremendously. In the hands of someone like Silent March, that weapon is even more magnificent. Unless that Alluring Summer can reach Endless's standards, this fight won't have any meaning. Meanwhile, above the stage, the 6 bone spears transformed into 6 streaks of white light that arrived before Alluring Summer instantly. Everyone locked on to the Elementalist's vital points. Even without Bone Imprisonment's restraints, Alluring Summer couldn't escape the bone spear's attacks unscathed. Die, Silent March sneered. Ping, 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 ping. As the spears were about to strike Alluring Summer, a layer of ice appeared around the Elementalist, encasing her. Not only had Ice Barrier removed Bone Imprisonment, but it had also deflected the bone spears. As for the level 42 Lord-ranked Skeleton Knight that Silent March had summoned, it could only watch the Elementalist helplessly. Not a bad decision. Unfortunately, Ice Barrier is an Elementalist's most powerful life-saving skill. You can only use it once in this match. What are you going to do once the spell's duration ends? Silent March asked contemptuously. She wielded the Magician's Scepter as well as a Peak Legacy. She could even challenge a Domain Realm expert, not to mention Alluring Summer. However, as Silent March was about to cast another series of spells, she discovered something off about the mana flow above the stage. She tilted her head back to look. The moment she looked up, however, she was startled. A massive blue magic array gradually formed above the stage. This array was no weaker than her Tier 1 curse. The audience was similarly stunned by this sight. What a decisive move. Even a fool could tell that the magic array was a large-scale destruction spell. Large-scale destruction spells did not differentiate between friend and foe. Everyone within the spell's range was free game. However, Ice Barrier was a life-saving skill that gave its user invulnerability during its duration. Alluring Summer could easily endure her own spell. However, summoners did not have invulnerability skills. If Silent March couldn't defend herself against the large-scale destruction spell, she would definitely die. Boom, 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 boom. As one lightning strike descended after another, over half of the stage had transformed into an electric hell. Even Silent March could not escape the spell's range in time. After the thunderstorm had passed, the battlefield was unrecognizable. Alluring Summer finally emerged from her ice barrier. As everyone assumed that Silent March was dead, the instant Alluring Summer's ice barrier vanished, the previously summoned Skeleton Knight charged out of the smoke and slashed its longsword at the Elementalist. Instinctively, Alluring Summer used her blink skill and instantly appeared 15 yards away from her original position, avoiding the Skeleton Knight's chop. "You're still alive?" Alluring Summer was slightly surprised when she saw Silent March reveal herself from the smoke clouds. The necromancer appeared completely unharmed. Her expression, however, was much darker than before. "Good. You are the first person to force me to use my legacy life-saving skill. As a reward, I'll teach you the true meaning of despair." Silent March growled coldly as she stared at Alluring Summer. In God's domain, while summoners did not possess any life-saving skills that provided invulnerability, necromancers did. The skill's name was Shield of Death. She had kept this trump card hidden. However, Alluring Summer had forced her to expose it. As soon as Silent March finished speaking, she began to chant once more. At the same time, she controlled the Skeleton Knight to attack Alluring Summer. Alluring Summer was forced to dodge the Skeleton Knight's attacks while interrupting Silent March's casting with ice spears. However, Silent March blocked the incoming attacks with Bone Wall. "Rise, my undead army." As Silent March finished the last verse, skeleton warriors pulled themselves from the ground before her. Some of the warriors wielded longswords and shields, while others wielded battle axes and some had bows. In the blink of an eye, a small legion had appeared before Silent March. Although the majority of the small legion consisted of level 42 common-ranked skeleton warriors, as Undead's magic resistance was quite high, even cannon fodder could prove to be troublesome for an elementalist. Furthermore, among the 60-plus skeleton warriors, there were even a few level 42 elite-ranked skeleton warriors equipped with good equipment. This move was none other than Necromancer's trademark skill, Undead Legion. As Silent March's Undead Legion was still a Tier 1 skill, it could only summon 60 common-ranked skeleton warriors with a chance to summon elites. Upon reaching Tier 2, however, the Necromancer could summon 100 elite-ranked skeleton warriors with a chance to summon special elites. Everyone fell silent as the skeleton warriors filled the stage. Even MT classes like Guardian Knights and Shield Warriors felt chills crawl down their spines. This numerical advantage was overwhelming. "You want to fight as a group?" Alluring Summer revealed a joyful smile as she grinned at the Undead Legion before her. "Come then." Saying so, Alluring Summer stored her original staff and retrieved a black scythe from her bag. There were extremely intricate skulls and magical patterns engraved on the scythe. At a glance, it looked like the Grim Reaper's signature weapon. This staff was none other than the staff that dropped from one of the fossilized Tyrannosauruses. Death's Sigh. 1153. One-Sided Bullying. Chapter 153. One-Sided Bullying. When Alluring Summer replaced her staff, her aura began to transform. If Alluring Summer had been akin to the warm sun before, then now she was cold like the moon. Moreover, her aura wasn't the only thing that had transformed. A faint layer of gray fog had also appeared around her, obscuring her from sight. Is that a staff? Why does it look more like a melee weapon? Rather than an elementalist, the crowd thought Alluring Summer looked like a god of death. That weapon is giving off such a powerful oppression. I bet it's an epic weapon. It's a pity that there isn't much point to switching weapons right now. With so many Skeleton Knight, she doesn't have a chance. Silent March is waiting for an opportunity on the other side of the stage too. I know, right? The Necromancer class is simply broken in a one-on-one fight. Although the spectators had realized that Alluring Summer's new weapon was quite powerful, a single weapon could not change this battle's outcome. After all, the difference between the fighters' strengths was simply too vast. Watching up to this point, the upper echelons from the various large guilds finally realized just how terrifying a peak class could be. Unlike the rest of the audience, however, Endless Scars, sitting in one of the VIP rooms, carefully observed Death's Sigh in Alluring Summer's hands. The more she observed the weapon, the more her interest grew. Breezewine was also staring at Death's Sigh, his expression growing more thoughtful. "Endless, don't you think that weapon looks just like that weapon recorded in the ancient book?" Breezewine asked. The Midnight Tea Party had explored many extremely dangerous locations. During their adventures, they had found an ancient book in a secret location. Although this book did not have any powerful abilities, it had been passed down since ancient times. Many weapons had been recorded within, and players would consider every one of these weapons godly items. Alluring Summer's current weapon looked very similar to one of the weapons in the ancient book. It looked similar, yet quite different. However, I doubt that's the real thing. No matter how I think about it, it is impossible for current players to get their hands on that weapon. Endless Scars denied Breezewine's conjecture. Suddenly, Silent March began her attack. Immediately, the Necromancer directed her Skeleton Knight and Skeleton Warriors to attack Alluring Summer from all sides. This way, the Elementalist could neither defend herself nor blink away. In the end, Alluring Summer would be surrounded and killed. As the Skeleton Knight and Skeleton Warriors inched closer to Alluring Summer, she responded by using the Tier 1 spell, Blizzard. A snowstorm then enveloped an area of 120 yards, turning every skeleton warrior within range into an ice statue. A damage of over 6,000 appeared above the skeleton warriors' heads. Alluring Summer frowned. These undead monsters' magic resistance was much higher than she had expected. Unless she used a large-scale destruction spell, she couldn't instant kill these level 42 skeleton warriors with 45,000 HP. Stop wasting your energy. With the skeleton warriors' magic resistance, the damage they receive from tier 1 spells is reduced by 70%. Even if you've switched to an epic weapon, you are still no match for them, Silent March said, sneering. Or do you think that you can bridge the gap with one measly epic weapon? Don't forget that I have my own epic staff. As soon Silent March spoke, 6 white bone spears appeared around her once more. You had used your life-saving skill to defend against this attack. I want to see how you survive this time, Silent March shouted and swung her staff down. Immediately, the 6 bone spears flew towards Alluring Summer. Seeing this, the audience assumed that this match was over. Regarding basic attributes or class, Silent March was greatly superior to Alluring Summer. It was impossible for Alluring Summer to secure victory by relying on one epic staff. It's over. However, the Asura battle team has not lost this match in vain. Without any advantages, the loss isn't unusual. The crowd couldn't help but pity the Asura battle team. Although both battle teams had the support of a guild, the difference between Zero Wing and Miracle was massive. In the previous competition, the Asura battle team had relied on their basic attributes, weapons, and equipment to achieve victory. Unfortunately, they were weaker than the Evil Dragon battle team in every aspect. Boom! As an explosion rang through the battlefield, smoke and dust flew into the air. Silent March frowned, confused as she looked at Alluring Summer, who stood amidst the dust and smoke. Alluring Summer had only evaded the 6 bone spears. The Elementalist had not bothered to use skills to defend herself. No magical class expert would make such a simple mistake. 4 bone spears had struck Alluring Summer, her HP falling below 50%. As long as she launched another volley with the white bone spears, she could take the Elementalist's life. In reality, even if Silent March didn't attack, her skeletons could defeat Alluring Summer easily. Giving up already? Silent March could not help but laugh. Giving up? Alluring Summer shook her head. Chuckling, she said, I have not given up. On the contrary, I owe you my thanks. Thanks? Silent March was confused. Thank me for suppressing you with my overwhelming strength? No. This Death Sigh is a very special staff. Only when its user's HP is below 50% can display its true potential, Alluring Summer said, helplessness filling her voice as she gazed at the scythe in her hand. Are you trying to say that you can defeat me once you have less than half of your HP? Silent March could not help but grin at the Elementalist, glaring at the woman with contempt and ridicule. She had 3 epic items on her right now, and every one of them had astonishing effects. She hadn't even used one of their effects thus far. Alluring Summer was dreaming if she thought she could beat her with some epic staff. No, not defeat. Chuckling, Alluring Summer said, this will just be one-sided bullying. Silent March was instantly furious upon hearing Alluring Summer's confidence. Lightly waving her magician's scepter, she activated one of the staff's skills. Mana amplification increases the effects of all skills used by caster by 500% for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 2 hours. Now, Silent March was even strong enough to face a Grand Lord of the same level. Immediately, 30 white bone spears appeared around Silent March. Moreover, everyone contained more power than the previous spears. The audience was flabbergasted. Crap, this is just too overpowered. She's too strong. Even 10 of me couldn't take her on. Is this the strength of the Purgatory Legion's vice commander? If these players had thought that they had any hope against an expert like Silent March, then now she felt like an invincible monster. Turn to ash. Silent March waved her staff towards Alluring Summer. Shoo, 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 shoo! The 30 bone spears flew towards Elementalist, leaving her with no space to dodge. I was waiting for this. Alluring Summer was unperturbed in the face of the incoming spears. On the contrary, she appeared excited. Gripping Death's Sigh tightly in both hands, she swung the weapon down towards the enemy necromancer. Pung! The sound of glass shattering reached the spectators. The space before Alluring Summer then split like 2 halves of a broken window, following which, both the incoming bone spears and the skeleton legion turned into ash and dust. Although Silent March tried to say something, she suddenly collapsed to the ground. Her vision faded to gray before she saw nothing but a black void. Before everyone could react, the system signaled the match's end, the sound echoing throughout the arena. The victor's name appeared above the stage. Victor, Alluring Summer, 1154, 12 Great Legendary Staffs. Chapter 1154, 12 Great Legendary Staffs. Seeing the victor's ID hovering above the stage, silence reigned over the competition venue. For a moment, it seemed as if this silence had blanketed the world. The match's outcome confused everyone. No matter how they looked at it, Silent March should have won this match with ease. Alluring Summer simply had no hope of winning, yet she had overturned the match with a single skill. Everything had happened so suddenly that, before they even realized it, Silent March, who had 100% of her HP remaining, was dead. What just happened? Silent March was defeated? What kind of attack was that? Many people's eyes widened in shock when they watched the replay. However, even in the end, they hadn't seen Alluring Summer's attack process. From beginning to end, Alluring Summer had only lightly swung her scythe. After that, the space before Alluring Summer had split in half, killing the undead in Silent March who had been 30 yards away instantly. In God's domain, ranged attacks normally had a trajectory indicator. For example, when Silent March had fired the white bone spears at Alluring Smile, the spectators had seen trajectory indicators for a brief moment, allowing them to predict where the attacks would land. However, Alluring Summer's attack hadn't displayed any trajectory indicators. It was as if Alluring Summer had struck Silent March the moment she swung Death's Sigh. Big Sis Endless, I just watched the replay multiple times, and I couldn't see any indicators. Does Alluring Summer's skill not use them? Cloud Yarn could not help but ask. If she were to point out who knew the most about God's domain, then it would definitely be Endless Scars. If Endless Scars didn't know something, that no one else in the team would either. You don't need to look for them. Her attack does not have any trajectory indicators. Endless Scars' eyes shone with excitement as she stared at the scythe in Alluring Summer's hands. I really didn't expect this. Although it isn't the real deal, I'm shocked to see that Zero Wing has obtained such a weapon. Silent March had not lost without reason. Breezewine nodded in agreement with Endless Scars' words, fear filling his eyes as he looked at Alluring Summer's weapon. He was certain that the weapon Alluring Summer wielded was a replica of one of God's domain's 12 great legendary staffs, Death's Sigh. As for the weapon being the real deal, that was very unlikely. According to the ancient book, the real article had been destroyed long ago. Even a blacksmith god couldn't repair it. Thus, he was absolutely confident that the elementalist's Death's Sigh was a replica. However, the imitation was considerably similar to the real thing if it could even use Dimensional Fracture. Dimensional Fracture was an unblockable skill. Even invulnerability could not stop it. Dimensional Fracture ignored distance and all forms of protection. When activated, the skill would even penetrate invincible defenses and attack the target directly. It was rumored that the real Death's Sigh could instant kill any creature below Tier 6. Of course, that was only a rumor. Moreover, Alluring Summer only wielded a replica. Even so, a replica should have no problems instant killing a Tier 1 magical class player. She's dead? Phoenix Rain was somewhat confused after watching the match's outcome. This win was too sudden. She hadn't been prepared for such an outcome. Rather than calling this a PvP match, it had been a one-sided display of power. Damn it! Damn it! Thousand Miles' eyes radiated killing intent as he glared at Alluring Summer. He wanted to rush onto the stage and kill the Elementalist back to level 0. This single loss had foiled his plans to annihilate the Asura battle team. He had bet tons of resources on the Evil Dragon battle team achieving a complete victory. Now that his plan had failed, why wouldn't he be furious? He had intended to use those resources to compete for the authority over Thunder Island. Now, however, they were gone. Very quickly, Thousand Miles calmed himself down. He turned to Cleansed Maple and said, "Notify Miracle Dragon immediately. I don't want to see them lose another match. I want them to go all out in the next 2 fights." Now that a complete victory was no longer possible, they could only defeat the Asura battle team and recuperate their losses from the competition's winnings. Many large guilds had come to participate in the upcoming auction. Before the auction began, however, many of these guilds would try their luck and bet on the competition. As long as the Evil Dragon battle team won, their winnings might make up for the losses they suffered. Hence, Thousand Miles was now taking the competition seriously and refused to give the Asura battle team any hope of victory. However, compared to Thousand Miles' rage, Abandoned Wave had nearly gone mad in another VIP room. Abandoned Wave had bet practically all of his guild's resources on the Evil Dragon battle team's complete victory. He could not afford for the team to lose even a single match. Zero Wing. Abandoned Wave's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Shi Feng's group below the stage. Zero Wing had spoiled several of his plans now. He resolved himself for the final struggle. Drunkard, notify the Beast Emperor and tell him that I'm willing to become an evil god apostle. Moreover, I'll sacrifice 1 million players to him. However, I want both Stone Forest Town and Zero Wing annihilated. Guild leader. Laughing Drunkard panicked at Abandoned Wave's command. The Blackwater Corporation's upper echelons wanted to develop the guild. If they sacrificed the guild members, these upper echelons would not let Abandoned Wave off the hook, regardless of his position as young Master Jing's trusted aide. Relax. I won't use our guild's members. In any case, contact the Beast Emperor, Abandoned Wave said. Despite such a reply, Laughing Drunkard still thought that Abandoned Wave had lost his mind. The Beast Emperor was an extremely mysterious fellow. Every time they had met, the man's face had been wrapped in bandages. They had never seen his true appearance. Even the name of Beast Emperor was a fake. The Beast Emperor had sought them out, stating that he could help them achieve great things. However, he had a condition. They must become evil god apostles. After hearing his deal, they researched what it meant to become an evil god apostle. Only after investigating the matter did they understand how horrible it would be to become an evil god apostle. Becoming one would make them an enemy to almost everyone in the game. Moreover, after becoming an evil god apostle, unless one deleted their accounts and restarted, they would remain an evil god apostle forever. Furthermore, if NPCs captured them, their accounts would be useless. Hence, Abandoned Wave had refused to become an evil god apostle, content with conducting trades with the Beast Emperor. Enough. Just do as I say. I'll explain things to young Master Jing, Abandoned Wave coldly ordered as he shot the motionless Laughing Drunkard a glare. Understood. With no other option, Laughing Drunkard left the room, traveling to where he usually met the Beast Emperor. As the competition's first round had come to an end, the audience quickly shifted its attention to the second round. The second round was a 2-on-2 battle. Unlike one-on-one matches, players could rely on teamwork to display even greater power. The instant the Evil Dragon battle team declared their participating members, the spectators' expressions grew serious. They can't be serious, right? It seems that the Evil Dragon battle team is pissed off now. They sent those two to fight. This trip was really worth it. Many large guild upper echelons and superpower members grew excited when they saw the names of the Evil Dragon battle team's representatives for the second round. For the second round, the Evil Dragon battle team dispatched the Witch of the West, Alice, and the speed star, Starstreak. Both these players were famous experts from Miracle. Even super guilds had to take these two players very seriously. 1155, Swapping Weapons, Chapter 155, Swapping Weapons. As everyone watched, Alice and Starstreak slowly walked onto the stage. Although neither spoke a word, just by standing on the stage, the audience could feel an intense pressure emanating from the two. So strong, that is the Witch of the West? Shock filled Blue Phoenix's eyes as she stared at the confidently smiling, blonde, doll-like girl on the stage. Although Alice currently wore a black cloak, she had not bothered to hide her appearance or equipment. Thus, Blue Phoenix could determine that the witch wore the Flaming Sun set equipment. The Flaming Sun was a level 50 fine gold set equipment for elementalists. The set had a total of 8 pieces. Blue Phoenix had recognized the set because the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion also possessed the chest piece. That was one of the several pieces of equipment they had obtained after killing a level 55 Grand Lord in a temple ruin in the Apocalypse Empire. Yet Alice wore the complete set. That was a level 50 fine gold set equipment they were talking about. Why wouldn't she be shocked? After reaching level 50, even mysterious iron equipment became very difficult to obtain, much less fine gold set equipment. The Flaming Sun set equipment had a slightly unique effect. After gathering all 8 pieces, players could equip the set at level 45. In other words, Alice was at least level 45. She even surpassed the first-ranked player on the Fire Dragon Empire's ranking list. When pairing Alice's superb combat standards with the level 50 Flaming Sun set equipment and level 45, she was practically invincible among current players. Miracle really is impressive. I never expected that they had secretly conquered the temple ruins. Phoenix Rain's expression darkened as she watched Alice. She had wanted to conquer those ruins for a long time. The ruins contained a treasure called the Fire God's Eye, something she sorely needed. Now that the Witch of the West wore the complete Flaming Sun set equipment, this meant that the temple ruins must have been cleared. Needless to say, they must have taken that treasure. She had planned to use the Fire God's Eye as a trump card on Thunder Island. Now that Miracle had it, her chances of success had decreased. Moreover, Phoenix Rain did not doubt that Alice currently had the Fire God's Eye equipped. If the information she had found described the item correctly, there was no point in competing in the second round. Why haven't you sent anyone up yet? I don't want to wait here all day, Alice asked indifferently as her aqua blue eyes gazed down at Shi Feng beneath the stage. Although Silent March's defeat had surprised her as well, it had only increased her interest in Alluring Summer. As for the other members of the Asura battle team, she didn't care about them at all. She only wanted a quick end to this boring farce. Please wait a moment. We are still swapping weapons, Shi Feng said. Swapping weapons? Starstreak glanced at Alluring Summer, who stood beside Shi Feng curiously. Immediately, his expression tensed. Alluring Summer had just passed her death sigh to Violet Cloud. Suddenly, a question popped into his mind. Wasn't that staff supposed to be an elementalist's staff? Moreover, when he recalled the skill-alluring smile had used with Death's Sigh, he grew more serious. Damn. The Asura battle team is simply too cunning. They're passing the staff they used in the first round to the person fighting in the second. Genius. The competition has no rules limiting weapons or equipment to one person. With this, the next match will be interesting to watch. Naturally, the audience noticed Violet Cloud receive Death's Sigh. An excited discussion swept through the venue. They had already witnessed Dimensional Fracture's might, and they had to admit that it was extremely powerful. If the skill were used again, they might see a replay from the first round. When Thousand Miles saw this, his expression twisted, yet he couldn't accuse the Asura battle team of cheating as there were no rules against their actions. While everyone chatted among themselves, Shi Feng and Violet Cloud approached the stage, following which the name list for the second round was officially announced on the floating screen above the arena. Elementalist, Alice and Assassin, Starstreak vs Swordsman, Yi Feng, and Cleric Violet Cloud. Everyone was confused about the Asura battle team's choice of classes. In terms of classes, both sides had their own advantages. Both the Elementalist and Assassin class were classes with high burst damage. If Alice and Starstreak worked together, they could easily instant kill a player. On the other hand, the combination of Swordsman and Cleric was more suited for attrition battles. With a Cleric's support, the Swordsman could fight without worrying too much about defense. However, against a pure burst damage combination, the Swordsman and Cleric combination would be at a huge disadvantage. If Alice and Starstreak combined their attacks, the two could easily kill Shi Feng before Violet Cloud could heal him. The Asura battle team should have fielded a Swordsman and an Assassin instead. Is the Asura battle team trying to rely on the move from the previous match and sending their sole remaining magical class player onto the stage? Everyone had their guesses. Staff weapons could only be used by magical class players. Among the 5 members the Asura battle team had brought to the Dark Arena, excluding Alluring Summer, Violet Cloud was the only magical class player remaining. Taking Death's Sigh into consideration, it wasn't surprising to send Violet Cloud into the second round. You can't be hoping to rely on the move that killed March to defeat us, right? Alice asked Shi Feng. Laughing, she continued, I admit that the move is indeed powerful. However, its flaws are obvious. If we didn't know about the skill, it would certainly kill us. However, we know about it already. As long as we treat that Cleric like a melee player, we can easily disable the move. Furthermore, you have to face Starstreak and me, not March. Or do you think that you will have an opportunity to use that skill? Alice hadn't spoken quietly, hence the audience had heard her clearly. Some of the players who originally thought that the Asura battle team had a chance of victory couldn't help but agree with Alice's words. Although the Asura battle team's plan was a good one, had they forgotten who their opponents were? They were talking about the Witch of the West and Speedstar. If the two worked together, even if they hadn't known about Death's Sigh, they could easily emerge victorious. No, I believe you have misunderstood 2 things. First, Death's Sigh isn't an Elementalist-specific weapon, Shi Feng said, waving his hand. Second, Alluring Summer didn't loan this weapon to Violet Cloud. Rather, Violet Cloud had loaned the weapon to Alluring Summer. It has simply been returned. The venue fell silent after Shi Feng's explanation. Nobody could believe what he had just said. Such a lethal weapon wasn't actually an Elementalist weapon? Only a fool would believe that? A bluff. This is definitely a bluff. That's right. How could a weapon like that be meant for a Cleric? Everybody instinctively rejected Shi Feng's declaration. They all knew how massive the impact would be to use a weapon not suited for one's class. It would be impossible to exert the weapon's full power. Looking back at the power Alluring Summer had displayed with Death's Sigh, that weapon should be meant for Elementalists. As everyone assumed that Shi Feng had been bluffing, the competition's timer began to count down. 1156 Inborn Witch, Chapter 156, Inborn Witch. Although Shi Feng had not spoken loudly, every word he said made everyone present shudder involuntarily. Particularly, the members of the Evil Dragon battle team, who had thought that they were already at the cusp of victory, now wore stiff expressions on their faces. He must have deliberately said those words to disrupt Alice's and Starstreak's mental states. Does he really take us for fools? Since they're too weak, they can only use small tricks like these to have any hopes of winning. It's a pity that their opponents this time are Alice and Starstreak. Even if what he said is true, it won't change the outcome of this match. He's just bluffing. Let's see how Alice will take care of them in a moment. None of the Evil Dragon battle team members believed Shi Feng's words. They all began laughing in ridicule as they looked at Shi Feng and Violet Cloud. Is it really a bluff? Unlike his teammates, however, Miracle Dragon continued scrutinizing Shi Feng. However, even after observing the swordsman for some time, he did not discover any awkwardness on Shi Feng's face. On the contrary, Shi Feng's eyes were practically glowing with confidence. Seeing this convinced Miracle Dragon that the swordsman's words were true. If Shi Feng was telling the truth and that Death's Sigh was actually a weapon meant for clerics, then the current Violet Cloud was definitely a very threatening cleric. However, even after coming to this conclusion, Miracle Dragon did not bother doing anything. He only smiled as he silently watched the timer above the stage count down slowly. Everything was just as Alice said. Violet Cloud might be a threat in this match, but she wouldn't be able to control its outcome. If the Asura battle team really thought they could win this match, then they were seriously underestimating the Miracle Guild. When only 5 seconds remained on the timer, Alice and Starstreak, who had been motionless all this while, suddenly moved. Alice directly chose to distance herself over 30 yards away from Shi Feng and Violet Cloud. Meanwhile, Starstreak circled around to Violet Cloud's side. His motive could not be any more obvious, to kill Violet Cloud first. When Alice was 35 yards away, she took out a crimson wooden staff, which had a crimson flame burning at its tip, the flame looking just like an eye that could see through everything. The moment this staff appeared, fire-type mana began massing rampantly around Alice, the mana casting a faint red glow around the elementalist. At this moment, it was as if Alice had become the goddess of fire. Although I don't know whether your words are true or not, the fact that you've exposed your trump card so soon will only lead to your miserable defeat. After Alice completed her preparations, she smiled faintly at Shi Feng. Right as she finished speaking, the timer above the battlefield hit 0. At the same time, Alice began chanting. Although she was only double casting right now, her chanting and writing speeds were much faster than silent marches. In the blink of an eye, a massive crimson magic array appeared before Alice. A tornado of flames then emerged from the magic array and extended rapidly towards Shi Feng and Violet Cloud. At the same time, a gigantic dark blue magic array formed beneath the swordsman's and the cleric's feet, freezing the ground beneath them completely. Ice-cold fog then rose from the ground, enveloping a radius of 15 yards. This scene stupefied the audience members. This is the Witch of the West? She is simply a monster. Blue Phoenix's eyes were wide open as she stared at the stage, her heart twinging with helplessness like never before. The two spells Alice displayed were the Tier 1 Curse Torrent of Flames and the Tier 1 Curse Freezing Fog. Although both these spells were extraordinarily powerful, they were extremely difficult to learn. Moreover, their casting times were also considerably long. Blue Phoenix herself needed around 3 seconds to cast either of those spells. In a PvP match between experts, these spells were simply too impractical. Nevertheless, despite double casting 2 curses, Alice had managed to complete them in less than 2 seconds. This casting speed was unbelievable, as expected of the Witch of the West. To think she has managed to grasp even the technique to double cast Tier 1 curses. Phoenix Rain wore a grim expression as she looked at Shi Feng and Violet Cloud, who were about to face an assault from ice and flames. Magical class players were generally countered by speed-based classes due to their weak melee capabilities and long casting times. However, in their research into the combat techniques of God's domain, the various superpowers had discovered a technique to shorten the casting time of spell speed casting, which even allowed some higher-tiered spells to be cast instantaneously. In God's domain, the purpose of chanting incantations and writing runes was to assist in forming an accurate magic array and hasten the gathering of mana for a spell. The higher the accuracy of a magic array, the higher the completion rate of the spell cast. Meanwhile, the higher the completion rate of a spell, the greater the power said spell could display. At 50% skill completion rate, the system would determine a skill to be effective and allow its activation. Hence, as long as players managed to visualize a sufficiently accurate magic array in their minds, they could still use a spell successfully, even without chanting or writing. Only, the higher tiered a spell was, the more complex its magic array would be, which naturally made imaging the magic array in one's mind more difficult. If one wished to accomplish this, they needed to go through a long adaptation process. Meanwhile, speed casting was a technique that required players to form a prototype mental magic array of sorts while using incantations and runes to compensate for the imperfections in the magic array. By doing so, players could save up on plenty of time. Although the principle sounded very simple, in actual practice, the technique was extremely challenging, not to mention applying it in double casting. This was no longer a feat that was achievable through hard work. Fortunately for Alice, she was wielding the Fire God's Eye, which Phoenix Rain had been hoping to obtain all this time. The Fire God's Eye had a passive effect that improved the skill completion rate of fire-type spells by 5% and other types of spells by 3%. While this increase might seem very small, it could allow elementalists that were still a step away from grasping speed casting to grasp the technique, raising their combat power to a whole new level. At the same time as Alice launched her attack, Starstreak had entered stealth and was waiting for an opportunity to land a fatal blow on Violet Cloud. Ice Fire Domain? She's using her trademark move right off the bat? The corners of Shi Feng's mouth twitched as he looked at the approaching tornado of flames. The Ice Fire Domain was Alice's trademark. She would first use Ice-type spells to restrict her opponent's movements, then follow up by attacking with a large-scale Fire-type spell. The combination of these two opposing elements would amplify the power of both spells exponentially. When she used this move against an MT of the same level, even if said MT had activated a life-saving skill, they would either die instantly or have most of their HP taken away. "It's up to you now," Shi Feng said softly as he looked at Violet Cloud. Nodding, Violet Cloud began twirling the scythe in her hands while chanting an incantation. Boom! When the tornado of flames came into contact with the icy fog, like a keg of gunpowder coming into contact with fire, a massive explosion ensued, releasing a torrent of blue and crimson mana. Even Alice, who stood quite a distance away, had her mage robes blown back by the resulting shockwave. As for Starstreak, who was relatively close to the epicenter of the explosion, he nearly got swept off his feet. The power of the attack greatly surpassed that of a Tier 1 curse. The explosion engulfed everything within 20 yards of Shi Feng and Violet Cloud, the range of the attack surpassing even that of Alice's freezing fog. This range could already rival that of a large-scale destruction spell. 1157 Speed Contest. Chapter 1157 Speed Contest. As the explosion came to a roaring end, the rampant mana also gradually began to dissipate. Meanwhile, the might of Alice's Ice Fire Domain had stupefied the many experts present. Everybody capable of taking part in the dark arena was someone of high status and position. Among them, there was no lack of powerful experts from large guilds. At this moment, however, every one of these experts had their breaths taken away by the Witch of the West, particularly those magical class experts, who even found themselves gasping for air when they witnessed this scene. Spell combination. This is too amazing. It's a true spell combination. Someone has actually managed to turn theory into reality. So this is the Witch of the West. At this moment, the magical class players present could not help but want to re-watch the earlier scenes several hundred times. Double speed casting was already plenty amazing. However, using it as a base, the Witch of the West had displayed an even stronger ability, and that was spell combination. This was a peak technique that countless magical class players dreamed of bringing off. In God's domain, the sight of melee classes combining the strength of their attacks was no longer rare. However, the difficulty of superpositioning two different types of spells was much greater than that of stacking the strength of melee attacks. The reason for this was, firstly, players had less control over their spells than over their bodies. Secondly, one's grasp of timing needed to be extremely accurate. Due to these two reasons, spell combination was deemed to be an impossible technique. Yet now, the Witch of the West had displayed that technique before everybody. Isn't she a little too strong? If she's grasped spell combination, no player in the same tier can match her. Cloud Yarn was filled with shock as she looked at Alice, who was standing proudly on the stage right now. The other members of the Midnight Tea Party agreed with Cloud Yarn's words. From the destructive power they saw, they could tell that the effect of spell combination was much stronger than that of strength stacking. Even just the combination of two ordinary Tier 1 spells resulted in a power that could rival that of a Tier 2 spell. Being able to cast Tier 2 spells as a Tier 1 player would provide one with an overwhelming advantage over others, not to mention being capable of combining two Tier 1 curses together. Anyone who did not possess a defensive skill that provided invulnerability would be killed instantly. What a pity. Endless Scars could not help but sigh as she took another look at the Asura battle team. Her view of the battle was mostly the same as her teammates. However, unlike them, she did not consider Alice invincible among those of the same tier. At the very least, among the experts she knew, there were many that could contend against Alice. One of the said experts was none other than the Sword King Black Flame, whom she had met just recently. Unfortunately, Black Flame was not participating in this competition. Otherwise, there would definitely be an interesting fight to watch if the two of them fought. Just as everyone believed that the Asura battle team's members had already been killed and was waiting for the system to announce the victors, two vague figures appeared standing amid the scattering smoke. They managed to survive even that? Everyone could not help but grow confused. Even an MT with their life-saving skill activated would most likely die when going up against that kind of destructive power, not to mention a swordsman and a cleric, which were inferior to MTs when it came to HP and defense. The instant Violet Cloud's figure emerged, Starstreak, who had been looking for an opportunity to strike all this time, activated Shadow Steps and dove straight into the smoke clouds. He then stabbed his pitch-black dagger at the back of the petite figure before him. Starstreak completed the entire process like flowing water. He made no sound whatsoever as he moved, and included no excess movements in his actions. Immediately, the pitch-black dagger struck at Violet Cloud at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Ambush! Dang! Sparks flew into the surroundings as the clangor of metal clashing resounded throughout the stage. Amid the little sparks, one could faintly see a longsword wrapped in blue lightning holding back the advance of Starstreak's pitch-black dagger. He blocked it? Starstreak was inwardly surprised. However, as a peak expert, he would not fall back just because one of his attacks failed to land. He promptly adjusted his previous strategy as he flipped the silver dagger in his left hand into a reverse grip. In the next moment, the silver dagger began emitting cold air. He then activated the epic-ranked Frosttooth's strongest skill, Frost Burst, at Shi Feng and Violet Cloud. Frost Burst was a skill that dealt a large amount of ice-type damage in a fan-shaped area before the user. At the same time, the skill would also freeze all creatures within the affected area for 5 seconds. Even if one used a control removal skill, they would still be affected by Frost Burst's other effect, which reduced the movement speed and attack speed of all enemies within a 20-yard radius for 10 seconds. With this, Starstreak would have an absolute advantage throughout the skill's duration. Boom. The space before Starstreak immediately turned into a world of frost, following which he used Absolute Strike and struck at Violet Cloud once more. Peng! However, before he could reach his target, Starstreak, who had transformed into a streak of shadow, found himself stopped without warning. It was as if his entire person had crashed into a wall. What's going on? Starstreak was thoroughly bewildered. At this moment, there was actually an invisible wall before him. Meanwhile, not only had this invisible wall stopped his absolute strike, but even the ice burst he used before had been blocked. Both Shi Feng and Violet Cloud were completely unharmed. In the next moment, the invisible wall shattered, and a blue sword light suddenly struck at Starstreak. The link between the two processes was simply perfect, giving Starstreak practically no time to react. Pung! In the nick of time, Starstreak managed to move a dagger into the path of the blue swordlight. However, as soon as Starstreak stopped this swordlight, several more followed in rapid succession, every one of them targeted at the assassin's weak points. What fast swordsmanship! Starstreak hurriedly brandished his 2 daggers to fend off the onslaught. Each time he repulsed an attack, it felt like a hammer pounding his arms, the resulting vibrations inflicting pain. Meanwhile, watching the numerous swordlights interweaving with one another, the audience was dazzled by what they saw. Everyone could only see the afterimages of the hands of both sides. They could not see the swords and daggers clashing against one another at all. The speed of the battle had everyone holding their breath. In the blink of an eye, dozens of attacks had been exchanged. If Starstreak was careless for even a moment, he would definitely get hit. How are his attacks so fast? After receiving dozens of attacks, Starstreak was confounded. Frostburst could reduce the speed of all enemies within 20 yards, yet the speed of Shi Feng's attacks did not seem to have been affected whatsoever. If not for Starstreak being an agility-based assassin, Shi Feng's attacks would have struck him by now. However, what Starstreak did not know was that the opponent he currently faced was a level 49 swordsman equipped with the level 50 magic light set equipment as well as a fragmented legendary item. If not for Shi Feng's speed having been reduced, he would have long since defeated Starstreak in their contest of speed. Seeing as Shi Feng had already secured the advantage, Starstreak had no other choice but to activate his Berserk skill. Once he activated his Berserk skill, he intended to force back Shi Feng and open a distance between them to prevent the swordsman from furthering his assault. Then, he would look for an opportunity to strike. After all, an assassin did not have many advantages against a swordsman in a frontal clash. With this in mind, right when their weapons were about to clash once more, Starstreak activated his Berserk skill, Phantom, his strength and speed soaring by a large margin. In the next instant, both his daggers abruptly struck at the killing ray in Shi Feng's hand. Pung. Starstreak felt like he had just attacked a steel wall, both his hands aching from the resulting vibrations. In contrast, the arm Shi Feng used to swing Killing Ray only trembled slightly. Impossible. Starstreak was stunned. 1158, different level of competition. Chapter 1158, different level of competition. Starstreak knew full well the pros and cons of his Berserk skill, Phantom. However, even though Phantom provided only a 50% increase to his strength, which was lower than what some other Berserk skills provided, when combined with his equipment, even repulsing a Berserker of the same level was child's play to him. Yet now, even such a huge boost to his strength did next to nothing to change the result of his clash with Shi Feng. Thinking up to this point, Starstreak suddenly came up with an incredible thought. Shi Feng had not been going all out at all during their previous clashes. As for the possibility of Shi Feng having activated a Berserk skill as well, it was simply impossible. Berserk skills would manifest on a player's body one way or another when activated. Moreover, the strength of a player's aura would also increase. Currently, however, Shi Feng showed no such signs. Hence, the only possibility was that Shi Feng had been hiding his strength. Thinking up to this point, Starstreak could not help but shudder. Shi Feng's basic attributes were actually so high that he could hold his ground even after Starstreak had activated his Berserk skill. Although Starstreak had only briefly fallen into shock, this duration was enough for peak experts like Shi Feng to land a killing blow. Disappear. Illusory shadow. 6 blue sword lights struck at Starstreak from 6 different angles. Starstreak instinctively defended himself with his daggers. However, the instant his daggers came into contact with the sword lights, his complexion immediately darkened. The sword lights had actually moved through his daggers unhindered. It was as if these sword lights were phantoms that did not possess a physical body. Just as the 6 sword lights were about to land on Starstreak's body, the assassin gnashed his teeth and reluctantly used Vanish. His entire person then disappeared from everyone's sight. The brief invulnerability provided by Vanish also neutralized the 6 sword lights. After disappearing, Starstreak did not retreat. Instead, he chose to launch another assault. This time, he used the ultimate move of the epic dagger he wielded with his other hand, Toothblade. 3 phantoms suddenly appeared around Shi Feng, a white eagle, a hungry wolf, and a black bear. Starstreak and the 3 phantoms then attacked Shi Feng from 4 different directions. At the same time, Starstreak himself remained in stealth, so Shi Feng could not see what exactly he was doing. Vanish was a life-saving skill that forcibly placed one into a stealth state for 3 seconds. During these 3 seconds, so long as one did not do anything, they would remain in a forced stealth state. In other words, not only could Vanish be used to escape, but it could also be used to attack. A majority of the information a human received from their surroundings came from one's vision. Hence, it was extremely difficult for one to defend against an attack that they could not see, not to mention doing so while receiving other attacks. One's vision would automatically shift their brain's focus towards the things that they could see, and this only made it even more difficult for one to defend against an attack that they could not see. Dang, 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 a series of metal clashing sounds echoed throughout the battlefield. What decisiveness! Starstreak's mouth twitched as he looked at the completely unscathed swordsman before him. The instant he launched his attack, Shi Feng had activated Defensive Blade without hesitation, preventing Starstreak from doing any damage whatsoever. However, this was also a good outcome, as Shi Feng no longer possessed any life-saving skills. Furthermore, Starstreak's Toothblade skill had a duration of 10 seconds. He could definitely finish off Shi Feng during this period. On the other side, Alice had also begun chanting an incantation. With a light wave of her staff, over a dozen ice arrows and fireballs appeared around Alice. She then sent the attacks flying at Shi Feng and Violet Cloud. At this moment, Violet Cloud was also done chanting her own incantation as she slammed the butt of Death's Sigh on the ground. Immediately, over 100 pitch-black blades appeared around Violet Cloud, densely circulating around her body. This scene instantly stunned everyone in the arena. How can this be? Endless Scars' eyes widened, her mind utterly confused as she looked at the scythe in Violet Cloud's hands. Could that possibly be the real deal? According to the ancient book she read, these 100-plus dark blades should be the manifestation of Shadow Rage, the strongest skill of Death's Sigh. The only thing different was that the information recorded regarding Shadow Rage stated that it would summon thousands of Shadow Blades when activated, each one possessing the power to heavily injure even Tier 5 monsters. When these blades were concentrated, they could slay even gods. Just as Endless Scars was entertaining such thoughts, Violet Cloud controlled the Shadow Blades to counter the approaching ice spears and fireballs. She also sent some to attack Starstreak. Upon seeing this, Starstreak immediately panicked. He hurriedly controlled his 3 phantom beasts to defend him from the oncoming Shadow Blades. Dang, 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 dang. The power packed within the Shadow Blades was massive. Even when Alice combined the power of the ice spears and fireballs, the spells had only managed to slow down the speed of the Shadow Blades and weaken their power slightly. The blades still proceeded to fly towards Alice after shattering the Elementalist's spells. Meanwhile, on Starstreak's side, despite him having activated his Berserk skill already, he just barely managed to defend against the Shadow Blades with the help of his 3 phantom beasts. However, every Shadow Blade he blocked numbed his arms. His HP also decreased by over 200 each time. On the other hand, Alice was brimming with excitement rather than feeling anxious. Waving the Fire God's Eye, she suddenly formed a massive crimson magic array before her. Just as the Shadow Blades were about to land on Alice's body, the ground in front of her suddenly shattered. A flaming hand then emerged from the fissure and blocked all the oncoming Shadow Blades, following which the fissure on the ground grew steadily larger. Shortly after, another hand emerged from it, the 2 hands appearing as if they were trying to rend the ground and clamber up. How can this be? She can summon the Flame King all by herself? Phoenix Rain was deeply shocked as she looked at the Flame Giant, which was slowly climbing into the stage right now. The reason why she wanted to obtain the Fire God's Eye was not just its ability to improve the completion rate of spells. More importantly, it could summon the Flame Monarch from Hell. However, summoning the Flame Monarch required a large amount of mana, roughly 10 magical class players' mana. If she had the Flame Monarch's strength, claiming 2 monster encampments on Thunder Island would not be impossible. Meanwhile, the fact that Alice had managed to summon the Flame Monarch by relying on only her own power was simply inconceivable for Phoenix Rain. The appearance of the Flame King made the audience members gasp. Flame Monarch, Elemental Creature, Grand Lord, Level 65, HP 60, S Yunri 60,000. Now that the Evil Dragon Battle Team had summoned a Level 65 Grand Lord to assist them, there was no longer a need to continue this match. Not to mention 2 experts, even 20 experts would be cannon fodder when going up against a Level 65 Grand Lord. As a matter of fact, regardless of how Violet Cloud tried to attack Alice using her Shadow Blades, the Flame Monarch blocked all her attacks without any difficulty. The Grand Lord was like an indestructible wall. That move of yours really is amazing. I never thought that I would have to use this trump card of mine. However, this match is as good as over now. Although the Flame King one summoned isn't in its completed form, it still possesses the strength of a Grand Lord. You two have no chance of winning. You might as well give up now. At this moment, Alice's complexion was slightly pale. As for her mana, not a single point remained at the moment. However, the pride in her eyes was unwavering. Flame Monarch, show them your strength. At Alice's order, the Flame Monarch roared, its voice echoing throughout the arena. Immediately after, the air on the stage began steaming as columns of fire shot up from the ground. The columns of fire then transformed into massive fireballs, their numbers reaching 36. Every fireball was the size of a house. One could just imagine what kind of scene would occur when these massive fireballs landed on the ground. The audience members felt their scalps tingling when they saw these fireballs. How was this a fight between players? It was more appropriate to call this a battle between NPCs. Compared to the usual PvP matches, this match was on an entirely different level. Alright, time to end this. Alice then pointed at Shi Feng and Violet Cloud. Suddenly, the 36 massive fireballs descended on the duo. 1159, matching up against a Grand Lord. Chapter 159, matching up against a Grand Lord. Alice, have you lost your mind? I'm still here. Starstreak was furious as he glanced at the descending fireballs. Violet Cloud's Shadow Blade still had him pinned down. He did not have any concentration to spare for an escape. If these fireballs struck, he would get caught in the impact. With no other options, Starstreak decided to use his final life-saving skill, his Epic Boots additional skill, Flash Steps. The skill allowed him to teleport to any location 15 yards away. It had a 1-minute cooldown and 3 charges. Starstreak used Flash Steps twice and instantly moved 30 yards away. Meanwhile, although Violet Cloud desperately blocked the incoming fireballs with her Shadow Blades, the fireballs were unaffected. She also had no hope of dodging these attacks. Similar to her Shadow Blades, Alice controlled these fireballs. Not only did they contain massive power, but they also had a wide attack range. With so many of the fireballs, if Alice wanted to, she could even destroy the entire stage. Phoenix Rain, who watched the fight from a VIP room, could not help but shake her head. The Asura battle team had lost this competition. Although each competition in the Dark Arena had 5 matches, the Asura battle team had only brought 5 members. Once they lost this match, regardless of whether the battle team won the next or not, the Evil Dragon battle team would win the competition. After all, the final 2 matches were 3-on-3. The Asura battle team did not have enough members to participate, hence, so long as the Evil Dragon battle team won one of the first 3 matches, the competition would be over. Sure enough, defeating the Evil Dragon battle team is impossible for the Asura battle team. Phoenix Rain was, more or less, disappointed. Although she hadn't bet any excess resources on this competition, with how lively the Dark Arena was today, they would still earn a significant amount if the Asura battle team won. However, she had only considered the idea. In another VIP room, Purple Jade gritted her teeth as she watched the massive fireballs above the stage, frustration flashing in her eyes. However, that feeling wasn't due to the match's ending. Rather, she was frustrated with herself. The Witch of the West had made her feel like a child, new to the world. Before this match, she had believed that she was only a thread away from the virtual gaming world's pinnacle. Looking back at it now, however, the idea was laughable. She was far weaker than Alice regarding both combat techniques and items. It was no wonder why her guild leader constantly told her to work on her foundations and explore the world with Yuan Tianxin more often. Jade, do you see it now? This is a battle at the pinnacle of God's domain. If you wish to challenge these people, you need to grasp your own domain, Yuan Tianxin advised Purple Jade. But don't feel down. You are still young. Unlike this old man, who no longer has any hope of reaching that realm, you will join their ranks one day. In the past, he had also dreamed of leading the secret pavilion towards the apex of the virtual gaming world. However, only after encountering people of that realm did he realize that the virtual gaming world was not as simple as he had assumed. Virtual reality games had been popular all over the world for over a century now. With the world's population being so high, countless gaming experts from the younger generation emerged each year. Furthermore, God's domain gained more influence with each passing day. Meanwhile, on the stage, Shi Feng abruptly jumped towards the massive fireballs, meeting them in the air. Guild leader, Violet Cloud, who was desperately trying to counter the attacks, was confused. Shi Feng activated Heavenly Dragon's power, his aura immediately transforming. Golden divine runes flickered across his body as if he had donned golden armor. Alice sneered when she saw Shi Feng activate a berserk skill. The massive fireballs were the result of the Flame Monarch's Tier 3 curse, Wrath of the Stars. Each fireball was powerful enough to rival a Grand Lord. Tier 1 players had no hope of defending against such attacks. The difference in power was simply too great. Even if Shi Feng had a skill that provided invulnerability, she could simply control the 36 fireballs to attack him one after another. Invulnerability skills generally had short durations. If she hit him once every second, she could continue her attack for 36 seconds. As Shi Feng was about to collide with a fireball, he activated Blade Liberation. Immediately, power flowed into him from Killing Ray, allowing his attributes to soar once more. Looking at the fireballs before him, Shi Feng tightened his grip on the sacred sword in his right hand and swung it forward. Thundering Flash, Combat Technique, 4 Moon Lotus. Like a sharp blade, arcs of blue lightning sliced through the massive fireballs, one after another. All the crowd had seen were 4 streaks of light leaving Shi Feng's hand. In the blink of an eye, 23 of the 36 unstoppable fireballs split in half and exploded like fireworks. Silence fell over the arena. No one had expected this shocking reversal. Even Alice was stunned. A Tier 1 player had sliced the fireballs, which contained the strength to rival level 65 Grand Lords, in half. No matter how she looked at it, this was impossible, yet Shi Feng had done just that. Just how powerful is he? Phoenix Rain's gaze was fixed on Shi Feng, who remained in midair. She could not bring herself to believe that the man she was looking at was the same person she knew. Just who is he? Thousand Miles unconsciously tightened his grip on his swords as he watched the detonating fireballs. He knew full well how powerful the Fire God's Eye's Flame Monarch was. After all, he had handed the staff to Alice personally. Yet, a Tier 1 player had sliced one of the Flame Monarch's team wipe moves in half. This was simply inconceivable. If this competition had been held before Shi Feng's visit to the Fallen Ark, he wouldn't have been able to repel the Flame Monarch's attacks. However, he had obtained epic pauldrons from the killing, the mythic fossilized Tyrannosauruses. They were called the Tough Pauldrons. Aside from epic ranked basic attributes, these pauldrons only had one skill. Moreover, it was a passive skill. The passive skill was called Power of Destruction. When the player faced attacks with higher strength than their own, the wearer's strength would increase by 35%. Against weaker enemies, this skill had no effect whatsoever. However, against stronger enemies, this passive skill was godly, hence Shi Feng's strength had increased by 35% as he fought the massive fireballs. In addition, he had triggered Angry Tyrant's second passive skill, Angry Blow, which had doubled his strength. It was only thanks to those passive skills and Thundering Flash's effects that his plan had succeeded. However, after a brief silence in the arena, Shi Feng activated Wind Rider and charged towards Alice, who was over 30 yards away. While he had neutralized the fireballs, he was still helpless against the Flame Monarch itself. Once Blade Liberation's 20-second duration ended, he would be powerless to turn things around. You want to kill me? Despite seeing Shi Feng flying towards her, Alice was neither surprised nor afraid. On the contrary, she was a little excited. It had been a long time since she had faced such a challenge. Unfortunately, that won't be possible. Saying so, Alice merged her body with the Flame Monarch's. Without hesitation, Shi Feng executed Chop against the Flame Monarch. However, before killing Ray slid even 1 meter into the Flame Monarch, its advance halted. The Sacred Sword couldn't reach Alice in the Flame Monarch's core. I've already told you that you have no chance of victory. I know that you can't maintain this power for long. Unfortunately for you, my Flame Monarch can last for 5 hours, Alice said, shaking her head. She then controlled the Flame Monarch to attack Shi Feng. That's not necessarily true. Don't forget, I'm not your only opponent, Shi Feng calmly stated. Suddenly, realization dawned on Alice as she looked across the stage. Immediately, she noticed Violet Cloud swing down Death's Sigh in her direction. Compared to when Alluring Summer had used Dimensional Fracture, Violet Cloud used it at full HP. The instant Violet Cloud swung the scythe, the spectators faintly saw a giant phantom appear behind her. The sight was enough to make them shudder. Starstreak, who had planned to help Alice, was stunned. He felt as if his body were full of lead. Death's phantom. It's the real thing. Endless Scars was astonished when she saw this, waves of emotion crashing in her heart. Space above the stage suddenly split apart. With its hulking body, the Flame Monarch couldn't dodge the attack in time. In the blink of an eye, both the Flame Monarch and Alice split in half. 1160 Victory Declaration. Chapter 1160 Victory Declaration. The scene of the Flame Monarch's body splitting in half burned itself into everyone's minds. The audience shuddered. It died? How can such a powerful skill exist? He was telling the truth. Dimensional Fracture's power far surpassed the spectators' imaginations. They finally realized that Shi Feng hadn't been bluffing. Compared to Violet Cloud's Dimensional Fracture, Alluring Summer's was child's play. In God's domain, there were many sure-kill skills capable of instant-killing players of the same tier. However, they couldn't accept a skill that could split a Grand Lord in half. Countless players would despair against a Grand Lord's high defense. That Shi Feng's weapon had pierced the Flame Monarch so deeply had already been impressive. They won? Phoenix Rain felt as if she were dreaming as she watched Alice's bisected body gradually transform into particles of light and disappear. That was the Witch of the West they were talking about. Moreover, Alice had controlled a level 65 Grand Lord. No matter how she looked at it, Alice should have had an overwhelming advantage. None of the audience had believed that the Asura battle team could win this round. At most, they had expected Shi Feng and Violet Cloud to struggle as long as they could for survival. Just how many secrets is Zero Wing hiding? Yuan Tiexin's eyes twitched uncontrollably when he saw the attack split the Flame Monarch in half. As one of the secret pavilion's upper echelons, he knew much about God's domain. In reality, Violet Cloud's Dimensional Fracture had only dealt slightly over 100,000 damage. To the Grand Lord, this could barely put a dent in its 60 million HP. However, splitting the Flame Monarch in half had injured it severely. There were very few means current players could employ to injure a Grand Lord. Normally, one had to rely on powerful Tier 3 magic scrolls to do so, yet the cleric had done so with her weapon's additional skill. As far as Yuan Tiexin knew, none of the various large guilds possessed such a weapon or equipment. In God's domain, it was also common knowledge that the more powerful a weapon or piece of equipment was, the more difficult it would be to obtain. Still, an upstart guild like Zero Wing had obtained such a powerful weapon. No matter how Yuan Tiexin looked at this matter, he found it simply inconceivable. The Death Sigh in Violet Cloud's hands had also astonished the Midnight Tea Party's Endless Scars and Breeze Wine. According to the ancient book they had found, Death Sigh, one of God's domain's 12 great legendary staffs, had long since been destroyed. Not even a blacksmith god could repair it. However, no matter how they looked at it, the cleric's Death Sigh looked more like the real article than a replica. When she had used Dimensional Fracture, she had even summoned forth Death's Phantom. The pressure Death's Phantom emitted was no laughing matter. Without a doubt, that was definitely divine might. Otherwise, there was no way an expert of Starstreak's caliber would suddenly freeze up under such pressure. No replica could reproduce divine might. When Endless Scars and Breezewine thought about how Violet Cloud wielded the real Death Sigh, they were overcome with shock. A fragmented legendary item. Although this term was no longer foreign to experts like them, they hadn't heard of any guild obtaining a fragmented legendary item until now. Fragmented legendary items were godly items that experts constantly strove to find. Meanwhile, such a weapon had appeared before their very eyes. Why wouldn't this fact shock them? However, Endless Scars and Breezewine did not know that the Death Sigh Violet Cloud wielded was not, in fact, a fragmented legendary item. It was simply a replica. Only, this replica was slightly special. Death Sigh Replica, Two-Handed Staff, Epic Rank, Level 45, Level 120, Level 45. Equipment requirement, Strength 400, Intelligence 700, Attack Power +1, 650, Strength +1T, Agility +15, Endurance +15, Intelligence +142, Vitality +1 when staff is wielded, casting speed increased by 15%, cast range +1%, magic damage increased by 20%, all healing effects increased by 25%, spell critical rate increased by 10%, mana consumption decreased by 10%, all magical skills +2 levels, ignore levels +1T. Durability 22720, additional passive skill. Death's Harvest, whenever a creature dies within 40 yards, wielder will regenerate 1% of their mana. Simultaneously, wielder will receive a death buff, reducing the death penalty by 1% when wielder dies. Buff can stack up to 30 times. Additional active skill 1, Dimensional Fracture, deals absolute damage 2 tiers above wielder's tier. Up to a maximum of tier 4 to an area of 20-60 yards. Attack ignores all defensive and invulnerability buffs. At the same time, the attack will inflict a stun debuff to everyone within 40 yards of the wielder for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Non-cleric classes can only use this skill when their HP is below 50%. All effects are halved. Additional active skill 2, Shadow Rage, use mana to form Shadow Blades. Every Shadow Blade costs 100 mana. Each Shadow Blade's strength is equal to 150% of wielder's intelligence and inflicts an additional 20% shadow damage. Wielder can produce a maximum of 300 Shadow Blades. Duration, 30 seconds cooldown, 3 hours. Non-cleric classes can only use this skill when their HP is below 50%. All effects are halved. The blacksmith god Soros crafted this replica using the fragments of the legendary staff Death's Sigh. Replica can be upgraded by absorbing 5 God Crystals. Current crystals absorbed 0s5. Although it was a replica, it contained fragments of the real article, making it far stronger than any ordinary epic weapon. When Shi Feng had appraised this weapon, he had been shocked. As long as they gathered a sufficient number of God Crystals, Death's Sigh could evolve into fragmented legendary weapon. Zero Wing really does possess a lot of secrets. As Endless Scars stared at the weapon in Violet Cloud's hands, she could not help but cover the appearing on her face, joy and passion burning in her eyes. However, she quickly suppressed her emotions and returned to her usual calm and indifference. It seems that I need to have a chat with Abandon Wave. Meanwhile, after Alice's death, the summoned Flame Monarch began to disappear from the stage. Fear filled the audience's eyes as they stared at Shi Feng and Violet Cloud in awe. Currently, Starstreak was the only member of the Evil Dragon battle team remaining on the stage. Unfortunately, he had no hope of defeating both Shi Feng and Violet Cloud. The match was as good as over. A recently established guild had contended with Miracle, which had existed in the virtual gaming world for many years. No one would believe this. Although the competition's outcome had yet to be decided, the various Dark Arena battle teams would record the Asura battle team's fame, listing it as a team to take note of. After all, this competition wasn't like the Asura battle team's matches against the Glorious Lions. In the previous competition, Battle Wolves had treated the Dark Arena's competitions like a hobby. Hence, the Super Guild hadn't sent its full force into the competition. Meanwhile, it was obvious that Miracle took the competition seriously. Otherwise, the Super First-Rate Guild would not have dispatched the Witch of the West and Speedstar. Most importantly, it had instructed the Sword Freak, Miracle Dragon, to lead the team. Indeed, as everyone had expected, Starstreak stood no chance against Shi Feng, who had activated twofold Berserk. After a few bouts, Starstreak had exhausted his means of protecting himself. Eventually, Shi Feng killed him with Instant Strike, surprising the crowd once again. Starstreak's defeat ushered in the start of the third round. This upcoming fight would decide the outcome. Naturally, for such an important battle, Miracle Dragon, the battle team's leader, took to the stage himself. Miracle's reputation was riding on this battle. They could not afford to lose this next match. With each step Miracle Dragon took, his aura grew slightly stronger. By the time the man reached the stage's center, the audience felt as if they were staring at death itself. It'll be too boring to fight only one person. The rest of you just face together. I'll end this battle in 10 moves, Miracle Dragon proudly proclaimed as he thrust his greatsword into the ground and looked towards Shi Feng and the others. The instant Miracle Dragon said so, the audience immediately broke into an uproar. 1161 Sword Freak. Chapter 1161 Sword Freak. Upon Miracle Dragon's sudden declaration, the arena boiled with excitement. Does he want a one-on-two fight? As expected of the sword freak, he's too domineering. Has Miracle lost their minds? They could have won this competition, yet they want to take such a risk. Miracle is probably trying to earn back their reputation. That sounds about right. The Evil Dragon battle team has already lost 2 rounds. Even if they win this competition, it won't be anything to boast about. The audience discussed the declaration fervently, each person having their own opinions. Some felt that Miracle Dragon was being a fool, while others thought that the sword freak wanted to show off the guild's strength. However, they could all agree on one thing. Miracle Dragon's gamble was somewhat risky. The Asura battle team still had 2 players remaining. One was a berserker, and the other was an assassin. This class composition was somewhat disadvantageous for a swordsman like Miracle Dragon. Berserkers had higher strength than swordsmen, while assassins were faster and more nimble. Although Miracle Dragon possessed superior combat techniques, if he had to clash head-on with a berserker while guarding against an assassin's interference, he would easily lose any advantage. Moreover, both Fire Dance and Gentle Snow were relatively famous experts in God's domain. While the guild could redeem much of its lost reputation if Miracle Dragon won, its reputation would plummet further if the swordsman lost. Big Sis Rain, the Asura battle team actually has a chance of winning. Although Miracle Dragon is very famous, when it comes to strength, he is no match for the Witch of the West. If Fire Dance and Gentle Snow work together, they'll have at least a 50% chance of emerging victorious, Blue Phoenix said excitedly. Miracle Dragon was also known as the Sword Freak. Almost everyone in the virtual gaming world knew of him. He had gained his fame due to the Secret Pavilion's evaluation. He had been deemed as the expert closest to grasping a domain. Due to this reputation, peak experts from various super guilds had challenged him, using the opportunity to improve themselves. After all, only domain realm experts were considered super guilds and super first-rate guilds' true mainstays. Many had also challenged Miracle Dragon to gain an understanding of just how far they were from their own domains. Hence, Miracle Dragon's fame had grown with each passing day. If it came down to a one-on-one fight, neither Fire Dance nor Gentle Snow was a match for Miracle Dragon. However, if these women worked together to supplement their weaknesses, they should be able to defeat him. Emerging victorious, Phoenix Rain quietly observed Miracle Dragon. I don't remember him being a rash person. It was common knowledge that Miracle Dragon was wildly arrogant. However, this arrogance was due to his strength. While Miracle Dragon might act crazily, he almost never did anything without being confident of success. A 1-on-2 fight was already disadvantageous, but Miracle Dragon had also claimed that he would win in 10 moves. He had forced himself onto a path with no retreat. This was no longer arrogance. He was simply seeking death. As Phoenix Rain considered warning Shi Feng, Miracle Dragon glanced at the other swordsman who had remained silent all this time. What? Are you afraid? I've already offered you an edge in this match, a higher chance of winning the competition. If you don't want to accept the challenge, then just send your fighter up here. But don't say that I didn't give you a chance. The moment Miracle Dragon finished speaking, the audience began to echo his words. Asura battle team, are you a bunch of cowards? You're even afraid to accept this challenge? You guys are even too scared to accept a 2-on-1 match. It seems, if the rumors are true, you guys only have a few capable experts. The rest of you are just for show. The spectators were either large guild upper echelons or famous experts. The outcome of the competition between Asura and Evil Dragon was none of their concern. They only wanted to collect as much information as possible. They could learn far more if the Asura battle team sent 2 experts to face the Sword Freak, rather than 1. Just what is his goal? Meanwhile, inside a VIP room, Miracle Dragon's behavior had confused Purple Jade. Among the many swordsmen in God's domain, she was most eager to challenge Miracle Dragon. There were 3 reasons for this. First, unlike other swordsmen who used 2 one-handed swords, both of Shi and Miracle Dragon used greatswords. Second, Miracle Dragon was known as the closest swordsman to achieving a domain. If she fought Miracle Dragon, she could get a clearer view of her future goal. As for the third and most important reason, she wanted to learn Miracle Dragon's trademark skill, weakness observation. This ability was precisely the reason Miracle Dragon had few rivals among experts of the same realm. It was also the reason he had earned the title Sword Freak. By observing his opponents, he could grasp their weaknesses and launch a series of seemingly crazy attacks. However, while he might have appeared to have gone mad, in reality, he was extremely calm. His attacks were perfectly choreographed. In the end, his insane attack method would throw his opponents off, and he usually beat them senseless. How could an expert, who had mastered such a powerful move, take such a huge risk and provoke the Asura battle team? Jade, your observation is correct. Yuan Tiexi nodded, smiling. As you suspected, Miracle Dragon does not take risks lightly. He only acts when he is absolutely confident of succeeding. But, defeating both Fire Dance and Gentle Snow in 10 moves is too difficult, even for him. Purple Jade simply could not figure out how Miracle Dragon could win in 10 moves. No, he can, Yuan Tiexin said as he caressed his beard. Chuckling, he continued, some time ago he had secretly class changed into the hidden class Magic Swordsman. Moreover, he received a Tier 3 Sure Kill skill book, which the guild had only obtained after much difficulty. With the epic equipment the Miracle Guild has lent him, his combat power has risen significantly. Magic Swordsman? Purple Jade's eyes sparkled when she heard these words, a hint of envy blooming in her heart. Magic Swordsman was a hidden class that focused on attacks. Although the class could not compare to a peak class like the Necromancer, it was one of the few advanced classes. Do you think Miracle Dragon would be so foolish and challenge the Asura battle team for no good reason? Yuan Tixin could not help but shift his gaze toward Shi Feng. I wonder how Ye Feng intends to respond. If it were up to me, I'd refuse this challenge. At most, I'd give up this round and leave both players to fight in a 2-on-3 match. This way, we'd have a higher chance of winning the competition. Although Miracle took this competition seriously, there were only 4 noteworthy experts on the Evil Dragon battle team. Although the remaining 6 were extraordinarily strong, there was an obvious gap between them and the former 4. If the Asura battle team wanted to win this competition, a 2-on-3 match would be more advantageous. As soon as Yuan Tixin said so, Shi Feng stood up, a serious expression on his face as he looked at Miracle Dragon. All right, we don't have any issues. I hope you don't regret your decision. Regret? Rest assured, I will not regret it. Miracle Dragon did not take Shi Feng's warning seriously in the least. However, he liked Shi Feng's personality. Unfortunately, the man's worries were superfluous. Rather, Shi Feng should focus on helping Fire Dance and Gentle Snow survive against him for 10 moves. When the audience heard Shi Feng agree to Miracle Dragon's request, they erupted into cheers. Ha, what a fool. Yuan Tixin could not help but roll his eyes at Shi Feng. Despite knowing that it was a trap, Shi Feng decided to jump right in. 1162 Madness vs. Madness. Chapter 1162, Madness vs. Madness. When the participants for the third round had been decided, the arena's audience began to grow restless. Part of the reason was that Shi Feng had accepted Miracle Dragon's challenge, while another was the anticipation for the competition's outcome. If the Asura battle team won this match, they would secure a complete victory. Seated in a VIP room on the 3rd floor, 1,000 Miles watched Shi Feng, who stood beneath the stage with burning rage. Phoenix Rain has truly done it this time. She even kept our intelligence department in the dark. Due to the Evil Dragon battle team having lost 2 matches in a row, they had no choice but to expose the strength Miracle Dragon had kept hidden to restore some of the guild's reputation. Not only did this disrupt his plans, but it also lost him a lot of resources. This mess's culprit was none other than the guild Phoenix Rain secretly supported. Zero Wing was simply a recently established guild in a small kingdom. If not for Phoenix Rain's support, how could Zero Wing possibly obtain such a powerful weapon that could instantly kill 2 of Miracle's generals? Maple, investigate Zero Wing thoroughly. Find someone to tail every member of the Asura battle team as well, 1,000 Miles instructed Cleansed Maple. Understood. Cleansed Maple promptly bowed before taking his leave. At this point, Miracle was completely helpless against the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. After all, both were super first-rate guilds, and neither feared the other. If their guilds started an all-out war against each other, only other guilds would benefit. However, Zero Wing was different. It was only a subordinate guild Phoenix Rain controlled. It would be simple to cause trouble for the upstart guild, especially now that the Asura battle team had revealed that it possessed so many dazzling weapons and equipment. Phoenix Rain, I'll let you enjoy this situation for now. 1,000 Miles could not help but shift his gaze towards Death's Eye in Violet Cloud's hands, greed flashing in his eyes. The Evil Dragon battle team had only dared to expose their epic items because they didn't fear becoming targets. However, the Asura battle team didn't have that luxury. Revealing such items was akin to placing a fresh piece of meat before a pack of hungry wolves. Not only would the Asura battle team lose this competition, but they would also lose their weapons and equipment. As the third match's rules changed abruptly, the Dark Arena's host adjusted the team's payout rate. The Asura battle team's payout rate for a complete victory, in particular, had risen to 1-9, breaking the Dark Arena's record. The host is quite bold. What's there to be afraid of? This is the final match. In any case, we know that the Asura battle team has no chance of winning. Moreover, the host has earned a fortune this time. Before the competition had even begun, many had bet on the Evil Dragon battle team's complete victory. This time, the host must be trying to lure even more idiots away from their money. It's a pity that not many people here are fools. Rather than bet on the Asura battle team, it would be safer to bet on the Evil Dragon battle team. Although the returns are low, it's better than nothing. Everyone among the audience was sorely tempted as they looked at the new payout rates. However, practically no one would bet on the Asura battle team's complete victory. Instead, they all bet on the Evil Dragon battle team. Some of the players that had previously been reluctant to gamble had even placed bets on the Evil Dragon. Miracle had existed in the virtual gaming world for many years now. The sword freak Miracle Dragon was even famed for never acting without confidence. If he lost this next match, the Asura battle team would secure a complete victory. Yet, despite such a huge burden, Miracle Dragon still dared to do so. This could only mean that he was confident of succeeding. Meanwhile, inside another VIP room on the third floor, although 4 people occupied the room, an extraordinarily chill atmosphere dominated the space. 9 Dragons, why are you here? Phoenix Rain glanced at 9 Dragons Emperor and Martial Dragon with disinterest. When she had previously rejected Thousand Miles' proposal, 9 Dragons Emperor had already spoken ill of her in front of Ku Rong, the great pavilion master. He had even advised the guild elders to reduce her authority within the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. However, the Asura battle team's performance thus far had been astonishing. As a result, those who had schemed against her within the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had no choice but to remain silent for now. Rain, must you be so cold? At the end of the day, we are from the same guild. 9 Dragons Emperor frowned. Very quickly, however, a kind smile formed on his face as he said, Moreover, I am here to thank you. If not for your determination to support the Asura battle team, I wouldn't have been able to cooperate with Miracle and gain the support of many of their guild elders. If you're trying to flaunt your relationship with Miracle, then let me congratulate you. Only, do you think the great pavilion master will be pleased to see you work so closely with the guild's longtime rival? Phoenix Rain giggled. You, 9 Dragons Emperor, was momentarily speechless. After joining God's domain, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had frequently butted heads with Miracle. Recently, their guilds had caused a huge scene due to the situation on Thunder Island. In the end, they had exposed Thunder Island, and many other superpowers had begun to intervene. Due to this, Ku Rong's hatred for Miracle had grown more intense. So what? 9 Dragons Emperor said after recollecting his thoughts. Proudly he proclaimed, As long as I gain sufficient authority on Thunder Island, it won't matter if the Great Pavilion Master disapproves of my methods. After all, he wants a beautiful future for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion more than anything. You, on the other hand, are in a far more pitiful state. Now that you've invested so much money and resources into a useless upstart guild, you don't even have the resources to hire help. How do you intend to compete on Thunder Island now? However, I can point you to a brighter path. Bet everything you have on the Evil Dragon battle team. This way you can, more or less, earn what you need. At the very least, you'll be able to hire 1 player. Otherwise, you will only bring shame to our Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Standing by the side, although Blue Phoenix wanted to say something, she was not in a good position to do so. Sarcasm tainted 9 Dragons Emperor's words. While he seemed to be offering advice, secretly, he was sealing off their path of retreat. They had already rejected Thousand Miles' proposal. How could they bet on the Evil Dragon battle team now? If news of this matter spread, Phoenix Rain's position in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would certainly be awkward. Thank you for your kind suggestion. Smiling, Phoenix Rain turned to Blue Phoenix and said, Blue, take this epic mage robe and these items and bet them on the Asura battle team. Big Sis Rain, Blue Phoenix, was stunned when she saw the items Phoenix Rain traded to her. Wasn't this wager a little too drastic? Phoenix Rain had passed her the items they had prepared for the campaign on Thunder Island. If they lost these items now, they would suffer for it on Thunder Island. Amazing. In the guild, others often call me ruthless. However, it would seem that I am no match for you, Rain. Although I've bet plenty of resources and items on the Evil Dragon battle team, they are of little importance. You, on the other hand, actually bet the epic mage robes the guild obtained on the Asura battle team. I really must hand it to you. 9 Dragons Emperor praised the calm, composed Phoenix Rain. Inwardly, though, his heart fluttered in joy when he saw the items Phoenix Rain intended to gamble. The host was no fool if they were willing to offer a 1-to-9 payout rate. If one bet a piece of epic equipment, they could get 9 pieces if the Asura battle team won. Although the host wouldn't actually hand out 9 pieces of epic equipment, they would still offer items of equal value. However, could such an ideal situation happen? While Phoenix Rain and 9 Dragons Emperor had been talking, the timer above the stage had begun to count down. The arena fell silent as everyone focused on the 3 people on the stage. The spectators couldn't help but gasp when they saw the Asura battle team's formation. What are they trying to do? Everyone was dumbfounded as they watched Fire Dance walk to a corner of the stage while Gentle Snow stood within 20 yards of Miracle Dragon. These women's intentions couldn't be more obvious. The Asura battle team was trying to pick a one-on-one fight with Miracle Dragon. 1163, Swift Sword. Chapter 1163, Swift Sword. Despite the timer's clear indication that the battle would begin soon, everyone stared at Shi Feng, who stood below the stage. They're actually letting one person take on Miracle Dragon? Aren't they underestimating the sword freak a little too much? That's right. Miracle Dragon is being kind enough to give the Asura battle team a chance, yet they're trying to throw that chance away. What fools! Has the Asura battle team's leader given up on the competition? How boring. He accepted Miracle Dragon's challenge, yet he's playing such tricks at the very last minute. Does he think that he can save his team's reputation even if they lose? The spectators couldn't help but glare at the Asura battle team with contempt. The originally exciting match had become a disappointing farce. Ha ha ha! This Asura battle team really is interesting. 9 Dragons Emperor could not help but laugh when he saw the formation. Turning to look at Phoenix Rain, he said, "Rain, although I know you have a lot of resources on hand, there's no need to waste them like this, right? You might as well just give them to me if you want them gone so badly." As soon as Phoenix Rain had bet the epic mage robes their guild had obtained after much difficulty, the Asura battle team had pulled such a move. Nine Dragons Emperor even wondered if the Asura battle team were working for Miracle. The Great Pavilion Master had personally awarded the epic mage robes to Phoenix Rain. If she lost the robes here, one could just imagine how angry the Great Pavilion Master would be. Phoenix Rain remained silent. However, she looked rather pale, just what is Shi Feng trying to do? She had not bet all of the weapons, equipment, and tools she had prepared for Thunder Island due to Nine Dragon Emperor's provocation. Rather, she had done so after carefully considering the matter. Currently, she didn't have enough resources to hire enough capable experts. Although she had signed an agreement with Shi Feng, it was simply too difficult to occupy 2 monster encampments on Thunder Island. If she only managed to occupy 1 monster encampment, her results would be no match for Nine Dragon Emperors, who was working with Miracle. Her position in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would be no different than if she failed to occupy a single encampment. Hence, rather than wait for her inevitable fate, she'd rather go broke and gamble everything on the Asura battle team's complete victory. At the very least, if the team succeeded, she'd have a higher chance of occupying 2 encampments on Thunder Island. Even if she failed to do so, she was confident of occupying 1 encampment. However, Shi Feng's current decision had placed her in a very awkward position. Meanwhile, Blue Phoenix burned with rage. She wanted nothing more than to rush up to Shi Feng, crack his head open, and take a look at what was going through the man's mind. Shi Feng had thrown away their chances of victory. As everyone chatted amongst themselves, the timer finally came to an end. Standing on the stage, Miracle Dragon glanced at Fire Dance in the corner. He then shifted his gaze to the valiant war goddess before him, anger burning in his eyes as he asked, "Is this the arrangement you have decided on?" Originally, he thought he would get to enjoy a good fight. He hadn't expected the Asura battle team to make such a move. Gentle Snow was certainly talented. She had even led a first-rate guild before. She was also a great beauty. In the virtual gaming world, many knew her as a peak expert and a goddess. However, none of that meant anything to players on his level. In his eyes, Gentle Snow's only noteworthy achievement was her fight in White River City, during which she had reached the refinement realm mid-battle. However, with such combat standards, he could have killed Gentle Snow even before he had become a magic swordsman. "That's right. I'll be your opponent," Gentle Snow calmly declared. "Are you trying to annoy me?" Miracle Dragon asked with a frosty tone as he glared at Gentle Snow. Even the area around Miracle Dragon had frozen. "I'll give you one last chance. Come at me together." However, Gentle Snow and Fire Dance remained motionless. Neither of them showed any signs of changing their mind. "So be it." "Don't blame me for being merciless," Miracle Dragon bellowed. Activating Windblade, he dashed towards Fire Dance. The audience barely saw his afterimages. In the blink of an eye, Miracle Dragon crossed 10 yards. Less than 100 yards separated the swordsman and the assassin. It would only take a few seconds for Miracle Dragon to reach his target. The spectators were surprised by Miracle Dragon's speed. Even peak assassins, who were famed for their speed, would be no match for him. However, even when less than 20 yards separated Miracle Dragon and Fire Dance, the latter refused to move as she quietly watched the swordsman approach. "You're looking to die," Miracle Dragon growled. He had long since locked his killing intent on Fire Dance in hopes of forcing the assassin to react. However, Fire Dance's attitude was still lax. She underestimated him. Miracle Dragon no longer held back. He unsheathed the light blue greatsword from his back and swung it at Fire Dance. The instant Miracle Dragon slashed at Fire Dance, everyone heard the whistle of the blade slice through the air. No one in the audience could see Miracle Dragon's greatsword or his hands. It was as if they had vanished. As expected of the sword freak, his swift sword has improved once again. Nine Dragons Emperor exclaimed as he watched Miracle Dragon. What a pity. Fire Dance won't even know how she died. Swift Sword was one of Miracle Dragon's trademark moves. Although the attack with his greatsword seemed like a normal slash, that swing contained the power of every muscle in his body. With this power, he could manipulate his greatsword like a whip. His attack could exceed the normal speed limit the system had set on players. This technique's principle was similar to that of strength, superpositioning. However, while the theory was simple, very few peak experts could achieve it. Not a single player could employ the technique to Miracle Dragon's level. This was the reason behind Miracle Dragon's title of Sword Freak. Even a Void Realm expert would struggle to perceive Miracle Dragon's attacks. They would need all of their concentration, pushing their 5 senses to their very limits, to barely combat the swordsman's attacks. Meanwhile, Fire Dance had only recently set foot into the refinement realm. No one expected her to see Miracle Dragon's greatsword. This was also why the Asura battle team only had a chance if both Fire Dance and Gentle Snow attacked Miracle Dragon together. Dang. The clang of metal reverberated throughout the arena. Miracle Dragon's greatsword had stopped roughly 5 yards away from Fire Dance. Before anyone had realized it, Gentle Snow had appeared before Fire Dance, her silver greatsword acting as an immovable wall that prevented Miracle Dragon from reaching the assassin. Miracle Dragon was confused when he saw Gentle Snow. He simply could not figure out how Gentle Snow had appeared before him. He couldn't understand how the Berserker had managed to stop his swift sword either. As Miracle Dragon pondered these questions, Gentle Snow put some strength into her arms, using her silver greatsword to force Miracle Dragon a few steps back. The gap between their strengths was now obvious. "Can you take this match seriously now?" Gentle Snow glanced at Miracle Dragon, her voice extremely calm as she spoke, acting as if Miracle Dragon's swift sword wasn't worth her concern. 1164 Duel of Swords. Chapter 1164 Duel of Swords. Miracle Dragon's eyebrows jumped in surprise when he saw Gentle Snow's calm exterior. The audience was similarly stunned. Gentle Snow was incredibly famous in the virtual gaming world. However, when it came to combat standards, she could only reign supreme among first-rate guilds. Compared to the older generation's peak experts like Miracle Dragon, however, she was greatly inferior. No one had expected her current performance. Even Galaxy Past and Purple Eye, Gentle Snow's old rivals who had come to watch this competition, were dumbfounded. "Is that really the Gentle Snow I know?" Purple Eye balled her fists as she stared at Gentle Snow, her heart refusing to believe this. In the past, she hadn't been very familiar with Superpower's peak experts. She only knew that these experts were extremely powerful, and they lived in two completely different worlds. There was little chance for them to encounter each other. However, after participating in the Secret Pavilion's simulation training system, she understood how strong these peak experts were. Their combat standards were beyond her imagination. With equal equipment and levels, even 10 of her wouldn't be enough of a warm-up for one of those peak experts. Yet, the Gentle Snow, who had stood on the same stage as the Star Alliance, could now hold her ground against a peak expert like Sword Freak. How could she not find this shocking? "I have truly underestimated you." "It's no wonder why you had become Ouroboros' guild leader." Miracle Dragon could not help but smile the blade of disaster, which still trembled in his hands. "However, whether or not you take me seriously will depend on your ability to block my next move." Saying so, Miracle Dragon's expression changed. Taking a deep breath, he took a step forward and executed Swift Sword once more. This time, however, he did not settle for a single slash. Rather, he launched a series of attacks. While Swift Sword was difficult to defend against, an expert of similar standards would have no issues blocking one strike. Hence, Miracle Dragon decided to up his assault and execute multiple Swift Sword attacks. This way, even an expert of the same standards would not casually challenge Miracle Dragon head-on. Shrill, whistling sounds reached the audience's ears. Everyone was fascinated as they watched Miracle Dragon attacks. This was especially true for the swordsman experts among the crowd. Miracle Dragon's swordsmanship was the peak they all aimed for. Enraptured by the flashing sword lights, even Starstreak, who was on the same team as Miracle Dragon, had goosebumps. If he stood in Gentle Snow's shoes, he would have no choice but to activate a life-saving skill against Miracle Dragon's consecutive swift swords. Just before the sword light struck Gentle Snow, the Berserker swung her silver greatsword. Suddenly, an explosion shook the arena. As Gentle Snow continued to brandish her greatsword, a series of explosions rang out from the stage. It sounded as if the stage were being bombarded. After several seconds, Miracle Dragon stopped his assault, shock plastered on his face. Even when he had faced Domain Realm experts, they had only blocked a portion of his attacks while relying on their footwork to evade the rest. However, among the 15 attacks he had just launched, Gentle Snow had effortlessly blocked everyone. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation since joining God's domain. However, Miracle Dragon did not know that Gentle Snow currently wore the level 50 magic light set. Although she was missing the chest piece, she still had the 7 Luminaries battle armor, which possessed the passive skill magic reinforcement, increasing her physique by 30%. With her superior basic attributes and physique, Gentle Snow had no issues blocking Miracle Dragon's swift sword. Too strong, she's just too strong. Was the snow goddess always this strong? Crap. Is she the incarnation of the war goddess? The skill Gentle Snow displayed flabbergasted the audience. Although many experts watched the battle, the number of people that could actually block Miracle Dragon's consecutive swift swords could be counted on one hand. Everyone had assumed that the Asura battle team had given up and just wanted to end this match as quickly as possible. However, it would seem that this wasn't the case. Who is this Gentle Snow? Thousand Miles' expression was twisted and ugly. Even the various large guilds had detailed information on Gentle Snow's leadership of Ouroboros, not to mention a super first-rate guild like Miracle. However, no matter how many times Thousand Miles read through Gentle Snow's files, he had not found any information that hinted at the woman's capability of standing against Miracle Dragon. Although Gentle Snow originated from a first-rate guild, she had never taken part in any of the superpowers training systems. She hadn't been tutored by a famous expert either, yet she now stood, toe-to-toe, against a peak expert like Miracle Dragon. Seeing Gentle Snow's aura 1,000 miles was even afraid that the woman would surpass Miracle Dragon at any moment. How could this happen? In another VIP room, Blue Phoenix was ecstatic. The Asura battle team has won for sure this time. If Gentle Snow alone could already put Miracle Dragon into such a bind, the duo should have a 70% chance of defeating Miracle Dragon if Fire Dance joined the battle. Phoenix Rain sighed in relief. She hadn't expected the Asura battle team to have such a trump card. Damn it, how has Gentle Snow's combat power improved so much? Nine Dragons Emperor, who sat beside Phoenix Rain, could not help his growing anxiety when he saw Miracle Dragon at a disadvantage. I admit that you are skilled enough for me to take seriously, Miracle Dragon congratulated Gentle Snow. Aside from shock, his gaze contained a hint of joy. I never thought that I would meet an expert such as yourself in the Dark Arena. It seems that I haven't wasted my time making the trip here. I'll show you my latest creation. If you can block this, I'll admit defeat. Saying so, Miracle Dragon activated his berserk skill. Suddenly, his aura exploded from his body. It felt as if a fierce beast had just woken from its slumber. The man's blade of disaster instantly released a black glow. When the greatsword moved, the weapon even sliced apart space itself as it left a black line in its wake. The audience gasped when they saw the greatsword's sharpness. It seems that Miracle Dragon is finally getting serious. When Starstreak noticed the blade of disaster cut apart space, his gaze focused on the swordsman. In God's domain, the swordsman class had two development paths, the dual sword style and the greatsword style. Among them, the dual sword style was more common. As one-handed swords were lighter, they were more suited to players who pursued speed and dexterity. When fighting monsters, one could also use either or both hands to block an attack. As for the greatsword style, needless to say, a greatsword was much heavier than one-handed swords. This, in turn, made greatswords more difficult to handle. However, the advantage was obvious. They possessed great destructive power. Miracle Dragon's talent was suited to the greatsword style. Not only could his combat technique, Swift Sword, make up for the greatsword's lack of speed, but the weapon's destructive power also made up for the Swift Sword technique's lack of power. Most importantly, Miracle Dragon could use weakness observation, allowing him to detect his opponent's weak points and exerting his greatsword's full potential. Moreover, Miracle Dragon was a magic swordsman. With the magic enhancement, his attack's speed and power had risen to a whole new level. Even those old domain realm monsters wouldn't casually face the man head-on. Fall, 6 extreme slashes. As Miracle Dragon opened his eyes, he dashed at Gentle Snow as he launched 6 slashes. However, his attacks were faster than his consecutive swift swords. This time, he completed all 6 slashes in a single breath, targeting Gentle Snow's blind spots. It was simply impossible for the Berserker to dodge all of the attacks. The instant Miracle Dragon executed 6 extreme slashes, the peak experts in the various VIP rooms held their breath as their eyes widened, deeply afraid of missing this exciting moment. Meanwhile, Gentle Snow, the recipient of this powerful technique, could feel the pressure from Miracle Dragon's 6 extreme slashes. The pressure weighed down her arms and legs. How could she block such a technique? Gentle Snow had no choice but to go all out. Legacy, Berserk Skill, Starlight Saint, 7 Luminaries Domain, 1165, Complete Victory, Chapter 1165, Complete Victory. She's too strong. Is she an NPC in disguise? When Gentle Snow had activated her Berserk Skill, the crowd had been startled. As Gentle Snow activated Starlight Saint, her originally pitch-black armor transformed into a white feathery gown. 3 pairs of silvery white metallic wings, decorated with golden divine runes, stretched from her back. Golden divine runes also surfaced on Gentle Snow's unblemished cheeks and forehead, adding a hint of divinity to her appearance. However, the players in the audience were experts. They naturally would not be frightened by a change in appearance. The real reason that they were intimidated the feeling of power Gentle Snow gave off. This feeling was different from the pressure one normally felt from stronger opponents. This was kind of like the fear they felt when facing creatures of a higher life rating. Normally, they only experienced this feeling when facing NPCs or monsters, yet they were afraid of Gentle Snow. Inside a third-floor VIP room, surprise colored Phoenix Rain's expression as she watched. Does she have a hidden class as well? This thought surfaced in Phoenix Rain's mind. She had already taken a look through the files of the Asura battle team's members. Although the information recorded stated that Gentle Snow possessed this kind of berserk skill, as most berserk skills would alter the player's body, she hadn't bothered to look into the matter further. Now, however, Phoenix Rain was certain that Gentle Snow possessed a hidden class. She would never give off such a powerful feeling otherwise. The only explanation Phoenix Rain could come up with was that Gentle Snow had used one of those mysterious Legacy Berserk skills. Meanwhile, only Peak Legacies possessed Legacy Berserk skills. Thinking up to this point, Phoenix Rain could not help her growing curiosity about Zero Wing. She could accept the fact that the Asura battle team's members exposed one epic item after another. However, she could not fathom how Zero Wing had managed to obtain a Peak Legacy. In God's domain, Peak Legacies were much rarer than epic weapons and equipment. Even now, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had not found a single clue leading to a Peak Legacy, much less obtaining one. As for Miracle, only after mobilizing all of the guild's power did they manage to obtain a peak legacy for the Witch of the West. As everyone was shocked by Gentle Snow's display, Miracle Dragon's 6 extreme slashes descended on the female player. This 6 extreme slashes technique was Miracle Dragon's current limit. Even peak experts of similar standards would be fortunate if they could block 2 or 3 of the slashes. If they did not activate a life-saving skill, the attack would devour their HP. As these 6 slashes were about to carve into Gentle Snow, 3 silvery white holy spears appeared before the berserker. Gentle Snow's greatsword had also transformed into 2 one-handed swords. This instantly resolved the issue of her previous blind spots. When Miracle Dragon's greatsword descended, a series of crisp, metallic clangs echoed throughout the arena. In the end, Gentle Snow had blocked all 6 slashes. Moreover, she remained unharmed even after blocking the attacks. She had not lost a single HP. You blocked them all? Miracle Dragon's expression froze. The entire venue fell silent as the crowd stared at Gentle Snow incredulously. 1,000 Miles was more shocked than anyone. Miracle Dragon's strongest technique had been neutralized. How could this happen? While 1,000 Miles had considered the possibility of Gentle Snow blocking all 6 attacks successfully, it was with the assumption that she would use an invulnerability skill. However, Gentle Snow had not used anything like that. She had relied on her own techniques. How does a little guild like Zero Wing have such a genius? 1,000 Miles' jealousy began to bubble up as he watched the snow goddess. That's right, he envied Zero Wing. From Gentle Snow's data, he knew that the woman had not received any training from a special system, yet with weapons and equipment on par with Miracle Dragon's, she had suppressed her opponent. This was insane. If Gentle Snow joined Miracle, even 1,000 Miles himself couldn't imagine what kind of future lay ahead of the woman. Moreover, Gentle Snow was a talented manager. Rather than calling her a genius, it would be more apt to call her a prodigy. If Gentle Snow became his subordinate, it was highly possible that he could rise to guild leader in the future. Aside from Gentle Snow, Alluring Summer and Violet Cloud, who had taken to the stage in the previous matches, were similarly talented. In Miracle, they would definitely be considered top-class players. Yet, such prodigies and geniuses continued to emerge within a small guild like Zero Wing. This was ludicrous. 1,000 Miles suddenly had an idea. Poach Gentle Snow and the others for Miracle. This is too amazing. She actually managed to suppress the Sword Freak. Is this the Snow Goddess's true strength? How did she block that move? Although many among the audience were experts, they all knew that they would die instantly under the onslaught of Miracle Dragon's 6 extreme slashes. However, by the looks of Gentle Snow, it was clear that she still had energy to spare after her defense. Everyone in the crowd had goosebumps. They realized that they were about to bear witness to a historic moment. Gentle Snow was going to defeat the Sword Freak Miracle Dragon. The Asura battle team would annihilate the Evil Dragon battle team. Big Sis Snow is so amazing. I couldn't even see those attacks, yet she blocked all of them. If I had been in her shoes, I would have been defeated. Violet Cloud watched Gentle Snow with admiration. I wonder when I'll reach that realm. In response, Shi Feng simply chuckled. In reality, he wanted to reassure Violet Cloud that her combat techniques were stronger than the Snow Goddesses. It was the gap between their equipment that made the difference. The 7 Luminaries' battle armor, in particular, was almost a cheat against melee players. Gentle Snow would not fare so well against the Witch of the West. The 7 Luminaries' battle armor had 2 passive skills. Among them, magic reinforcement could improve the user's physique by 30%. Physique improvement in God's domain was not limited to increasing a player's speed and stamina. More importantly, a player's 5 senses also improved, which allowed them to keep up with speeds they normally could not. This was the benefit of an item that had once been legendary equipment. Despite its fragmented state, its effects were still frightening. Miracle Dragon also felt the effects of the 7 Luminaries' domain, decreasing his speed significantly. Even if she hadn't used the 3 Holy Spears, with Gentle Snow's current level, basic attributes, and physique, she would have no problem blocking 5 of the 6 attacks. With her battle armor's frightening defense, she wouldn't receive much damage from one strike. This was what made fragmented legendary items so terrifying. A single item could create a peak expert. This was also why the various large guilds in the past had been so desperate to obtain fragmented legendary items. Meanwhile, on the stage, just as Gentle Snow was about to display the 7 Luminaries' domain's might, Miracle Dragon revealed a bitter smile as he raised one hand and forfeited the match. Miracle Dragon had kept his word. Before everyone realized what had happened, the system automatically declared Gentle Snow and Fire Dance the winners of this match, following which, the competition came to an end. The Asura battle team had achieved complete victory over the Evil Dragon battle team. 1166, Asura becomes famous. Chapter 1166, Asura becomes famous. Only after the system announcement did the audience react. The competition, it's over, just like that? This is ridiculous. The Asura battle team has achieved another complete victory. After these 3 matches, everyone finally understood what high-level PvP truly meant. The duels today were on a whole different level compared to the PvP battles they fought before. Particularly, the experts of first and second-rate guilds were so excited that they had forgotten to breathe as they watched the match between Miracle Dragon and Gentle Snow. However, they all had to admit that this competition had completely exceeded their expectations. Before the competition had begun, almost no one had believed that the Ashura battle team could achieve victory, much less a complete victory. After all, the Evil Dragon battle team's strength was simply overwhelming. Meanwhile, this upset had also caused many people to cry out in anguish. They all regretted not betting on the Ashura battle team's complete victory. That was a 1-to-9 payout rate they were talking about. If they had wagered all of their guild's resources, the returns would be unimaginable. After all, every player capable of entering the Dark Arena had extraordinary origins. It would not be difficult to collect several hundred pieces of excellent equipment, rare tools, and materials. If they had won the bet, they would earn back several thousand items. Just the thought gave them shivers. After the competition ended, the Asura battle team had officially been added to the various superpowers list of targets. After Miracle Dragon left the stage, Alice walked up to him and asked in a soft but serious tone, "Miracle, you're the face of the guild. Why didn't you go all out?" She knew full well how powerful Miracle Dragon was. Others might not, but she had seen his strength with her own eyes. Miracle Dragon's 6 extreme slashes was far from his true power. When Miracle Dragon activated his Berserk skill, he could execute 9 extreme slashes. Although there was only a difference of 3 attacks, he could have defeated Gentle Snow, yet the swordsman had not done so. As a result, the Evil Dragon battle team had lost the competition. In addition, this wounded the guild's reputation. "You think too highly of me. Although I did conserve my strength, do you think Gentle Snow wasn't doing the same?" Miracle Dragon could not help but turn to the Asura battle team's snow goddess. Shaking his head, he smiled bitterly as he said, "Don't forget, she too possesses a peak class. Rather than exposing my 9 extreme slashes and forcing Gentle Snow to use her 2-fold berserk in return, we'd benefit more if I saved that trump card for Thunder Island. Don't forget, Thunder Island is our guild's true target." Hearing Miracle Dragon's explanation, Alice understood. While everyone believed that the strongest aspect of peak classes was the lack of shortcomings, in reality, the true power of peak classes was their ability to use 2-fold berserk. In fact, she hadn't bothered to use 2-fold berserk against Shi Feng and Violet Cloud because she wanted to surprise the various super guilds in the contest for Thunder Island. Thinking up to this point, Alice shifted her gaze to Shi Feng, her expression tensing. Could he possess a peak class as well? Alice suddenly recalled the scene when Shi Feng had sliced apart the Flame Monarch's fireballs. Shi Feng definitely had not achieved that feat simply by relying on a single berserk skill. After all, he was only a Tier 1 player, not Tier 2. If this was true, then Zero Wing really was terrifying. Despite being an upstart guild in a small kingdom, Zero Wing had 2 players that wielded peak legacies. Even Miracle couldn't say the same. They won? Inside a VIP room, Purple Jade's eyes burned with fighting spirit and frustration as she looked at Gentle Snow. Originally, her goal was to defeat the sword freak Miracle Dragon. Now, however, Gentle Snow had defeated that old monster, and she was only a few years older than Purple Jade. Moreover, Gentle Snow had never experienced any superpower system training. This realization wounded Purple Jade's pride. However, it also rekindled her hope. At the very least, she now knew that someone from the younger generation could defeat Miracle Dragon with a sword. Zero Wing is truly an interesting guild. They keep surprising everyone. As Yuan Tiexin watched Shi Feng, he recalled his first meeting with the young man. The youth, who hadn't been worth mentioning, had grown into an expert that even he feared. It really made him wonder if he were getting old. "Jade, let's go. The Dark Arena's auction is likely about to start. We need to send our items over." Purple Jade nodded in response. She then followed Yuan Tiexin and left the VIP room. In another VIP room, Nine Dragons' Emperor was extremely pale. He paled further when he noticed Phoenix Rain's grin. Although the woman hadn't said anything, he felt as if she had plunged a knife into his heart. "Miracle, that bunch of trash. They made me lose so many resources." Although he had mentioned that he had only bet a small amount of unimportant resources on the Evil Dragon battle team, in reality, he had wagered plenty of excellent weapons and equipment. Among them, there were over 50 pieces of level 40 dark gold equipment. Currently, even independent expert players were only around level 39 or level 40. Despite the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion frequently mobilizing their members to kill field bosses of higher levels, they had a very small stock of level 40 dark gold equipment. Yet, he had lost over 50 pieces in the blink of an eye. With 50 level 40 dark gold items, he could easily employ 10 peak experts. However, what annoyed him the most was the fact that Phoenix Rain had made a fortune. Just the thought of Phoenix Rain gaining the equivalent of 9 epic mage robes was enough to drive him mad. "We're leaving." Without speaking to Phoenix Rain, Nine Dragons' Emperor stormed out of the room with Martial Dragon. "Ha ha ha, Big Sis Rain, Zero Wing is simply amazing. They actually achieved a complete victory against the Evil Dragon battle team. Not only have we earned a fortune from outbet, but we also got a huge haul from the competition's total bets. With this, we won't have to worry about needing resources for the competition on Thunder Island. Blue Phoenix exclaimed excitedly after Nine Dragons Emperor had left the room. We have indeed won this time. However, the contest on Thunder Island is key, Phoenix Rain said, smiling faintly. This victory was only secondary to her. What truly impressed Phoenix Rain was the strength that Zero Wing had displayed today. With the resources she had obtained today, they definitely had a chance of occupying 2 monster encampments. However, inside another VIP room, when Abandoned Wave saw the Asura battle team win, he started to laugh like a lunatic. I'll let you celebrate for now. Soon, however, you will fall from heaven straight into hell. Abandoned Wave wore a sinister smile as he watched Shi Feng and the others. However, as Abandoned Wave was about to leave the room, he suddenly noticed a familiar figure in the Asura battle team's rest area. This person was none other than the commander of Miracle's Purgatory Legion, 1,000 Miles. 1,000 Miles showed no anger over the Evil Dragon battle team's loss. On the contrary, he wore a friendly smile as he approached Gentle Snow. Abandoned Wave was shocked. Every time he had spoken with 1,000 Miles, the man wore an indifferent expression. 1,000 Miles didn't respect him at all, yet the man smiled at Gentle Snow. No matter how Abandoned Wave looked at it, he found it odd. Hello, I am 1,000 Miles, a Vice Guild leader in Miracle. I watched the entire competition, and I have to admit that your performance was dazzling. May I ask if you would be interested in joining Miracle? If you are, I guarantee you that you'll immediately be elevated to the position of Guild Elder and will be promoted to Vice Commander in the Purgatory Legion. In the future, you might even become a Vice Guild leader. 1167 Impervious to Reason, Chapter 167, Impervious to Reason. Although 1,000 Miles' tone was plain, his words stunned everyone in the arena. Even the Evil Dragon battle team's members who were approaching from a short distance away revealed stunned expressions, confusion in their eyes as they looked at 1,000 Miles. What's the commander trying to do? Silent March could not believe her ears when she heard 1,000 Miles' offer. She was not surprised that 1,000 Miles had taken the initiative to invite Gentle Snow to Miracle. Rather, she was shocked by what he promised the Snow Goddess. Miracle was a super first-rate guild. When it came to number and quality of experts, Miracle was even stronger than some super guilds. The guild had no shortage of newcomers each year either. However, no newcomer had ever become a guild elder or vice commander of one of Miracle's trump card legions the moment they joined. Even Silent March, a genius Miracle had nurtured internally, did not receive such a treatment. The vice guild leader really is going all out this time. Alice simply smiled. It was extremely difficult to become an elder in Miracle as there were a limited number of spots. Unless the guild expanded, it would not add more elders. As for the position of the Purgatory Legion's vice commander, countless players vied for such an honor. 1,000 Miles didn't have the authority to give it away. Even Miracle's guild leader could not make such a decision alone. Such an important matter needed to be discussed among the guild's upper echelons. Since 1,000 Miles had spoken with such certainty, he was definitely prepared to pay a massive price to recruit Gentle Snow. Based on the woman's performance in the last match, it was possible that he could fulfill those promises. Miracle Dragon didn't comment on the matter at all. However, Miracle's other experts glared enviously at Gentle Snow. He had offered her the position of one of Miracle's elders. They all strove for that position. Only by becoming an elder would one have truly joined the ranks of Miracle's upper echelons. It was like joining a company's upper management. If they became one of Miracle's elders, even the guild leaders of first-rate guilds had to treat them with respect. 1,000 Miles had even promised Gentle Snow the position of vice guild leader. If they could become a vice guild leader, they would receive a portion of the guild's shares. They could also influence the guild's decisions. Standing by the side, Shi Feng said nothing in regard to 1,000 Miles' offer, though he did frown. 1,000 Miles' poaching method was the perfect representation of how super first-rate guilds operated. Thank you for your invitation. However, I have no intention of leaving Zero Wing. Gentle Snow rejected the offer without hesitation. Why? Is Miracle not a match for Zero Wing? 1,000 Miles frowned. He hadn't expected Gentle Snow to reject him so straightforwardly. She hadn't even considered his offer. This reaction irked him a little. You are very strong. If you remain in a guild like Zero Wing, you won't be able to fulfill your potential. However, if you join Miracle, you'll be able to display your abilities fully. In the future, as Miracle continues to develop, you will even have the opportunity to become a branch guild leader and manage an entire kingdom or empire. Although 1,000 Miles hadn't been loud, the many expert players present could hear his words clearly, and they all gasped in shock. Many upper echelons and guild leaders stared at Gentle Snow enviously. They all wished they were standing in her shoes. Everyone knew that God's domain was massive, and that even super guilds could not single-handedly rule over the entire game. Hence, superpowers would create branch guilds in the various kingdoms and empires to develop and expand their guilds as a whole. These branch guilds' management would be left to the branch guild leaders. Becoming a branch guild leader was the equivalent of establishing a guild of their own. Moreover, this guild would have the support of a super guilds. Becoming one of Miracle's branch guild leaders was many times better than becoming a vice guild leader. Even the main headquarters guild leader would have to treat them with respect. This was far better than being the guild leader of a measly first-rate guild. How about it? Won't you consider my offer? 1,000 Miles had already investigated Gentle Snow's situation. He knew that Blackwater had annexed Ouroboros. Ouroboros no longer existed in the virtual gaming world. However, if Gentle Snow became a branch guild leader, she would be fully capable of establishing another Ouroboros. Only, said Ouroboros would bear the name Miracle's name. He believed that this offer could tempt the Snow Goddess. It was certainly a higher honor than being Zero Wing's Vice Guild leader. Thank you for your high evaluation, Vice Guild Leader Miles. However, I've already stated that I will not leave Zero Wing. If you have nothing else to discuss, I will be on my way, Gentle Snow said. She then turned and left, wanting nothing to do with 1,000 Miles. Everyone in the arena was flabbergasted. Gentle Snow had tossed away such a heaven-sent opportunity. They simply could not figure out what was going through Gentle Snow's mind. Had she lost the ambition she had when she had been the guild leader of a first-rate guild? Even if she had lost this ambition, she should still want to grow stronger. In that case, joining Miracle should be her best option. Big Sis Snow, you're so cool, I almost fell for you. Violet Cloud's eyes shone brightly as she tugged on Gentle Snow's delicate arm. Shi Feng also released a sigh of relief. He was a little touched by Gentle Snow's response. Very few could hold themselves back when faced with the temptation of reality, not to mention the conditions 1,000 Miles had offered. As for Fire Dance and Alluring Summer, they simply smiled at 1,000 Miles. Although they had a word or two for the man, in the end, they chose to turn and leave. Miracle might be an insurmountable existence to Zero Wing right now, but the same could not be said for the future. They believed that it wouldn't be long before Shi Feng transformed Zero Wing into an existence that even surpassed Miracle. What a fool! She is simply impervious to reason. Wrathful flames burned in 1,000 Miles' eyes as he glared at Gentle Snow's departing figure. Just you wait. It won't be long before you beg to join Miracle. The struggle for dominance in God's domain was only beginning. Mainstream players were beginning to obtain mounts, and various groups were beginning to occupy NPC towns. It was only a matter of time before conflict broke out between countries. Moreover, various industrial titans had begun to set their sights on the game, investing large sums. Soon, the competition between guilds would intensify. There was a saying that destruction pursued the great. In such a competitive environment, it would not be surprising for today's overlord to vanish from the game tomorrow. At the end of the day, only superpowers like Miracle would continue to stand tall. Following which, 1,000 Miles led his subordinates out of the arena and headed for the Dark Arena's auction venue. Meanwhile, inside a VIP room upstairs, the Midnight Tea Party's members had watched every second of the competition. What an interesting guild. Endless Scars' cherry-red lips formed a joyful smile as she looked at the Asura battle team members. Due to this incident, Endless Scars' interest in the guild known as Zero Wing had grown. Her opinion was the opposite of those who were shocked and confused. The fact that an upstart guild could keep a former guild leader of a first-rate guild from leaving showed that this upstart guild held something even more attractive than what a super first-rate guild could offer. There was no other reason that someone, who would once lead their own guild, would dismiss a rare opportunity to display their abilities on a larger stage, preferring the small state that no one paid much attention to. After the competition had ended, Shi Feng headed towards the Dark Arena's exchange counter. Before the competition had begun, he had brought all of the guild's resources with him. Afterward, he had deliberately agreed to Miracle Dragon's challenge to push the Dark Arena's host to increase the competition's payout rate. And indeed, just as he had expected, the host had eventually offered a payout rate of 1-9 for a complete victory. After that, he had bet everything he could afford to lose on the Asura battle team. Here's my ticket. I would like to redeem my resources. Shi Feng smiled as he handed over the ticket the Dark Arena's host had issued him to the female player manning the counter. He had bet 300-plus pieces of level 40 dark gold equipment, 800-plus pieces of level 40 fine gold equipment, as well as plenty of high-tiered magic scrolls and rare materials. The total value of his bet easily exceeded 90,000 gold. Sir, this, the woman manning the counter nearly jumped in shock when she saw Shi Feng's ticket. 1168 Dark Auction, Chapter 1168 Dark Auction. Is there a problem? Shi Feng asked the female receptionist. No, the amount is just a little too high for me to handle. I'll have to ask my superiors before I can transfer the resources, the receptionist said, smiling bitterly. The amount of resources recorded on the ticket Shi Feng produced was frightening. There were usually many bets placed in the Dark Arena, and it was not uncommon to see players gamble several hundred or even over 1,000 weapons, equipment, rare materials, and tools. However, Shi Feng's wager was completely outside of the norm. Just the level 40 dark gold equipment he had bet numbered more than 300. Various large guilds' mainstream equipment was still level 35. Level 40 weapons and equipment were still rare, much less level 40 dark gold weapons and equipment. Normally, guilds let their experts use these items. Very few guilds would be willing to gamble these items. In this competition, although there were quite a few first-rate guilds that had level 40 dark gold equipment, they had only bet around 20 to 30 pieces at most. Even then, it was considered an extravagance. Overall, the majority of the guild's wagers were level 35 weapons and equipment, tools, and rare materials. Most importantly, Shi Feng had bet on the Asura battle team's complete victory. The Dark Arena had to compensate him with 9 times the resources he had bet. According to the Dark Arena's rules, players would get priority over resources of the same rank when claiming their winnings. In other words, if a player had bet level 40 Dark Gold equipment, once the competition was over and said player collected their winnings, the Dark Arena would give that player the level 40 Dark Gold equipment that had been wagered on the losing team. Only when the Dark Arena was out of level 40 Dark Gold equipment would it compensate the player with items of a lower rank. Meanwhile, this competition was unusual. Rather than relying on the system, the Dark Arena's host was the bookkeeper. As a result, the bets did not follow the natural payout rates, which resulted in an unbalanced payout ratio. If the bets on the losing battle team were not enough to cover the bets placed on the winning battle team, the host would have to cover the rest. Shi Feng had bet over 300 level 40 Dark Gold weapons and pieces of equipment. In other words, the Dark Arena had to pay him over 2,700 level 40 Dark Gold equipment. Shi Feng was also going to redeem over 7,000 level 40 fine gold weapons and equipment. He was definitely going to wring the host dry. With so many weapons and equipment, one could easily arm a legion of 1,000 level 40 experts and have plenty to spare. Even the Dark Arena's host couldn't collect so many items within a short time. As the Dark Arena, there was a minimum requirement of the quality of the items wagered. For example, level 35 secret silver equipment would not be accepted. The bare minimum was level 35 fine gold weapons or equipment. The same was true for rare materials and tools. Although many had bet on the Evil Dragon battle team, there were still a few players who had bet on the Asura battle team's complete victory. In fact, one person had even gambled an epic item. After considering all of the bets, the remaining resources would not be enough to pay off Shi Feng's claim. After a moment, the receptionist finally received feedback from her superiors. Turning to Shi Feng, the receptionist awkwardly reported, "Sir, as your wager was somewhat large, so we aren't able to transfer all of the required resources within a short period. Aside from resources of the same rank, may I know if you are willing to accept a portion of the payment in coins or magic crystals? That's fine. I'll take payment in both coins and magic crystals." Shi Feng nodded. He was not particularly surprised by this outcome. The host had set the payout rates too high. Even if a lot of people had gambled on the Evil Dragon battle team winning, there were bound to be a few who tested their luck. It was only natural that the host was in a predicament. After all, it was not that easy to procure top-tier resources. Even super guilds were not immune to the difficulty. In fact, the only reason he had so many items lying around was thanks to Pantheon, Blackwater, and Heaven's Burial. If he had not trapped and killed so many of their expert and elite players, he wouldn't have been able to collect so many items either. After all, when he placed items of such rank in the guild warehouse, guild members traded in their GCPs very quickly. Unless, of course, the host was willing to let their own guild experts go naked. Obviously, this was impossible. Afterward, Shi Feng had Fire Dance and the others transport his winnings. In total, Shi Feng had won tens of thousands of weapons, equipment, tools, and rare materials. Even his own bag space couldn't hold that many items. Guild leader, did you just rob the Dark Arena's warehouse? Fire Dance was breathless as she looked weapons and equipment in her bag. If it were simply common weapons and equipment, she wouldn't have said anything. Even the most inferior item was a piece of level 35 fine gold equipment. Our harvest is even greater than when we annihilated the Blackwater army. With this, our guild won't have to worry about weapons and equipment for some time. Gentle Snow's eyes shone as she looked at Shi Feng's winnings. With these weapons and equipment, our guild can start expanding again. Weapons and equipment were a guild's foundation. To develop a guild, one first needed to develop the guild's weapon and equipment supply. Currently, guild's main sources for weapons and equipment were powerful field bosses and large-scale team dungeons. This was also why the various large guilds needed experts. Without experts taking the lead, it would be very difficult for elite and ordinary players to kill powerful monsters or raid difficult team dungeons. However, what Gentle Snow did not know was that their harvest from the Dark Arena not only helped prepare Zero Wing for its next expansion, but it also covered their construction fees for upgrading Stone Forest Town to intermediate rank. Next, Shi Feng simply needed to pay the construction fees and NPCs would begin rebuilding Stone Forest Town according to the Grandmaster Town design. Transport these items back to the guild for now. I'll go and participate in the auction. When Shi Feng glanced at the time, he noticed there were less than 10 minutes before the dark auction began. It would be a huge loss to miss out. Moreover, Shi Feng had just obtained 420,000 magic crystals and 50,000 gold coins from the host. He had practically emptied the host's pockets. Following which, Shi Feng hurried to the auction venue. The dark auction was known as one of the largest auctions in God's domain. There were always a plethora of items up for auction, and every one of them was of excellent quality. Even fragmented legendary items had been for sale in the past. Although many large guilds wanted to participate, it was extremely difficult to do so. The minimum requirement to attend the dark auction had been the same to enter the dark arena in the past. Moreover, each invitation was limited to one person. One could not bring guests. Of course, these rules hadn't been implemented yet. Any player that had received an invitation to the dark arena could take part. As soon as Shi Feng reached the underground arena's top floor, he noticed a sea of people. There were more than double the number of players who had watched the competition. Upper echelons from super guilds and super first-rate guilds that had not been in the audience had arrived here. As Shi Feng searched a place to sit, a familiar voice came from behind him. Yi Feng? When Shi Feng heard this voice, he could not help but turn towards its source. Immediately, he noticed Autumn Goose. She had already risen to level 41 and wore silver armor trimmed in red. Standing beside Autumn Goose was the Wind God Spear's commander, Fallen Wind. The man had already reached level 42. His level was quite eye-catching as he stood among the crowd. A glamorous beauty stood next to these two. The woman wore deep red leather armor and had a tattered and broken sword hanging from her waist. Although she had hidden her level with her black cloak, one could easily tell she was a first-class assassin based on her sharp aura. Moreover, Shi Feng was very familiar with this beauty's face. Almost every superpower in God's domain knew the woman's nickname. She was Arrogance, one of the Flower of Seven Sins, 1169, Legacy Item, Chapter 169, Legacy Item. They actually know each other? Shi Feng was a little surprised to see these three walking together. He had never imagined that the Wind God Spear would have a connection with the Flower of Seven Sins. The Flower of Seven Sins was an organization that not even super guilds dared to provoke. Meanwhile, within the organization, the most famous players were none other than the Seven Sins. The peerless beauty standing before him wielded the title Arrogance Hidden Soul. In the past, the Flower of Seven Sins had been hired to assassinate a super guild's guild leader. Eventually, the organization completed the task. Meanwhile, Hidden Soul was among those who took part in the assassination. A super guild's guild leader was extraordinarily strong, otherwise they wouldn't have risen to that position in the first place. In addition, a large group of peak experts usually followed these guild leaders, making assassinations nearly impossible, yet the Flower of Seven Sins had succeeded. Due to that incident, Hidden Soul's fame had skyrocketed. That incident had shocked the entire virtual gaming world. Noticing Autumn Goose's excitement, Hidden Soul glanced at Shi Feng before asking softly, "Autumn, is he an acquaintance?" At this moment, Shi Feng wore a black cloak, so she couldn't check his level. However, the fact that the man had been allowed into the dark auction house proved his status. Yi Feng is the expert we told you about before. If not for his help, our Wind God Spear would have suffered tremendously. Autumn Goose nodded. That's right. If not for Brother Yi Feng lending a hand, we would have been trapped inside the Trial of God, Fallen Wind said. So, this is the guy you were talking about. Hidden Soul could not help but study Shi Feng more carefully. While Hidden Soul quietly observed Shi Feng, Fallen Wind and Autumn Goose approached him to say hello. Brother Yi Feng, long time no see. Smiling, Fallen Wind continued. I never thought that you'd be here to participate in the auction as well. Why don't you join us? He had personally witnessed Shi Feng's strength, and he admired the man. It was also thanks to Shi Feng that he had improved his combat standards. If possible, he really wanted to spar with Shi Feng in the future. That's right, we came here with Big Sister Soul this time. Big Sister Soul's invitation card allowed us to use a room on the second floor. You get to know what items are up for auction in those rooms. This way, you'll have an easier time bidding on what you want, Autumn Goose added. Originally, Shi Feng had wondered why Fallen Wind and Autumn Goose had been surprised to see him. Logically, they should have seen him in the arena. However, he understood after hearing the players' comments. Not many people were particularly interested in the Dark Arena's competitions. After all, the various superpowers would never reveal their true strength here. However, it was a different story for the Dark Auction. Hence, it wasn't unusual for others to be unaware of his situation. Moreover, Hidden Soul had brought Fallen Wind and Autumn Goose as her guests. It was even less likely for them to know about the Asura battle team. Seeing as both Fallen Wind and Autumn Goose had passionately invited him to join them, Shi Feng agreed after considering the matter. Not just anyone could enter the second-floor rooms. Only superpowers had this privilege. Meanwhile, as Autumn Goose had said, the second-floor rooms provided a preview, the items that were up for auction. With this insight, one could organize their funds and plan the items they wanted to buy. It was an advantage of status and position. For people from first-rate guilds or below, they could only wait for the item's reveal patiently. While Shi Feng chatted with Fallen Wind as they walked upstairs, Hidden Soul pulled Autumn Goose to a side and asked softly, Little Autumn, did you say that Rain refused to leave her guild because of him? I'm not sure. I only know that Yi Feng has quested with Rain several times. After that, no matter how much I tried to persuade her, she wouldn't leave Zero Wing. However, Zero Wing is impressive. Now that I think about it, even I envy her a little, Autumn Goose said, shaking her head. So, that's how it is. Hearing Autumn Goose's words, Hidden Soul shot Shi Feng a frosty look. It seems that I'll have to find an opportunity to get to know him properly. The Dark Auction House's second-floor rooms were quite spacious. Each one was roughly the size of a basketball court. Aside from the staff members stationed within, there was a table lined with precious alcoholic and non-alcoholic beverages. Any bottle on display could easily sell for 50 or 60 silver coins, with some worth over 3 gold. The fact that the Dark Arena's host offered the guests as many of these beverages as they wanted showed just how wealthy they were. Fallen Wind gulped when he saw the alcohol. Even he couldn't afford to indulge in alcohol worth 3 gold per bottle. Normally, he considered wine worth several dozen silver extravagant enough. After Shi Feng and the others took their seats, the staff member handed each of them a list of the auctioned items. Dear guests, our auction will be split into 2 segments. We will host the first segment, and all of the items for sale have been recorded on that list. The second segment will be a trading session. If you have any items you wish to put up for trade, our auction house will represent you. However, to assure the product's quality, we will charge a processing fee of 40 magic crystals or 10 gold coins for each item. In the case of raw materials, we will charge 60 magic crystals of 15 gold coins per stack. After everyone received the list, the staff member explained the dark auction's general process. Fallen Wind and Autumn Goose frowned when they heard the explanation. This is simply too fraudulent, Autumn Goose whispered. Just getting the auction house to help promote their items cost a minimum of 40 magic crystals or 10 gold coins. There wasn't even a guarantee that their trade would be successful. This was practically daylight robbery. Even expert players had to grind for a long time to collect 10 gold coins. Otherwise, they wouldn't worry about affording them out. Fallen Wind and Autumn Goose finally understood why the host offered so many expensive beverages in these second-floor rooms. It felt as if they had already paid for the drinks. In the auction, the crowd was more interested in the trading session than the organizers' items. After all, there were many priceless treasures in God's domain. Those present generally had little need for coins and magic crystals. They were more willing to spend these currencies to purchase items that weren't available on the market. Hidden Soul simply smiled at Autumn Goose's reaction. Anyone capable of receiving a second-floor room invitation had an extraordinary status or position. To people like them, 40 magic crystals and 10 gold coins were nothing more than spare change. Moreover, the requirement's purpose was to ensure the quality of players' items. If the item were not of particular value, it wouldn't be worthwhile to invest 10 gold to trade it. Everyone here was wealthy. They naturally would not waste their time checking out worthless items. After the staff member finished his explanation, 3 people approached the auction hall center. Among them, 2 were tall, beautiful, ordinary female players. These women were specifically tasked to display the auctioned items. The last person was a middle-aged man. He was obviously the auctioneer. When these 3 people took center stage, the venue fell silent. These players had fallen silent because the first auctioned item was simply too frightening. It was a legacy item that allowed one to class change into a hidden class. 1170 Difference in Wealth. Chapter 1170, Difference in Wealth. It's really a legacy item. The host is simply too amazing. They're actually auctioning such an item as well. What wealth? The auction hall was suddenly in an uproar. Even the people in the second-floor rooms could not help but pay attention to the item that was brought out. Although they had long since known that a legacy item was going to be put up for auction, the information they had regarding the item was very vague. As a result, they could only wait for the auction house to officially announce the specifics of the legacy item. Hidden classes were no longer a secret in God's domain. However, obtaining one was still extremely difficult, even more difficult than getting an epic item. Moreover, unlike epic items where there would eventually come a time when they would be discarded, hidden classes could accompany players throughout their entire gaming career in God's domain. Currently, any guild that obtained a clue or item leading to a hidden class would not even think of selling it. Meanwhile, seeing as the first item revealed in the dark auction was already so impressive, it was certain that the subsequent items would be of roughly similar quality. I believe everyone has already seen this item for themselves. As for the item's exact information, pardon us for not publicizing it. Consider this a security measure for the buyer. However, I can still share the basic details of this item with everyone. This is a Magic Knight's Legacy Shield. According to the Legacy ranks, it is considered an advanced legacy. However, it is a defense-type hidden class. I believe everyone should know full well that its value is no less than that of peak legacies. As this item is very special, the seller of this item is accepting only magic crystals. The starting bid is set at 20,000 crystals, and each increment should be no less than 1,000 crystals. Let us begin. The instant the auctioneer finished speaking, a furor broke out in the entire auction hall. The starting bid was simply too high. Everyone could not help but be shocked by it. The dark auction accepted payment in both magic crystals and coins. However, compared to magic crystals, the various large guilds preferred to pay using coins, as magic crystals were truly difficult to obtain. Unlike coins, the sources of magic crystals were only dungeon bosses or monsters in certain regional dungeons. There were no other reliable methods of obtaining magic crystals. The only bright side was that the various large guilds had always been saving up on magic crystals for unexpected situations. Meanwhile, in order to successfully purchase the items they were aiming for, they had naturally brought their entire stockpile just in case. Nevertheless, just the starting bid was already 20,000 magic crystals, a price very few guilds could afford. Even first-rate guilds shuddered at this figure. However, the hidden class in question right now was a defensive-type hidden class. The various large guilds and famous adventurer teams still had to give it a try, even if they knew the price was ridiculously high. After all, an MT was the core of a team. A team with a powerful MT would have their overall strength elevated to a whole new level. 22,000 crystals, 24,000 crystals, 26,000 crystals. Immediately, people all over the auction hall began shouting out bids one after another. In the blink of an eye, the price of the legacy shield shot past 30,000 magic crystals. If converted to coins, that would be equivalent to 7,500 gold, a considerable amount even for first-rate guilds. Moreover, even if one had 7,500 gold, they would not be able to purchase 30,000 magic crystals. Magic Knight? Shi Feng was somewhat astonished as he looked at the massive, tattered shield displayed on the stage. He had never thought that the Dark Auction House would be capable of obtaining the legacy for the Magic Knight class. The Magic Knight class had been a very famous hidden class in the past. It significantly strengthened not only an MT's attack capabilities, but also their defensive capabilities. Most importantly, MTs that class changed to the Magic Knight class received a massive boost to their magic resistance. The class was an extremely rare hidden class. If he could have one of the guild's MTs become a Magic Knight, he would have a much easier time raiding the level 50 regional dungeon Tower of Time in the future. In the past, the Tower of Time was a place contested by all nearby kingdoms and empires. Not only did the Tower of Time produce magic crystals, but most importantly, it also produced 7 luminaries crystals. The mind space system had been activated a lot later in the past. Hence, by the time it was activated, mainstream players had long since exceeded the level limit of entering the Tower of Time. Even then, the battle for the dungeon had never once stopped. With the mind space system having been activated this soon, Shi Feng could imagine how intense the competition over the Tower of Time would be. Meanwhile, practically all of the monsters inside the dungeon dealt high magic damage. Needless to say, the bosses inside were the same. Without sufficient magic resistance, entering the dungeon would simply be suicide. Currently, the main forces of the various guilds in God's domain were only a short distance from reaching level 50. Hence, Shi Feng needed to make some preparations in anticipation. Before Shi Feng could even place a bid of his own, he suddenly heard Hidden Soul bidding, 50,000 crystals. Immediately, the entire auction hall fell silent, everyone turning to look at the room Hidden Soul was in. If not for the second-floor rooms concealing the occupants' identities, most likely, the gazes from the first floor might have killed Hidden Soul several times already. Meanwhile, Autumn Goose and Fallen Wind, who sat beside Hidden Soul, were looking at their companion in shock. They never imagined that Hidden Soul could take out so many magic crystals. The Wind God's Spear could be considered an extremely famous adventurer team in the Dark Knight Empire. However, even they would be hard-pressed to gather up 10,000 magic crystals at a moment's notice. Yet, Hidden Soul, who did not belong to any guild, had actually placed a bid of 50,000 magic crystals. Moreover, players could not call out a bid if they did not possess the corresponding items. After the first-floor hall fell into a momentary silence, many people promptly gave up on the Legacy Shield. Although they wished to obtain it, they simply did not have the ability to do so. 51,000 crystals, 52,000 crystals, 53,000 crystals. Suddenly, the number of first-rate guild upper echelons calling out bids on the first floor decreased drastically. At this moment, any guild on the first floor capable of bidding was using practically every magic crystal the guild possessed, prepared to break the bank in order to get the Legacy Shield. As a result, the price of the Legacy Shield continued increasing by the thousands. 70,000 crystals. This was the bid of 1,000 Miles, who likewise was in a second-floor room. This price immediately silenced the first-rate guild upper echelons on the first floor, who were still considering bidding. That was 70,000 magic crystals they were talking about. Converted to coins, that would be 17,500 gold. With that kind of money, they could even purchase a good plot of land in the imperial capital of an empire. 80,000 crystals. At this time, a new bid came from another room. This time, the bid increased directly by 10,000 magic crystals. This situation stupefied the players on the first floor. Just taking out 50,000 magic crystals had already sunk the various first-rate guilds present into a financial crisis. Yet, from the behavior of those in the second-floor rooms, they were just getting started. The disparity in the economic strength of both sides was like the difference between heaven and earth. Pavilion Master, if we spend 80,000 magic crystals to buy this legacy, it'll be somewhat risky when the bidding for those two items begin, Martial Dragon reminded. In their trip to the Dark Arena this time, watching the competition was only secondary. Their true objective was 2 of the Dark Auction's finale items. It doesn't matter. Even if we really tried to compete, it is impossible for us to get both of those items. Rather than end up getting nothing at all, it is much better if we secure this Magic Knight legacy first. Later on, we can simply settle for competing for just one of those items, Nine Dragons Emperor replied calmly. Before the revelation that the legacy item was for the Magic Knight class, He indeed had not been interested in it. However, a defensive-type hidden class would be of significant help to him on Thunder Island. Moreover, if he had one of the guild's guardian knights start the class change process immediately after he returned, they could still make it to the contest in time. However, as soon as Nine Dragons Emperor placed his bid, a new one appeared in the hall. 100,000 crystals. This was a price that made even the players in the various rooms on the second floor wince. Just what kind of background do those people in that room possess? Could they have lost their minds? At that price, one can even buy a fragmented legendary item. Everyone could not help but turn to look at the room that placed this bid. Big Sis Soul? Autumn Goose felt as if this was her first time meeting Hidden Soul. The price of 100,000 magic crystals also gave the players in the second floor rooms pause. They all felt that this price exceeded their initial expectations. 100,000 crystals going once, 100,000 crystals going twice. Just as the gavel was about to land for the third time, a new bid appeared in the auction hall. 120,000 crystals. 1171 Solomon's Fragment. Chapter 1171, Solomon's Fragment. The words 120,000 crystals, echoing throughout the quiet auction hall, caused a sudden commotion. Just who is it that's so rich? You can buy several epic items at that price. This is crazy. 120,000 crystals, that is already double our guild's stockpile. Everyone present was shocked by the price of the Magic Knight Legacy. Meanwhile, 1,000 Miles, who had placed the bid, sent an anxious glance at Hidden Soul's room. Now that I've raised it by 20,000, I refuse to believe you will dare to compete with me. Initially, 1,000 Miles expected to get the legacy for only 90,000 magic crystals. Afterwards, he would still have a goodly amount of crystals to compete for the finale items. Now, however, his plans were disrupted. In order to guarantee his purchase of the legacy, he had no choice but to raise the price by 20,000 crystals to scare off any possible competitors. However, after a moment of silence, Hidden Soul called out a new bid once again. 130,000 crystals. She did not have even a shred of hesitation when calling out this bid. Sure enough, the Flower of Seven Sins really is wealthy. Shi Feng was astounded as he looked at the calm woman sitting close to him. Unlike super guilds, the Flower of Seven Sins did not have countless players collecting magic crystals for them. When it came to magic crystal gathering speed, the organization should be no match for super guilds at all. Nevertheless, Hidden Soul still managed to take out 130,000 magic crystals with ease. One could tell just how powerful the assassin organization was. 135,000 crystals, 1,000 Miles bellowed. This price was already nearing his acceptable limit. 140,000 crystals. Hidden Soul simply smiled as she placed an even higher bid. This price already deterred everyone else in the auction hall from competing for the legacy shield. Damn it, just who is trying to compete with me? 1,000 Miles was burning with rage right now. The Magic Knight class was a hidden class perfectly suited to him. Yet, judging by the opponent's reactions, they still possessed plenty of funds to spare. The other party also seemed adamant in obtaining the Magic Knight legacy no matter what. Since you wish to compete against me, I want to see just what kind of ability you have. 160,000 crystals. The instant he placed this bid, even the players occupying the second floor rooms were taken aback. Even super guilds would need a long time to accumulate that many magic crystals. Yet now, all these resources were being spent on just an advanced legacy. Instead of doing so, getting oneself an entire set of epic equipment would be much better. The improvement such a set could bring would definitely be much more than what the Magic Knight class could. Only when the auctioneer slammed his gavel for the first time did everyone wake up from their daze. As expected from the dark auction, Hidden Soul could not help but shake her head helplessly, a smile appearing on her face as she turned to look at 1,000 Miles' room. However, this is also a good outcome. At the very least, I'll have one less competitor later on. Now that the Legacy Shield's price had already reached this point, even she could no longer compete for it. The reason was not a lack of magic crystals. She had come here this time for 2 items, one of which was the Magic Knight Legacy that the Flower of Seven Sins had found out about in secret. However, the other item had a higher priority. If she bought the Magic Knight Legacy now, she definitely would not be able to obtain the other item. When the auctioneer's gavel descended for the second time, the entire auction hall was still silent. Seeing this situation, 1,000 Miles involuntarily breathed out a sigh of relief. He had permission to use only 140,000 of the magic crystals the guild had prepared for this auction for himself. He had cleared out his own stockpile to cover the excess amount and had even borrowed a lot from Alice. If someone called out a higher bid now, he really would have no choice but to give up on the legacy. Fortunately, however, he was finally able to achieve his goal by spending 160,000 magic crystals. 165,000. Just as the auctioneer's gavel was about to land for the third time, a new bid rang out again. Immediately, everyone turned to look at Hidden Soul's room. Damn it, didn't he already give up? A cold glint flashed in 1,000 Miles' eyes. Meanwhile, inside Hidden Soul's room, Fallen Wind and Autumn Goose were staring at Shi Feng with dumbfounded expressions. Why does he have so many magic crystals? A bewildered hidden soul also stared at the calm swordsman. She simply could not believe this situation was true. If a superpower had offered that many magic crystals for the Magic Knight legacy, she would, at most, feel a little frustrated at her loss. However, Shi Feng didn't belong to any superpower, yet he still managed to come up with this many magic crystals, hence her extreme shock. After all, a first-rate guild's stockpile of magic crystals did not even amount to half of this price. Meanwhile, Autumn Goose and Fallen Wind were similarly shocked. Zero Wing was simply too wealthy. Just as everyone thought that the price of the Magic Knight legacy would continue increasing, contrary to expectations, Thousand Miles fell silent. Although the price had increased by just an additional 5,000 magic crystals, this was an amount he could not come up with no matter what right now unless he utilized the guild's prepared magic crystals. However, this was obviously not a viable option, hence he had no choice but to watch the auctioneer knock his gavel again and again. Let us congratulate the guest in room 017 for obtaining the Magic Knight legacy. At this moment, the auctioneer was thrilled. This was only the first auction item, yet it already sold at such a good price. The rest of the auction would no doubt be even livelier. Meanwhile, Shi Feng also gritted his teeth as he paid 165,000 magic crystals to the auction house. If not for the 7 luminaries crystals in the Tower of Time, he wouldn't spend 165,000 magic crystals for the Magic Knight legacy no matter what, following which, auction items sold one after another. However, rarely any of the subsequent items managed to attract the attention of the players in the second-floor rooms. Those who contested for these items were mainly players in the first-floor hall. The prices of these items were naturally no match for the Magic Knight legacy. However, they still sold for at least 200 gold. There was even another hidden class, however, it was only a basic legacy. Eventually, the first-rate guild Silver Knights purchased it for 18,000 magic crystals. Aside from that, a complete level 40 dark gold set equipment also went up for auction. The various superpowers of God's domain considered level 40 set equipment among the best equipment currently available. When the set equipment appeared, it immediately set off another bidding war in the auction hall. Eventually, Nine Dragons Emperor bought the 8-piece Wild Claws set equipment for 4,450 gold. At this price, one could already purchase an epic item. As the auction proceeded, the finale items of the day were finally ushered into the auction hall. There were 4 finale items in total, every one of them posing a great temptation for Shi Feng. One was an ancient book, one was an epic weapon, one was an epic tool, and the last one was a secret technique tablet. When Shi Feng had seen the list of items for auction, he nearly had jumped up in fright. He could not help but admit that the dark auction house was really powerful. Every one of these items could only be encountered by luck. Epic weapons were much more valuable than epic equipment. After all, weapons were things that could significantly improve a player's damage output. Meanwhile, epic tools were even rarer than epic weapons. Moreover, they would not occupy a player's equipment slots. Even an epic tool of average attributes would be far more valuable than an epic weapon. All 4 of the finale items were simply things that usually could not be bought even if one had the money to do so. This was especially true for the secret technique tablet. This was something highly sought after by all the various superpowers. As long as a guild had a secret technique tablet, they would be able to allow their experts to learn better and more powerful combat techniques. Although Shi Feng wanted to have his guild members enter the secret technique tablet he possessed, unfortunately, grasping how to produce intermediate magic arrays was simply too difficult. Currently, aside from himself, only 2 other people had managed to do so. One of them was Violet Cloud and the other was Alluring Summer. Sending only 3 people to use the secret technique tablet would be a tremendous waste. Hence, Shi Feng had never bothered using it all this time. If not for the host trying to increase the dark auction's fame, they definitely wouldn't sell such a precious item. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item up for bids will be the first finale item of today's auction. Without further ado, let me present to you the one-handed sword Netherworld Brilliance. Saying so, the auctioneer publicized Netherworld Brilliance's information. Everyone's eyes glowed when they saw the weapon's attributes, drool nearly flowing from their mouths. As for Shi Feng, he grew even more shocked after reading the weapon's introduction. Solomon's Fragment, 1172, Sword of Death. Chapter 1172, Sword of Death. The host is simply too generous. They're actually willing to sell even a famed sword. This weapon's attributes are much stronger than those of ordinary epic weapons. This is definitely the most amazing one-handed sword I've seen. Everyone gasped when they saw the attributes of Netherworld Brilliance. Players that used one-handed swords could not help but wish they could grab the weapon and give it a few swings right this instant. They really are going all out this time. There are only a total of 36 famed swords in God's domain. They are all unique epic weapons. Every one of them is a weapon that countless swordsman experts dream of obtaining. Yuan Tiexin, who was seated inside a second-floor room, was slightly astonished when he saw Netherworld Brilliance. Practically everyone in the second-floor rooms came from one of God's domain's superpowers. To them, epic weapons were indeed rare, but not entirely out of their reach. Getting one of their own was only a matter of time. However, famed swords were a different story. These were weapons adored by sword-wielding experts. If utilized properly, one could draw in those sword fanatics who were normally very difficult to recruit. Among the 8 sword meisters on the God's Domain experts list, 3 were independent players. If the secret pavilion used a famed sword as bait, recruiting one of them might really be possible. Netherworld Brilliance. One-handed sword, epic rank, level 40, level 100, level 40. Equipment requirement, strength 700, agility 400 attack, power plus 1340, strength plus 11, agility plus 72, endurance plus 60, attack speed plus 115. When attacking, 20% chance to trigger heavy crash, increasing strength by 30% and attack speed by 20%, 20% chance to trigger blur, making the attack impossible to be parried or blocked, 30% chance to trigger double critical. When equipped, strength increased by 10%, agility increased by 5%, all sword-related skills plus 3 levels, ignore levels plus 15, all sword-related skill completion rates increased by 2%. Additional passive skill 1, Death Devour. Any creature that dies within 200 yards will provide wielder with a Death Devour buff, increasing wielder's attack speed by 1% and all sword-related skill completion rates by 1% for 30 seconds. Buff can be stacked up to 30 times. Additional passive skill 2, Death's Phantom. Wielder's physique improves as HP decreases. Physique can improve up to a maximum of 20%. A Sword of Death created by famed Smith Jacks using a piece of mysterious sword fragment. Netherworld Brilliance is one of the 36 famed swords of God's Domain, ranking 30th. Anyone that wields this sword will be enveloped in an aura of death, decreasing all their attributes by 20% and doubling the death penalty they suffer. Can be evolved, cannot be destroyed. However, when everyone was finally done reading through the weapon's introduction, they all shook their heads and sighed. Netherworld Brilliance was indeed an amazing weapon. This was especially true for the increase to sword-related skill completion rates. Although it was only a meager 2%, boosting an 88% completion rate to 90% would allow a skill to undergo a qualitative transformation. Unfortunately, not only did the weapon decrease its wielder's basic attributes by 20%, but it also doubled the death penalty they would suffer, which was something most people wanted to avoid. Leveling up was extremely difficult in God's Domain. Although Netherworld Brilliance would boost one's combat power significantly, nobody could say with certainty that they would not die. If one would originally lose 1 level when they died out in the fields, then they would lose 2 levels if they were wielding Netherworld Brilliance. Moreover, practically everyone present frequently raided large-scale team dungeons. Dying in such dungeons was common. Normally, they would only lose 10% of their EXP when dying in dungeons. If this penalty doubled to 20%, just thinking about it gave everyone chills. At this moment, everyone finally understood the auction host's generosity in putting a famed sword up for auction. Most likely, nobody in the host's guild wanted to be anywhere near the weapon at all. Hence, rather than let it sit in a warehouse and collect dust, the guild opted to exchange it for resources. Noticing the audience's lack of interest, the auctioneer chuckled and said, "Now that everyone has seen the weapon, I believe you all know the flaws of Netherworld Brilliance. However, at the end of the day, this is still an epic weapon. Moreover, this weapon can be evolved. If you manage to discover the method of evolution, this sword could become a godly weapon in the future. It might even become a fragmented legendary weapon. The starting price for this weapon is 8,000 gold. Each increment must not be lower than 200 gold. Hearing the starting price of the weapon, everyone inwardly cursed the auction house for being fraudulent. If not for the famed sword's flaws, not to mention 8,000 gold, even spending 8,000 gold to obtain it wouldn't be a problem. After all, it was an epic weapon that could be used all the way to level 110. In addition, there was the possibility of evolving it. Alright then, I'll get it as a collection item. I bid 8,000 gold. I can attract quite a number of people if I put it on display in my guild. I'll bid 8,200 gold, 8,400 gold. The audience in the auction hall was not particularly active in bidding for Netherworld Brilliance. After a dozen or so bids, the price eventually stopped at 11,000 gold. Shi Feng's heart began beating madly as he looked at the weapon displayed on the stage. To others, this weapon would indeed be of little value. To him, however, it was a priceless treasure. Solomon's sword had been broken into 5 fragments. Among them, 3 were in locations that current players could not reach. Meanwhile, of the 2 remaining, Shi Feng had already obtained one of them, the sacred sword killing ray. The last fragment was none other than this Netherworld Brilliance. Originally, Shi Feng had planned on thinking of a way to obtain Netherworld Brilliance. However, he never imagined that the Dark Arena's host had actually gotten it already. Moreover, they even put it up for auction. This was one of the 10 great legendary weapons they were talking about. As long as he could gather all 5 fragments, he could reproduce the God Sword of the past once again. Just thinking about it excited Shi Feng. 12,000 gold. Shi Feng raised the price slightly. Obviously, no one was that interested in Netherworld Brilliance. However, as it was a famed sword and also had the potential to evolve, there were still some people who were willing to bet on that possibility. Hence, he would not raise the price by too much. If he suddenly raised it too high, people would no doubt become suspicious. Thus, when calling out his bid, he could not offer too high or too low. What rich people? I don't want it anymore. Amazing. Someone's actually betting 12,000 gold on luck. Just as the other bidders were giving up one after another, a voice suddenly resounded throughout the entire hall. 13,000 gold. Meanwhile, the person who had placed this bid was none other than 1,000 Miles. You stole my legacy away. Do you think I'll let you get that weapon so easily? 1,000 Miles sneered as he looked at the room Shi Feng occupied. Although 1,000 Miles did not know who was occupying the room, he could easily tell which room had placed the 12,000 gold bid. After noticing Shi Feng's interest in netherworld brilliance, he naturally could not allow him to have an easy time. The person in that room is really vengeful, Autumn Goose growled as she looked at 1,000 Miles' room. Brother Yifeng, if you don't have enough money, just say the word. I can lend you all the money I have. Fallen Wind also grew indignant at 1,000 Miles' behavior. Thanks, I'll definitely borrow from you if I need to, Shi Feng said. He then proceeded to place a new bid. 20,000 gold. This is madness. Even if that person is angry, there's no need to waste so much money, right? The rich are really willful. The new bid Shi Feng made stupefied everyone. Everyone present was someone of high status and position. However, none of them would treat their money as lightly as Shi Feng did, raising the bid by an additional 7,000 gold just to let off some steam. One could already buy another epic weapon with that kind of money. Wow, how rich! All right then, I'll let you have it. 1,000 Miles laughed over this situation. However, he no longer dared to continue bidding as this might be a trap for him. He was already satisfied with getting Shi Feng to waste an additional 8,000 gold. Following which, the auctioneer knocked his gavel 3 times. Let us congratulate the guest from room 017 for obtaining the famed sword Netherworld Brilliance. At this moment, the auctioneer was close to laughing out loud in joy already. Originally, he thought that getting to sell the famed sword for 12,000 gold was already plenty good. Now, he had actually sold it for 20,000 gold. On the other hand, after Shi Feng paid the 20,000 gold and obtained Netherworld Brilliance, he too was inwardly jumping for joy. He couldn't care less about what others thought of him. He had just spent 20,000 gold to purchase one of the 5 fragments of Solomon's sword, one of the 10 great legendary weapons. This was an unimaginably low price. If the Dark Arena's host knew what they had just done, they would surely faint from shock. In the past, every fragment of legendary items put up for auction, regardless of whether they were usable or not, had readily sold for at least 50,000 gold, not to mention the fragment of one of the 10 great legendary weapons. The epic tool subsequently auctioned was roughly the same as Netherworld Brilliance in that it was somewhat useless. However, it could still be used to brew magic wine, which provided effects similar to the high-density mana environment in Stoneforest Town when consumed. However, the wine required rare materials for brewing. As a result, its production was fated to be low, only enough for the members of one's own guild at most. However, for guilds that did not possess the magic tower, the magic wine was undeniably an excellent way to improve the strength of their guild members. In the end, Phoenix Rain bought the tool for 14,000 magic crystals. As for the ancient book, Shi Feng spent 70,000 magic crystals to purchase it. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that many among you have come here today for this last item. I won't waste words giving you an introduction. The starting bid for the secret technique tablet will be 200,000 magic crystals. Each increment must be at least 2,000 magic crystals. Let us begin. 1173 Legacy of Ancient Gods. Chapter 173 Legacy of Ancient Gods. 200,000 magic crystals for a stone tablet. The players in the first floor hall clamored when they heard this. 200,000? I didn't mishear, right? What is this stone tablet? This is a joke, right? The most expensive item sold in the auction thus far was the Magic Knight Legacy. Even then, it still sold for less than the minimum price of the secret technique tablet. Everyone just could not figure out what kind of godly purpose the tablet served. However, none of the players occupying the second floor rooms was surprised by this price at all. The matter regarding the secret technique tablet was something the various superpowers had kept a tight lid on all this time. Even the first-rate guilds that knew about this secret were extremely few, not to mention other guilds. Following which, the auctioneer revealed the appearance of the secret technique tablet to everyone. This secret technique tablet had a bronze color and was named the Secret Spellcasting Technique. Secret Spellcasting Technique. The pattern engraved on this tablet is too vague and incomplete, and no information can be deciphered. However, some kind of divine power hides within this pattern. If one gathers all of the stone tablets, this vague and incomplete pattern can be restored. Current tablet count 1112. I knew the host wouldn't be that generous. Sure enough, they're just selling a bronze tablet, 1,000 Miles said contemptuously. Based on current information, secret technique tablets could be categorized into 3 ranks: bronze, silver, and gold. Among them, the secret techniques on bronze tablets were the weakest, while the secret techniques on gold tablets were the strongest. The fact that they're even willing to sell one is already a miracle. After all, it is still a secret technique tablet. Our guild already has a tablet for the secret spellcasting technique. If we obtain another piece, we'll be able to learn a more completed version of the spellcasting technique. Alice was elated at this situation. At the end of the day, a secret technique tablet was still a secret technique tablet. Regardless of the tablet's rank, the techniques stored inside would be of great help to magical class players like herself. Part of the reason why she succeeded in grasping the double speed casting technique was the secret spellcasting technique. If they could gather 2 tablets for the secret spellcasting technique, she might even be able to improve her technique. Just thinking about this filled Alice with anticipation. I guess you're right. If not for them trying to popularize the dark auction, they really wouldn't be willing to auction such an item, Thousand Miles laughed. Regardless of the circumstances, he was going to obtain the secret spellcasting technique no matter what. Big Sis Rain, look, that's the secret spellcasting technique. Our guild doesn't even have a tablet for it right now. Blue Phoenix's eyes glowed as she looked at the bronze tablet. Although the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had obtained a few secret technique tablets, they all catered to physical classes. Not one of them suited magical classes. Even so, she and Phoenix Rain had still managed to benefit a lot from them. If Phoenix Rain could win the secret spellcasting technique in this auction, both of them might be able to improve their combat standards. If that happened, they would have more cards to play on Thunder Island. We have to obtain the tablet this time. At this moment, Phoenix Rain's eyes also burned with passion as she looked at the tablet on the stage. A bronze tablet? Purple Jade could not help but sigh. I knew they wouldn't be that generous. She had personally experienced the wonders of the secret technique tablets before, and was aware of the enormous difference between bronze and silver tablets. Even if one entered a bronze tablet 2 or 3 times, the harvest wouldn't be comparable to a single trip into a silver tablet. Rumor had it that a golden tablet had once appeared in Blackwing City. However, an NPC stole it. What a pity. It's actually a tablet meant for magical classes. Yuan Tianxin was slightly disappointed when he looked at the tablet. Never mind, let's bid for it first. Despite the bronze tablet's introduction, the players in the first floor hall were still confused, not understanding what was so good about this secret spellcasting technique. As a result, their interest remained lackluster. Even a fool could tell that the host had no intention of selling the secret technique tablet at all. Otherwise, they wouldn't have put such a high price tag on it. Even a super guild would be hard-pressed to pull out this many magic crystals at a time. Not to mention, this was only the starting price. Just as the players on the first floor thought that the tablet would go unsold, someone from one of the second floor rooms suddenly shouted out a bid. 210,000 crystals. 9 Dragons Emperor stated calmly. This is insane. How rich is that guy? If he wants to buy it, then just do it. Is there a need to increase the price by an additional 10,000 crystals? Does he have too much money to waste? As expected of a superpower, they really are wealthy. 9 Dragons Emperor's bid shocked the players on the first floor. This amount of magic crystals was already more than 3 times what some first-rate guilds possessed. Meanwhile, 9 Dragons Emperor was actually spending so many magic crystals just for 1 stone tablet. Even fragmented legendary items wouldn't cost so much. However, even before the auctioneer could knock his gavel for the first count, the occupants of the other second-floor rooms began calling out bids one after another. 220,000 crystals. 230,000 crystals. 240,000 crystals. At this moment, it was as if magic crystals were no different from copper coins. Big Sis Endless, have these guilds gone insane? Isn't it just a stone tablet? Is there a need to spend so many magic crystals? Cloud Yarn gaped in shock when she heard the bids. In the past, she had considered the Midnight Tea Party plenty rich. After all, just the magic crystals they had stockpiled numbered over 20,000. Even if they splurged at the Divine Colosseum every day, they wouldn't be able to exhaust their stockpile within a short period. However, after arriving at this dark auction, she suddenly felt that the Midnight Tea Party actually seemed beggarly. They're not stupid. This isn't just any ordinary stone tablet. Legend has it that these stone tablets are legacies left behind by ancient gods. Even if you obtain just 1 complete set, you'll have no problems establishing an empire in God's domain, Endless Scars explained as she looked at the secret technique tablet on the stage. The secret technique tablet was also something mentioned in the ancient book the Tea Party had. Although the information recorded about the tablets was sparse, it was enough to conclude that the tablet's value was no less than that of legendary items. According to the information in the ancient book, the Fire Dragon Empire, one of God's domain's 4 great empires, had managed to rise to its position today precisely because the first ruler of the empire had managed to collect a complete set. One could see just how amazing secret technique tablets were. If possible, Endless Scars wanted to obtain a piece for herself as well. However, looking at its price, even if she mobilized the Blackwater Corporation's power, it was unlikely she could get her hands on it. After all, the Blackwater Corporation's roots in God's domain were still too shallow. It could not yet compete with the various superpowers of the virtual gaming world. While Endless Scars was explaining the secret technique tablet, the price of the secret spellcasting technique had gone up to 296,000 magic crystals. This was a price that even those occupying the second floor rooms felt was a little excessive. As a result, instead of bidding in increments of 10,000 crystals, they now began raising their bids by 2,000. It seems the other guilds haven't prepared much at all. Thousand Miles laughed disdainfully. 310,000 crystals. The moment the bid of 310,000 magic crystals was placed, the entire auction hall fell silent. Even Phoenix Rain, who had earned quite a fortune from the competition before, was helpless about this price. It seems that Miracle has prepared plenty this time. Fortunately, the guild leader had anticipated this, Yuan Tiexin said, chuckling. 330,000 crystals. If one were to say which guild made the most money in the entire God's domain, then it would definitely have to be the Secret Pavilion. When Shi Feng heard the bids everyone was calling out, he could not help but fall speechless. Previously, he thought that after earning more than 400,000 magic crystals, nobody present could compete with his wealth. Now, however, it would seem that he had still underestimated the foundations of these superpowers. Had he not contested for the Magic Knight legacy before, he might have been able to contend for this secret technique tablet. Unfortunately, that was no longer possible. 340,000 crystals. Just as the secret spellcasting technique was about to become the secret pavilion's possession, Hidden Soul, who was seated not far from Shi Feng, suddenly placed a bid. 350,000 crystals, Thousand Miles shouted, gnashing his teeth. Hearing the various guilds occupying the second-floor rooms calling out bids in rapid succession paralyzed the players in the first-floor hall. Meanwhile, at this time, Shi Feng suddenly contacted Phoenix Rain. Phoenix Pavilion Master, can you lend me 200,000 magic crystals right now? I'll return 300,000 crystals to you in 5 days, Shi Feng suggested as he looked at Phoenix Rain in the screen. 1174. Legacy secured. Chapter 1174. Legacy secured. Borrow 200,000 crystals and return 300,000. Phoenix Rain wore a surprised expression as she stared at Shi Feng on the screen. She felt as if she were getting to know the man for the first time. A first-rate guild was already considered quite wealthy if they had a stockpile of 60,000 to 70,000 magic crystals. Yet, Shi Feng wanted to borrow 200,000 magic crystals right off the bat. Moreover, he intended to return them with a 50% interest. This was twice as high as the market interest rate. Magic crystals were not coins. It was impossible to purchase magic crystals in bulk on the market. Guilds could only purchase a small amount from workshops or adventurer teams. Aside from that, guilds had to rely on their own members to raid dungeons and collect them gradually. In Phoenix Rain's opinion, although Zero Wing owned a gold mine like Stone Forest Town and business in the town's battle arena was booming, it was impossible for Zero Wing to earn 300,000 magic crystals within 5 days, yet all she saw when she looked into Shi Feng's eyes was confidence and serenity. Do you intend to bid for the bronze tablet? Phoenix Rain could not help but ask. That's right, Shi Feng did not try hiding it. After all, it was easy to guess with a moment of thought. Seeing Shi Feng's serious expression, Phoenix Rain shook her head. Chuckling, she said, I advise you to give that thought up. Even if I lend you 200,000 crystals, you won't outcompete them. While 350,000 magic crystals was an astronomical sum to even the best first-rate guild, the super guilds and super first-rate guilds that had come prepared had not yet reached their limit. In her opinion, Zero Wing must have earned a lot of magic crystals in the earlier competition. With the guild stockpile, they should roughly have around 180,000 or 190,000 magic crystals. Even if Shi Feng borrowed 200,000 crystals, he would only have 390,000 magic crystals or so. There was simply no way to compete against the other superpowers. By her estimates, they would only have a chance of securing the secret spellcasting technique if they had 420,000 magic crystals. If possible, Phoenix Rain wanted to borrow 180,000 magic crystals from Shi Feng. After including her own 250,000 magic crystals, she might have a chance at competing against the other guilds. However, she still needed to make preparations for Thunder Island, so if she did borrow the magic crystals, she wouldn't be able to return it within a short time. I still have 260,000 magic crystals. After including your 200,000, I think I'll have enough. Shi Feng understood what Phoenix Rain was trying to say. Smiling, he continued, if it truly is impossible, I can only admit defeat. 400,000 magic crystals should be the various superpowers limit. Even if they had more, it wouldn't be too far from that number. While a bronze tablet was inferior to a silver tablet, it had a much lower entry requirement. Silver tablets required players to be capable of drawing intermediate magic arrays. Bronze tablets only required players to be capable of drawing basic magic arrays. As for golden tablets, Shi Feng assumed that players would be required to draw advanced magic arrays to enter. Even someone like himself, who was quite familiar with magic arrays, could not draw an advanced magic array. Even if he obtained a golden tablet, it would be nothing more than a paperweight. On the other hand, if he had a bronze tablet, his guild members could use it. Hence, obtaining a bronze tablet was very important to Zero Wing right now. Even if he was not certain he could win the bid, he needed to try. 260,000? You have that many? Phoenix Rain gasped. She never thought that Zero Wing would have even more magic crystals than her. Immediately, her lips curled into a smile as she said, "Let's do it like this. I'll lend you 250,000 crystals. I won't ask for any interest either. Just pay me back in full in 5 days. However, I want 10 slots to enter the bronze tablet. We'll split the slots into 2 months, with 5 people entering each session." Secret technique tablets could only be used once a month. Even if she obtained one, she would only enter it once. A player would reap the most benefits from a secret technique tablet during their first entry. Afterward, a player would gain less with each subsequent visit. The tablet's greatest advantage was that players could use it repeatedly. She had bid for the bronze tablet mainly to improve her strengths before the contest on Thunder Island began. She did not particularly care about the benefits she could obtain during subsequent entries. Deal. Shi Feng agreed without hesitation. The secret spellcasting technique was intended for magical class players. Throughout Zero Wing, there were only a few magical class experts qualified to enter the bronze tablet. 10 slots over 2 months would be enough, following which, both sides quickly signed a contract. Phoenix Rain then had Blue Phoenix deliver the magic crystals to Shi Feng. While this was happening, the secret spellcasting technique's price had risen to 394,000 magic crystals. The various large guilds in the first floor hall were astounded. Although they had long since known that their guilds were no match for super first-rate guilds and super guilds, they had not realized that the gap would be this massive. "Damn it, just who is competing against me?" 1,000 Miles bellowed as he glared at 2 other rooms. Currently, the tablet's price neared his limit, yet Hidden Soul and Yuan Tiexin showed no signs of giving up. After taking a look at the magic crystals in his bag, 1,000 Miles shouted, 400,000 crystals, 404,000 crystals, Hidden Soul declared, maintaining her calm composure. Interesting. At this moment, Yuan Tiexin laughed and yelled, 410,000 crystals. Immediately, the auction hall became a battlefield for these 3 people, the atmosphere growing extraordinarily chilly. 440,000 crystals. 1,000 Miles no longer planned on holding back as he directly raised the price by 30,000 magic crystals. He hoped to scare Hidden Soul and Yuan Tiexin off. "Uncle Yuan, the price is already at 440,000 crystals. This is far above the tablet's actual value," Purple Jade said. The secret technique tablet would massively benefit players. However, the secret spellcasting technique was only bronze rank. In reality, a tablet for that technique should only be worth around 300,000 magic crystals. It was simply not worth 440,000 magic crystals. "I understand," Yuan Tiexin said. He had simply bid 400,000 to probe his opponent's limits. In another room, Hidden Soul frowned. "Let's give it another try. If it really isn't possible, I can only give up." Hidden Soul also felt that the price was a little too high. Immediately, she shouted, 444,000 crystals. Damn it. Damn it all, why hasn't he given up? We are already at 440,000. 1,000 Miles burned with rage. If not for Miracle already having a tablet for the secret spellcasting technique, he wouldn't be willing to pay the astronomical price of 440,000 magic crystals. However, the guild leader had told him to go all out for the secret spellcasting technique. Hence, he had no choice. He even had to bleed his own stash. This must be that guy's limit. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risen the price by just 4,000 crystals. Even the Witch of the West herself was slightly anxious. 450,000 crystals. 1,000 Miles decided to give it one last try. This was also his limit. The moment 1,000 Miles called out his bid, the venue fell deathly silent. Just when is he going to reach his limit? Are magic crystals really that easy to obtain? The various guild upper echelons in the first floor hall lost their minds over this situation. Was such desperation really necessary for this stone tablet? Ha, it seems I can only give up. Hidden Soul smiled bitterly as she shook her head. She had never imagined that, despite bringing so many magic crystals with her, she would walk away empty-handed at the end of the day. If she had known this would happen, she would have purchased the Magic Knight Legacy. Seconds ticked by. The auctioneer grew nervous on the stage. However, even after a long moment, no word came from Hidden Soul's room. 454,000 crystals. However, just as 1,000 Miles thought that his opponent had given up, a new bid echoed from Hidden Soul's room. How is this possible? 1,000 Miles bellowed. He simply could not believe this. Hidden Soul had been silent for so long, yet she had placed a new bid? However, 1,000 Miles had nothing more to bet. He had no choice but to watch as the auctioneer's gavel descended again and again. As the gavel descended for the 3rd time, the auction hall exploded with noise. 1175, Preparations. To construct a city, Chapter 1175, Preparations to construct a city. How does he have so many magic crystals? Hidden Soul began to size the nearby Shi Feng up seriously. The man had already surprised her by buying the Magic Knight Legacy. Now, he had spent another 450,000 magic crystals to buy the bronze tablet. Shi Feng had spent over 600,000 magic crystals in total. Even the Flower of Seven Sins needed time to prepare so much wealth. It seems that we will need to investigate this Zero Wing. Hidden Soul suspected that the guild known as Zero Wing wasn't as simple as Autumn Goose had described. Meanwhile, after winning the bronze tablet, Shi Feng quietly rejoiced. Although he had spent a lot of magic crystals, the secret spellcasting technique was akin to the gospel for the guild's magical class experts. At the end of the day, he was only a swordsman, a physical melee class. He could only offer general spellcasting technique advice. He could not guide them as thoroughly as he could the melee classes. As a result, the physical class's technique standards were higher than the magical classes in Zero Wing. Now that he had obtained the bronze tablet, as long as Aqua Rose, Violet Cloud, Alluring Summer, and the other magical class experts improved their technique standards, they could guide the other magical classes in the guild. Inside Thousand Miles' room, the tension in the room was almost solid. Starstreak, find out who is in room 017 right this instant, Thousand Miles ordered in a chilly tone. Not only had he failed to obtain the Magic Knight Legacy, but he had also failed to obtain the bronze tablet. He would definitely have a hard time explaining himself when he returned to headquarters. Understood. Starstreak nodded. Immediately, he left to surveil room 017. Although the rooms in the dark auction protected their occupants' privacy and prevented others from spying, the people inside the rooms had to come out sooner or later. At that time, they would discover who occupied room 017. Meanwhile, as the dark auction's first segment came to an end, the popular second segment began. All players in the auction hall could offer their items for trade during the second segment. This bartering session was the main reason behind the various large guilds' visit to this auction. Normally, when the various large guilds obtained a rare material, they wouldn't trade it even if they had no need for it. However, oftentimes, other guilds desperately needed these useless items. Hence, these guilds could use this auction to barter their unnecessary rare materials for things they actually needed. Trading 3 single-target, attack-type magic scrolls for 1 set of basic magic arrays, trading 1 stack of mana cloth for 1 stack of flaming ice crystals, trading 1 stone skin potion recipe for 1 flame protection potion recipe. Message after message appeared on the large screen above the stage. None of the auction house's patrons had any complaints about the exorbitant processing fee. After all, even the cheapest items they listed were worth 50 gold or more, with some worth several hundred gold. Just looking at the exchange messages on the screen made everyone a little jealous of the host. The minimum processing fee was 10 gold coins. If the host processed 100 items, they would earn 1,000 gold. In an auction with over 10,000 people, if every person placed an item up for trade, the host would instantly receive 100,000 gold. Furthermore, why would any of these players have come here to trade a single item? One had to admit that holding an auction like this was way more profitable than banditry. This was also inspiration for how Shi Feng could operate auctions in the candlelight trading firm in the future. He might not be able to invite as many large guilds and superpowers as the Dark Auction House had, but he could lower the standards of his auctions slightly, not only allowing large guilds to bid, but independent players as well. Suddenly, Shi Feng had an idea. He could establish a bartering site that enabled trade between players. In God's domain, aside from auction houses and underground arenas, player-constructed cities could offer players trading locations. Players could not purchase locations such as auction houses and underground arenas in NPC cities. However, as long as players had their own cities, they could construct their own bartering sites. The city could then allow bartering through the system. In the past, there were no such specialized bartering sites in God's domain. This was due to the various large guilds. When independent players obtained rare items, if they wanted to trade them for good items, their best option was to go to a large guild. After all, independent players were not necessarily well connected. With this, the various large guilds could buy rare items at a cheaper price. If a specialized trading post were constructed, however, the various large guilds would have a hard time obtaining rare items cheaply. The lack of such locations had also been due to how rarely independent players got their hands on valuable items. In addition, due to geographical restrictions, players generally only traded in their own country. As a result, there were even less rare items available for exchange. Hence, even after the various large guilds had established their own cities during the mid-late stages of the game, they had not bothered to construct these locations. Even if a guild established a trading post in their city, other guilds wouldn't prosper overmuch. The amount of money one could earn from such a bartering location would be so pitiful that they would be better off trading with independent players privately. However, Shi Feng's situation was slightly different. God's domain was still in its early stages. The various large guilds were having a headache just trying to develop their own towns, not to mention constructing a city. Meanwhile, he had a city-building order. This gave him with a massive advantage. If he constructed his city now, he wouldn't have a single competitor. He could be the first one to expand the market, establishing a firm reputation like the Dark Arena. In the future, when players from other kingdoms and empires thought about trading their rare items, they would come running to his city to do so. The other guilds would be helpless to do anything about it. Even after other guilds established their own cities, his trading post would have grown to a considerable scale. He would have a steady supply of rare items. At that time, it would be near impossible for newly established trading posts to compete with his. Although the large guilds obtained plenty of rare items, the majority of God's Domain's player base would forever be independent players. If these independent players gathered, they could obtain far more rare items than any super guild. Due to the difficulty of private trades, it was practically impossible for independent players to exchange their items with each other. Hence, they sought large guilds to barter with. If a specialized bartering center were available, however, independent players would only need to consign their items. Other players could then purchase those items. They wouldn't need to idiotically contact one person after another. Not only could they save a lot of time and trouble, but they could also obtain the items they wanted. Even if the teleportation fees were expensive, most likely, many independent players would make the trip to visit the trading post. Shi Feng could not help his growing excitement. However, to construct his city, he first needed to obtain a sufficient number of 7 luminaries crystals. Otherwise, without the 4 towers of elements protection, defending the city would be too difficult. It seems that I need to put the plan into action now. After pondering over the matter, Shi Feng decided to begin collecting 7 luminaries crystals. While 7 luminaries crystals were incomparably rare and precious, there were a few locations that had them. Unfortunately, these locations were extremely dangerous, and he would need to prepare. The easiest place to obtain 7 luminaries crystals Shi Feng could think of was the Sea of Death's Demon Island. Only, the journey was particularly dangerous. Demon Island was also a forbidden land for the living. Without sufficiently high darkness resistance, survival was impossible. Shi Feng immediately began to browse the auction house's rare items, searching for items that increased darkness resistance. After searching for some time, Shi Feng finally found 2 good items on the list the system had provided. Both could significantly increase a player's darkness resistance. One of them was a Master Darkness Resistance potion, while the other was a light cloak. However, before Shi Feng could celebrate, he saw the item's prices and his expression darkened. Is this person insane? Who would use shadow gold and ancient wood to purchase these items? Just as Shi Feng was about to curse again, he was stunned by the trader's name. The same person had placed these 2 items up for trade. Silent Wonder, one of God's domain's 10 Great Grandmaster Alchemists, 1176, 10 Great Grandmaster Alchemists, Chapter 1176, 10 Great Grandmaster Alchemists, why is she here? Even after staring at the trader's name for a long time, Shi Feng still could not believe his eyes. That was the 10 Great Grandmaster Alchemists they were talking about. These existences stood at the peak of all alchemist players. Even super guilds had to treat them respectfully. One could say that all of God's domain's guilds and players tried to suck up to such individuals. After all, the further one proceeded into the game, the more powerful the monsters became. If players wanted to defeat these monsters, they needed more than just personal strength. They also needed external items. For example, when facing fire-type bosses, a team would burn to death without high fire resistance, regardless of how strong the team was overall. If every member in the team possessed a Grandmaster Fire Resistance potion, however, they would easily defeat said fire-type boss. Another example was Shi Feng's new destination, Demon Island. Demon Island was already very dangerous. However, with the ever-present dark miasma, players couldn't set foot on the island without darkness resistance. Aside from that, the Tower of Time similarly required high magic resistance. A team would need a large number of magic resistance potions. However, not just any magic resistance potion would do. They would, at the very least, need advanced rank potions, or better yet, master rank. The guild with the most magic resistance potions would obtain more 7 luminaries crystals. Moreover, this was only one of the many benefits of an alchemist. There were simply too many dangerous locations in God's domain that required these external items. Hence, the various large guilds normally treated Master Alchemists and Grandmaster Alchemists very respectfully. Among the 10 Great Grandmaster Alchemists, Silent Wonder firmly ranked within the top 3. Even the guild leaders of first-rate guilds would have a hard time arranging a meeting with Silent Wonder, and even if Silent Wonder agreed to meet, they would still have to queue up and wait for their turn. Shadow Gold and Ancient Wood? Shi Feng fell into deep thought as he looked at the 2 items Silent Wonder wanted in exchange. Shadow Gold was an epic ranked material. If one added a piece of it when crafting weapons and equipment, the weapons produced would deal additional darkness damage, while equipment would provide additional darkness resistance. It was an exceptional material specifically used for producing darkness resistance equipment. In the past, 1 ingot of Shadow Gold had easily sold for 300 gold. However, players rarely sold the material. They were normally pieces of lifestyle players' private collections. As for Ancient Wood, its price was even higher. A single log could sell for 500 gold. It was also an excellent epic material used to produce staffs, ships, carriages, furniture, and other wooden products. The total value of these 2 materials greatly exceeded that of a Master Darkness Resistance potion and a light cloak. Why does an alchemist like her want these items? Shi Feng was incredibly curious. Neither Shadow Gold nor Ancient Wood was used in alchemy. However, Shi Feng did not think too much on the matter. Immediately, he sent Silent Wonder a message. His message was very brief. I have clues regarding the whereabouts of these 2 items. Current players couldn't get their hands on Shadow Gold or Ancient Wood. Even if one reached the required level, it would still be a difficult task. Otherwise, they wouldn't be considered rare materials. However, Shi Feng urgently needed items with darkness resistance. A master darkness resistance potion and light cloak could not be more perfect. The light cloak, in particular, significantly increased a player's darkness resistance. As long as he equipped the light cloak and consumed an intermediate darkness resistance potion when he reached Demon Island, he could roam the island with ease. Shortly after Shi Feng sent his message, he received a friend invite from Silent Wonder. Shi Feng then agreed to the friend request. This way, they could discuss the matter through a video call. Do you really have the clues leading to Shadow Gold and Ancient Wood? Silent Wonder did not appear very old. She looked like a woman in her mid-20s. She had an oval face and large golden eyes. She also gave off an indescribably cold and strict feeling. Shadow Gold can be used to craft darkness resistance equipment, and Ancient Wood can be used to produce a staff that possesses the power of the Ancients, which amplifies the effects of the wielder's spells. Am I correct? Shi Feng said, smiling. Hearing this, joy illuminated Silent Wonder's golden eyes. Both Shadow Gold and Ancient Wood were extremely rare epic materials. Even she had spent a long time researching to find any information about them. Now that Shi Feng had casually mentioned the material's functions, he proved how familiar he was with the items. Come out with it. What must I do for you to tell me the clues? Silent Wonder asked straightforwardly. She had spent a lot of effort in her search for these materials. She had used every connection she had, yet she hadn't learned anything that would lead to their locations. She had simply come to the dark auction to try her luck. She hadn't expected anyone to know anything about these two items. You're an alchemist, right? Shi Feng responded to her question with a question of his own. How do you know? Did you investigate me? Silent Wonder was slightly surprised, and she could not help but grow cautious. Why would I need to investigate you? Shi Feng laughed as he shook his head. Don't you realize that you're wearing the Advanced Alchemist's insignia? Different subclasses had different insignias, and each provided certain benefits to their respective classes. The screen showed that Silent Wonder currently wore an Advanced Alchemist's insignia. This showed that Silent Wonder had already become an Advanced Alchemist. Shi Feng had to admit that Silent Wonder was truly impressive. Despite being an independent player, she had grown into an advanced alchemist so quickly. The various large guilds had to spend a ton of resources to nurture an advanced lifestyle player. Even then, very few lifestyle players actually reached the advanced rank. Yet Silent Wonder had done so without help. One could just imagine how talented she was in alchemy. Moreover, Silent Wonder had been more than just a Grandmaster Alchemist. She had also been a Tier 5 class. I completely forgot about that. Silent Wonder could not help but laugh awkwardly as she looked at the insignia on her chest. That's right, I'm an advanced alchemist. Is there a problem with that? Of course there isn't a problem, Shi Feng said, chuckling. You want the clues for those two materials, right? My conditions are very simple. Give me the Master Darkness Resistance Potion and Light Cloak and Craft Potions for me for 1 month. I'll provide the raw materials. Are you kidding me? Silent Wonder rolled her eyes. It would have been fine if Shi Feng had only wanted the two items. However, he also wanted her to work for free for a month. He must be crazy if he thought she would agree to such conditions. I never joke around. Shi Feng understood what was going through Silent Wonder's mind. Immediately, he sent Silent Wonder a message and said, Take a look at this. If you still think my asking price is too high, you can reject it. Are you that confident? Silent Wonder felt as if she had just encountered a lunatic. First, the man wanted her items. Next, he wanted her to work for free for a month. Did he really think he could get her to agree by sending a single message? Following which, Silent Wonder impatiently opened Shi Feng's message and read it. However, only after reading a few words, her expression tensed. Why do you have such an item? Silent Wonder felt as if she were dreaming. Shi Feng had sent to her none other than the records of potions, which he had obtained shortly after joining God's domain. All alchemists dreamed of owning this treasure, yet now it had been placed before her. The records of potions even tempted the brilliantly talented Silent Wonder. 1177. Reconstructing a Town. Chapter 177. Reconstructing a Town. This is still only a part of it. How about it? Interested in my offer now? Shi Feng smiled calmly as he quietly looked at Silent Wonder's joyful expression. Like the Book of Forging, the Records of Potions was a treasure that could improve one's alchemy success rate. Moreover, it contained basic information about potion crafting. With the Records of Potions, players would not have to explore basic alchemy techniques blindly. It could pave the way for becoming a master alchemist. As for whether one actually became a master alchemist, however, that depended on the player's talent. Silent Wonder did not have the support of a guild. According to Shi Feng's memory, in the past, Silent Wonder had obtained practically all of her alchemy materials by herself. Also, unlike guild alchemists who could confide in each other regarding alchemy techniques and improve together, Silent Wonder had gained her alchemy techniques without any assistance. Moreover, ordinary NPC cities also did not possess facilities like special workshops. Needless to say, the various large guilds didn't allow non-guild members to use their limited special workshops. After all, they didn't even have enough to nurture their own lifestyle players. Furthermore, independent players had no access to NPC cities with special workshops. Take the holy city of Titan, for example. Without sufficient strength and luck, reaching the city was simply impossible for an independent player like Silent Wonder. I'll say this first. Once I've fulfilled my 1-month contract, I'll leave immediately, Silent Wonder stated. With her alchemy skills, she could easily join any large guild. Even super guilds would willingly accept her. However, she hated the various restrictions that came with joining a guild and disliked doing work that didn't interest her. Hence, she had opted not to join a guild. You're overthinking things. It isn't even certain if you are capable of remaining in my employment after a month, Shi Feng said, chuckling as he shook his head. Hearing Shi Feng saying so, Silent Wonder frowned. This was her first time being underestimated like this. She was a bona fide advanced alchemist. She would be an important member of any guild she joined. In fact, she had gained an invitation to the Dark Auction to begin with because a large guild wanted to recruit her. In her opinion, Shi Feng was trying to use reverse psychology. However, such means were useless against her. Once the month was over, she would definitely leave, following which Shi Feng and Silent Wonder signed a contract. The contents were very simple. Silent Wonder would hand over the Master Darkness Resistance Potion and Light Cloak. Afterwards, she would work at the Candlelight Trading Firm for a month. In return, Shi Feng would share the clues leading to the Shadow Gold and Ancient Wood with Silent Wonder. After Silent Wonder confirmed that there were no problems with the contract Shi Feng had sent her, she signed it. You can tell me the clues leading to the materials now, right? Silent Wonder asked coldly. If not for the records of potions, she wouldn't have made such an unworthwhile trade. After all, the Master Darkness Resistance Potion and Light Cloak were both precious items she had obtained after completing a difficult quest. Trading these 2 items for 2 clues was a loss. Only level 70 and above Darkness-type bosses have a chance of dropping Shadow Gold. Moreover, the bosses must be Grand Lord rank or above. Ancient Wood can be found near the lake in the deepest parts of the neutral map, Stuyak. That area is home to elves. They aren't fond of humans, so it won't be easy to get past them. The 2 locations he mentioned were the easiest places to obtain Shadow Gold and Ancient Wood. The other places he knew about were far more dangerous, and even if Silent Wonder was quite strong, she couldn't obtain the materials by herself. Stuyak? Silent Wonder checked the system map. When she found Stuyak, she was speechless. Stuyak was an ancient forest located north of the Frostwolf Empire. The forest had always been the biggest threat to the Empire. You had to be at least level 80 to enter, moreover, the neutral map's size rivaled that of a medium-sized kingdom. She simply did not know what to say about this. With her current strength, it was impossible for her to act on any of the information she had just received. I've already told you the clues. You are to report for duty at Starmoon Kingdom's Candlelight Trading Firm by tomorrow night at the latest. After Shi Feng was done speaking, he immediately disconnected the call. Shadow Gold and Ancient Wood were both epic-ranked rare materials. If Silent Wonder wished to obtain them, she needed to reach level 80 at the very minimum. Particularly, Ancient Wood was highly sought after by even super guilds. If Silent Wonder wished to procure some all by herself, she could not even consider doing so before reaching level 100 and class changing to her Tier 3 class. Hence, Shi Feng had not spoken in detail when he mentioned the clues to Silent Wonder. If he told the woman the minimum strength required to obtain these materials, she would most likely lose her mind. Afterward, Shi Feng received the Master Darkness Resistance Potion and Light Cloak, delivered to him by a staff member. Without waiting for the Dark Auction to end, he said his goodbyes to Fallen Wind and Autumn Goose before returning to White River City. Although there were many rare items up for trade in the Dark Auction, there wasn't anything that Shi Feng was particularly interested in. So, there was no need for him to stay behind. Shortly after Shi Feng exited the room, Starstreak, who had been in a stealth state this whole time, appeared a short distance away from room 017. Why is it him? Starstreak found it somewhat unbelievable when he saw Shi Feng coming out of room 017. In his opinion, anyone capable of spending over 600,000 magic crystals within a short period of time must be an upper echelon of a major power. Yet, the buyer of both the Magic Knight Legacy and Bronze Tablet was actually Zero Wing. However, Starstreak did not ponder too much on the matter. Immediately, he forwarded the information to Thousand Miles. What? Zero Wing was the one who bought those 2 items? Starstreak was given a fright by this message. However, he quickly revealed the sneer on his face as he said, "Good, very good. Starstreak, go and make some preparations. Get Cleansed Maple to assist you in leading the Departed Legion and kill Zero Wing's experts. Make sure to steal that Magic Knight Legacy, as well as those epic weapons and equipment from them. Any large guild that obtained a Bronze Tablet would definitely store it in their guild warehouse. Unless they burnt down the guild residence storing the Bronze Tablet, it would be impossible for them to obtain it." However, it was a different story for the Magic Knight Legacy item and epic weapons and equipment. If one wanted to obtain the Magic Knight Legacy, they would have to complete the Legacy quest. As long as Zero Wing's experts left their guild residence, there would be plenty of chance to strike at them. Starstreak was momentarily stunned by Thousand Miles' words. Very quickly, however, he nodded and said, "Understood." The Departed Legion was Miracle's Assassination Legion. It was a legion specifically formed to target the upper echelons of the various superpowers. In Starstreak's opinion, they were simply making a mountain out of a molehill by mobilizing the legion against Zero Wing. Meanwhile, in Starmoon Kingdom's White River City, Shi Feng had also stealthily arrived at the Adventurers Association. Without hesitation, he paid 30,000 gold to the association to have them begin reconstructing Stone Forest Town. The moment Shi Feng handed over the 30,000 gold coins, the sound of a system notification entered his ears. System, congratulations. As Zero Wing is the first guild in God's domain to have reconstructed an intermediate town, guild popularity increased by 200,000 points. You will also receive 1 Bronze Guild Residence Promotion Order. 1178 Promotion to a 3-star guild. Chapter 178 Promotion to a 3-star guild. The sudden system notification put Shi Feng into a daze for a long time. He had merely reconstructed an intermediate town, yet Zero Wing's guild popularity had instantly soared by 200,000 points. It should be known that a 1-star guild only needed 30,000 popularity to promote to a 2-star guild, while a 2-star guild needed 100,000 popularity to promote to a 3-star guild. The further one progressed into the game, the more difficult it was to obtain guild popularity. When a guild was still at the 1-star standard, guild members could earn quite a lot of guild popularity just by completing ordinary guild quests. With how many players there were in a large guild, the number of guild quests completed each day was plenty. It would take no time for a guild to accumulate 30,000 popularity. The truly difficult aspect of promoting a guild to 2 stars lay in obtaining the Guild Residence Promotion Order. However, after a guild reached 2 stars, guild members would no longer obtain guild popularity through completing ordinary guild quests. They could only do so by completing advanced guild quests. However, advanced guild quests were very rare and limited in number. So, it would take a significantly longer time for a 2-star guild to accumulate 100,000 guild popularity. Even super guilds would need a long time to do so. Meanwhile, due to various factors, Zero Wing's popularity accumulation rate was currently on par with super guilds. According to Shi Feng's estimates, it would take another month or so for Zero Wing to accumulate 100,000 popularity. However, now that Zero Wing had received an additional 200,000 popularity, it had fulfilled the condition to promote to a 3-star guild. A Bronze Guild Residence Promotion Order? Shi Feng looked at the bronze diamond-shaped token that had suddenly appeared in his bag. The token was emitting a faint golden glow. It was much more powerful than the Silver Guild Residence Promotion Order he had obtained before. Bronze Guild Residence Promotion Order promotes the star ranking of a guild residence that fulfills the required popularity by 1 star. Can be promoted up to a 4-star guild. What a powerful Guild Residence Promotion Order. Shi Feng was astonished. As far as Shi Feng knew, Guild Residence Promotion Orders were all graded. Meanwhile, different ranking promotion orders could be used on guilds of different star rankings. For example, in order to promote a 1-star guild into a 2-star guild, a 2-star promotion order would be required, while promotion to a 3-star guild would require a 3-star promotion order. However, the Bronze Guild Residence Promotion Order was actually capable of promoting any guild between 1-star to 3-star status by 1 rank. There would be no need to search for promotion orders of specific rankings. Looking at the Bronze Guild Residence Promotion Order, Shi Feng considered saving it for when Zero Wing was upgrading its residence from 3-star to 4-star status. In God's domain, guild residence promotion orders were not easy to obtain. Aside from a rare few that could be obtained through adventuring out in the fields or opening treasure chests, the normal method of obtaining guild residence promotion orders was through raiding certain large-scale team dungeons. However, only by procuring the first clear of such dungeons would one have a 100% chance of receiving a guild residence promotion order. Afterward, the cleared dungeon would have less than a 1% chance of dropping the promotion order. This was also one of the reasons why the various large guilds were adamant about competing for the first clear of large-scale team dungeons. Aside from being able to raise their own guild's fame and influence, they could also quickly raise their guild's star ranking by obtaining first clear. If the first clear was taken away by another guild, it would become significantly more difficult to obtain a guild residence promotion order. This was especially true for the 3-star guild residence promotion order. This was something that only dropped in the hell mode of level 50 large-scale team dungeons. Moreover, such large-scale team dungeons were different from the dungeons that dropped 2-star promotion orders. In the latter's case, every major city would have one of them. For 3-star and above, however, there would only be one such large-scale team dungeon in every few or even more than a dozen major cities. If the first clear of such a dungeon was secured by a guild, other guilds would have no choice but to continuously raid said large-scale team dungeon for their own promotion orders. Thus, the 3-star guild residence promotion order would cause the competition between guilds to become even more intense. In the future, guilds would have to struggle with not just other guilds in the same city, but guilds from other cities as well. As for the 4-star guild residence promotion order, competition for it would become even more frightening as each kingdom would only have 1 or 2 large-scale team dungeons that dropped it. While empires had a little more, these dungeons were still extremely limited. Excuse me, I want to promote the Zero Wing Guild. After giving the matter some thought, Shi Feng immediately took out the Bronze Guild Residence promotion order and handed it over to the NPC administrator. The reason why players even bothered joining guilds was because guilds provided benefits that could help their members level up and improve their strength much more quickly. Hence, the faster a guild was promoted, the better it would be for the guild's future development. Lord Protector, may I know which guild residence you wish to promote to a 3-star residence? The administrator asked after receiving the promotion order. The guild residence in White River City, Shi Feng said in a straightforward manner. White River City was Zero Wing's base camp. It was also extremely safe, as it was located in a major NPC city. Moreover, it wouldn't be long before White River City would be promoted to the next rank and bring many benefits to the players inhabiting it. Naturally, he had to prioritize promoting the residents there. As for the residences in Stone Forest Town and Lakeheart City, those would have to wait for another chance to appear in the future. Alright, promoting a 2-star guild residence into a 3-star guild residence will require a 5,000 gold reconstruction fee, the administrator said. However, as a city protector, our association will offer you a 20% discount, so Lord Protector only needs to pay 4,000 gold. Shi Feng took out another 4,000 gold without hesitation. After the handsome administrator confirmed that there were no problems, a series of system announcements rang out in Shi Feng's ears. Star Moon Kingdom System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first guild in Star Moon Kingdom to own a 3-star guild residence. Guild emblem upgraded to bronze rank. Rewarding guild with 1 set of basic defensive magic array, 1,500 gold in guild funds, and 1 employment center building order. White River City System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first guild in White River City to own a 3-star guild residence. Rewarding guild with 1 training room promotion order. The system announcement repeated 3 times, echoing loudly in everyone's ears. What? A 3-star residence? That's impossible, right? Most guilds are just beginning to promote their residences to 2-star. How does Zero Wing already have a 3-star residence? Zero Wing is too amazing, as expected of Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild. I must join Zero Wing no matter what. The benefits of a 3-star residence will definitely be spectacular. The players throughout Star Moon Kingdom were stunned by the rewards stated in the system announcement. This was especially true for the members of the various large guilds. They were all greatly envious of Zero Wing. Zero Wing's guild emblem was directly upgraded to bronze rank. A guild emblem wasn't just the symbol of a guild. Similar to the insignia of lifestyle classes, the guild emblem also possessed some functions. A common guild emblem did not carry with it any functions at all. However, once a guild emblem reached bronze rank, it came prepared with some functions. A bronze guild emblem had 2 functions. The first function was a teleport ability. Even without a guild transfer scroll, guild members could directly teleport to any guild residence. There was no need to buy the guild transfer scroll of a specific guild residence. Not to mention, players could only carry 1 guild transfer scroll at a time, making it very inconvenient. The second function increased the attributes of guild members. As long as there were over 20 guild members within a 100-yard radius, the guild emblem would increase the wearer's maximum HP by 3% and attack power by 1%. Although the increase seemed minor, once players reached higher levels, even 1% could make a huge difference. This was especially true when players were raiding team dungeons. Less than a minute after the system announcement ended, news of Zero Wing obtaining a 3-star guild residence began spreading like wildfire. In just a short 10 minutes, whether it were the guilds in Star Moon Kingdom or the guilds in the neighboring kingdoms and empires, they all held an emergency guild meeting. At the same time, the various large guilds currently bartering for rare items in the dark auction also received news about this situation. What? Zero Wing has just obtained a 3-star guild residence? Phoenix Rain's eyes widened in shock as she read the message she just received. She simply could not believe this to be true. How could this be possible? 179 General Trend. Chapter 1179 General Trend. Big Sis Rain. What happened? Blue Phoenix asked when she noticed the strange expression on Phoenix Rain's face. I just received news stating that Zero Wing already has a 3-star guild residence now, Phoenix Rain said enviously. With this, Zero Wing is now the undisputed #1 guild of Star Moon Kingdom. Blue Phoenix was momentarily stunned when she heard this. Quickly, she reacted and said, how is this possible? Didn't they say that 3-star guild residence promotion orders can only be obtained from the hell mode of level 50 large-scale team dungeons? Although there was only a single rank separating a 3-star guild residence and a 2-star guild residence, there was a qualitative difference between the two. It was similar to shops that were promoted from 2-star to 3-star status. For 3-star shops, aside from having more special workshops, they also had the basic meditation rooms that were very beneficial towards the development of subclasses. In the case of a 3-star guild residence, the guild would receive a qualitative improvement on all its existing benefits. A 3-star guild residence would also be capable of constructing buildings that were not available to 2-star guild residences. Among them, there were 2 buildings of particularly significant importance. One of them was the employment center. Originally, the local NPCs would post quests in the quest area of the guild hall, and guild players were free to pick up any of them. Meanwhile, once a guild established its own employment center, all quests commissioned to the guild in the future would be placed in the employment center instead. In addition, the guild quests in the employment center weren't only limited to the local area. Certain quests would even involve other NPC cities, which would give rise to the number of advanced guild quests. However, these were still not the most important matters. Once a guild possessed its own employment center, it would also unlock large-scale guild quests, such as a crusade against orcs, or assisting nearby kingdoms in battles against foreign races. The amount of EXP and coins one could gain from these quests was extraordinary. In addition, one could also obtain plenty of rare tools, weapons, and equipment. The other building was the training room. Unlike the Divine Colosseum's trial tower, which required players to blindly discover and learn combat techniques, the training room allowed players to receive the system's basic combat training from NPCs. This allowed players that had just joined the guild to grasp basic combat techniques, as well as skill utilization techniques, within a shorter period of time, thus allowing them to quickly go from being a new member to an elite member more quickly. It should be known that Zero Wing was a guild that walked the path of the elite. Currently, the guild only had around 100,000 elite members. Over half of its members had yet to reach the elite standard. However, once Zero Wing possessed the training room, the remaining members would be able to promptly become elites. It wouldn't be long before Zero Wing would have more than 200,000 elite members. With so many elite players, even first-rate guilds would barely be a match for Zero Wing. Meanwhile, this was under the assumption that Zero Wing did not expand and recruit new members. If the guild did a mass recruitment, Phoenix Rain did not dare to imagine how frightening the guild would become. However, unlike Phoenix Rain, who was feeling envious of Zero Wing, the large guilds in Starmoon Kingdom and the neighboring kingdoms were currently dying from anxiety. Previously, although Zero Wing was known as the #1 guild of Starmoon Kingdom, that was only a title. Rather than Zero Wing, these large guilds feared first-rate guilds even more. This was because with the number of elite and ordinary members Zero Wing possessed, the guild would only be able to occupy a limited number of locations in the kingdom. Now, however, things were different. Now that the guild had obtained a 3-star guild residence, whether it was the guild's elite member count or total member count, both would see an explosive increase soon. By then, Zero Wing would have enough manpower to occupy other NPC cities and capture more towns. Eventually, it would become a first-rate guild in the truest sense. Damn it, how did this happen? Why did Zero Wing suddenly obtain a 3-star residence? The various large guilds in Starmoon Kingdom were each suffering from a huge headache over this matter. Previously, they had been celebrating over the fact that Zero Wing had defeated the Blackwater Guild. After all, with Blackwater having suffered such severe losses, it was unable to expand its influence and control over the various major cities at all. Meanwhile, in Zero Wing's case, the guild did not have the required manpower to dominate and manage other NPC cities. This had given them an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Ever since the war between Blackwater and Zero Wing, various locations in Starmoon Kingdom had become war zones, as the various large guilds all vied to take control of their own NPC city. However, the current situation had greatly exceeded the numerous large guilds' expectations. Inside Overwhelming Smile's residence in Maple City, due to Zero Wing obtaining a 3-star guild residence, Overwhelming Smile was forced to hold an emergency meeting. Yulan, are you trying to betray Overwhelming Smile? Feng Xuanyang screamed angrily as he smacked his desk. Just now, Yulan had actually had his subordinates transfer from Gale City and Twin Lion City to a border city on Starmoon Kingdom's western area. He had gone to great lengths in order to get Gale City and Twin Lion City up and running. Yet, shortly after he had built up some of his own foundations without any warnings, Yulan had suddenly come and told him to go to a border city. Moreover, the city was a small one with a player population of around only 300,000. This was no different than stabbing a knife into his heart. This can't be helped. I believe you should have a greater understanding than I do on what kind of functions a 3-star residence possesses. Gale City and Twin Lion City are simply too close to White River City. Rather than waste time fighting against Zero Wing, it will be much better for you to focus your strength in a place that you can take complete control over. Furthermore, it is simply impossible to stop Zero Wing's rise now. The higher-ups have already agreed on this point. Hence, they are having you go to a city on the western border. That place is very close to the Bloodhoof Empire. Currently, we have already taken control of over half of the empire. In the future, when players reach higher levels, we'll be able to open a trade route between the Bloodhoof Empire and Starmoon Kingdom. Yulan was not affected by Feng Xuanyang's angry bellows at all. In reality, she even secretly felt gratitude towards Zero Wing. Due to Zero Wing's residence getting promoted to 3-star status this time, Underworld had finally decided to give up on taking control of Starmoon Kingdom and instead shifted to secretly developing its economy. Meanwhile, Yulin herself was transferred to Underworld's true headquarters, the Templar Empire, and was tasked with managing Underworld's trading firm. She could be considered to have truly set foot into Underworld's upper echelon now. When Feng Xuanyang heard that this was an arrangement made by the higher-ups, his whole person seemed to age several years. It was obvious that Underworld no longer wished to waste time attempting to take control of Starmoon Kingdom. Meanwhile, aside from Overwhelming Smile, the various large guilds based in the eastern region of Starmoon Kingdom had also made similar arrangements. They all planned on shifting their focus towards the western region of the kingdom. As for the eastern region, they were naturally going to let Zero Wing develop it. Ha ha ha! The guild leader is simply too amazing. He's actually managed to have the various guilds in Starmoon Kingdom shift their focus towards the western region in just a short moment's time. With this, Zero Wing will have a much easier time taking control of the cities in the eastern region. Aqua Rose, who had just exited the inferior legendary treasure chest, was greatly excited when she received news of the latest developments. Originally, she had planned for Zero Wing to gradually whittle away at the various large guilds based in the eastern region of Starmoon Kingdom before eventually taking control of the cities here. However, the instant Shi Feng revealed the 3-star guild residents, these various large guilds all took the initiative to withdraw their forces without putting up a fight. Inside an NPC town within the vicinity of Starmoon City, currently, this town had already been occupied by evil beasts. The town's surroundings were filled with level 60+ evil beasts. Among them, there was no lack of chieftain and lord-ranked monsters. Meanwhile, the town itself was also enveloped by a massive magic array, which gave off a frightening pressure. If Shi Feng was here right now, he would definitely find this pressure very familiar. This was due to the pressure being emitted by the magic array having a strand of divine might mixed into it. Meanwhile, 2 players suddenly appeared outside this town. These 2 people were none other than Abandoned Wave and Laughing Drunkard. Zero Wing, enjoy your fun while you can. When Abandoned Wave received the report regarding Zero Wing, a cold smile appeared on his face. He then walked into the town enveloped by the massive magic array. 1180 Prototype Sacred Land. Chapter 1180, Prototype Sacred Land. White River City, Adventurers Association. When Shi Feng, who hid under a black cloak, descended the stairs from the 2nd floor, he was greeted by a sea of players crowding the first floors. The majority of these players shared one similarity. They were all guild players. Moreover, these guilds were all high-leveled with good equipment. What are these people trying to do? A newcomer who had just reached level 10 and had come to report to the Adventurers Association asked, "Is there even a need to ask? They're all here to withdraw from their guilds," a level 30+ shield warrior explained from his seat near the entrance. Why? The explanation only increased the new player's curiosity. While it wasn't unusual to see players withdraw from their guilds, this was the first time he had seen so many people from different guilds at the same time. You're new, so it's expected that you don't know. They're leaving their original guilds to join Zero Wing, the shield warrior said enviously as he watched the various guild players. Zero Wing is on a roll. Its residence already has 3-star private rooms. If you rest in one of those rooms for 24 hours, you'll accumulate 30% of double EXP buff. Moreover, it has the employment center now. I heard that Zero Wing went all out, making sure it'll be stylish. On the first, players can pick up ordinary and advanced guild quests, and the 2nd floor allows players to pick up large-scale guild quests. The large-scale guild quests award far more than the advanced quests. Even elite members have a hard time picking up an advanced guild quest in other guilds. In Zero Wing, however, even ordinary members can pick one up. Once you become one of Zero Wing's elites, you can even pick up large-scale guild quests. As long as guild members have sufficient contribution points, they can also upgrade their guild emblem to bronze rank and get some bonus attributes. You're a newcomer, right? Now is the best time for you to join Zero Wing. I heard that as long as guild members are willing to spend some contribution points, you can receive guidance from NPCs in their new training room and learn basic combat techniques and skill utilization techniques. Those will help you become an expert quickly. The shield warrior's words immediately caught the attention of the various newcomers within the Adventurers Association. They were all new to God's domain, and they were completely new to the game's combat styles. As a result, they had a lot of trouble against monsters. Moreover, they had to learn the combat techniques on their own. When they saw players easily solo 2 or 3 common monsters simultaneously, they were jealous. Naturally, a location where they could improve their combat techniques would be tempting. May I know where I can apply to join Zero Wing? A beautiful, charming level 10 female cleric excitedly asked the shield warrior. In response, the shield warrior smiled as he pointed at a group of players that had just withdrawn from their old guilds and said, "That's simple. Just follow the players that just left their old guilds. They're all going to apply as well." When the several newcomers heard this, they immediately followed after the players that had just withdrawn from their guilds and left the Adventurers Association. Shi Feng could not help his shock. He had never imagined that a 3-star guild residence would be such a powerful influence. It had only been a short time since he had upgraded Zero Wing's residence, yet so many elite players were leaving their old guilds to join his. What Shi Feng didn't know was that a long line had already formed outside of Zero Wing's residence. These players were all there to apply for the recruitment test. Quite a few were even guild players from other cities. The crowd made it difficult for Zero Wing's members to enter and leave the residence. Moreover, this situation wasn't isolated to White River City. The same was happening in Stone Forest Town. Only, unlike the players in White River City, the majority of those applying to join Zero Wing in Stone Forest Town were independent players. These players weren't just applying to Zero Wing because the guild now had a 3-star residence. They were even more inspired by Stone Forest Town's massive transformation. Aside from the town's amazing mana density, Stone Forest Town had recently undergone major reconstruction. Far more merchant NPCs now visited the town. There was also the newly reopened battle arena. The town was simply too tempting. As long as they joined Zero Wing, even as an ordinary member, they could easily travel back to Stone Forest Town. Their leveling spots would no longer be limited to the Stoneclaw Mountains. Moreover, they would have a shorter waiting time when entering the battle arena. To players that loved adventure and improving their combat techniques, becoming a member of Zero Wing was ideal. While Shi Feng had been in the Adventurers Association, he had also implemented a new option for Stone Forest Town, the sale of private houses. When Stone Forest Town had been a basic town, it had simply been too small. Zero Wing barely had enough space for its own development, let alone selling precious land. After its promotion to an intermediate town, Stone Forest Town grew to occupy several times more land than before. As part of his plan for the town's development, Shi Feng had used some space to construct private housing. He would sell a small portion of these private houses to the public, while the remainder would be reserved for guild members. It was a kind of guild benefit. As long as one became an elite member, they would qualify to purchase a private house of their own. Only, they would have to do so with guild contribution points. Fortunately, they would enjoy lower prices than the houses sold to the public. Many of God's Domain's players dreamed of owning a private house, not to mention living in a mana-dense environment like Stone Forest Town. The private houses had already become a hot topic among Stone Forest Town's players. Zero Wing is so stingy. They're only selling 100 houses to the public. There are so many independent players in this town. How is this supposed to be enough for all of us? I don't know if there's going to be enough to go around, but what I do know is that Zero Wing is too fraudulent. Even the cheapest house costs 400 gold. This price is almost as much as an outer area shop in a minor NPC city. Even independent experts are lucky if they have 100 gold on hand. How could anyone afford such expensive houses? I know, right? However, our adventurer team is prepared to pool our funds to purchase one. This way, our guild will have a gathering point. We won't have to waste our time on hotels anymore. Your team is going to have an awesome time then. As long as you become 2-star adventurers, you can purchase a fixed teleportation array and set it up in the house. You'll be able to transfer directly to your house. That's way better than joining Zero Wing. However, I'm betting that the large guilds are going to purchase most of these houses. That shouldn't be possible. Zero Wing has already stated that other guilds are not allowed to purchase houses. Moreover, the buyers to sign a contract with Zero Wing. Even if people from the various large guilds try to buy a house, they can't. As Shi Feng relaxed in an advanced carriage, heading to the candlelight trading firm to store the bronze tablet in the warehouse, he received a call from Aqua Rose. Guild leader, Twilight Echo, contacted me stating that they have something to discuss with you, Aqua Rose joyfully announced. Don't tell me Glorious Echo is looking for me? Shi Feng frowned. He did not have a particularly good impression of Glorious Echo. However, he was rather grateful because, if not for him, Aqua Rose wouldn't have joined Zero Wing. No, the elders have already sacked Glorious Echo. One of my uncles is managing the guild temporarily, Aqua Rose said, shaking her head. All right then, I still have some matters to deal with, so have him wait in the residence for a while. 1181, New Overlord. Chapter 181, New Overlord Storm Empire, Imperial Capital Storm City. Although the sky grew darker, the Imperial Capital shone brightly. Players crowded the streets. Storm City's teleportation hall was particularly packed. Players flooded into the city, one group after another. It was far livelier than in White River City. At this moment, a group of players appeared in the teleportation magic array that was the size of half a basketball court. Although it was only a 20-man team, these players were all very high-leveled. The lowest among them was level 42, and the highest was level 44. As these players did not wear black cloaks to hide their levels, the instant they appeared, they attracted almost everyone's attention in the teleportation hall. Many stared at these players with a mixture of awe and fear. Everyone was curious about this powerful group's sudden appearance. After all, the current #1 player on the Storm Empire's ranking list was only level 43. Moreover, that person had only recently reached level 43. The most unbelievable thing was that none of these players wore a guild emblem, proving that they were not from a guild but independent players. If Shi Feng were here to see this, he would definitely recognize this group. This team of 20 was none other than the Peak Adventurer Team Owl. The person leading the team was Owl's commander, White Knight. White Knight was already a level 44 ranger. Frozen Dream, the elementalist who stood beside him, had also reached level 44. Commander, this place is really lively. I think that there are as many people here as there are in Flame Dragon City. Frozen Dream, who wielded an icy blue crystal staff, said, slightly surprised as she surveyed the teleportation hall. Flame Dragon City was the Flame Dragon Empires, one of the 4 great empires, imperial capital. The player population there far outstripped other empires' capitals. The Storm Empire wasn't particularly powerful. It was only on par with the Black Dragon Empire. Moreover, the empire occupied a relatively remote area. Logically, the city's prosperity shouldn't be a match for Black Dragon City. Yet the current commotion was shocking. At a glance, Frozen Dream could tell that practically every player in the teleportation hall was level 38 or above. Among these players, there were even level 40 and level 41 experts. Aside from the players' high levels, there were also a considerable number of guilds. From the various guild emblems Frozen Dream could see, at least 100 guilds had gathered here. Among them, quite a few were first-rate guilds. There should be nothing surprising about this. Have you forgotten why we have come? White Knight asked calmly, chuckling. Did the Nature Hall invite them? Frozen Dream quickly came to a realization. Not exactly. Only a small portion has actually received invites. The other guilds have simply taken the initiative to come here to express their goodwill. After all, the situation in the Storm Empire has changed. As for the independent players, I'm willing to bet that 80% of them are here to join the Nature Hall, White Knight said, shaking his head. They had come here because they had received an invite from the Nature Hall, a first-rate guild, to celebrate the guild's achievement of becoming Storm City's ruler. God's domain didn't have many empires. Until now, the Storm Empire's capital had been under the rule of the super first-rate guild, 9-Star Family. However, nobody had expected the Nature Hall, which had an intense competition with Twilight Echo, to wage a violent war against the 9-Star Family. This war had sparked due to the mineral vein beneath a particular town. Everyone had thought that the Nature Hall had lost its mind to battle the 9-Star Family. It was madness. In the end, however, the 9-Star Family suffered a devastating defeat, and the Nature Hall had taken possession of the town. No one had expected this outcome either. Although the 9-Star Family was a relatively weak super first-rate guild, at the end of the day it was still a bona fide super first-rate guild. No first-rate guild could afford to provoke it. When the war had ended, everyone believed that the 9-Star Family would exact its revenge on the Nature Hall. Shockingly, however, the 9-Star Family had withdrawn from Storm City. With the 9-Star Family's retreat, the Nature Hall had grown stronger with each passing day. It had even shocked other first-rate guilds. In the end, nobody could stop the Nature Hall from taking control of Storm City. Meanwhile, today was the day that the Nature Hall took full control. Today, it became the #1 guild in the Storm Empire. As Owl had done some business with the Nature Hall in the past, the Adventurer team had received an invite to the guild's celebration. As soon as White Knight and the others left the teleportation hall, a group of shield warriors and guardian knights wearing uniform equipment appeared before them. A strict-looking man stood at the lead of this group. The man looked to be in his 30s and had a cross-shaped knife scar across his face. He was fully geared in silver armor and carried a mountain axe that was as tall as himself on his back. The man's level was also impressive. He was actually level 42. Hello, Mr. White. I am Abyssal Thunder. Guild Leader Universe sent me to receive you. Your carriages have already been prepared, Abyssal Thunder said as he pointed at the advanced carriages parked beside him. The passers-by on the street were stupefied by this scene. Who are these people? Amazing. The Nature Hall's security team is actually welcoming them personally. Even first-rate guilds don't get such treatment. Level 44. Could they be the overlords of some other city? When the passers-by saw White Knight and the others climb into the advanced carriages, they were jealous. As the Nature Hall celebrated its success, several strangers appeared before Zero Wing's residence in White River City. These people were all very high-leveled, with the lowest among them being level 41. They all wore level 40 dark gold equipment, becoming the envy of those lining up to apply to Zero Wing. Brother Spring, Zero Wing is astounding. I can't even see the end of the line of elite players. I'm afraid that it won't be long before Zero Wing's elite member count even surpasses Twilight Echo, a robust, tanned, level 41 shield warrior exclaimed when he saw the crowd at the main entrance. That's right, the middle-aged man named Spring Echo said, sighing ruefully. Nobody could have imagined that, within such a short time, the little girl that left Twilight Echo had managed to develop a small, unknown guild into its current state. The family's old bastards were particularly stupefied. To elevate the family's strength, those old bastards had tried to force Aqua Rose into a marriage with Brilliant War God. Now, however, Aqua Rose was getting by even better than those old bastards. If not for Aqua Rose being Zero Wing's vice guild leader, they wouldn't be here to meet the mysterious guild leader today. Following which, Spring Echo led the 4 people behind him into Zero Wing's residence. After entering the guild hall, Spring Echo was flabbergasted by what he saw. The players occupying the first floor hall were all level 36 and above. Moreover, he could tell that the level 36 and level 37 players were only ordinary members. However, this was not the reason for Spring Echo's shock. Rather, he was surprised by the equipment these players wore. The majority of these players were equipped with level 35 secret silver equipment, with the most inferior being level 35 mysterious iron equipment. As for the elite players that had reached level 40, they actually wore level 40 fine gold equipment. Not even Twilight Echo could say the same. As Spring Echo and his group quietly waited inside the reception room, Aqua Rose entered. The instant Aqua Rose stepped inside the room, Spring Echo and the others astounded once more. At this moment, Aqua Rose did not wear a black cloak to hide her level and equipment, so everyone saw that she had already reached level 48. 1182, The Intimidating Zero Wing, Chapter 1182, The Intimidating Zero Wing. How did she reach such a high level? Spring Echo was thoroughly shocked. Level 48. Aqua Rose could definitely rank number 1 on the ranking list in any kingdom or empire in God's domain. The current known highest-leveled player in the Storm Empire was only level 43. In addition, Aqua Rose's equipment was extraordinary. Ordinary experts might not recognize the woman's equipment, but as the acting guild leader of Twilight Echo, Spring Echo knew full well what Aqua Rose was wearing right now. The Tier 1 set equipment for Cursemancers, Evil Soul. They had recently encountered Tier 1 set equipment as well. It had been recognized as only inferior to Epic set equipment below level 50. While a Tier 1 set equipment's basic attributes were only slightly superior to a Dark Gold set equipment of the same level, the equipment's true power lay in its high compatibility with players, allowing the wearers to exert higher combat power. As a set equipment, its set effects were highly compatible with the class it was meant for, further enhancing the class's strengths. However, such a good set equipment was not that easy to obtain. Even a veteran first-rate guild like Twilight Echo had not managed to collect a complete set after investing a ton of manpower and resources. Yet now, Aqua Rose wore one. Uncle Spring, I'm sorry for the long wait. The guild leader has just returned. I'll bring you to meet him now. Aqua Rose simply smiled as she looked at everyone's shocked expressions. She then led Spring Echo to the guild leader's office. While Aqua Rose led the way, the experts behind Spring Echo spoke in hushed tones. Brother Spring, your niece is simply amazing. I'm afraid that even Twilight Echo's number 1 expert, Dark Wave, can't match her now, a Tier 1 set equipment. If those elders knew about this, they'd die from envy. Despite investing all that effort into collecting Tier 1 set equipment, even now, we only have 3 pieces of our most complete set. Spring Echo could only smile bitterly in response to his subordinate's discussion. What else could he say? Before coming to Zero Wing, he had prepared himself mentally. After all, Zero Wing's battle records were incredible. This was especially true for the latest one. Not only had Zero Wing annihilated Blackwater, which had the Blackwater Corporation's support, but it had also suppressed the Super Guild Pantheon. If Zero Wing did not have a certain background, how could it possibly defeat such powerful enemies? Now, not only did Zero Wing control the gold mine that was Stone Forest Town, but it also had a 3-star guild residence. Although the guild might not be a match for Twilight Echo when it came to the number of towns and cities it controlled, in terms of potential, Zero Wing was leaps and bounds above Twilight Echo. Very quickly, under Aqua Rose's lead, Spring Echo reached the guild leader's office on the top floor. Shi Feng, Gentle Snow, and Fire Dance all waited in the office. What kind of place is this? When Spring Echo saw the room's interior, he froze. Shi Feng was currently wearing a black cloak, so he could not see the swordsman's level. However, Gentle Snow and Fire Dance, who stood beside him, were not wearing their cloaks. He could clearly see that Gentle Snow was level 47, while Fire Dance was level 48. As for the weapons and equipment the two women wore, although they had hidden the items' glow effects, Spring Echo could tell that they were monster-like experts from the women's frightening auras. Moreover, from the information Twilight Echo had collected on Zero Wing, he knew that both Gentle Snow and Fire Dance had reached the rumored realm and become true peak experts. Only now, upon meeting the women in person, did he realize how massive the gap was between them. Spring Echo felt as if he had just entered a monster's nest and his life were no longer under his control. If Gentle Snow and Fire Dance wanted to kill him and his subordinates right now, Spring Echo wouldn't bother to resist. He knew full well that experts like himself and his subordinates could not even serve as a warm-up for these women. Please sit. Shi Feng gestured to the chair before his desk. He was utterly satisfied with how effectively Gentle Snow and Fire Dance had shocked Spring Echo and his companions. This was an act to help Aqua Rose increase her bargaining chips and influence in her family. I heard that Twilight Echo has some business to discuss. May I know what that business is? Guild Leader Black Flame. I'll get straight to the point. Twilight Echo has discovered a mine in the Storm Empire. However, with only our guild's strength, I'm afraid we can't secure that mine. Hence, Twilight Echo wishes to cooperate with Zero Wing and operate the mine together. As for the profits, we'll split them 50-50. Spring Echo understood that Twilight Echo could hold no secrets from Shi Feng. After all, Aqua Rose was here. However, it was also precisely because of Aqua Rose that Twilight Echo had sought out Zero Wing to cooperate. This is interesting. There's a mine that even you guys can't handle? Shi Feng found the revelation somewhat surprising. No matter what was said or done, Twilight Echo was a veteran first-rate guild. The Storm Empire was already famed for its mineral production. There were plenty of mines throughout the empire, so much so that first-rate guilds had no reason to compete with each other. What if I tell you that it produces energy ore? Spring Echo asked, smiling. Are you sure? The news stunned Shi Feng. Energy ore. That was an even higher ranked material than Raven's manatite ore. While players had a certain chance of obtaining magic crystals when mining manatite ore, there was an even greater chance to obtain magic crystals when mining energy ore. Moreover, energy ore was an extremely rare mineral that had many uses. Currently, a stack of energy ore could sell for roughly 2 gold. If sold in an area where minerals were scarce, one could easily sell a stack for 3 gold. The high demand was due to energy ore's 2 main purposes. The first regarded forging, since it could increase forging success rate. The second was in engineering, where it could be used to produce core components in engineering tools. Hence, energy ore was expensive. Normally, players could only harvest some scattered ore. No one had found a mineral vein that produced it. I can assure of this, Spring Echo responded seriously. I can agree to work with you. However, I want a 30-70 split, 70 to Zero Wing and 30 to you. Moreover, the nearby town must be placed under Zero Wing's control. Shi Feng proposed his conditions after giving the matter some thought. When everyone inside the room heard Shi Feng's conditions, they could not help but gasp. Even Aqua Rose hadn't expected Shi Feng to be so demanding. Guild leader Black Flame, aren't you going a little overboard? Despite Spring Echo being a well-mannered person, even he could not help his growing anger. He felt like Shi Feng were trying to toy with him rather than negotiate. 1183 Value of an Energy Vein. Chapter 1183 Value of an Energy Vein. The rage in Spring Echo's eyes lasted for a long while. Seeing as Shi Feng was intent on remaining silent, he could not help but take a deep breath and turn to Aqua Rose, hoping that his niece could talk some sense into her guild leader. If possible, Twilight Echo didn't want anybody else having a hand in the energy mine. However, the energy mine was simply too eye-catching. Moreover, with the Nature Hall rapidly growing stronger and the long-time rivalry between the two guilds, it was only a matter of time before the Hall took action against Twilight Echo. Hence, they had decided to seek cooperation with Zero Wing. The first reason for this decision was the energy mine's defense. The second reason was that they could pull Zero Wing onto the same boat. The Nature Hall wouldn't go all out against the two guilds for fear of incurring heavy losses. Spring Echo had already investigated the energy vein and was certain it was one of the mineral veins that could produce magic crystals. A large stock of magic crystals would help improve the guild's overall strength. Moreover, the various large guilds were more willing to use magic crystals to trade for weapons and equipment. However, before Aqua Rose could say anything, Shi Feng opened his mouth and spoke again. These conditions are my bottom line. If you feel that they are inappropriate, you are welcome to choose other partners. Guild leader? Aqua Rose hadn't expected Shi Feng to be this determined. Not only had Shi Feng asked for 70% of the mine's profits, but he also wanted full control over the mining town. No sane guild would agree to that. Currently, Twilight Echo's situation in the Storm Empire did not look too good. If properly negotiated, Zero Wing could secure 60% of the mine's profits. Obtaining the mining town, however, should be impossible. Nobody would easily hand over a town they struggled to obtain. Aqua Rose wasn't the only person shocked. Even Gentle Snow was somewhat surprised. Twilight Echo's offer was a good thing for Zero Wing. Even without taking control of the town, the magic crystal income would boost the guild's development. Although Zero Wing now had a 3-star guild residence and the training room, at the end of the day, the training room only taught players combat basics. If one wished to become an expert, they still needed the battles in the Trial Tower. Guild leader Black Flame, Twilight Echo is willing to give you 70% of the mine's profits at most. As for the town, we will not part with it. Spring Echo believed that Shi Feng wanted to intimidate him. After considering Zero Wing's current situation, eventually he chose to take a step back. It seems Twilight Echo still doesn't understand the importance of an energy vein. Shi Feng could not help but sigh. Forget it. If you don't want to hand over the town, our discussion ends here. In any case, the town still has its protection period. Even if other guilds want it, they can't do anything against it. Return for now and consider my offer. After saying so, Shi Feng had Fire Dance dismiss Spring Echo and his subordinates away. Even as Spring Echo left the room, he couldn't figure out what had just happened. Despite his generosity, Shi Feng had no intentions of negotiating with him. He even doubted that Shi Feng truly understood the energy vein's value. After seeing Spring Echo depart, Gentle Snow asked, Guild leader, is the town really that valuable? Zero Wing was already stretched thin with managing Stone Forest Town and the several NPC cities they were based in. Even if Zero Wing obtained another highly valuable town, they couldn't do anything with it. After all, a town's construction and development demanded a lot of manpower and resources. The town itself isn't particularly valuable. The true value lies in the energy vein. Only, the vein is far more valuable than Twilight Echo can imagine. If they want to defend the energy vein successfully, Zero Wing needs to control the town. Otherwise, even if we work with Twilight Echo, defending the energy vein will be impossible. If that's the case, we might as well stay out of it, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. That was an energy vein they talking about. It was far more valuable than a manatite vein. A single manatite vein had already forced Raven, one of the 6 great dark guilds, to go all out to defend it. Even Raven wouldn't be able to secure an energy vein. In the past, every energy vein had sparked an intense war. In these wars, first-rate guilds were little more than cannon fodder, yet Twilight Echo thought that they could defend an energy vein with the strength of 2 guilds. It was wishful thinking. If it were possible to obtain 50% of an energy vein's profits by contributing manpower and resources, Shi Feng would raise both his hands and legs to volunteer. However, God's domain was a far crueler place than Spring Echo assumed. He'd only dared to agree with Spring Echo because he had 3 trump cards. The first was the 4 Towers of Elements. He had the designs for the towers in his hand. As long as they had the materials, they could construct the towers to defend the town. The second was Phoenix Rain. Phoenix Rain was a pavilion master in the dragon, Phoenix Pavilion. Dragging her into the fray would deter others from joining the fight. The third was the Secret Pavilion. He had worked with the Secret Pavilion frequently. Meanwhile, the Secret Pavilion was a transcendental existence in God's domain. It was even more of a deterrence than the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. As long as the town was protected by the 4 Towers of Elements and had the backing of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Secret Pavilion, other superpowers and first-rate guilds would have to think twice before moving against the town. In fact, with how much manpower and resources he would have to invest to have a chance of defending the energy vein, he was only willing to give Twilight Echo 30% of the profits due to his consideration for Aqua Rose. Of course, if Zero Wing were sufficiently powerful and could afford to station 1 million elite members and over 10,000 expert players to defend the town, it might be able to occupy the vein itself. However, that wasn't possible right now. Although Shi Feng's comment had been simple, Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose quickly understood his reasoning, hence they said no more. It was common knowledge that great wealth often attracted disaster. They hadn't imagined that the energy vein was so valuable. Brother Spring, what do we do now? A level 41 berserker asked after noticing Spring Echo's silence. Zero Wing's asking price is simply too high. We can't negotiate with them. They had come here today to negotiate cooperation. However, instead of gaining Zero Wing's help, the guild had chased them out. What else can we do? We have to report to the other elders, word for word. We'll let them decide. In any case, I'm too lazy to bother with this. If I had known something like this would happen, I would never have agreed to become acting guild leader to begin with. Spring Echo's mood deflated as he rolled his eyes at the brawny man beside him, following which, Spring Echo retrieved a return scroll and departed from White River City. Elsewhere, Shi Feng used the teleportation array in the residence's basement to teleport to the savage wildland. He was prepared to set out towards the Sea of Death. He handed the rest of the guild's matters to Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow. As Shi Feng left White River City inside Stonate Forest within Star Moon City's region, a 20-man team of level 40 elite players fought a level 43 Stonate chieftain. Increase your firepower. The boss is almost dead. The level 41 ranger leading the team commanded excitedly. When the Stonate chieftain had less than 10% HP remaining, the team heard an agonizing scream from the back. Everyone instinctively turned towards its source. Grand. The ranger shuddered when he saw the dried mummy of his teammate. This was simply too fast. In the second between the scream and when the team had turned to look, their cleric had died. How did he die? The team members couldn't help their curiosity. Is it the chieftain's skill? As everyone believed this to be the case, a shadow flashed past the team. Suddenly, another scream echoed throughout the area. It's a monster ambush. Be careful, the ranger warned his teammates. However, as soon as he had said so, several more shadows flashed past their group, killing his teammates one after another. Only those who reacted quickly and activated their life-saving skills managed to survive and caught a glimpse at the shadow's true appearance. These black shadows were all humanoid monsters. However, a single horn grew from their heads, and their entire bodies were covered in pitch-black scales. Moreover, when these monsters looked at their team, they looked like hunters toying with their prey. Run. When the ranger saw this, he fully understood that they were no match for these monsters. However, although he made the correct decision, they could not escape their fates. A short moment later, these one-horned monsters slaughtered everyone on the team. Ha ha ha, these humanoid monsters really are astounding. I wonder if another one will emerge from these players. After the 20-man team died, a person wandered out of the dense forest. This person radiated a sinister aura, incompatible with the surrounding environment. This person's skin was dark gray, and a blood-red magic array had been imprinted between his eyebrows. This person did not appear human at all. If Shi Feng were here, he would definitely recognize this creature as none other than Blackwater's guild leader, Abandoned Wave. 1184, Naval Empire. Chapter 184, Naval Empire. Please don't disappoint me. Abandoned Wave slowly walked up to one of the corpses. He then took a dark gray crystal ball from his bag. A sinister glow flashed in the crystal's center, making it look like an eyeball. Just looking at it would give someone the creeps. Abandoned Wave then began to chant an incantation. In the next moment, blood-red mist emerged from the crystal ball, gradually seeping into the corpse. After a short moment, the player's corpse began to move. However, as Abandoned Wave finished the final verse, the dried mummy exploded into a blood-red mist. In the blink of an eye, the crystal reabsorbed the mist. Damn it, these people are too weak. Abandoned Wave stomped his feet in frustration. He then opened his system map and looked through it carefully. It seems that I'll have to go elsewhere to find experts. I recall that place being one of the high-resource maps the Star Alliance occupies. There should be quite a number of experts there. I'll use you guys to test my new powers. Saying so, Abandoned Wave summoned a giant, two-headed wolf. He rode it towards the Sunset Hills, which was only a short distance away from Stone Ape Forest, Storm Empire, Twilight Echoes Guild residence. Spring, so you're saying that if we don't hand over the town's management rights to Zero Wing won't agree to work with us? Zero Wing is playing us for fools. Do they really think that Twilight Echo needs their help to defend a town? I've always said that Zero Wing is unreliable. Rather than working with Zero Wing, we should invest more in the town's defense. In any case, we have some time before the town's protection period ends. Moreover, we have the area around the energy vein under our control. Even if the Nature Hall wants to take it from us, it won't be that easy for them to steal in our territory. However, we cannot underestimate the Nature Hall either. I've just received a report stating that they have recruited a large number of elite players during their celebration. They have also found many powerful independent players. I'm not sure what methods the Nature Hall has used, but they've convinced many powerful adventurer teams to join them as well. Even if Twilight Echo and 7th Street work together, we are still no match for the Nature Hall. Some major corporation must be supporting the Nature Hall from the shadows. We need to be more careful from now on. Since the situation has reached this point, let's give up on negotiating with Zero Wing and focus on the energy vein. As long as we enhance the town's defenses, with our geographical advantage, even the Nature Hall will have to think twice before they try anything. Twilight Echo's various elders unanimously agreed that they would not satisfy Zero Wing's greed. Meanwhile, Shi Feng reached the edge of the Sea of Death aboard his Swift Dragon speedboat. Players recognized the Sea of Death as a forbidden land. However, they also called it the Garden of Eden. This was due to the various opportunities that existed alongside the dangers. In the past, countless players that craved adventure had come to this sea zone. Among them, a few had become famous experts due to fortuitous encounters. Before Shi Feng entered the Sea of Death, however, he could see massive crashing waves and hear fierce roaring. He immediately knew that sea monsters were the cause of the phenomena. The undeveloped Sea of Death really is dangerous. Shi Feng was slightly astonished as he watched the rising waves in the distance. Although he did not know the sea monsters' appearances or numbers, judging by the water's movement, he could tell that there were quite a few ahead. If he took the risk and continued forward, there was an 80% to 90% chance that he would die. The Swift Dragon speedboat did not improve his chances. Unlike the monsters on land, sea monsters all had extremely high HP. They normally had 3 to 5 times more than land monsters of the same rank and level. Including the geographical advantage, even a Lord-ranked sea monster could easily annihilate a team of 100 elite players. If 5 or more sea monsters occupied this route, it would be inaccessible for players. With so many sea monsters in one location, a boss rank existence must be present. A boss in this area would be at least a Great Lord. On land, monsters of such rank shouldn't be provoked, much less at sea. Without a fleet of ships, players would have no choice but to take the long way around. By Shi Feng's estimation, there should be over 10 sea monsters ahead. With so many, it was possible that a Grand Lord-ranked sea monster was present. Although the Swift Dragon speedboat was powerful, it would be nothing more than an appetizer for a Grand Lord. While Shi Feng plotted a different path into the Sea of Death, he discovered a fleet of ships heading towards the sea monsters. It was clear that these players were looking for a raid. A fleet consisted of at least 30 ships. Of course, fishing boats did not count. The fleet Shi Feng watched consisted of over 100 ordinary speedboats and numerous advanced speedboats. There were even a few bronze speedboats in the lead. As the fleet gradually approached the sea monsters, Shi Feng got a clear view of the situation through the Swift Dragon speedboat's telescope. The 4 bronze speedboats in the lead had been decorated with the image of an aqua blue spear. This image was the fleet's symbol. These symbols weren't just for show, they had a similar function, although significantly weaker, to a suppression magic array. Normally, players could only gain such a symbol after registering as a fleet with the Adventurers Association. The Freedom Alliance? Shi Feng was surprised when he saw that blue spear. Why are they here? The Freedom Alliance was not a guild. Rather, it was an organization of various small guilds and adventurer teams. Of course, not just any guild or adventurer team qualified to join the alliance. They needed to meet certain criteria to do so. In such a way, the Freedom Alliance combined the powers of various naval guilds and adventurer teams to form a superpower at sea. In the past, the Freedom Alliance had been even stronger than some super guilds' naval forces. However, the Freedom Alliance hadn't been active in the Sea of Death. Instead, it had occupied the sea's end. The sea's end was many times larger than the Sea of Death. It was even considered a naval empire. The sea's end housed cities and alliances that were comprised of numerous islands. The playstyle there wasn't as intense as on land. Rather, competition between players there wasn't particularly intense. However, the area was far more dangerous than on the mainland. Moreover, players that lived in the sea's end had been inseparable from naval combat since the moment they joined God's domain. Hence, when it came to combat at sea, players from the sea's end were far more powerful than even the experts of the various large guilds. They're just barging in? Shi Feng was momentarily stunned as he watched the fleet charge towards the sea monsters. 1185 Marine King Creature. Chapter 1185 Marine King Creature. What are they trying to do? Shi Feng was at a loss when he saw the Freedom Alliance's fleet charge into the sea monster group without hesitation. Logically, as veteran sailors, the Freedom Alliance should not have made such a rookie mistake. Sea monsters were different from monsters on land. Not only were they massive, but they were also capable of influencing the battlefield's terrain. They also had wide-range attacks, making it very difficult for players to dodge or block. As a result, fighting sea monsters was many times more challenging than monsters on land. Normally, a fleet had to distribute tasks and prepare before battle. In battles against multiple sea monsters, the ship's positions were very important. Players would pay for mistakes in blood. Players would be asking for a beating if they simply charged into battle. In the majority of land battles, at most, players would pay for mistakes with their lives. However, a mistake out at sea would destroy their ships. Even if the ship survived after being struck by sea monsters, the ship would lose durability. When a ship's durability fell to a certain point, like weapons and equipment, it could no longer be repaired. Not to mention, the price of repairing a ship was much higher than weapons and equipment. In addition, repairing a ship was more time-consuming. However, as Shi Feng's curiosity about the Freedom Alliance's actions grew, the Alliance's players discovered Shi Feng's Swift Dragon speedboat. Commander, there's a speedboat starboard side. By the looks of it, the speedboat should be considerably high quality. Should we chase it away first before the battle? A level 41 male elementalist in dark blue mage robes asked a robust man in a respectful tone. This robust leopard of a man was none other than the Freedom Alliance's 3rd Fleet commander, Passing Monarch. Practically everyone in the sea's end had heard of this man. Ignore it. It's just a speedboat. It won't affect our operation. If it tries to pull something, we'll deal with it then. Passing Monarch casually commanded as he glanced at the Swift Dragon speedboat. All right, enough. We'll proceed according to plan. They had a total of 120 ships. Among them, 24 were advanced speedboats. In addition, they had 4 bronze speedboats. A single speedboat could not disturb their operation. If they wanted to, they could sink it with little more than a thought. Understood. Immediately, the fleet spread out and gradually circled the group of sea monsters. Roar! The sea monsters soon noticed the Freedom Alliance's fleet. They began to surface, revealing their true appearances. Among the sea monsters, one was a massive sea serpent king. The serpent's head alone was the size of a 3-story building. When the serpent roared, waves rose and smashed against the Freedom Alliance's ships. Aside from this sea serpent king, which was hundreds of meters long, there were also many one-horned sea serpents, which were roughly 60 to 70 meters in length. If ordinary players saw this, they would most likely pale from fright. Sea Serpent King, Marine King Creature, King Class Sea Monster, Great Lord Level 52, HP 160 million, 160 million One-Horned, Sea Serpent, Sea Monster, Chieftain, Level 50, HP 1W 118 million, 118 million 18,000, 1W 118 million A, King Class Sea Monsters. When Shi Feng finally saw the sea monsters' true appearances, he was shocked. Sea monsters fell into different categories than monsters on land as they had additional classifications based on their life ratings. The higher a sea monster's life rating was, the stronger they were than other sea monsters of the same rank and level. A king sea monster, for example, was a boss among bosses. Normally, sea monsters could be categorized as ordinary, leader, and king class. There were also sea monsters of the legendary Titan class. The king class's life rating could already rival that of the archaic species on land. Not only were such sea monsters extremely rare, but they were also insanely strong. As for Titan-class sea monsters, they were the equivalent of ferocious beasts like the 9-headed magic snake, whose life rating was even higher than ordinary dragons. Even Tier 6 gods would have difficulty killing ferocious beasts. The Sea Serpent King before him was a king-class existence. Despite it being only a great lord, it was more than capable of annihilating an entire fleet by itself. That's right, annihilation. Normally, king-class sea monsters only lived in extremely dangerous sea zones. They didn't usually show up in places like this. As Shi Feng considered steering his ship away from this area, the Sea Serpent King pointed its head at the sky and roared. Dark clouds then began to gather, covering the sky. As expected of a king-class sea monster, it is already capable of using a domain despite being a great lord. Shi Feng's expression twisted as he watched the sky. He was familiar with the move the Sea Serpent King had just used. The skill was called Weather Control, and as its name suggested, it allowed the great lord to control an area's weather. In the blink of an eye, waterspouts formed one after another, enclosing the area and cutting off players' escape routes. Unless players wanted to risk their lives and sacrifice their ships, there would be no retreat. This was also one of the reasons that fleets would suffer annihilation after encountering king-class sea monsters. However, as if they had predicted this development, the Freedom Alliance's scattered ships began to activate magic arrays. Together, 100 speedboats formed a massive blue magic array that enveloped the zone, following which 2 more similar magic arrays appeared, overlapping. In the next moment, arcs of blue lightning descended, limiting the sea monster's movements. What a powerful threefold magic barrier. Shi Feng was stunned when he saw the fleet suppress the Sea Serpent King's movements. Normally, magic arrays capable of suppressing King-class sea monsters were intermediate rank at the very minimum. With every additional layer a magic array possessed, its strength would be increased by 1-fold. As this was a 3-fold magic array, its strength tripled. As Shi Feng watched, the Freedom Alliance's players began to move. Among them, 100 ships maintained the magic array, while the remaining 20 ships circled and attacking the sea monsters. Naval battles were different from land battles. Due to sea monsters' wide-range attacks, players couldn't dodge with their own movement speed. Hence, they needed to rely on their ships to avoid the sea monsters' attacks. If an attack were truly unavoidable, the ship's MTs would meet the attack head-on. Meanwhile, players had to rely on ranged classes and their ship's attack power. This was also why ships were more important than experts at sea. The 20 ships madly bombarded the Sea Serpent King and one-horned sea serpents. Due to the magic array's suppression, both the Great Lord and the Chieftain's mobility was limited. With the Freedom Alliance's high-quality ships, avoiding the sea monsters' attacks was relatively easy. Even if an occasional attack struck their ships, the MTs on board received most of the damage, significantly reducing the ship's durability loss. The only troublesome foe was the Sea Serpent King. Fortunately, the Freedom Alliance's fleet was very strong. The 4 bronze speedboats were responsible for tanking the Great Lord. Bronze speedboats possessed a certain damage reduction capability. Only after the ship reduced the initial damage would players receive the attack. If advanced speedboats received one of the Sea Serpent King's attacks, the MTs on board would die instantly. Under the constant stream of cannon fire and ranged attacks, the chieftain-ranked one-horned sea serpents quickly died off. Eventually, only the Sea Serpent King remained. However, the Great Lord still possessed over 100 million HP. The more damage the Sea Serpent King received, the more powerful its attacks became. It also grew faster as the battle progressed. It was obvious that the Great Lord had adapted slightly to the magic array's suppression. Originally, after 5 MTs split the damage from an attack, each MT would only lose around 1/3 of their HP. Now, however, the MTs would lose half of their HPs instantly. If the Sea Serpent King dealt 2 consecutive attacks, the MTs would be annihilated. Increase the healing. If your mana falls below 25%, use a mana recovery potion immediately. Old Wizard, hold on for a little longer. I'm going to give this little snake a big one. Passing Monarch commanded when he realized the Sea Serpent King's attacks were growing more aggressive. Leave it to me, Old Wizard. The captain of the ship currently tanking the Sea Serpent King confirmed and nodded. However, as soon as he said so, the Sea Serpent King spread its jaws, a large amount of elemental mana gathering in its mouth. In the next moment, it spat a beam, sweeping across over half of the battlefield. As the beam struck, 3 advanced speedboats were crippled. As for the other 5 advanced speedboats that were struck, their durability dropped to below 50%. As for the 2 bronze speedboats that had received the attack, they fared slightly better as they hadn't lost a single player. Unfortunately, the ship's durability had fallen by 1/5. 1186 Dragon Cannon. Chapter 1186, Dragon Cannon. With a single move, the Sea Serpent King had crippled 3 of the 20 attacking ships, killing all 20 players aboard each ship. In addition, 5 other advanced speedboats would crumble if they received 1 more hit, while 2 bronze speedboats had suffered relatively significant damage. The Freedom Alliance members were stunned. So, this is a king-class sea monster. Passing Monarch's expression darkened as he looked at the Sea Serpent King. Change of plans. Tank it with the Tier 3 summoned creatures. Everyone else, attack the boss. The Sea Serpent King was far stronger than he had initially expected. As the Serpent King shrugged off the 3-fold magic array's effects, the Great Lord would annihilate them all if it used that large-scale destructive skill a few more times. The longer they dragged this battle out, the more unfavorable the situation became for them. Hence, they had no choice but to use their trump card. As soon as Passing Monarch gave the command, the level 42 summoner beside him took out a Tier 3 summoning scroll and activated it. The astute Sea Serpent King abruptly turned its head towards Passing Monarch's bronze speedboat, a glimmer of ridicule and disdain flashing in its golden eyes. It swiped its massive tail at the speedboat. The Great Lord's attack had a wide range and was extremely fast, making it impossible for the speedboat to evade in time. Seeing this, Passing Monarch shouted in panic, "Activate the strongest defense." Suddenly, a light blue magic barrier formed around the bronze speedboat. At the same time, the ship's 5 MTs activated their life-saving skills and moved forward to receive the descending tail. The collision created a tidal wave, climbing over a dozen meters into the sky, and sent the bronze speedboat flying over 30 yards away. As for the 5 level 41 and level 42 MTs, they had been smashed into the deck, their HPs decreasing by 50%. As for the bronze speedboat's condition, it fared slightly better as it only lost 34 out of its 400 durability. The players maintaining the magic array could not help but shudder when they saw this. This was definitely the strongest sea monster they had ever faced. That was a bronze speedboat they were talking about. Despite Passing Monarch's speedboat having activated its defensive magic array and 5 MTs sharing some of the damage, the bronze speedboat had lost so much durability from one of the Sea Serpent King's normal attacks. If an advanced speedboat had received the attack, the speedboat would have lost at least half its durability. However, these players weren't ready to give up. They still had a trump card they hadn't used yet. As the Sea Serpent King's attack came to an end, an over 20-meter-tall leopard appeared on the water's surface. The leopard was entirely blue and arcs of electricity wrapped around its body. This was none other than the Tier 3 summoned creature, Thundercloud Leopard. Although they were currently out at sea, the Thundercloud Leopard was one of the few summoned creatures that could fly. It might not be as strong as other Tier 3 summoned creatures, but its flight granted it a considerable advantage over sea monsters. This was also why Passing Monarch was confident enough to challenge the Sea Serpent King. All speedboats, distance yourselves from the boss. Attack with your cannons only, Passing Monarch commanded. At the end of the day, players' attack range was limited to 40 yards. Even with the aid of certain special tools, they could, at most, extend their attack range to 50 yards. To colossal sea monsters like the Sea Serpent King, 50 yards was nothing. However, speedboats were different. Even normal cannons had a range of over 500 yards. Even a King-class sea monster would have difficulty reaching targets at such a distance. As long as the Thundercloud Leopard tanked, the boss should not target enemies that were too far away. Even if it did, with such a long distance, they would have more than enough time to defend themselves. As time passed, the battle proceeded according to Passing Monarch's plans. Although the Thundercloud Leopard's attacks were not particularly powerful, the summoned creature dealt around 20,000 damage with each attack. That was more than enough to hold the Sea Serpent King's aggro. Meanwhile, when the Serpent King attacked, the Thundercloud Leopard easily dodged thanks to its flight ability. As both sides were Tier 3 Great Lords, the Thundercloud Leopard was faster than its opponent, which allowed it to kite the Serpent King while the speedboats attacked the boss. The cannons dealt far more damage than the Thundercloud Leopard, each attack dealing over 70,000 damage. The bronze speedboats were even more impressive, dealing over 110,000 damage with each hit. If special ammunition were used, each attack could deal over 150,000 damage. Unfortunately, special ammunition was very expensive. Even the most common flame shell cost 70 silver coins per round. There was also the more expensive Thunderbolt shell, which cost 1 gold, 50 silver, and was considerably more effective against sea monsters. With how high these shells' prices were, if the monster didn't yield anything valuable upon death, they would suffer a major loss. Moreover, sea monsters could block cannon fire, which would drastically reduce the damage they received. It would be fortunate if the attack even dealt 10% of its original damage. Meanwhile, because the Freedom Alliance was occupied with the Sea Serpent King, they disregarded cost as they barraged the Great Lord with Thunderbolt shells. Quick, attack faster. Passing Monarch's heart began to beat wildly when he noticed that the Sea Serpent King only had 15% of its HP remaining. They were now in a contest of speed against the Sea Serpent King. Their operation might fail if they failed to kill the Great Lord before the Thundercloud Leopard died. As the Sea Serpent King's HP neared 10%, its pitch-black scales turned crimson. Tornadoes then began to twist down from the sky, one after another, plunging the sea zone into chaos. This sudden development hindered the Thundercloud Leopard's movements. As a result, one of the Serpent King's attacks struck, its HP falling by over 500,000 on the spot. More tornadoes descended, moving towards the surrounding speedboats. To make matters worse, the Sea Serpent King had stopped paying attention to the Thundercloud Leopard. Rather, it turned and sped towards the nearby speedboats. Although the targeted speedboats saw the Sea Serpent King approach, the Great Lord moved as if it were unaffected by the magic array's suppression. It was frighteningly fast, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived before an advanced speedboat. Lashing out with its tail, the Great Lord struck the speedboat twice. Instantly, a considerably valuable advanced speedboat shattered and sunk to the bottom of the ocean. None of the crew survived. As for the Thundercloud Leopard, although it tried to pin the Sea Serpent King down again, it stood no chance against the sea monster at all now that the King-class boss had regained its full strength. As soon as the Thundercloud Leopard closed in on the Serpent King, the boss sent it flying with an attack. The summoned creature couldn't stop the Serpent King for even a second. All ships, stop maintaining the magic array and attack the boss, Passing Monarch commanded. It was obvious that the threefold magic array was no longer effective. They had to rely on sacrifice to whittle down the Sea Serpent King. Boom, 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 a series of blasts rang out. Among them, the tornadoes blocked the majority of the attacks, while the Serpent King dodged. Only a small number of cannonballs actually hit the Serpent King. However, the balls only dealt around 100,000 or so damage. Roar! The Sea Serpent King widened its jaws once more, gathering even more mana in its mouth than before. Dodge! Everyone, dodge! Passing Monarch's expression darkened significantly when he saw the frightening amount of mana gathering in the Sea Serpent King's mouth. He then turned to look at a level 42 female elementalist beside him and said, "Joy, use the strongest defensive spell you have." Even without Passing Monarch's command, the female elementalist named Blue Joy had retrieved a blue magic scroll from her bag. This magic scroll contained the Tier 2 defensive spell, Purple Flame Shield. As a massive purple barrier formed around Passing Monarch's speedboat, the Sea Serpent King launched an attack. The Great Lord fired a red beam from its mouth, the beam leaving behind a massive chasm as it sliced through the water's surface. It looked as if the beam had split the sea in half. In the blink of an eye, over 60% of the 100-plus speedboats sank, with the remaining having suffered heavy damage. Only the 4 bronze speedboats that had used defensive magic scrolls remained intact as they only lost around 40 durability. As for the crews, each player lost over 20,000 HP. What a strong attack power. Shi Feng was startled by the Sea Serpent King's attack. Fortunately, his speedboat was over 800 yards away from the Great Lord, not within range of the attack. When Shi Feng saw that the Sea Serpent King only had 1% HP remaining, he fell into deep thought. An opportunity had shown itself. If he missed it, he would regret it for a long time. Shi Feng aimed the Swift Dragon speedboat's dragon cannon at the Sea Serpent King and fired. 1187. Deterring Mai. Chapter 1187. Deterring Might. Commander, that person's trying to steal our kill. Damn it! I knew we should have killed him earlier. Commander, let's send a group of speedboats to take care of him. When the Freedom Alliance noticed Shi Feng launch an attack at the Sea Serpent King, they burst with rage. Since joining the game, their Freedom Alliance had been responsible for taking advantage of others, and never once had others taken advantage of them. Alright, enough. What are you all so worried about? That's a King-class sea monster. Do you think a single speedboat can do anything to it? We can deal with him once we've killed the Sea Serpent King. Although Passing Monarch was furious, he knew full well that they could not afford to split their forces at this critical moment. If they did, they really would let Shi Feng take advantage of them. As soon as Passing Monarch finished speaking, Shi Feng fired the dragon cannon after aiming at the Sea Serpent King. In the next moment, a black beam flew from the Swift Dragon speedboat's deck, piercing through the rising waves and slamming into the Serpent King's belly. Roar! The Sea Serpent King cried out in pain as its HP plummeted by 322,849. The attack dealt even more damage than the Freedom Alliance's Thunderbolt shells. Moreover, based on the sea monster's pained cry, one could tell that the attack had injured the Great Lord. Even after so many attacks, this was the first time the Great Lord had cried out. What a powerful cannon! Is this for real? What kind of speedboat is that? Even when we fire the Thunderbolt shells from the bronze speedboats, we only dealt around 120,000. Everyone was shocked by the dragon cannon's might. Commander, apparently that other party is no weakling. That speedboat is definitely better than bronze rank. It is likely that it's a peak, mysterious iron speedboat, Blue Joy said, shock filling her heart as she looked at the Swift Dragon speedboat. She wasn't shocked by the speedboat's damage against the Sea Serpent King. After all, to the Sea Serpent King, that damage was far from enough to destroy the Great Lord's remaining 1% HP. With the Great Lord's battle recovery, it would be exceptionally difficult for Shi Feng to kill the Serpent King by himself. What had truly shocked her was the Swift Dragon speedboat's rank. As players of a naval empire, they had fought sea monsters ever since they had left their beginner towns. They also had a much easier time obtaining speedboats than land players. Even so, they, the Freedom Alliance's Third Fleet, had only obtained 4 bronze speedboats. They had also relied on these bronze speedboats to gain a considerable amount of authority for their Third Fleet in the Freedom Alliance. Yet, the speedboat before them was mysterious iron rank. Not even the Freedom Alliance had ever found a speedboat of this rank. Only the first-rate guild based in the sea's end had obtained one. Due to that speedboat, said first-rate guild had secured a considerable amount of influence in the sea's end, becoming a power that few would dare to provoke. After all, a fleet led by a mysterious iron speedboat was much stronger than a fleet led by bronze speedboats. If not for the Freedom Alliance's absolute advantage of the number of bronze speedboats they had, the Alliance would not stand on equal footing with the first-rate guild. Hence, finding a mysterious iron speedboat before them right now was unbelievable. What a high defense! As expected of a king-class sea monster, Shi Feng was slightly astonished when he saw the dragon cannon's damage. The dragon cannon was even more powerful than ordinary Tier 3 spells, yet its attack against the Berserk Sea Serpent King had been insignificant. Fortunately, the cannon had injured the Great Lord, causing it to bleed and sustain a certain degree of damage. Meanwhile, Shi Feng had achieved his initial goal. In reality, he hadn't considered killing the Serpent King by himself. A level 52 king-class sea monster wasn't that easy to kill. He had only fired the shot to display his strength before the Freedom Alliance. In God's domain, only the strong were respected. Without sufficient strength, nobody would be taken serious regardless of what they said. Hence, he needed to show the Freedom Alliance what he was capable of. After firing the first shot, Shi Feng stopped his assault. Rather, he sent Passing Monarch a message while waiting for the Dragon Cannon to finish its cooldown. The Dragon Cannon's cooldown lasted 15 seconds, which was slightly longer than ordinary cannons. Even if the Freedom Alliance did nothing and allowed him to attack the Sea Serpent King freely, he couldn't kill the Great Lord. After all, no single speedboat could easily take down a king-class sea monster. As for Shi Feng's message, its contents were very simple. Let's work together to kill the Sea Serpent King. Afterward, we'll split the loot 50-50. When Passing Monarch received this message, his expression twisted. However, Passing Monarch did not reply to Shi Feng immediately. Instead, he shared the message in the team chat, letting everyone take a look before making a decision. This person is insane. What kind of crap is he spouting? We're so close to killing the Sea Serpent King, yet he dares to ask for half the loot. That's right. Does he really think we won't obliterate him? The Sea Serpent King has less than 1,000 HP remaining. Even if that guy tries to steal our boss, does he think he can escape so many speedboats? Moreover, even if he does steal the last hit, he won't be able to steal the loot right before us. That's right, Commander. Our losses this time are so severe we cannot split half our loot with him. The Freedom Alliance's members opposed Shi Feng's offer unanimously. Even with the Swift Dragon speedboat, Shi Feng didn't qualify to stand toe-to-toe with them. If they were facing a fleet led by a mysterious iron speedboat, they might agree. However, the other party only had one ship. Passing Monarch shared the same opinion. In any case, the Sea Serpent King had less than 1,000 HP remaining. With their fleet's remaining ships, they could take it down very quickly. Following which, Passing Monarch replied to Shi Feng, stating, "Thank you for your goodwill. However, we hope to resolve our problems by ourselves." Shi Feng simply smiled after reading the reply. There was not the slightest hint of anger in his expression. He then steered the Swift Dragon speedboat away from the Sea Serpent King, showing no intention of stealing the kill. Killing a King-class sea monster with just a fleet led by bronze speedboats? If the Freedom Alliance succeeded, he would bow down to them in respect. "Commander, he's leaving," Bluejoy said, slightly confused when she noticed the Swift Dragon speedboat sail away from the Sea Serpent King. At least he still has a brain. The other members laughed. "He's gone?" Passing Monarch also could not help but glance at the departing speedboat. Is he really not interested in the Sea Serpent King? However, Passing Monarch did not think too much about the matter. After all, they were still on a precipice, following which the remaining speedboats attacked the Sea Serpent King desperately. Although the boss dodged or blocked the majority of their attacks, when their attacks landed, they dealt around 100,000 damage, shaving away the Great Lord's HP. When a thunderbolt shell demolished the Sea Serpent King's remaining 70,000 HP, the Freedom Alliance sighed in relief. They couldn't help their growing excitement. "We killed the Sea Serpent King. Ha ha ha. Our Freedom Alliance is invincible at sea." Everyone celebrated. Until today, not a single fleet in God's domain had managed to kill a King-class sea monster. Huh? Something's wrong. Why hasn't my experience bar increased? Don't King-class sea monsters give EXP? Some of the Freedom Alliance members realized that something was amiss. However, before they could react, a deafening roar echoed throughout the zone. Before anyone knew it, a massive crimson serpent broke through the water's surface. The serpent before them was not the same as the Sea Serpent King. Not only was it significantly larger, but the serpent also had two heads instead of one. A long pitch-black horn grew from both heads, and one could faintly see arcs of purple electricity circling the horns. As this serpent appeared, the sky turned dark. Sea Serpent King, complete state. Marine King creature, King-class sea monster, Great Lord, level 52, HP 200,208, breaking through the threshold. Chapter 1188, breaking through the threshold. The Sea Serpent King's sudden appearance dumbfounded the Freedom Alliance members. What's going on? Didn't we kill it already? How did it get even stronger? This is cheating. Despair swept through the team as they looked at the two-headed Sea Serpent King. They had already lost over half of their forces to kill the Sea Serpent King. They had even used their Tier 3 summoning scroll. At this point, they were both mentally and physically exhausted, yet not only had the Sea Serpent King just revived with full HP, but it also radiated a far more powerful aura than before. How were they supposed to fight the Sea Serpent King now? Meanwhile, Shi Feng, who observed from afar, wasn't surprised by this development. This was the amazing aspect of King-class sea monsters, their true might. The previous fight had simply been a warm-up. Only now would the battle truly begin. In the past, many fleets had challenged King-class sea monsters during the game's early stages. However, every one of these fleets had suffered annihilation. They simply hadn't been prepared. If a fleet struggled to defeat a King-class sea monster in its first phase, once the boss entered its second phase, the battle was a lost cause. Before the team members could regain their senses, both of the Sea Serpent Kings stretched their maws, one spitting flames, while the other spit purple lightning. In the blink of an eye, over half the battlefield drowned in fire and lightning. Any speedboat that encountered both turned to ash immediately. With a single attack, the Freedom Alliance lost another 16 speedboats, with another dozen or so speedboats dropping below 50% durability. Is it just going to end like this? Helplessness filled Passing Monarch's eyes as he stared at the Sea Serpent King. He now realized that challenging a King-class sea monster had been an incredible mistake. Tornadoes enveloped the area around his fleet. It was impossible for their speedboats to break out of this encirclement. Only a mysterious iron speedboat would have any hope of escape. When Passing Monarch thought about how the fleet he and his companions had put together through so much difficulty, was about to be destroyed due to his reckless choice, guilt gripped his heart. Those were 4 bronze speedboats they were talking about. Their third fleet had spent a ton of effort to obtain these bronze speedboats. It would take them a very long time to secure another 4. Suddenly, Passing Monarch received another message from Shi Feng. Interested in working together now? When Passing Monarch read the new message, he was confused. Do we still have any hope of winning? Their Tier 3 summoned creature had less than 1/3 of its HP remaining. They had less than 40 speedboats. Even with the strength of a mysterious iron speedboat, they had no chance of defeating the Sea Serpent King. However, when Passing Monarch recalled Shi Feng's attack against the Serpent King before it had died, he realized that it was possible that the man may have predicted this situation. Immediately, Passing Monarch sent Shi Feng a friend request. This way, both sides could contact each other with ease. If we work together, do we really have a chance of defeating the Sea Serpent King? Passing Monarch demanded. We would have had a 50% chance of winning if we had started working together earlier. Now, we only have about a 30% chance, Shi Feng replied after considering the odds. 50%? That high? Passing Monarch suddenly regretted his earlier dismissal. Had he known that something like this would happen, he would have agreed to team up with Shi Feng earlier. However, he had no choice but to give it a shot right now. A 30% success rate was better than nothing. Alright, I promise you that, as long as we kill the Sea Serpent King, we'll split the loot 50-50, Passing Monarch said. In response, however, Shi Feng shook his head and said, that was the previous condition. Now, I want all of the loot. He had never involved himself with the Freedom Alliance in the past. They were neither friends nor foes. He was already being generous by offering to lend a hand. Hearing Shi Feng's words, Passing Monarch's expression turned indescribably ugly. However, he had to admit that each side's standing had transformed. The Freedom Alliance was now at a major disadvantage, as Shi Feng could swiftly leave the battlefield with his swift dragon speedboat, gnashing his teeth. All right, I agree. Passing Monarch felt tears well up in his eyes. No matter what was said or done, he was a famous expert that everybody in the Sea's End knew, yet he was at Shi Feng's mercy. No one would ever believe this. Following which, both sides signed a system contract, agreeing that all of the Sea Serpent King's loot would go to Shi Feng once the boss died. Once they finished, Passing Monarch sent Shi Feng a team invite. However, Shi Feng rejected it. We're not forming a team? Passing Monarch asked, confused. Normally, naval battles had strict requirements regarding the ship's positioning. The fleet's commander needed to issue commands constantly. Since Shi Feng had claimed to have a way to kill the Sea Serpent King, logically, he should join the team and lead it. So, how was he going to issue orders if he did not join the team? No need. Your team just needs to focus on one thing. Maintain a distance of 500 yards and attack the Sea Serpent King at maximum range. Leave the rest to me, Shi Feng explained. Passing Monarch nearly choked. What kind of command was this? Did Shi Feng think he could hold the Sea Serpent King off with just a mysterious iron speedboat? Even the Freedom Alliance had to rely on their 4 bronze speedboats and rotate blocking attacks to pin the boss down. However, after Shi Feng said this, he disconnected the call. With no other choice, Passing Monarch followed Shi Feng's command and reorganized his fleet, directing their speedboats keep a distance. Shi Feng steered the Swift Dragon speedboat to charge at the Sea Serpent King. As the Great Lord was about to target one of the bronze speedboats, Shi Feng fired the dragon cannon once more. Only this time, he used a special kind of ammunition. Basic Mana Pulse Bomb. Although Zero Wing had used most of the basic Mana Pulse Bombs they had obtained in the Fallen Ark on the petrified Tyrannosauruses, Shi Feng had around 20 remaining. Boom. When he fired the dragon cannon, a black beam struck the Sea Serpent King once more. 1,574,097. Tidal waves rose as the basic Mana Pulse Bomb, combined with the dragon cannon's might, collided with the Sea Serpent King and exploded. What kind of attack is that? Passing Monarch was stunned. What is that speedboat's rank? A single shot had dealt over 1 million damage to a King-class sea monster. This was inconceivable. The other Freedom Alliance members were similarly stupefied. When a few considered their previous claim of annihilating Shi Feng, they felt fortunate that they had not acted on their words. If it really came down to a fight, a single shot from the Swift Dragon speedboat was likely more than enough to sink a bronze speedboat. However, the dragon cannon's damage didn't particularly surprise Shi Feng. After a King-class sea monster entered its second phase, while it might seem very strong, that was only true for the surface. In reality, reaching a complete state simply meant that a Sea Serpent King had focused its abilities on strengthening its attacks. As a result, however, its defense and movement speed weakened. As long as players pinned the boss down and had sufficient damage output, victory was in the bag. However, it was precisely because many fleets in the past hadn't been capable of distracting King-class sea monsters long enough that these monsters had been so difficult to deal with. Fortunately, the King-class sea monster they faced right now was only a Great Lord. Against the Sea Serpent King, the secret silver-ranked Swift Dragon speedboat had the advantage regarding speed. In addition, the dragon cannon was sufficiently powerful to hold aggro. If not for these factors, Shi Feng would have long since fled the battlefield. King-class sea monsters also tended to use skills, and almost every skill they had was an AoE. If a fleet couldn't defeat a King-class sea monster before their overall firepower fell to the minimum requirement, it would be obliterated. After Shi Feng had fired the dragon cannon, the Sea Serpent King was relatively battered. The cannon fire had blown apart a large section of its scales, leaving behind a huge scorch mark. Roar! The Sea Serpent King glared at the swift dragon speedboat. Aside from a hint of fear, its gaze radiated killing intent. Without hesitation, both its heads opened their mouths and bombarded the swift dragon speedboat with fire and purple lightning. It seems that the attack was quite effective. Now that he had solidified his hold on the Sea Serpent King's aggro, Shi Feng turned his speedboat and fled. He activated Accelerate, increasing the swift dragon speedboat's movement speed by 100%, easily avoiding the incoming attacks. The swift dragon speedboat was already faster than the Sea Serpent King. After activating Accelerate, Shi Feng maintained a distance of 600 yards from the Sea Serpent King and attack at maximum range. This distance was also the Serpent King's limit. With this, the Sea Serpent King couldn't attack him, but it wouldn't give up the chase either. Just who is he? Shock filled Passing Monarch as he watched Shi Feng's control over the swift dragon speedboat and the boat's speed. Passing Monarch finally understood why Shi Feng had told him to leave the rest to him. In such a way, Shi Feng led the Sea Serpent King in circles. All the Freedom Alliance's speedboats needed to do was bombard the boss and avoid the occasional AoE attack. As time went by and the Sea Serpent King's HP decreased, the Freedom Alliance's speedboats sank one after another. Even Shi Feng sometimes made a mistake and received one or two of the Great Lord's attacks. Fortunately, as a secret silver speedboat, the Swift Dragon speedboat had frightening defense. It only lost around 30 durability after a direct hit. As for Shi Feng, he had deflected the damage using Defensive Blade or Absolute Defense. When the Sea Serpent King's HP fell to 1%, it went berserk and used its strongest power. Both its heads merged the fire and lightning, launching an attack that consumed a radius of 1,000 yards. Seeing this, Shi Feng activated Magic Barrier, making the Swift Dragon speedboat immune to all spell attacks and neutralizing the Sea Serpent King's damage. As for the Freedom Alliance's side, aside from the 4 bronze speedboats, which used magic scrolls to protect themselves, the remaining speedboats were destroyed. Meanwhile, after the Sea Serpent King used its ultimate move, it entered a weakened state. Using this opportunity, Shi Feng activated Divine Providence. After waiting for the 4 bronze speedboats to launch a wave of attacks, he fired the Dragon Cannon, which he had loaded with a basic Mana Pulse Bomb. 2148-2027. A massive damage appeared above the Sea Serpent King's head, devouring its remaining 1% HP. Roar! After one final roar, the Serpent King crashed into the sea. Shi Feng's experience bar rose rapidly. Sea monsters already provided far more EXP than land-based monsters, as players couldn't easily kill the average sea monster, not to mention king-class sea monsters. However, Shi Feng had stolen half of the Sea Serpent King's EXP for himself. With the bonus EXP he had obtained from killing a monster of a higher level, one could just imagine how abundant the rewarded EXP was. Suddenly, Shi Feng heard the sound of a system notification. System, congratulations, you have reached level 50, 1189, Equipment Transformation. Chapter 189, Equipment Transformation. As a golden glow enveloped Shi Feng's body, his weapons and equipment also underwent a slight transformation. Level 50 was a major turning point in God's domain. This fact held true for players, monsters, weapons, and equipment. Among Shi Feng's items, the fragmented legendary ranked Heavenly Dragon's Breath's transformation was the most drastic. As if the power that had slumbered within the ring all this time had awakened, the ring's basic attributes increased significantly. At level 49, the ring only added 100 points to all basic attributes. However, upon reaching level 50, that number had doubled. His epic items, the 7 Luminaries Ring, Killing Ray, Angry Tyrant, Annihilation Shoulder Pads, and Icarus's Heart, had similarly received around a 30% to 35% increase to their basic attributes. The substantial attribute boost made Shi Feng feel as if he had been reborn. Basic attributes affected a player's physique. The higher a player's attributes were, the better their in-game body's physique became, allowing players to perform feats that were impossible in the real world. This was also why both ordinary players and experts were so desperate for excellent weapons and equipment. This improvement is simply amazing. Shi Feng felt quite pleased as he looked at his attribute panel. In terms of basic attributes, he was already significantly stronger than a level 50 Tier 2 player. The only differences were his physique and skills. These differences were why Tier 2 players could easily defeat Tier 1 players. In God's domain, it wasn't unheard of for players to possess attributes that rivaled those of a higher tier. However, due to inferior physiques, they couldn't challenge those of a higher tier. Normally, players could only make up for the difference in physiques if their basic attributes far outstripped their opponents. As players rose to new tiers, their life ratings increased slightly, which would, in turn, improve their physique. For example, while her superior basic attributes had been part of the reason for Gentle Snow's victory over Miracle Dragon, the main reason the 30% physique improvement granted by the 7 Luminaries battle armor. This effect alone bolstered Gentle Snow's physique nearly to that of a Tier 2 player. After taking into account her attributes, she had the physique of a Tier 2 player. At the end of the day, challenging experts of a higher tier was very difficult in God's domain. few people were actually capable of doing so. Miracle Dragon was not one of them. Hence, Gentle Snow's victory hadn't been unexpected. This was the terror of tier suppression. In the past, Shi Feng had suffered due to this truth. Meanwhile, the Freedom Alliance members had also noticed Shi Feng's transformation. Commander, that person feels particularly dangerous. Just who is he? Not only does he have such a powerful speedboat, but his personal strength is also monstrous. As everyone looked at Shi Feng, they felt as if they faced an awakened beast. Originally, they had planned to steal the Sea Serpent King's loot. After all, only their commander had signed a contract with Shi Feng. Now, however, they gave up such thoughts. Although the tornadoes circling the area had disappeared with the Sea Serpent King's death, with the bronze speedboat's speed, how could they possibly outrun the Swift Dragon speedboat? They had witnessed the Swift Dragon speedboat's agility personally. Not even the Sea Serpent King had been able to keep up with it. The ship also had that frightening dragon cannon. Even if they used magic scrolls to bolster their bronze speedboat's defenses, it would take only a few shots to drain their boat's remaining durability. Moreover, they estimated that the dragon cannon's range spanned more than 800 yards. On the other hand, their bronze speedboats only had a range of 500 yards. Shi Feng could easily toy with them until they died. Using return scrolls wasn't possible either. If one picked up a sea monster's loot, they would have to wait until the 2-hour holding period was over before they could use their return scrolls. When Passing Monarch saw the Sea Serpent King's loots floating on the ocean's surface, envy flashed in his eyes. He hadn't imagined that so many items would drop. Sea monsters already dropped roughly 2 or 3 times more loot than land monsters, yet the Sea Serpent King had dropped over 100 items. Ha, forget it. At least we survived and gained a level. It's better than losing our ships and lives. Passing Monarch could not help but sigh. Shi Feng wasn't the only one who had leveled up after the Sea Serpent King's death. The Freedom Alliance survivors had also leveled. Most importantly, all 4 bronze speedboats were still afloat. The Freedom Alliance only needed to spend a little bit of money to obtain more ordinary speedboats. As for advanced speedboats, they might need to put in some effort, but it was possible to obtain a dozen or so within a short time span. However, bronze speedboats were not easy to replace. As expected of a godly tool, Shi Feng sailed about, frantically collecting the King-class sea monster's loot. Although he hadn't triggered a jackpot, the Sea Serpent King was the first King-class sea monster to die in this sea zone. As a result, its loot was far more abundant than usual. Normally, a player would be lucky if a King-class sea monster dropped around 50 items. Moreover, over 80% usually consisted of materials. However, perhaps due to Divine Providence's effect, among the 100-plus items, over 90 were rare materials used in producing advanced speedboats, bronze speedboats, and small sailboats. Among them, the most valuable was moonlight wood. Moonlight wood was a rare material necessary to produce bronze speedboats and small sailboats. Fortunately, Shi Feng had obtained a total of 12 logs. Constructing a bronze speedboat required 10 logs. After Shi Feng finished picking up the loot, he began to organize the items in his bag. Wonderful! A design dropped. Shi Feng grew excited as he looked at the leather book in his hands. The pages had already yellowed, and it looked as if it had been many years since anybody had read it. However, after appraising the book and discovering its name, he realized that any guild would go crazy over this design. Flying Eagle Speedboat Design. Although the Flying Eagle speedboat was not a bronze speedboat, it was an advanced speedboat. With enough reputation, one could buy ordinary speedboats from certain NPC merchants. However, it was a different story for advanced speedboats. One could only obtain them by completing rare quests or trading special materials that sea monsters dropped. Now that he had the design for an advanced speedboat, he could build an unlimited number of advanced speedboats as long as he had sufficient materials and a small shipyard. Although the Third Fleet Passing Monarch commanded had become such a powerful force in the sea's end due to the 4 bronze speedboats, the 20-plus advanced speedboats also played an important role. If Zero Wing could form a fleet of advanced speedboats with the Swift Dragon speedboat in the lead, the guild could rank at the top of God's Domain's naval powers. Just thinking about this excited Shi Feng. There were only a handful of super guilds that could rival such a naval force right now. Zero Wing could develop in a coastal NPC city without worry. Even if super guilds wanted to pick a fight, they would have to think twice before doing so. After all, it was far more costly to fight a war at sea than on land. Not only would their guild members lose levels from dying, but they would also lose their ships. There was no repairing a destroyed ship. Following which, Shi Feng stored the Flying Eagle speedboat design and examined the other dropped items. Among the 11 remaining items in his bag, Shi Feng discovered a very familiar item, Thunder Emblem, 1190, Authority, Chapter 1190, Authority. Is this the benefit of killing a King-class sea monster? Shi Feng was surprised and overjoyed as he looked at the purple gold lightning emblem in his hand. The Thunder Emblem. As its name suggested, it was a Thunder Island emblem. One could also say that it was an authority symbol for Thunder Island. Any guild that obtained the Thunder Emblem would have a major advantage when contesting for authority over Thunder Island. As far as Shi Feng knew, Thunder Island had a total of 10 Thunder Emblems. If one obtained all 10, they would become Thunder Island's absolute master. However, only 5 Thunder Emblems had ever been discovered in the past, and every guild that obtained these Thunder Emblems had been one of the dominant forces on Thunder Island. The Thunder Emblem had 3 main functions. Its first was similar to the Thunder Pass. Unlike the Thunder Pass, however, each emblem allowed up to 50 players to participate in Thunder Island's contest. Every time a contest was about to begin, a fixed number of Thunder Passes would drop from sea monsters in the Sea of Death. However, that didn't count the Thunder Emblem's 50 slots. If one could gather all 10 Thunder Emblems, they could bring an additional 500 players to the island. The Thunder Emblem's second function was the Thunder Domain. While on Thunder Island, players wielding the emblem could suppress all enemies within a 500-yard radius. However, this suppression effect was not particularly strong, only reducing players' basic attributes by 5%. However, the suppression worked wonders against the island's monsters, as it could reduce their basic attributes by up to 30%. As for the third function, it granted advanced authority on Thunder Island. This advanced authority was the Thunder Emblem's most important function. If a guild wanted to develop on Thunder Island, having sufficient authority was extremely important. Without enough authority, one couldn't do anything. As players gained more authority, they could enjoy more benefits on the island. Currently, the various superpowers were vying for Thunder Island. However, even if they occupied the area, they could only gain basic authority. Ordinary players had no hope of gaining any authority whatsoever. However, one's authority wouldn't remain constant either. If one wanted more, they could contribute to Thunder Island. On Thunder Island, authority was categorized into ordinary, basic, intermediate, advanced, and master controller. If an ordinary player wanted to become an ordinary controller, they needed 300 Thunder contribution points. Reaching the basic rank required 3,000 Thunder contribution points, 10,000 points to reach the intermediate rank, and 100,000 points to reach the advanced rank. After reaching the advanced rank, one could only increase their authority if they obtained all 10 Thunder Emblems. As Shi Feng examined the Thunder Emblem in his hand, he began playing with the idea of occupying a part of Thunder Island himself. In the past, Thunder Island had been known as a sacred land at sea. Countless players had wanted to live on the island. After all, traveling to dangerous sea zones would be more convenient from Thunder Island than it would be from a coastal town or city. Occupying a corner of the island would do wonders for Zero Wing's development. Zero Wing also qualified to do so right now due to the Flying Eagle speedboat design he had just obtained. He admitted that Zero Wing was no match for the various superpowers on land. However, the competition at sea relied on more than a guild's number and quality of experts. A guild's ships played a far greater role. Shi Feng decided that he needed to begin mass-producing the Flying Eagle speedboats, forming a formidable Zero Wing fleet. With his fleet strength and the Thunder Emblem, occupying a corner of Thunder Island could be more than just a dream. Following which, Shi Feng contacted Melancholic Smile and had her begin collecting diamond wood, the Flying Eagle speedboat's core material. Diamond wood was relatively rare, specifically used to construct advanced ships. Few kingdoms and empires produced the wood. Fortunately, he had previously negotiated with the Secret Pavilion and traded a magic tower for 20 locations that provided diamond wood. Although the Secret Pavilion had yet to complete their side of the deal, he could have Melancholic Smile send people to these minor cities to negotiate prices with potential vendors. Once their bargain with the Secret Pavilion was fulfilled, they could stockpile diamond wood. The Sea Serpent King had also dropped 5 Thunder Passes, each allowing up to 10 players to join the contest on Thunder Island. To the various superpowers vying for Thunder Island, these passes were incredibly tempting. To Shi Feng, however, they were not particularly useful as Zero Wing currently did not have that many experts. The Thunder Emblem's 50 slots were more than enough. I have wondered which items I should sell at the candlelight auction. These passes should work well as an attraction, Shi Feng muttered, smiling at the 5 passes in his hand. In reality, he could sell the passes to Phoenix Rain. However, doing so would cause her to question their origin. One needed to kill boss-rank sea monsters in the Sea of Death to obtain the Thunder Passes. However, Zero Wing was a land-based guild that did not possess any naval power. So, how could Zero Wing kill boss-rank sea monsters? Zero Wing didn't have a foundation at sea. It was still too early to contest for Thunder Island, so exposing their trump cards was not wise. Even if they wanted to reveal their strength, they needed to do so after forming their fleet of advanced speedboats. Zero Wing simply needed to sit back and watch the various superpowers fight each other while slowly building their own naval power. Moreover, the Sea of Death was still too dangerous for current players. Even if they secured a share of Thunder Island, it would be of little use. The various superpowers only contested for the island because they wanted a head start in accumulating contribution points. Since he had the Thunder Emblem, he had no need to do that. There were 3 Tier 3 magic scrolls among the remaining 5 items the Sea Serpent King had dropped, a Tier 3 summoning scroll, a Tier 3 large-scale destruction spell, and a Tier 3 defensive scroll. Of the last 2 items, one was an epic staff, Fallen Language, while the other was a bronze-rank small sailboat, the One-Horn sailboat. What? A complete small sailboat actually dropped? Shi Feng was momentarily stunned when he saw the transparent crystal bottle. Previously, he had obtained a small sailboat from the Fallen Ark. However, even now, the Hurricane sailboat was unusable. Although he had asked Burning Abyss to repair it, even Burning Abyss, who was a master engineer, was powerless. The divine ruins inside the sailboat were simply too damaged. At the very least, one needed a Grand Master Engineer to repair the Hurricane sailboat. The sailboat's container also needed to be replaced. However, the Hurricane sailboat's container was not ordinary, as it had been crafted with the rare epic material, Space Crystal. Current players had no access to this material. Hence, Shi Feng had no choice but to set the matter aside for now. Otherwise, with the mysterious iron-ranked Hurricane sailboat, he would be invincible at sea. Now that he had obtained a complete bronze-ranked small sailboat, how could he not be excited? With this small sailboat, he could easily deal with many of the issues plaguing him. 1191, Legacy of the Sea, Chapter 191, Legacy of the Sea. Shi Feng could not bear to put away the crystal bottle in his hands. With this, my problems have been solved. Previously, he had struggled to figure out a way to transport the diamond wood needed to construct advanced speedboats. Diamond wood could not be stored in a player's bag space. Transporting the wood via teleportation magic arrays would cost enough to choke any guild. The only efficient way to transport diamond wood was to use a teleportation array to reach a border town and then rely on transport carriages to move the wood to another country's border town before transporting it via teleportation array once again. While the cost was still considerably high, one could save more time than transporting the wood via carriage the whole way. However, the 20 minor NPC cities Shi Feng had asked the secret pavilion for were in several different countries. Moreover, none of them were near the Apocalypse Empire. Even if he relied on transport carriages, it would take a very long time for the wood to reach Ocean Viewing Town. On the other hand, if he relied on maritime transportation, not only could he save a lot of money, but he could also save plenty of time. One-horn sailboat, small sailboat, bronze rank, maximum capacity, 20 people, durability 900 item storage when liberated, 7,000 bag space slots and 100 non-bag space slots. Additional active skill 1, Magic Shield, absorbs up to 1,000 damage for 5 minutes. Cooldown, 15 minutes. Additional active skill 2, Thunder Cannon, 1,400 yard range. Deals lightning damage to an area of 15 yards. Cooldown, 30 seconds. 6 cannons are currently equipped. Cannons can be replaced. Additional active skill 3, Mana Drive, converts mana into motion, increasing movement speed by 30%. Every 10 magic crystals consumed extends duration by 15 minutes. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Additional active skill 4, Thunderblast, deals devastating damage to the area 530 yards ahead. Attack includes knockback and paralyzing effects. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional passive skill. Braving the winds and waves, when sailing with the wind, movement speed increased by 50%. When sailing against the wind, movement speed is unaffected. Although the one-horned sailboat's attributes were slightly lower than the Hurricane sailboats, it was one of the best ships currently available in God's domain. Moreover, the small sailboat was much faster than speedboats. Even the secret silver-ranked Swift Dragon speedboat was only as fast as an advanced sailboat. The one-horned sailboat was significantly faster than the Swift Dragon sailboat. In addition, one could use magic crystals to increase the ship's movement speed. This would greatly reduce transportation time. While Shi Feng admired the one-horned sailboat, the Freedom Alliance members a short distance away stared at him. "Commander, I've discovered some information about that man," Blue Joy hurriedly reported. "That person is Shi Feng, and he is a core member of the Zero Wing Guild. He is also the leader of the Asura battle team. He is very strong. As for Zero Wing itself, it is one of the upstart guilds that established when God's Domain launched. The guild's development speed is incredible, and Zero Wing has even suppressed veteran first-rate guilds. Right now, Zero Wing is Starmoon Kingdom's publicly acknowledged #1 guild. Recently, it even dared to provoke a few superpowers, but none of them can do anything about the guild, forced to turn a blind eye. Just what kind of backing does this guild have? It even dares to provoke superpowers. Passing Monarch could not help his astonishment when he heard Blue Joy's report. The Freedom Alliance consisted of small guilds and adventurer teams. They only knew that the virtual gaming world's various superpowers were powerful, but they did not know exactly how powerful these existences were. However, as the Freedom Alliance grew stronger, they uncovered more information. In fact, a super first-rate guild had previously decimated the Fifth Fleet. They had finally understood that, while their alliance might be a match for superpowers that hadn't focused on marine strength, the Freedom Alliance was no match for those guilds that had poured resources into their navy. Superpowers simply had too many experts. Moreover, they weren't ordinary experts. With so many, these superpowers could get their hands on advanced speedboats and bronze speedboats far more quickly than the Freedom Alliance. Hence, Passing Monarch found it unbelievable that Zero Wing had provoked multiple superpowers on land and still existed. However, what shocked Passing Monarch the most was the Swift Dragon speedboat. During the previous battle, Passing Monarch had come to understand that the Swift Dragon speedboat was not just a mysterious iron speedboat as he had assumed. It must be a secret silver speedboat. A secret silver speedboat. Since joining God's domain, Passing Monarch had never seen or heard about any of the naval powers owning a secret silver speedboat. Yet such a speedboat had shown up in the hands of a land-based guild. This revelation excited Passing Monarch. He had come to the Sea of Death because he had heard of a low-level king-class sea monster in the area. In addition, he had heard that the various superpowers were purchasing thunder passes at astronomical prices. Hence, he had come to kill the king-class sea monster to earn some side income. After all, repairing his fleet was a considerable expenditure. He had also come here to recruit powerful adventurer teams or small guilds to join the Third Fleet. In the Sea's End, strength spoke louder than words. If one wanted to obtain more resources, they needed a powerful force. Almost everyone in the Sea's End had already been recruited, but it was a different story elsewhere. Land-based guilds, in particular, were just starting to extend to the ocean. He could find plenty of talent on land. Unfortunately, Passing Monarch hadn't expected the events to unfold as they had upon reaching the Sea of Death. Not only had he nearly lost his entire fleet, but he also failed to find any experts from small guilds. Rather, he had encountered a great expert with a secret silver speedboat, and this expert was backed by a guild like Zero Wing. "Commander, are you considering recruiting him?" Bluejoy asked, surprised when she saw Passing Monarch's expression. "He won't agree. After all, he is a member of a large guild. He even owns a secret silver speedboat. Why would he want to join us?" "Who said that I intended to ask him?" Passing Monarch rolled his eyes. "Have you forgotten the reason that we're here? Do you want to invite him to Sea Dragon City's festival?" Bluejoy's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe that Passing Monarch was considering something so mad. "Commander, Sea Dragon City's festival is our Freedom Alliance's greatest secret. It is too risky to invite outsiders." "I understand. However, you know our Third Fleet situation. We only have one opportunity each month. If we don't perform well, we'll lose our position." Passing Monarch wore a hesitant expression. In the end, however, he steered his speedboat towards Shi Feng. As Shi Feng was still occupied with his jubilation about acquiring the one-horned sailboat, he did not take any precautions. Even after noticing the approaching bronze speedboat, he had no reason to do so. The difference between their strengths was clear to see. Passing Monarch and the other Freedom Alliance members were aware of the fact as well. In fact, Passing Monarch's group should feel grateful that he did not have any ill intentions. "Our contract had already been completed." "What other business do you have with me?" Shi Feng asked, Passing Monarch calmly as the man stood on the bronze speedboat's deck. "Hello. I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Passing Monarch, the commander of the Freedom Alliance's Third Fleet. You might not have heard of the Freedom Alliance before, but we are considered the overlord of the Sea's End. Brother Ye Feng, seeing as you have a secret silver speedboat, we like to ask for your help," Passing Monarch announced straightforwardly. "I think that you'll be interested in my offer." "You have something to interest me?" Shi Feng could not help but laugh. The only thing that could capture his interest was the ability to mass-produce advanced speedboats. Obviously, the Freedom Alliance didn't have this ability as it required a large number of materials and advanced engineers. "What if I tell you that it's related to the legacy of the sea?" Passing Monarch asked confidently. 1192, Forbidden Land, Chapter 1192, Forbidden Land, The Legacy of the Sea. Shi Feng's heart rate quickened when he heard these words. However, he kept his composure as he said, "Tell me then." Simply put, the Legacy of the Sea provided a specialized hidden class. With this hidden class, players could become incredibly powerful in naval combat. However, the class had serious limitations. As long as players were not at sea, the class was no different than ordinary classes. The Legacy of the Sea was different from other hidden classes, which provided improvements in all sorts of environments. It was an extreme legacy. However, to players who frequently sailed, it was highly sought after. After all, even if they obtained the legacy at the basic rank, they could display astounding power when exploring the open ocean. The peak legacy of the sea could even grant the strength to face opponents of a higher tier. Hence, guilds that wanted to develop their naval forces hungered for the legacy of the sea. The various large guilds would target any player that obtained the legacy. With such a player, maritime transportation would become far safer. They would also have an easier time fighting sea monsters. As far as Shi Feng knew, the Freedom Alliance had possessed many members with the legacy of the sea. This was also why the Freedom Alliance had become famous throughout God's domain, becoming a force that even the game's superpowers were hesitant to provoke. Seeing Shi Feng's interest, Passing Monarch knew that he had hope for cooperation. "To tell you the truth, our Freedom Alliance discovered the legacy in an ancient ruin. However, obtaining the legacy depends on the player's abilities once they enter the ruins. Due to a barrier restricting the number of people that can enter, our Freedom Alliance only allows each fleet to take 10 ships into the ruins. I'd like to invite Brother Ye Feng to join us. With your speedboat and our Third Fleet strength, I believe that we can secure quite the bounty. We can sign a contract. If we obtain 2 legacies, one will go to you. How about it?" The other Third Fleet members were stupefied by Passing Monarch's offer. They had never expected their commander to be so generous. However, after giving the matter some thought, they found it reasonable. After all, Shi Feng owned a secret silver speedboat. If they did not show some sincerity, he wouldn't bother listening to their offer. "Obtain 2 legacies?" Shi Feng curiously asked. "Are there many in the ruins?" Each time we enter the ancient ruins, there are a number of legacy items. It just depends on whether or not we can leave with those items, Passing Monarch explained confidently. When the Freedom Alliance had first activated the ancient ruins, they had dispatched 11 fleets. Inside, they discovered several legacy items. In the end, however, only one fleet had obtained the Legacy of the Sea. This fleet was now the strongest in the Freedom Alliance. As it had become the strongest fleet in the Freedom Alliance, it enjoyed far more benefits than its companions. The fleet was able to occupy the 3 large shipyards the Freedom Alliance managed. It was still a little too early for players to construct ships, as this task required many lifestyle players. However, a large shipyard could also repair ships. During an intense battle, ships usually suffered some damage. Repairing ships in a large shipyard not only reduced the repair costs, but it also increased the repair speed. On the other hand, the third fleet only possessed a large shipyard. There was simply no comparing their two fleets. The strongest fleet also received priority over special ammunition. It was given access to the most and the best available. The next ruin exploration was about to begin. How could he not make use of this opportunity to recruit Shi Feng's help? What if we obtain 3 legacy items? Shi Feng asked. I'm afraid that will be incredibly difficult. Brother Ye Feng, you've never been to the ruins, but a large number of sea monsters occupy the area. Those monsters are extremely powerful. Traps litter the ruins, and there's a time limit once you enter. We won't have enough time to search for a third legacy item, Passing Monarch explained, smiling. He understood Shi Feng's train of thought. So, that's the case. Then, if we really obtain a third legacy item, can I have it? Shi Feng asked, smiling. He now had a basic understanding of the ancient ruins rules. All right. If you obtain a third one, you can have it, Passing Monarch said nonchalantly. In any case, that wasn't going to happen. His promise was empty. We have a deal then. However, before we sign the contract, may I know when the ancient ruins will open? Shi Feng asked. I still my own matters to deal with. If there is a clash in timing, I'm afraid that I cannot help you. Hearing Shi Feng's words, Passing Monarch grew a little nervous. It's tomorrow, Passing Monarch replied, feeling slightly embarrassed. He could tell that Shi Feng had something to do, and today was almost over. Shi Feng was speechless. I understand that I am putting you in a difficult position. If there is anything you can help with, please tell us, Passing Monarch hurriedly offered. How about this? You guys can follow me. With your help, I should be able to save a little time, Shi Feng said after considering the matter. The demon island he was heading to occupied the Sea of Death's inner region. Although it was not the most dangerous location in the Sea of Death, the island's monsters were troublesome. Normally, he would have to clear a path slowly. However, if he had an expert like Passing Monarch, who could lead a fleet with 4 bronze speedboats, he could save plenty of time. Passing Monarch and the others then followed Shi Feng into the Sea of Death. Originally, the Freedom Alliance did not think much of traversing the Sea of Death. However, as Shi Feng ventured deeper into the zone, they began to worry. They had never expected Shi Feng to lead them into the Sea of Death's inner region. Not only did this area have many sea monsters, but the monsters were also very high-leveled. There were level 70 sea monsters everywhere, and the slightest mistake could destroy their ships and end their lives. Commander, what do you think the Yi Feng is trying to do here? Blue Joy asked. When she saw the nearby sea monsters eye them like prey, goosebumps danced across her skin. Watching the swift dragon speedboat steady advance and giving the matter some thought, Passing Monarch said, it must be for a quest. The Sea of Death's inner region was a forbidden land to current players. Aside from a quest, Passing Monarch could not fathom why anyone would come to this place, questing here at this level. As Blue Joy looked at a distance level 70 Grand Lord sea monster, a thought suddenly came to her mind as she said, could he be here for an epic quest? Hearing Blue Joy's words, the Freedom Alliance members paled. An epic quest was incomparably dangerous. Even now, nobody within the Freedom Alliance had completed one. As the Freedom Alliance members discussed Shi Feng's goal, Shi Feng led the group to 2 gloomy twin islands. One could occasionally hear lung-tearing screams from the islands. It was enough to give one goosebumps. Surprisingly, over a dozen speedboats were docked beside the island. Based on these ships' appearances, it was clear that they were high quality. Why are there people here? Shi Feng was momentarily stunned. Because this area was a forbidden land for players, one would have to pay a massive price to get this far. He had only arrived safely due to his familiarity with the sea zone and the quality of his speedboat. Passing Monarch and the others behind Shi Feng were similarly stunned. Among the 14 speedboats docked around the island, one was a mysterious iron speedboat. 6 were bronze speedboats, and the rest were advanced speedboats. This fleet could rank at the very peak of the sea's end. After Shi Feng snapped out of his momentary daze, he quickly shifted his attention to the symbol on these speedboats. The symbol consisted of 7 stars arranged in a circle. Shi Feng frowned. This was the Flower of 7 Sins fleet symbol. 1193 Naval PvP, Chapter 193 Naval PvP Grey Fog enveloped Demon Island. Here, players' visibility range was limited to 150 yards. Meanwhile, Demon Island's monsters were all level 70 and above. At such a distance, level 70+ monsters could easily detect players. On the other hand, players couldn't see these monsters. However, players' main problem wasn't the island's fog. The real problem was the ever-present dark corrosive power on the island. If players did not have high enough darkness resistance, they would not survive. Moreover, the further one ventured, the stronger this corrosive power would become. Boss Brute, 5 speedboats are approaching Demon Island, a level 43, black-clothed ranger reported as he watched the distant Swift Dragon speedboat. Speedboats are approaching? The bald, middle-aged man on the screen, Brute Spear, sneered and said, "Since we've already been seen, we won't let them leave alive. Get rid of them, but don't destroy their ships. We can use them to make up for the losses we suffered to get here." Great, I haven't been on a mission for so long that I'm feeling rusty. The level 43 ranger licked his lips as he observed the approaching Swift Dragon speedboat. Although the Flower of Seven Sins received requests every day, experts of their rank didn't often receive missions. Following which, the ranger disconnected the call and ordered the other members on the speedboat, "Get ready. Once they get here, we'll take action. We'll use that to prevent their escape if necessary." Hearing the ranger's command, anticipation filled the other Flower of Seven Sin members aboard the speedboat. These fellows really are pitiful. They have only come this far after much difficulty, yet we'll send them back before they even set foot on the island. However, based on their speedboat's quality, they should be quite strong. Hopefully, we'll get to enjoy ourselves a bit. Each of us will handle one person. Once you've killed a player, give the others a chance. The Flower of Seven Sin members aboard the speedboat chatted among themselves. Shi Feng and his temporary team weren't important at all to these players. Even if these players encountered experts from some superpower, the outcome wouldn't change. When Shi Feng noticed the 7-star symbol, he instructed everyone to don their black cloaks, hiding their identities. "Brother Yi Feng, are they your enemies?" Passing Monarch asked, curious about Shi Feng's command. However, they had already agreed that they would follow Shi Feng's lead. The fleet commander and his teammates did as they were told. They're not exactly enemies. However, it's best if we hide our identities. Shi Feng did not bother to explain further. It doesn't hurt to be a little careful out in the fields, right? Although he did not know why the Flower of Seven Sins had come to Demon Island, it was not wise to expose their identities to a group of assassins. Although Shi Feng would have preferred to approach the island from another side, Demon Island only had one entrance. Using the Seven Luminaries Ring's space movement wasn't a viable option either. A unique power enveloped the Sea of Death, preventing all spatial movement type skills. Otherwise, he would not have used the Swift Dragon speedboat to travel such a long distance. When Shi Feng and the others were only 300 yards away from Demon Island's entrance, the Flower of Seven Sins members burst into action. "Move out." Suddenly, 5 elementalists aboard the mysterious iron speedboat each took out a magic scroll. As the elementalists unfurled their magic scrolls, a dark blue magic array appeared on the water's surface. The seawater instantly began to freeze, and in the blink of an eye, the space within a 1,000-yard radius was covered by a sheet of ice. As a result, Shi Feng and the Freedom Alliance's speedboats had been forced to a halt. As if they had long since prepared for this, the Flower of Seven Sins members stored their own speedboats and stepped onto the ice. Who are these people? Passing Monarch's expression darkened as he looked at the frozen sea surface. Why are they attacking us all of a sudden? Normally, when one encountered other players, particularly out at sea, one wouldn't abruptly attack. After all, there was no benefit to fighting each other. Moreover, without any information about the other party, picking a fight in the fields wasn't smart. One might end up throwing away their life. Due to Shi Feng's command, they all wore black cloaks, so it was obvious that the other party did not know them, yet these players had attacked without hesitation. They were simply lunatics. Shi Feng was also surprised. The Flower of Seven Sins was very secretive about what it did. The organization didn't normally take the initiative to provoke others. This was nothing like the organization's usual operations. Do they know that Demon Island has 7 luminaries crystals? Shi Feng wondered as he looked at the foggy island ahead. Logically, he should be the only one who knew about the island's 7 luminaries crystals. Demon Island was home to an ancient shrine, and only by entering the shrine's inner region could one obtain the 7 luminaries crystals. However, it was very difficult to locate the shrine itself, much less the shrine's inner region. Hence, the Flower of Seven Sins shouldn't know about the shrine. However, upon closer inspection, Shi Feng discovered that every one of the players charging towards him was a red player. Dark players were among the group as well. It was obvious that they were veteran PKers. Damn it. If they want to fight, we'll give them a fight. Ready the cannons. We'll blast those bastards to smithereens. The Flower of Seven Sins attack enraged Passing Monarch. Now that the other party had stored their speedboats, they couldn't attack their ships. Their only option was to bombard the players. In God's domain, it took 40 seconds to store a ship. However, there were less than 300 yards separating these players. The other party would reach them before the 40 seconds were up. Furthermore, once players entered combat, they weren't allowed to store their ships. They had to finish these players off. As the cannons rang, one cannonball after another flew at the Flower of Seven Sins members. Foolish. The level 43 ranger in the lead sneered at the incoming cannonball. Although Speedboat's cannons were immensely powerful and could kill a player in one hit, expert players like himself could easily dodge cannon attacks by relying on the projectile prediction lines the system provided. The 100-plus Flower of Seven Sin members closed the distance to their targets rapidly. Soon, they were only 200 yards away. In front of these Flower of Seven Sin experts, the bronze speedboat's cannon fire was practically useless. These experts dodged every attack easily. Seeing this, Passing Monarch and the others were frustrated. They had thought that they had escaped danger after defeating the Sea Serpent King. Now, however, they had to face a large group of experts trying to rob them of their ships. Get ready to split up. Remember, do not damage the speedboats. Boss Brute has already laid his claim. The leading ranger commanded through the team chat. Boss, relax. We won't even give them the chance to destroy their own ships. The other members laughed. Before the battle had even begun, they looked at Shi Feng and the others as if they were dead men. As the Flower of Seven Sins members were about to cross the 100-yard mark, a black beam flashed past them. Boom! The solid layer of ice vaporized instantly, exposing the blue seawater beneath it. The affected area spanned a radius of 25 yards. Meanwhile, 6 Flower of Seven Sins members died on the spot, leaving 12 weapons and pieces of equipment floating upon the water. 1194. Demons appear. Chapter 1194. Demons appear. The dragon cannon's attack had pulled a gasp from the Flower of Seven Sins' remaining members. The previous few cannon attacks had only dented the ice, yet the dragon cannon had obliterated it. Moreover, its attack speed was at least double that of the previous cannons. Its attack range was even more impressive. Even without the high attack speed, with such a long range, it was extremely difficult to dodge the dragon cannon's attacks. What is that speedboat's rank? The leading, black-clothed ranger's expression twisted. He had seen the mysterious iron speedboat's cannons in action many times, so he was fully aware that a mysterious iron speedboat didn't have such fast and powerful attacks. Facing the dragon cannon at such a close range would be extremely dangerous. He had assumed that this fight would be nothing more than a game to kill time. He hadn't expected an actual opponent. Meanwhile, Passing Monarch and the other members of the Freedom Alliance celebrated the cannon's success. Ha ha ha! A secret silver speedboat is truly astounding. Just a single shot is enough to stun those bastards. I want to see if they still dare to fight us now. The Freedom Alliance members could not help but laugh at the frozen Flower of Seven Sins members. This Shi Feng really is amazing. Passing Monarch sighed ruefully as he looked at the massive hole in the ice. He had to admit that Shi Feng was a skilled strategist. While the Flower of Seven Sins members had been over 200 yards away, they had been spread out. Even if Shi Feng had used the dragon cannon, he would have been lucky to kill even one player. However, as these players came within 100 yards, they clustered. Since such a short distance left them little room to react, Shi Feng able to kill 6 players in one hit. After such an attack, their enemy should be more cautious. The other players might even give up the fight. However, as Passing Monarch pondered these assumptions, the Flower of Seven Sins members revealed excited grins. Brother Chen, our opponent seems to be a tough one. With this, we can finally use that move, right? A level 42 assassin asked, chuckling as he looked at the black-clothed ranger. He felt nothing in particular in regard to his fallen companions. All right. The ranger nodded helplessly when he saw the eager light in his companion's eyes. Don't let any of them get away. The same goes for their souls. Brother Chen, relax. We won't let their souls go to waste, the other members assured their leader as they licked their lips, eyeing Passing Monarch and the others. The Freedom Alliance members shuddered involuntarily. These players didn't look at them like enemies, but food. With the ranger's consent, the Flower of Seven Sins members wailed painfully, dark fog swallowing their bodies. In just a short moment, they transformed. Although their weapons and equipment remained the same, their skin was now pitch black and they had blood-red eyes. 2 curved horns grew from their heads, while a pair of pitch-black bat wings and a tail grew from each of their backs. They didn't look human at all. What are these people? Passing Monarch's expression froze as he watched these players transform. The rest of the Freedom Alliance members were similarly stunned. There were players who could actually transform. This was definitely the first time they had seen something like this in God's domain. Not only had the Flower of Seven Sins members transformed physically, but they also emitted a terrifyingly oppressive aura. If these players had looked like a group of ferocious beasts, brandishing their fangs and claws, they now looked like monsters that no ordinary human had any hope of defeating. They all felt like humanoid lords. Among them, the ranger in the lead gave off the strongest aura. The Freedom Alliance members felt as if a higher being looked down upon them when the ranger turned his gaze towards their ships. Unlike the other Flower of Seven Sins members that transformed, this black-clothed ranger had 2 sets of wings growing from his back. Rather than a lord, he felt like a great lord. Go, leave none alive, the ranger shouted as he pointed towards Shi Feng and the others. The Flower of Seven Sins members fluttered their wings, lifting off from the ground. However, they weren't actually flying, only hovering above the ground. Even so, they moved much faster than players on foot. Even the dragon cannon would have a hard time hitting them with such speed. Are they really players? Bluejoy began to feel frightened. She discovered that these players' HPs had also undergone a massive transformation, increasing from their original 20,000 plus to above 100,000. Among them, the Rangers' HP had even reached 170,000. No wonder why they were bold enough to attack other players on sight. So, they've already become demons. Shi Feng frowned at the approaching Flower of Seven Sins members. God's domain had more playable races beyond human. Players could turn into demons. Only, doing so was the equivalent of turning their backs on the human race. Once a player became a demon, they would grow stronger. The increase was roughly the equivalent of half a tier. With the exception of the endurance attribute, players' basic attributes increased by around 15% depending on their classes. Demon players would also receive a huge boost to their HPs. Frankly, the increase couldn't compare to a real berserk skill. The only reason it was referred to as a half-tier improvement was because demon players' life ratings rose, improving their physiques by roughly 15% as well. However, although the improvement was incredible, becoming a demon also had a corresponding price. First, demon players were humanity's enemy, whether it be players or NPCs. If NPCs caught a demon player, the consequences would be unimaginable. If players captured a demon player and handed said player over to NPCs, they would receive an abundant reward. Second, demon players needed to hunt for player souls regularly, otherwise they would grow weaker as time passed. Conversely, the more souls a demon player harvested, the stronger they would become. Take the leading ranger for example. Due to devouring so many souls, he had been promoted from a low demon to a high demon. Hence, he obtained far more power when he transformed. It was obvious that the Flower of Seven Sins members already had the physiques of Tier 2 players. Meanwhile, any player that lost their soul to a demon player was barred from the game for at least 1 day. Moreover, they would lose a minimum of 3 levels. Third, demon players had a far more difficult time raising their tiers as demons' tier promotion mechanics were different from humans. Normally, guilds forbade their members from becoming demons. It was detrimental to a guild's development after all. Only a non-guild organization like the Flower of Seven Sins were bold enough to do something like this. As for the fourth and most fatal aspect, demon players suffered far more severe death penalties. If a demon player were killed, not only would they lose at least 3 levels, but they would also be barred from the game for 2 or 3 days. Their demon rank would also fall by 1, and recovering the lost rank would take quite some time. As a result, most players opted against becoming demons. Anyone capable of using berserk skills, use them now. If not, use Tier 2 magic scrolls. At this point, only Shi Feng had maintained his composure. A pointless struggle. Just give up and let us devour you. The ranger demanded disdainfully as he snarled at Shi Feng and the Freedom Alliance members preparing for a fight. In a short moment, the Flower of Seven Sins members boarded the Freedom Alliance's bronze speedboats. Members of the Flower of Seven Sins already had very high combat standards. Now that their attributes and physique had grown so much stronger, the Freedom Alliance lost over a dozen players in just a few exchanges. In contrast, the Flower of Seven Sins suffered no casualties whatsoever. Meanwhile, aboard the Swift Dragon speedboat, a level 42 berserker charged at Shi Feng, his battle axe descending towards the swordsman. Dang! As the clang of metal echoed, this transformed level 42 berserker shot backward like a bullet, flying over a dozen yards away. 1195 Mistaken Calculations. Chapter 1195 Mistaken Calculations. Commander, these people are too strong. If this continues, we'll all die here, Blue Joy said hurriedly through the team chat. We need to find a way to leave this place. After she had activated her berserker skill, she might barely be able to prevail in a one-on-one. However, in a one-on-two situation, she would only be suppressed. Although she was not the best at PvP in the Third Fleet, she could still rank within the top 10. Hence, if she was already faring so poorly, there was no need to mention how the other Freedom Alliance members were doing. Right now, their only advantage was the fact that none of these demon players could use berserk skills. This provided them, who could use berserk skills, an edge in basic attributes and allowed them to hold off the demon players for now. However, the duration of berserk skills was simply too short. If the other side dragged out the battle long enough, their side would definitely get wiped out. Just who are these people? Passing Monarch was also extremely anxious right now. The members of their Third Fleet could be considered experts in the Sea's End. He was even one of the top 10 experts in the entire Freedom Alliance. Nevertheless, after he arrived at the Sea of Death, it was as if he had come to an entirely different world as he met one expert after another. There would have been no problem if it was just Shi Feng. Now, however, among the 100+ players assaulting them, every one of their opponents was an expert superior to them. He even began doubting whether he was playing the same game as he had been up to now. Despite Passing Monarch having already activated his berserk skill, his strength and speed superior to the black-clothed rangers, he failed to land any attacks on the ranger at all. It was as if the ranger had seen through all of his attacks. The ranger could not only dodge his attacks easily, but also launch attacks at his blind spots while dodging, and this left him no choice but to defend himself. Even launching counterattacks became difficult. If not for the healers at the rear line healing him, he would have already perished by now. Currently, less than 70 people remained in the Third Fleet. Against the Flower of Seven Sins members, not only did they not possess a numerical advantage, but they were also inferior in quality. Everyone, gather together, destroy all the speedboats and retreat. Passing Monarch commanded as he gritted his teeth. Now that the outcome of the battle was already obvious, there was no meaning in them continuing this battle. Without a doubt, they would be annihilated, and their speedboats would fall into the Flower of Seven Sins' hands. Rather than accepting such an outcome, it would be much better to destroy their speedboats. That way, neither side would end up winning. As soon as Passing Monarch said so, however, he saw a 2-meter-tall berserker blasted from the Swift Dragon speedboat. As the berserker's body crashed heavily into the icy ground, his HP fell by over 3,000. Torrent, are you all right? Several nearby Flower of Seven Sins members could not help but look at the level 42 berserker in surprise. Although Violent Torrent's combat standard was only average for their team, he was equipped with a complete set of level 40 fine gold set equipment and wielded a level 40 dark gold battle axe. In terms of strength, he could rank within the top 5 among their team. After demonizing, his strength would have increased by 17%. Even a berserker equipped with a complete set of level 40 dark gold set equipment would lose out slightly to Violent Torrent in terms of strength. Despite that, he had actually been sent flying by a swordsman. It was simply inconceivable. I'm fine. My hands are just a little numb. It seemed his berserk skill should be a strength-oriented one. You guys should be careful, the berserker named Violent Torrent replied nonchalantly as he shook his hands. The others nodded in response to his words. They then began carefully approaching Shi Feng. After they transformed into demons, they would lose the ability to use berserk skills, the price they had to pay to become demons. Otherwise, it would simply be too overpowered if they could stack the attribute bonus they received from demonizing with the effects of a berserk skill. The main god system obviously would not allow this to happen. However, although their demon transformation indeed did not provide as many attributes as a berserk skill did, the 15% improvement to their physiques allowed them to dodge even attacks from opponents with superior attributes. With this, they could slowly whittle down their opponents. At this time, a level 42 silver-robed elementalist said, since it's a strength-oriented berserk skill, we'll attack him from a distance. I'll support you guys from the side, Violent Torrent said as he dashed back towards the Swift Dragon speedboat. However, the Flower of Seven Sins members had obviously misunderstood something. Shi Feng did not have any of his berserk skills activated right now. His previous slash was simply a normal attack. The reason why Violent Torrent went flying was entirely the recent upgrade to Shi Feng's equipment. He had yet to adapt himself to the changes. Hence, he had failed to control his power properly and unintentionally sent Violent Torrent flying. When Violent Torrent was halfway back to the Swift Dragon speedboat, Shi Feng had already jumped down from the craft. He then used Wind Blade and dashed at the berserker, his speed so fast that nobody managed to catch a clear sight of him. So fast! By the time Violent Torrent reacted, Shi Feng was already before him, the abyssal blade descending towards him. Hung! Violent Torrent instinctively executed Whirlwind Slash to block the abyssal blade. What power! The intense force pushing down on Violent Torrent nearly drove him to his knees. Fortunately, the icy ground had served to cushion some of the impact, though web-like cracks formed on the ice layer as a result. However, almost at the same time as Violent Torrent stopped the abyssal blade with his battle axe, Shi Feng slashed killing ray at the berserker's chest. Chop! 25,578. Instantly, Violent Torrent lost close to a quarter of his 110,000 HP. Demon players sure have high HP and defense. Shi Feng was slightly surprised. If Violent Torrent were an ordinary level 42 berserker, Shi Feng could have reduced the berserker's HP to a critical level in one attack. Demon players didn't just have a lot of HP, their defenses got a significant boost as well. Hence, it was very difficult for ordinary players to capture demon players. Normally, one would need at least a party of players to capture a demon player of the same level. Due to this, quite a few independent players and dark players would choose to become a demon. In the past, even the expansion pack, Demon's Return, was triggered. Meanwhile, one of the conditions for triggering this expansion pack was the number of demon players in God's domain reaching a certain level. After the Demon's Return expansion pack was triggered, a demon empire suddenly appeared in God's domain. The incident back then had thrown God's domain into chaos. Who is that guy? Why can he cause so much damage to Torrent? Several Flower of Seven Sins members nearby were momentarily stunned. They were fully aware of how frightening their defense became after transforming into demons. Not to mention, the Berserker class was a plate armor class. A Berserker of the same level would be fortunate to deal 6,000 damage to Violent Torrent after using a powerful skill. Despite all that, Shi Feng had inflicted over 20,000 damage on Violent Torrent with just the most basic chop skill. At this time, an assassin snapped out of his daze and shouted hurriedly, "Quickly heal Torrent." If even an ordinary skill could already deal so much damage, then Shi Feng could kill Violent Torrent in just a few moves. If Violent Torrent did not receive enough heals in time, the swordsman would make short work of him. A blue-robed demon cleric quickly began chanting. Meanwhile, Shi Feng sent a glance at the Freedom Alliance members, noticing that they would not be able to hold out for much longer, as they had already begun destroying their own speedboats. I need to finish them off fast. Having no other choice, Shi Feng activated Heavenly Dragon's power. The instant Shi Feng activated Heavenly Dragon's power, a golden glow wrapped around his body. Faint golden dragon scales appeared around his body, making it seem as if he had just donned dragon scale armor. His body also exuded an invincible aura. He then sent a slash at the berserker before him. Illusory shadow. Before Violent Torrent could see what was going on, 6 streaks of blue light cut across his body, penetrating his tough armor. With a face filled with confusion, he fell to the ground as his HP reached 0. 1196 Strategic Level Expert. Chapter 1196 Strategic Level Expert. He died. The surrounding Flower of Seven Sins members could not help but gape in shock. Even the demon cleric chanting a greater healing stopped abruptly as he stared at Violent Torrent's motionless body. Violent Torrent had close to 80,000 HP remaining just now. With his strength, he should have been able to resist for some time. Otherwise, the demon cleric wouldn't have chosen to cast Greater Healing, which had a considerably long casting time. At this moment, when the several Flower of Seven Sins members turned to look at Shi Feng, a possibility suddenly occurred to them, and they could not help but shudder at the thought. That possibility was that Shi Feng had not used his Berserk skill when he was fighting Violent Torrent before, even after the Berserker had turned into a demon, and had activated the skill only now. Not good. We met a hard one. He's a peak expert. Hurry up and contact Brother Chen, a thinly built man said. The man felt his breathing stifled as he looked at Shi Feng. There were few peak experts even in the Flower of Seven Sins. These existences were normally part of the organization's middle management. Shi Feng would have little trouble going up against more than a dozen half-step refinement realm experts like themselves at the same time, especially now that he had activated his Berserk skill. Currently, only Brother Chen, the ranger leading the team this time, as well as a few others, could possibly resist someone like Shi Feng for long. Just as this thinly built assassin was done speaking, Shi Feng advanced and suddenly appeared before a guardian knight. Without hesitation, this guardian knight activated Protection Blessing. However, Shi Feng remained unperturbed by this reaction as he brandished Killing Ray. Thundering Flash. Immediately, 4 blue arcs of lightning struck at 4 different locations. Combat technique, 4 Moon Lotus. After the 4 lightning snakes pierced through the guardian knight, they each struck at the 4 magical class players behind him. The Guardian Knight instantly lost over half of his 140,000 HP, whereas the 4 magical classes behind him lost 1/3 of theirs and had their spellcasting interrupted by the impact of Thundering Flash. Block him. Don't let him get close to the magical classes. Hearing this, a Guardian Knight immediately used Justice Roar on Shi Feng. The Demon Cleric at the rear also cast Truth Shield and Rapid Healing on the Guardian Knight. As for the other melee players, they each used a control skill on Shi Feng. At the same time, the ranged classes launched attacks to seal Shi Feng's movements. Shi Feng could not help but admit that every member of the Flower of Seven Sins was an expert. Their coordination with each other was also impeccable. In combination with their high HP and defense, it made dealing with them extremely difficult. If it were any other expert here, they would definitely choose to pull back first. However, Shi Feng never entertained the thought of retreating. Instead, he activated Defensive Blade without hesitation, greatly extending his attack range. At the same time, he switched the basic Tyrant title to the Swordsmanship Master title, increasing his attack speed by 30%. Sword's Orbit. Starlight immediately emerged around Shi Feng's body. Not only did he manage to block all incoming attacks, but before anyone could react, everyone within a 15-yard radius of him also began losing HP rapidly. Despite the Demon Cleric at a distance spamming heals on the Guardian Knight, he still failed to keep the MT alive. In the blink of an eye, everyone within 15 yards of Shi Feng died. Meanwhile, the Oracle reporting to the ranger called Brother Chen was stupefied. "Hello? Why are you contacting me at such a time? Did something happen?" the level 43 ranger asked as he toyed around with passing Monarch. "Brother Chen, not good. There's a Mo monster here," the level 42 Oracle stuttered. During the time the Oracle was giving his report, Shi Feng had used Silent Steps and appeared behind the thinly built assassin, who had just activated Wind Steps. Shi Feng then executed Chop, the speed of his attack so fast that the assassin did not even react as he died instantly. "A monster? Did one run all the way out here from the island?" the ranger asked, perplexed. No, there's a peak expert on the speedboat we attacked. Torrent and the others, they're all dead." At this moment, the Oracle was quickly losing his ability to speak as he watched his companions die one after another. "A peak expert? Okay, I'll head over there now." The ranger immediately grasped the severity of the situation. Ignoring passing Monarch, he turned towards a few of his companions, who were killing the other members of the Freedom Alliance, and shouted, "Hammer, you guys follow me. Torrent and the others are in trouble." Every peak expert was a strategic weapon in a team battle. If not properly contained, a peak expert could easily turn the tide in a fight between hundreds of players. Violent Torrent and the 17 others that went to the Swift Dragon speedboat were merely half-step refinement realm experts. They were simply no match for an expert of such caliber. If the ranger delayed, they would no doubt be annihilated. Hence, he needed to hurry over there right away. Passing Monarch was filled with confusion as he looked at the black-clad ranger flying towards the Swift Dragon speedboat. However, the ranger's departure was a good thing for the Freedom Alliance, since the ranger and the 3 companions that followed after him were the ones who had killed the most Freedom Alliance members. With the bronze speedboats less than 50 yards away from the Swift Dragon speedboat, the Ranger took less than 5 seconds to glide across this distance. However, as soon as the black-clad Ranger descended, he was shocked by the scene before him. At this moment, none of the 18 people sent to snatch the Swift Dragon speedboat was alive. However, only 5 seconds had passed since he received the report. 18 half-step refinement realm experts who had turned into demons had died, just like that. The Ranger glared at Shi Feng, who stood a short distance away, and asked coldly, "Where are your companions, or are they thinking of ambushing us while we're fighting you?" No matter how he looked at it, one person simply could not have finished off so many demonized half-step refinement realm experts within such a short time. At the very least, such a feat required several experts working together. Companions? Shi Feng shook his head and said, "I'm the only one here. If you ran all the way here just to ask this, can we start the fight now? Hammer, you and Letter deal with that guy. Scorpion and I will assist from the side and prevent others from ambushing us," the Ranger commanded hurriedly. It was obvious he did not believe Shi Feng. "Leave it to me." The level 43 berserker named Hammer nodded seriously as he looked at the cloaked Shi Feng. The fact that the swordsman before them could work with other experts to get rid of Violent Torrent's group so quickly proved that his strength was extraordinary. Not to mention, Hammer also sensed a dangerous aura coming from Shi Feng, and he could tell that he was definitely no match for Shi Feng in a one-on-one fight. However, if he coordinated with Letter, even if they could not defeat Shi Feng, it would also be impossible for Shi Feng to kill them. However, just as Hammer finished speaking, Shi Feng had already dashed towards him. So fast. The assassin named Letter was shocked. At this speed, even if he activated a berserk skill in his human form, he would be no match for Shi Feng. If not for his demon transformation improving his physique, he wouldn't even be able to catch a glimpse of Shi Feng's figure. Hammer also paled at this sight. Hurriedly, he brandished the greatsword in his hands and executed the Tier 1 skill Death's Harvest, which could be used only in his demon form. Immediately, numerous streaks of black light shot forward, enveloping a cone-shaped area 20 yards before him. This skill could not be blocked, only dodged. Is he dead? When the black light dissipated, there was no sign of Shi Feng's figure anywhere. Letter, be careful. At this time, the Ranger, who stood 10 yards behind the assassin called Letter, suddenly noticed Shi Feng appearing above the assassin's head. However, his warning came too late. Shi Feng promptly used the Tier 2 taboo skill Instant Strike, his attack speed increasing by 500% and damage by 400% for 3 seconds. The distant Ranger only saw many streaks of blue light flashing in front of him. Before the assassin called Letter could even activate Vanish, his body was already falling to the ground. Shortly after, Hammer finally reacted to the situation. However, by the time he did, several streaks of blue light were heading towards him. Responding slightly better than Letter, Hammer executed Whirlwind Slash to defend himself. However, as the gap in speed between him and Shi Feng was too massive, before his greatsword could even start picking up momentum, he had already been struck several times. Hammer's vision then turned gray as his body fell to the ground. Who is he? The Ranger shuddered when he saw this scene. The male elementalist called Scorpion took an involuntary step back, terror surfacing on his face. 2 refinement realm experts, each with over 100,000 HP, were actually killed instantly. How was this just a peak expert? 1197 Demon God. Chapter 197 Demon God. At this moment, fear filled the eyes of the black-clad Ranger as he looked at Shi Feng. If the opponent was only a peak expert, then after transforming into a high demon, he could more or less resist if he teamed up with Scorpion. Once Shi Feng's berserk skill was over, they could then counterattack. However, the swordsman before them was evidently not just a peak expert. Forget the two of them working together, even if he had everyone in the team come over, they would merely be throwing their lives away. The disparity in attributes between both sides was simply too massive. Even he, who was a high demon, had not managed to get a clear look at Shi Feng's attacks. High demons received a 20% improvement to their physiques, which was 5% more than low demons. Their main attributes would also increase by 20%, yet even then, he still could not keep up with Shi Feng. "We're retreating." Saying so, the Ranger immediately extended his wings in preparation to leave. At the same time, he had also sent the command to withdraw in the team chat. But what about the situation on Boss Brute's side? The elementalist named Scorpion asked hurriedly. Boss Brute said not to let anyone enter Demon Island. Fool! The Ranger sent a glare at Scorpion. Ignoring the elementalist, the Ranger directly flew away. They were currently demons. The death penalty they would suffer was extremely severe. If they already knew that they could not stop Shi Feng, persisting in the attempt would only be foolish. Moreover, even if they wanted to stop Shi Feng and the others from entering Demon Island, the best place to fight him was not at sea, but on Demon Island itself. They were demons. They had very high innate magic resistance, particularly darkness resistance. They did not need to worry about the dark corrosive power on the island. However, the same could not be said for their opponents. More importantly, Demon Island was shrouded in gray fog, which significantly reduced the player's range of vision. However, demons like themselves were not affected by Demon Island's gray fog at all. They would have plenty of opportunities to deal with Shi Feng and the others, whose berserk skills would be on cooldown at that time. It's too late to run away now. Shi Feng did not give the ranger and elementalist any opportunities at all. Activating Wind Rider, he left behind an afterimage where he had stood as he instantly appeared before the two Flower of Seven Sins members. He then violently swung down Killing Ray. Thunder flame explosion. Lightning and fire descended on the ranger and elementalist, and even the ice layer beneath the two began crumbling and evaporating. He escaped. When the lightning and flames dissipated, Shi Feng only saw one demon corpse floating on the water. This corpse belonged to none other than the elementalist Scorpion. As for the black-clad ranger, he was nowhere in sight. However, Shi Feng was not particularly surprised by this result. Unlike low demons, high demons not only received more improvements to their physiques and basic attributes, but also got to learn some powerful demon skills, even a skill with a powerful escape ability, Dark Transfer. This skill allowed one to teleport to any location within a 3,000-yard radius. Its activation required no preparation time, but it had a long 6-hour cooldown. The existence of this skill made killing high demon players very difficult. The ranger managed to escape, but the other Flower of Seven Sins members fleeing back to Demon Island were not high demons. Without hesitation, Shi Feng immediately began chasing those demon players. Although both sides were moving in the air, Shi Feng was able to fly freely in the sky due to Wind Rider, whereas the demon players could only glide. The speeds of the two sides were worlds apart from each other. As for the attacks launched by the demon players, not only did Shi Feng easily dodge them, but he even used the opportunity to shorten the distance between them. Anyone that Shi Feng caught up with got killed in just a few hits. Initially, there were over 80 low demons fleeing back to Demon Island. However, the ones that actually managed to reach the island numbered less than 30. Once they reached Demon Island, Shi Feng gave up the pursuit. Demon Island was rife with level 70+ monsters. If he was not careful, he would definitely attract the monsters' attention. If that happened, not only would he not be able to kill the Flower of Seven Sins members, but he might even lose his life. In fact, as soon as Shi Feng stepped onto the island, he noticed more than a dozen Shadow Stalkers. Shadow Stalker, Dark Creature, Great Lord, level 71, HP 37,000. When Passing Monarch and the others set foot on the island as well, they could not help but gasp when they saw this scene. No sooner had they arrived than the sight of over a dozen level 70+ Great Lords greeted them. Moreover, these were merely the ones they could see. What about the ones in the forest that they couldn't see? This was definitely not a place humans should come to. At this time, a deafening roar came from the middle of the island and reverberated throughout the place. Even the Shadow Stalkers took fright at this roar. Immediately after, a black and white light pillar shot up from the heart of the island. The instant this light pillar appeared, Passing Monarch and the others suddenly felt as if their bodies no longer belonged to themselves, so much so that they could not even twitch their fingertips. Only after a brief period did they gradually recover their mobility. What is that? Passing Monarch stared at the black and white light pillar, thoroughly shocked by the spectacular sight before him. At this moment, the skies above Demon Island began crumpling, forming a black hole. Passing Monarch could vaguely make out a gigantic eye inside the black hole. Just one glance at this eyeball gave him an appreciation of just how frightening the creature inside that black hole was. In reality, it wasn't just Passing Monarch and the others that felt fearful. At this moment, even Shi Feng could sense an aura of death looming over him. In addition, he detected an extremely familiar aura emanating from that black hole. Divine Might. However, the Divine Might he was feeling now was completely different from when he encountered it before. In previous instances, the Divine Might he felt all came from items. Moreover, as the Divine Might of these items originated from gods, the Divine Might they could radiate was extremely weak. If Shi Feng were to compare the Divine Might from items and the Divine Might he was feeling now, the former felt as thin as air, while the latter felt as dense as mercury. How can this be possible? As Shi Feng stared at the massive red eyeball, he was utterly confused by what was going on. Could this be an event on Demon Island? In God's domain, there would frequently be such events occurring. To players, these events were both disasters and opportunities. However, Shi Feng very quickly rejected this thought. According to what he knew about events, a real god simply could not appear. At this moment, he could say with absolute certainty that the massive eyeball was the eye of a god. The reason for his certainty was personal experience with this kind of pressure, so he definitely could not be wrong. At the same time, the Flower of Seven Sins members on Demon Island all revealed excited expressions one after another as they looked at the giant eyeball in the sky. Success. Boss Brute's side succeeded. Ha ha ha. The future of God's domain will be the Flower of Seven Sins' era. At this moment, the Flower of Seven Sins members were so excited that they completely forgot about their battle with Shi Feng before. Meanwhile, along with the appearance of this giant eyeball, 3 dazzling purple gold items fell out from the crumpled space. Every one of the 3 items radiated powerful divine might that could make one shudder. Immediately after, the sound of a system announcement entered Shi Feng's and the others' ears. System announcement. Some players have activated the new expansion pack, Demon God's Disturbance. 1198, Darkness Rising. Chapter 1198, Darkness Rising. The system announcement echoed in everyone's minds for a long time. The players throughout God's domain who had received the news were stunned. Some players had gone directly to the game's official website, searching for any information about this latest expansion, whereas others thought nothing of it at all. After all, this wasn't the first expansion the game had launched. They had long since gotten used to such occurrences. However, when Shi Feng, who was on Demon Island, heard this system announcement, he was dazed for a long moment. Demon God's Disturbance? Shi Feng watched the black hole in the sky slowly close, chaos gripping his pounding heart. Had he known something like this would happen, he would have done anything to stop the Flower of Seven Sins. God's domain had many expansion packs. Among them, some had very little influence over the game, while some would impact the world significantly. Take the Abyss Invasion expansion pack, for example. The expansion pack had only affected the Twin Towers Kingdom and neighboring countries. The Demon God's Disturbance expansion pack, however, affected all of God's domain. One could even say that the expansion pack's impact was just as massive as a system update. Although the Demon God's Disturbance expansion pack hadn't been introduced on the official website, it wasn't good news for ordinary players. Rather, this expansion pack benefited Dark players and Demon players. Due to this Demon God's Disturbance expansion pack, the system's restrictions on God's domain had loosened, possibly broken, allowing the Dark forces to grow exponentially stronger. As a result, the Dark forces found more areas where they could gather. These gathering points referred to NPC towns. As the Dark forces occupied more towns, Dark players could extend their reach, have an easier time killing players, and exchange the points they obtained for more power. There were also certain tools that could allow one to kill other players in an NPC town and leave safely, avoiding the NPC guards. After the Demon God's Disturbance activated, NPC towns ceased to be safe havens for players. Moreover, if one were not careful while exploring the fields, Dark Force NPCs might even claim their life. NPC bandits in particular became more prevalent. Due to this, God's domain would descend into chaos. Ambushes in the fields became more frequent, and Dark Force NPC raids on NPC towns would become a daily occurrence. However, this was not the most important change. After triggering this expansion pack, all of God's domain's monsters would gain the ability to learn and evolve. They could then increase their combat power. To put it simply, if a large number of players continuously killed a region's monsters, these monsters would gradually grow stronger, becoming increasingly difficult to kill. Of course, this improvement was not without limits. Common monsters could, at most, grow to the standards of the Trial Tower's second floor, while elite and special elite monsters could aim for the third floor standard. Chieftains could grow to the fourth floor standard, lords and high lords to the fifth floor standard, and great lords and grand lords to the sixth floor standard. Fortunately, there was a way to cope with this problem: grind where few others venture. Monsters that players didn't farm would keep their low standards. Players could also pioneer high-level maps. These places had similarly low player populations. Due to this expansion pack, the various large guilds had grown more enthusiastic about pioneering new maps. They had no longer restricted themselves to their own territories. This, in turn, increased the intensity of the competition between guilds. On the bright side, monsters that evolved and improved would provide more EXP, allowing players to level up much more quickly. Brother Ye Feng, this island is too dangerous. I think we should leave, Passing Monarch anxiously advised Shi Feng. Although the giant eyeball in the sky had disappeared, the island felt even more dangerous before. His instincts told him to run. Hearing this, Shi Feng took a look at the Shadow Stalkers, which had suddenly gone berserk. Sighing, he said, "All right, let's leave then. With the situation on Demon Island as it was not suitable for them right now." The Demon God's aura had driven the island's monsters berserk. In this state, their combat power had risen by at least 30%. Demon Island had already been dangerous for him. Now that the monsters had gone berserk, it was impossible to reach the ancient ruins. If he wanted to do so, he could only wait until the monsters here reverted to their normal state. As Shi Feng and the others had turned to leave, a monster's roar reached them from within the forest. In the next moment, a three-headed demonic hound that was over 5 meters tall barreled out of the trees. A savage man with disheveled hair sat upon this demonic hound. The man stood over 2 meters tall, half a head taller than Kola. The man had thick, robust arms. The man carried a crimson spear on his back, the length of which was decorated with blood-red divine runes. A fiery glow swallowed the spear's tip. At first glance, it was obvious that this spear was no ordinary weapon. A group of players followed the man atop nothing less than bronze mounts. These people were mostly around level 43. Who are these people? Passing Monarch turned his head towards the six-man party, shocked. The other Freedom Alliance members were similarly surprised. The three-headed demonic hound was very large. Rather than a mount, it looked like a lord-ranked monster. They had never even heard of such a mount before. Even more shockingly, the savage atop the demonic hound was actually level 45. Meanwhile, Shi Feng recognized this savage the moment he laid eyes on him. Brute Spear. In the past, Brute Spear had been a relatively well-known expert of the Flower of Seven Sins. Back then, the rest of the world had referred to him as the Brute God. In God's domain, any player that was nicknamed a God had been a Tier 6 God-ranked expert. The reason he had been known as Brute God and not Spear God was his inhuman strength in both the game and the real world. The 5 others behind Brute Spear were all experts from the Flower of Seven Sins. Their combat standards were on par with the black-clothed ranger from before, having already reached the Flowing Water realm. Even in super guilds, an expert party like this was rare. One would only encounter them with some frequency in the Dark Arena. "You guys killed my men just now?" Brute Spear asked coldly as he looked down at Shi Feng and the others. Brute Spear's voice was rough. Despite him speaking normally, his words sounded like a tiger's roar. He was like the generals of ancient times and gave off a very scary feeling. "Fellow friend, is there some misunderstanding between us?" Passing Monarch asked hurriedly when he noticed Brute Spear and the other Flower of Seven Sins members showing signs of taking action. "We didn't take the initiative to attack your people. They attacked us first. We were simply retaliating. I don't care. Right now, I'm asking whether you guys killed my men or not." Brute Spear demanded once again, ignoring Passing Monarch's words. 1199 Demon God's Items. Chapter 199 Demon God's Items. Cold ruthlessness colored Brute Spear's words. Everyone suddenly felt the surrounding air grow heavy as an intense pressure weighed down on them, making it difficult to breathe. Freedom Alliance had the advantage in numbers, but Passing Monarch did not doubt that, if Brute Spear and the others wanted to kill them, they would be powerless to resist. The difference in strength between both sides was too obvious. Compared to the black-clothed ranger he had fought earlier, Brute Spear and the others were much stronger. If they simply fell in a fight against Brute Spear and his companions, they could deal with the outcome. However, when the black-clothed ranger had killed his companions, even resurrection hadn't revived the dead. His companions had been thrown from the game and hadn't been able to log back in. Hence, if they died now, they would lose their monthly opportunity to obtain the Legacy of the Sea. As for relying on Shi Feng, while Passing Monarch admitted that Shi Feng was monstrously strong, the swordsman had just used his berserk skill. He couldn't use it again within a short time. His chances of defeating the 6 experts before them weren't great. While Passing Monarch and the Freedom Alliance members remained silent, not sure how they should answer Brute Spear's question, Shi Feng opened his mouth and said, "That's right, I did it." When Passing Monarch and the others heard Shi Feng's honest answer, they paled as they fell speechless. How could Brute Spear possibly not know that they were the ones responsible for his companions' deaths? It was obvious that Brute Spear was toying with them. "A fight is inevitable. Flee with everything you have," Passing Monarch said hurriedly in the team chat. In reality, they were already considerably lucky. If not for Shi Feng repulsing the Flower of Seven Sins members earlier, they would have lost both their lives and their bronze speedboats. Now, however, even if they died, they could keep their speedboats. As Passing Monarch prepared for a fight, Brute Spear jumped down from the 3-headed demonic hound. However, instead of revealing killing intent, he smiled. "Ha ha ha, not bad. You actually admit that you killed my men. Brat, I have to admit, you're quite courageous." Brute Spear laughed at the cloaked Shi Feng. "On behalf of your bravery, I'll give you a chance to leave this place with your lives. Of course, you guys can refuse my offer. However, you'll have no hope of escape. Like your companions, you'll be barred from God's domain for some time. Not only that, but you'll also lose 3 levels when you log back in. How is that possible? Doesn't the death penalty only reduce 1 level? The Freedom Alliance members could not help but panic. Losing 1 level was already a heavy punishment. If they lost 3, they would need a long time to catch up. As for whether Brute Spear was lying or not, the man had no reason to. After all, the initiative was in Brute Spear's hands. Whether they were going to battle or not was all up to Brute Spear. "What you're going to do is have a match with me. You all can even come at me together. As long as you shave off 1/4 of my HP, you win. If you win, you may leave here in one piece. On the other hand, if you lose, you'll need to contribute a portion of your souls," Brute Spear said, smiling as he glanced at Passing Monarch and the others. "Contribute our souls?" This was the first time Passing Monarch had heard of such a thing, and he could not help but ask, "If we contribute our souls, what kind of price will we have to pay?" "It's nothing much. You'll just be in a weakened state for several days. You won't actually die," Brute Spear explained, fully understanding Passing Monarch's worries. "After you guys contribute your souls, I'll similarly let you all leave safely." Based on his personality, he should have already killed every one of these people. However, he had just received 3 treasures from the demon god, and he needed someone to test them on. Otherwise, he would have taken action instead of wasting so many words with these people. "Brother Ye Feng, what do you think?" Passing Monarch could not help but turn to ask Shi Feng. To him, Brute Spear's conditions seemed beneficial. Originally, Passing Monarch thought that Brute Spear would ask for their bronze speedboats in exchange for letting them go. However, dealing with a weakened state for a week or so was better than losing 3 levels. Moreover, it also wasn't certain that they would lose. If all of their members were allowed to attack together, their chances of victory would be quite high. Contributing souls? The name of a certain item suddenly popped into Shi Feng's head when he heard Brute Spear's explanation. The Soul Orb. In the past, this was a very well-known item in God's domain. Moreover, it had belonged to the Flower of Seven Sins. The soul orb had become famous due to its ability to place a player in a state of extreme serenity by sacrificing other players' souls. The affected player's brain activity would also increase, which would, in turn, help one learn combat techniques, improve skill completion rates, or even become a master or grandmaster lifestyle player much more easily. This soul orb was far more effective than a high mana density environment. As a result, when the various superpowers wanted to nurture a particular genius, they traded with the Flower of Seven Sins. The Flower of Seven Sins was also more than willing to trade. After all, just by using the souls a few players contributed, they could obtain a large amount of resources and excellent weapons and equipment. In the past, Shi Feng had heard that, to nurture Alice, the Witch of the West, the Miracle Guild had traded a fragmented legendary with the Flower of Seven Sins. Currently, based on Brute Spear's description and the demon god's appearance, Shi Feng was 80% certain that Brute Spear had the soul orb in his possession currently. In God's domain, aside from basic attributes, skills, and items, combat techniques also affected a player's combat power. The soul orb was a treasure that could allow players to learn and master combat techniques quickly. Thinking up to this point, Shi Feng looked at Brute Spear and said, "Don't even think about it. We won't agree to your condition." Shi Feng's sudden rejection stupefied everyone. Passing Monarch gaped at Shi Feng. He could not fathom why Shi Feng would say such a thing. Was there really a need to fight Brute Spear and the others? That means you want to die then? Brute Spear's expression immediately darkened. Suddenly, the surrounding atmosphere became extraordinarily heavy, and Passing Monarch and the other Freedom Alliance members struggled to breathe. "Do you think you can kill us without paying a price?" Shi Feng asked. Before anyone realized it, 2 magic scrolls appeared in his hands. These magic scrolls were none other than the Tier 3 magic scrolls he had obtained from the Sea Serpent King. One was a Tier 3 defensive magic scroll, while the other was a Tier 3 large-scale destruction magic scroll. Tier 3 scrolls? Brute Spear's complexion turned ugly when he saw the 2 scrolls in Shi Feng's hands.